know for a fact that it's the problem. It's apathy.
But what? 1 second, Hank. You rumpused the Scotsman. He didn't actually get to finish his point.
No, it doesn't matter. It wasn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anybody.
It wasn't an importance. It wasn't important anyway. Don't worry about it.
Let me. I guess this is the point I'm making, guys. So, do we agree that once you come to the realization that the Earth is flat, there's really no going back?
If you're going back to the globe, that's for sure.
If you really saw it, I mean, I find it really hard to think that anybody could ever go all the way back. You know, like.
Right. Okay. So if you have an honest awakening to the realization of flat Earth, you don't go back to thinking the Earth's a globe that they taught you. So if 90% of people don't know what the Antarctic Treaty is in the real world, and once people come to the real realization, they stay there, then the real battle is to get the 90% to know the information. And even if you only win half of them over, then we win.
Yep, checkmate.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot easier than we initially thought because the Earth is flat, and when you tell people to go look, right, it must have been much more difficult, right, to take children out of school, the houses, and shove them into schools, right, because you're getting them to believe something that isn't true. We're actually trying to ask people to, look and see if this is true, and if it's actually true, this should be the easiest thing ever. Especially 95% of the populace, or 90, something like that, lives next to the ocean. So there should be little coves or places that they can go to and make these observations. If not, the other 5 to 10% of the populace probably lives next to a body of water, some sort of spring that was dammed off and turned into a lake, or something like the Great Lakes, or, some humans like water. We go to water all the time. And I was in Corpus Christi on the North Beach, and I was looking out, right, and I was like 1 foot, my head was like 1 foot above the water, and I'm looking at like buildings that they're certainly not 6-story buildings 10 miles away, and I could see the buildings on the other side. So, like, there's no way that you can convince me that didn't happen. I saw it.
I think we need to think bigger, bro. Like, and look, I've been doing it for a while now, right? I debate on modern day debate with these globe zealots that, Yeshua himself could float down and tell them the Earth's flat, and they'd be like, but Jesus, refraction, right? But the point is that I think the trick is kind of they got us in this corner, and then they have these controlled opposition platforms where they get our attention. Because what's powerful is where we collectively focus our attention. And we've collectively focused our attention on beating them in all the minute details of whatever ridiculous argument they come up with next in the trenches. When if we actually collectively focused our attention onto the person that hasn't got to hear both sides of the info yet, we would win. I just think that's the whole trick. The whole trick is to kind of keep us looking to the right when all the people are over there to the left. Like when I go out into the world, no one knows anything, bro. No one knows about the Chicago skyline. That was years ago. No one knows what the size is, how to test it. No one knows what the Antarctic Treaty is. No one knows what their model claims. No one knows how fast it supposedly spins. If they are just able to know it, right? Like that's what we need to focus our. And I get it; it's hard. I mean, I've watched 2,000 subs go up on my channel, and my sub count never changed. Like we're definitely shadow banned and censored into oblivion, but we just kind of focus on the general public, like not the globe zealot that thinks fluoride's good.
What you just said there is kind of been the way that I've thought about it all along. Like this server, a lot of people come in and they think that this is just, in their minds, this is just a debate server. It's, in my mind, it can be used for that, but no, this should be a place for educating people on, the flat Earth, because the information is so hard to find. We need to make this a resource and just for educating the ignorant, instead of worrying about, these people, whatever, these weirdos again. I got to take this.
Like as I start to hand out these QR codes with this Discord on it, I want people to come in here and they just heard the crazy white boy, rapping to them on the mic, and now they're curious. When they come in here, I just want them to have their questions answered, right? Like not feel like they're being attacked And I'm not saying that they do. Most of the time, this place is good about that. But I'm just saying we should think about it from that perspective. Who cares about the zealotry? Like zealotry is the death of knowledge and honesty.
It's not time wasted though. I think there's something to be said for strengthening your arguments in the face of the strongest opposition. So I mean, if you were coming out and just you had absolutely no opposition, and it was like, yeah, Earth's flat, and then someone just went refraction, and you were like, you had no idea on how to deal with it, you would look pretty bad. So I think on the one hand, yeah, I totally get you, totally with you on board. We need to talk to kind of normal people and not the zealots all the time. That time wasn't wasted because we've managed to strengthen our arguments.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. Like, because like for like the people on here in the trenches, they're eons ahead of the mainstream puppets that tell people the Ursa globe. Their arguments are easily refuted. They're banking on the public never hearing the real info. But then, yeah, the people that are in the trenches, they've had to update. Even in the last year and a half, they've updated 100 times. When QE comes out with his presentation on refraction, they'll change it to gravity. They'll constantly update their arguments. And it's cool to be able to keep up with it. I agree. Like sharpening your sword. I just think we need to allocate our focus efficiently, right?
I think we have somebody new. Dawn Crimson. But he has no.
He's a Dawn trainer.
It sounds like a cocktail, Dawn Crimson. Okay. Oh, he's still muted.
Hey, Don, don't say anything if you think the Earth is flat.
I'm muted.
All right. We gotcha.
Yeah, I do that all the time in public too. I'm like, hey, don't raise your hand if you think we didn't go to the moon. Yay, I'm glad we all agree.
I bet you got the boomers coming up on that one.
No. I totally get your point. I start arguing.
Hey,
Yeah, I think it's quite. Sorry, is this guy in?
Yeah, he's talking. Sorry.
Yeah. So Don is making a paper over schizophrenia and us.
Okay.
Oh, that we're schizophrenic?
He's making.
Okay,
Really?
so Don thinks that we're listening to like voices on the TV and hearing and seeing things that aren't really there. Actually, I think that's you, Don. Have you been watching television?
No, if you let me talk, actually.
Can you turn your mic up, man?
Yeah, Don. Have you been watching TV?
Dude, look, man. If you're actually gonna let me talk, I can tell you what it is, right?
there you go.
You're not schizophrenic or anything. You just have a belief, and I think just like any religion or whatever, and you believe in it. I really appreciate what you go for.
you're wrong.
Hey, my man, let me just save you the time here. Everyone's going to say the same thing. We don't believe the Earth is flat. You can prove it. You can physically measure it. You can test and see if it's curving like it's supposed to. You have a religious belief that it's, in fact, the opposite of everything you've ever observed. You have a religious belief the Earth's a ball that spins in a vacuum when you experience and observe it, a stationary flat Earth with containment. So, like, you blindly believe that. We don't.
Yeah, that's good for you.
You see the irony
what
there?
I think actually the discard is, it's not about people believing Earth is flat. It's about people helping out each other. That's all I've seen on this. And I feel it's a really great thing. People actually come helping each other, because most of the time when I see people are expressing how much injustice happened to them and how they have been wronged, and they express their feelings actually in this kind of Discord. And I really do appreciate the organization just put forward. And to be fair, that I have never seen a Discord like this. That is how many people talk and how many people do listen. This is an excellent emotional support kind of thing. That's how I feel. So I'm like totally I'm with you guys. I'm totally fine. I just left it alone.
Yeah. Well, the flat earthers are the group of people that used to be globe earthers, that used to think the Earth was a globe. There is a group of people that still think the Earth's a globe, and they've never critically assessed it. And then there are a group of people that used to think the Earth was a globe, but they critically assessed it and found out that it's not. So it's just like a large group of people are just still on step one. The reason you're going to find cordial exchange here is because we're honest. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it seems like he thinks that this is some like flat Earth echo chamber where we just all hold each other's hands and just reaffirm our belief. But this is actually where globe believers like you come and try to provide evidence for the positive claim, and they fail every time. So maybe you are the chosen one, and you have the evidence because no one else has brought anything.
Maybe we are this flat because you'll never know. Because everything we used
Well, we
to
can
prove,
know. We can know.
Now listen to me. Because everything we used to prove, we determined it. Math, we made math. No one, nothing from the sky just dropped out and gave us. No, we made math. We made lasers. Okay? Everything we do is we have done it. So whatever we do or do not do, it just contradicts whatever we have done before. So like,
Dude,
That's
what are you
not
talking
true.
about? You're
No, wait a
contradicting
second.
yourself.
Yeah, wait
You
a
said
second.
that we don't know, we can't tell, but the Earth is a globe. Which one is it? Is it that we can't tell the shape of the Earth because the Earth is too big? Or is it that they have actually measured it to be a globe? And if they have, please present the evidence. Who
Yeah.
did it? How did they do it? When did they do it? So that we can repeat the test.
Yeah, they don't say that you can't tell. They say that they know exactly what it is.
I really don't care.
Oh, here we
Then
go.
Why are
shut
you
up.
here? That's
Shut up.
psychopathic.
Shut your mouth.
Now,
Don't
now,
say
wait
anything
a second.
else.
Wait a second. I want to point out the psychopathy of that statement you just made. You're in here talking to us, then you state you're not interested. You're stating that it's all been done. Can you please provide the proof of Earth's curvature if it's all been done?
You know what? Let's do it. I give you.
Yeah, answer the
Listen,
question because we're not putting up with this shit from you very much longer. So answer the question. No, shut up and answer the question. When was Earth measured? When was Earth's curvature measured? No, stop talking. Provide the measurement. No, provide the measurement.
So you think that we came up with...
Provide the measurement of Earth's curvature, please. Thank you.
Do you even know what's a measurement of curvature?
That's the last thing I want to hear from you, or I'm going to mute you. Provide the measurement now or be muted. I'll give you 10 seconds. 10.
Or you can
9.
on another
8.
yeah. So maybe what you could
7.
do is maybe admit that you don't have a measurement. That would be a good step. Just say I don't have a measurement.
What do you mean by curvature? Curvature in a circle is actually...
We're asking you if you are aware of a measurement. There is no we asking you. You either do or you do not. Which?
Yeah, I do know this. Come on.
You do not. Fantastic.
I do physics, but I was
All right, I got a question for you. So if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
Okay, I'm gonna ask. The thing, whoa.
You just cannot answer a question, can you?
Let's take an ant in a box. Let's take an ant in a
Can't
box.
answer a simple question.
Hey, Don. Be quiet, man. Be quiet. I need you to answer the question, okay?
I'm answering your question while you're asking me to be quiet.
Don, answer the question specifically. This is an intellectual honesty test, okay? If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It is curving somewhere. Okay? The thing is, when you put an ant in the box to the ant is really huge, right? The ant can, for us, the box might be really
and flat.
Ants now? What the fuck?
Do you know the ratio of our height?
Is flat.
Do you know the ratio of our mass and height to that of the Earth? Do you know how much it is?
Oh my God.
Yes, smaller.
Listen, bro.
Let's deal with this. If you are on a flat surface, if you're on a massive flat surface, is it logical to automatically assume it's curving, or is it logical to say, I don't know if it's curving?
He left.
Okay.
What does logic have to do with anything?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is whenever someone comes in and they want to talk psychology instantly, massive red flag.
Yeah, they're psychotic.
No, because they're trying to make us out to be crazy fringe weirdos that they're studying because they know the truth, right?
Yeah.
Yo, since when? Where did we go wrong? Where it became cool? People think it's cool to like believe everything the system said and defend the system. Since when was that the cool thing to do? That's the crazy part.
Yeah, that's really bizarre.
I mean, it wasn't like that in the 70s, right?
No way. Not even, yeah. I mean, a switch was flipped or something, man. It's like it just like happened rapidly. It seems like it anyway. But you know, I wanted to say something about revolutions. 50% would be nice, Witsit. But you probably know this already. I'm sure you do. But every revolution ever fought, and these are successful, if you want to call a revolution successful. Maybe there's no such thing as a successful revolution. But every one ever fought was with less than 10% of the population.
Yeah.
So there's a magic number somewhere between 3 and 7% where things can be done. But if we get 20 or 30%, then all the better.
Well, this is the crazy part, that this is why it requires a little bit more than that to talk about it, because I honestly think that we might be at 10%. I go out, just a limited supply of data, but like 1 out of every 10 people raise their hand and say, you're right, the earth is flat. But this is the problem. This is the problem. That 10% has not created a unified front of vocalization. A mass majority of the people that know there's flat just know it, just watched it at home by themselves, won't even tell the people in their lives, will never say it at their job, will never say it publicly, will never go unify and go out and tell other people. So that 10% isn't actually represented, right?
Yeah, and for everyone that raised their hand out of those 10, then there's probably at least 3 or 4 that actually know the information, but just are staying silent, like you said.
Yeah, that's the problem. The people that raise their hand, bro, they just raise their hand because some dude's on a microphone being hella loud about it in the streets. Like I watch people come out of the flat Earth closet, right? Live time, just because they hear me talking about the Antarctic Treaty and they nudge their friend, like, I told you about that, right? Like, there are people that do it live. I've watched people just come out about flat Earth live because, like, me being there made them more comfortable to do it. Most people don't do it. That's the problem. So that's why I think the number has to be much higher. It's a different paradigm they've created where the societal pressure is so extreme, people won't actually voice the truth once they find out the earth is flat. They'll just keep it to themselves.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask a question. Since it seems to be, since the past year or so, a lot more people are starting to homeschool. Do you think there's the possibility that people could get together and come, kind of formulate some sort of curriculum that can be introduced into at least the homeschooling community as far as the true shape and nature of the earth, like a comprehensive educational format that can be implemented at least into homeschooling? And once you have the amount of homeschoolers that now seem to be out there understanding this information, like, that's a good basis to jump off of and build on.
Yeah, but the curriculum is regulated even for homeschoolers, right?
Yeah,
No,
but
it isn't.
that's a good.
No, it isn't. I had to jump in on YouTube. Here I am. I am trying to get some work done, but napalm is just touching a subject that's very close to my heart. Yeah, you live in Michigan. It's not regulated any bit whatsoever. There are many states. If you look at the HSLDA Homeschool Legal Defense website, which actually, yeah, if anyone is interested in homeschooling and they live in one of the Gestapo states, then you could, and you're thinking about moving, you could look at the map and decide where you want to go. There's many, many states, not just Michigan, where you are completely free to educate your own children as you wish, without asking the state for permission to take care of your own children. So yeah, actually, most states, now I'm looking at this map, I think it might have changed since the last time I looked at it. The light blue are the low regulation, moderate is purple, and dark purple is high regulation. So the worst ones are New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, a couple other ones. But anyway, who was asking that? Because I got to give him the role. Napalm. I am going to give you the truth textbook project role, which we started working on, but we have not really accomplished a lot. But it's pretty much what you just said. And there's also a server, which I will invite you to if I can find it. It is
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, Flat Earth Homeschool server. Okay, I found it. Which
Can
we have
I get
both
an
of those
invite to that,
things.
please?
Yeah, I'll put it in the live stick and the live stream voice text.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And what was I going to say? Okay, so these two things we haven't like actually accomplished a ton on, but the idea is here. We're working on it. You know, it's basically just, you know, what you just said, that we need something. There are a lot of homeschool curriculums out there, curricula, I should say, and a lot of them are all the same, like pretty much the same with like minor tweaks. You know what I mean? And the main areas where they, because I developed some things on my own for my own kids because I homeschool, but the main areas where they're all just kind of like fairy tales are obviously history and science. Or although, I mean, I shouldn't say all of science because, you know, life science, like nature, you know, if you're going out and looking at the birds and the plants, like you can pretty much find stuff for that. That's no problem. It's only when you get to kind of maybe the more abstract or theoretical things where you might have to like rip some pages out of the book, you know. But anyway, yeah, we need to do this, Napalm. There is a demand, and it needs to be done for sure, because it's when you actually are doing it, which I'm doing it. I have 5 children I'm homeschooling right now. You definitely run into some roadblocks when you get to certain areas. There's definitely a lack of information to give the children. I mean, in a lot of areas, if you just don't tell them the nonsense, like, you know, it's fine. Like they don't need to learn all that stuff that we all had to just kind of disregard, right? But there's definitely areas I think that they could be encouraged to explore more, such as electromagnetism. There's a real lack of you know, experiments and information in that area. Like, you know, that I think there's lots of things kids could be doing. Like you could, yeah, set up a whole lesson plan. Like, how do we take this ferrofluid and mess around with these magnets, and how does it behave, and all that kind of thing. So, great. I gave you the role, Napalm.
Well, thank you.
I think that's a good idea. Like the idea that if you could at least start enough of a movement where those parents who have decided to homeschool, they can at least make it be publicly acknowledged that you're allowed to teach alternative cosmological views. Like even if they don't agree, if you can get like the normie parents to agree that you should be allowed to teach alternative cosmological views like across the board, that would change everything as starters. And then you would like cement a foundation of a agreed upon flat earth education, right? And then that would be a viable alternative that could be taught. I don't know if you could get enough parents on board, but
I don't think you even need to go that far into cosmology. You can just show them the foundational truths and the science that doesn't support the globe and helps them see for themselves that it doesn't work.
Yep. Show
Yeah, and
them
it's
measurement.
you have to think about but like think about how you're going to present this to combat the system that tries to regulate homeschooling. Like you're not going to create a legislation that says there's no measurable curve. I mean, they're not going to care. Like it has to be an overarching principle that seems to be supported with like constitutional freedom, and you could take it to the Supreme Court where they would have to acknowledge it.
It's easy. You just say that this is based off of reality, stuff that you can measure, and the Bible. And when the Bible, yeah, I'm depending on religion. It's like you should whatever I want. Saying do this is all
You're breaking up,
verb
Hank.
and no
Can you
one
break
can.
up?
Sorry, go ahead.
But no, you're right. That's right.
Yeah,
That's how
you're
you
just
do it.
breaking up. We got the general idea, though.
That's how you do it. Biblical cosmology would be, we're talking about how to use the system for your benefit. Well, there's religious freedom. So like that's one avenue, right? Like a religious expression to explain where you live. You have the freedom to teach your children that based upon the foundation of religious freedom. Like, although not everyone that's a flat earther believes in the Bible, it's like a biblical cosmology objectively can be taught homeschooling in America because of religious freedom. If you use the system against itself and then you get enough of a movement where there's like a legal precedent that can be set all the way to the Supreme Court, you've now opened up the window where homeschooling now can involve these alternative, let's say, cosmological interpretations. And then that's when you introduce your curriculum. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you have to change the system and make them acknowledge this freedom of expression across the board. And then you do it. And then you implement the curriculum. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Dan-
and you don't if people are like seriously, going to be homeschooling, even if you're in one of these high regulation states, that is the Homeschool Legal Defense Organization Association. I've never joined it because I live in Michigan. It's like we just basically, nobody bothers us. But if I lived in one of those purple states, I definitely would join it because it like the membership, they also will actually defend you if you run into any problems. You'd have to look into it and read there on that website. Like they actually do, and I think they win like all the time. Because basically, like there's the state, do not own your children, and you have the right to do as you please for your own children.
Right, Dandelion, I had a question. Is there anything that states that you as a homeschooling parent, is there anything that states that you can't teach extracurricular things, meaning stuff outside of the normal curriculum? Being, we could create, small little curriculum that are basically writers. Let's give the Bible as an example. You have extra biblical texts that had been removed. Okay. You can go and study that extra biblical text. It might not be approved by the church, but it's something that you can go and study. Similar to homeschooling it, do you have the ability to, obviously there's nobody sitting there watching you, but this can be put out as not necessarily approved curriculum, but we could work towards that once we create it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not from, I like the way all of you guys are talking, like, I don't even know anyone who actually lives in one of these places where you have to ask permission from the state to educate your own children and tell them what you're doing and take tests and all that. I don't know what it's like in those states because I think that's patently ridiculous. I mean, I'm saying, you just do whatever you want and what you think is best for your own children. And then if the little mafia comes around trying to tell you you need to be in the school so they can get their $10,000 a year from the state, that they are basically renting your child to get their bribes from the state. That's the only reason they care if anyone's in the public school, because they have a per child stipend that they get. And if your child's special ed, they get even more. So if you put your child in there, they're going to try to make them special ed if they got any excuse, because then they get even more cash. If they think you're, if you're poor, they can do the free and reduced lunch. They're going to be, even if you're not poor, pretend you are, because we'll get even more cash from the government. It's all just about bribes. So I don't know. I can't even get into the mindset of, can we have permission from the state, massa, to tell our kids the truth? Can we pass on our family tradition or Western civilization that even got us to the place where we are? Please, sir, can we have permission to do that? No, we're just doing it. I'm sorry. I wasn't even going to come in here, but you lured me in here, Napalm, and now you got a rant out of it.
Yeah, Dandelion. I'm pretty sure Wisconsin is actually one of those states where they still have a state curriculum that even if you're homeschooled, you have to teach certain things that they have. And I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. I don't. I've only known a few kids that were homeschooled though when growing up.
I don't doubt that it's that way some places. I'm just saying they tell you have to do a lot of things. That doesn't mean you have to do it.
The other thing to your point, though, that I wanted to say is a good example about getting funding. Like my daughter's older, her half sister is 1/4 Mexican, 1/4. She looks white. She lives in a white household. Her mom put her down as white, whatever. The schools came because her last name is Mendez. Came and said, like that you have to change that to Latino. Like, and she's like, why? Why do I have to do that? But it has to do with because then they can consider her a minority and they get better funding, like you were saying.
Yes, there's another example. Exactly. It's all about the cash, isn't it, Lou? You just follow the money. Yeah. So don't even buy into their little paradigm where they pretend they like care about your child. Come on. They don't care. We all know that. But yeah, I think definitely but the thing of it is a lot of some homeschooling parents design their own curriculum, which is completely valid. And if you have the capability of doing that, that is highly recommended. Or, there's like a multitude of homeschooling curriculum websites where you can go and you can either sign up with them where there's like teachers there that are grading your stuff, or you can just get the lessons plans and the books from them and so on and grade at home. So there's absolutely no reason why you couldn't just on the side have, like, for example, even the concept for you don't even have to get into flat earth. Like I just said, like, what is flat earth? It's just the way the world is and the way everyone accepted it as being before they imposed all these fairy tales on us. Like, for example, outer space. I have recently fought with our local homeschool co-op about outer space. So you can fight, I don't know, fighting is probably a bad term to use. I tried to explain to them why it was not a good idea to fill children's heads with these outer space concepts because these were actually Christians. I explained it both from both perspectives, scientifically, no evidence for it, and biblically not valid. And most people, even if you lay it all out for them, a lot of people, like Witsit was just saying, they'll just they won't publicly acknowledge it, but you still have to put it out there so that these people and then once they've heard it, it's like the Reddit in this particular case, I wrote it all out for them, long essay. They now know. They somewhere either they know, or if they don't know, it's going to nag at them. And are they still going to take these innocent children and tell them about this nonsense as if it's real and get them off of looking at reality on the earth where they live and up into this fantasy world that's created by atheists, to deny the reality of our earth? Like, then once you've been told that and you still choose to do it, I don't think that's very good. So, but we need to have some kind of alternative so that people who are afraid, I think that's one way you can kind of frame it. That's why we called it the Truth Textbook Project as opposed to calling it Flat Earth. I don't have any problem with, calling something Flat Earth, but I think there's a lot of people who, for example, know history is, full of it. They might even know the moon landings didn't happen, and so on. And maybe they haven't taken that final step. But if you have a curriculum where you're just dealing with reality, and you never introduce outer space and you never introduce any of that stuff, why do you then have to basically all Flat Earth is unlearning nonsense that we learned that's not verified, right? When do we, you could have a class for older students which says, here's what you're going to encounter a lot of people who think this about the globe, and here's why it's unverifiable and so on. But younger students, I don't see why you even have to get into it with it. I don't get into it with my 6-year-old. He doesn't know anything about a globe and never will probably, but I don't sit there and say, we're here fighting the world. He doesn't need that. He's just running around, looking at nature and so on. I don't know. That's just my approach. People can have different approaches.
Love it when you speak, Mary Mom. Love your rants.
Oh, thank you, Hank.
I missed a good chunk of it too. I'm kind of sad.
Oh, well, stick around, Cowboy. I might always rant again.
We're on the same page on most everything.
Ladies' night, we need one. We need a good rant.
Okay, yeah, I'm wasting it, Mrs. Musk. I might be worn out by then. I might be worn out. I'll take the nap before then.
Hey, go back and clip it. Go back and clip those rants and post them together on Ladies Night Live. I mean, don't waste it.
Oh, Ariel says no requirement in the UK to send your child to school. Good. I didn't know that. Wow. There's one thing in the plus column for the UK. That's the first thing I've seen. Besides the fact that it's easy for them to get to the ocean. We'll call it 2. And also, my theory is they have more flat earthers per capita in the UK. I don't know. What do you think about that? Or do they just all end up coming here? And I wondered if that was because they are surrounded by oceans. My son was homeschooled and never had a single jab. I gave birth to him on my own too. Good. At home, maybe she means. At home, yes. I'm very headstrong that way. Lol. Leo mothers. I'm a Leo too, Ariel. I feel you. Yes, definitely. Yeah, home birth. I'm totally into that. Crypto.
We've had 4
I heard
children at
Millennium.
home, unassisted.
Oh, good. Great. Yeah, you totally can do that. That's how they used to always do it. It worked out perfectly. Less stress. Good
Oh,
outcomes.
I'm so scared to do that. I'm not down, but I'm so scared.
What are you scared of? Baby comes out, you wait for the umbilical cord to fall off, and everything's good. I don't get it.
Hospital.
No, I mean,
Hospitals cause 80% of all problems with pregnancies. 80%.
Yeah,
the
there's a
cord
really
around
good
their neck
book.
bleeding too much.
Yeah, because they are always like they're inducing all the time. That's the thing. If you're going to insist on going to the hospital, right, where they capture you, tag your child, won't let you out, all these things until they say, then lie to them about when your last period is. That's my recommendation. Tell them it was further in the future than make them think that you're less
That's far
pregnant than you
along.
are. Yeah, because otherwise there's they have all these regulations where if you go past a certain due date, they have to induce, which induction is incredibly unhealthy and results in statistically way worse outcomes for both mother and baby. This Ina May's Guide to Childbirth, she's a total hippie, you don't have to like her.
She's
But
awesome.
you like her too, yeah. She has a lot of information in there, hard, facts about why induction is bad, why C-sections are bad for women and babies, why birth has become so medicalized. It's follow the money once again, and low intervention. Their midwifery center in Tennessee has an incredibly low complication and fatality rate. I don't even know if they have any fatalities. They might have had a few, but way lower than a regular hospital.
If you are going to have it at a regular hospital, I highly suggest that you find a highly reviewed doula. At least get a doula at minimum, because then you got someone there that knows the laws, knows what you want, and will help you to not let them coerce you into doing stuff you don't want to do.
Is a birth certificate really that bad, though? Because what it basically does is it's a record of birth tying you to the land. So, what are the reasons that you wouldn't want that?
Other than CDPS involvement and maybe mandatory schooling, depending on the state you're in, because as far as I know, they want mandatory schooling, period.
Well, with the future being so uncertain, or with the bleak outlook of the future, maybe it'd be best to never have any paper trail of your kid.
Well, then they could just say, how'd you get this kid? You want to have a record, right? He's recording it in his Bible and hopefully has a video of the live birth, right? So he has video evidence and hopefully, a record of some sort. But he doesn't want the state to have all this jurisdiction over him because he signed documents signing his rights away, I think is his deal. And I'm asking why.
Well, I see how people look at the birth certificates, but I also know the other side of it. So, but the thing is with home birthing and stuff, yes, writing it in your Bible, perfect. Keeping the family tree. Public notice. Put it in the newspaper. Then they can't say, well, you didn't this or you didn't. No, it's right there in the newspaper. Day you was born. What are you going to do?
Along the lines of this topic, I was actually listening to a podcast recently. The name of the podcast is called the Survival Podcast. And the episode that I was listening to is episode 2913, and it's entitled "Why You Should Give a Fuck About Birth Freedom." And it's a doula that comes on, and it's about I don't know, maybe an hour and a half of the doula discussing a lot of things that take place, what she does as a doula, a lot of what, the medical doctors are trained to do when it comes to inducing and all that kind of stuff. It's a really good thing for anybody that might be interested.
I like the survival podcast.
Please.
I haven't listened to it. I remember, I'll link it. I remember when he had his thousandth episode. So that's cool that he's over 2,000. I haven't listened to him in a long time. I used to actually be like a member or whatever. He had like an annual fee, and then you're supposed to get all these discounts and all these survival things. But I never bought anything, so I didn't feel like it was worth it. But I like that guy. He's very like harsh though. Like, but you men probably don't care as much. Like every episode, I felt like he was yelling at me. He's like, "Rah, rah, 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 you got to do this, you got to do that." But he does have a lot of good information. So I might actually go and look for that episode you're saying. What number did you say it was,
Please.
Napalm?
Please send it to me.
I think it's 2913. Let me pull it back up. Sorry, I'm on my
Are
phone.
you just remembering that by heart? Yeah, here it is. Ashley Schneege on why you should give a F&CK about birth freedom. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, Jack is definitely, he doesn't beat around the bush. He tells it as it is and how he thinks it is, which I appreciate that kind of, direct.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, wait. Who brought up this topic? Who started this?
All right. I'll give you that. Fine.
Okay, thank you, Lou.
Did Lou start it?
You didn't.
Oh no, I don't know who started it. Was it me? I don't remember.
It wasn't me, dude.
I think it was Napalm.
I brought up the
I keep
homeschooling.
talking about babies.
That's right.
And I'm
We went from homeschooling to this. I don't know why. I don't remember why. We can go back to the homeschooling.
It's okay. I'm just
I still think you've got a little bit of baby fever.
Me?
Yeah.
Wow. I feel like everybody's pushing that on me. But you know what? I will check my horoscope, and maybe it's the season.
It's the fact that
a
you
lot of
have
people
eggs left.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't going to have eggs in the future. I think the stuff that I've seen on the quacky waxy, thing that's being handed out for free, without any liability. Yeah, so I don't think kids are going to be like a thing in the near future. There's not going to be a lot of them. I'm serious. Like, seriously. The stuff after so many days goes directly into the reproductive organs. Like, oh, that's exactly where I wanted it to go. Right? In both male and female. So I've seen this stuff, and I could cite my sources if I wasn't driving around, but I've already done that in the past. But anyway.
On the birthing freedom, whomever was on that topic, if you've got information, drop it.
I put
Yeah.
the link to the podcast that Napalm brought up because I think he said he was driving. It's at 1:25 or 25 minutes after the hour. Survival podcast.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Dandelion. Yeah, no, I'm not driving. I'm on my phone and I'm actually doing work at the moment.
That's what I was doing until I was listening on YouTube casually in the background. I heard you start bringing up the curriculum thing idea because that's something I am very passionate about, so yeah, it's a matter of like how to actually do it and not just. I think it's the thing is like so many of us have so many other things that we're doing to actually like try to like to create a curriculum is a huge project. Like even in one subject, I think that's the thing is we should pick one subject, which could be science, right? I mean, that's probably the most obvious one that's connected to flat Earth, and just try to. I mean, people were saying that I think making a book that is paper is a good idea. A lot of these curricula that are online, you can either get them online or you can order the paper copy. I have been like getting my children away from the stuff online. We did a few times try online classes, but and I'm sorry, I should do a disclaimer here. I actually teach online. That's like kind of my side job I do, on top of mothering the kids. But the reason why I got my own kids away from it was more just, I guess when everybody jumped on board with doing it last year. And I kind of went the other way because I feel like there's something just about, having the paper and pencil and the actual book in front of you that I don't want to get lost. So I just want to make sure that it's preserved. And I personally take in information better that way. I don't know if everyone is that way, but I take in information better if I have the paper right in front of me and I can highlight it, take my time and look at the thing, contemplate it, and so on. So anyway, all that's to say, to me, what we discussed about this truth textbook project was to ask, people could take like different areas. So like no one person is doing everything. And then you could have different like chapters of the book with like then hopefully activities the students could do or questions or that kind of thing. And I mean, I actually, now that I'm talking to you about it, I feel like it's not as overwhelming as I think it is. It's just a matter of getting people to commit to do it and then actually doing it. I mean, we made this Flat Earth Wiki. Have you seen that, Napalm? Have you seen our Flat Earth Wiki?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'll link that too. I'll link that in the voice text. I mean, that's really still under construction, but there's several pages that are done, like the observations. I worked on a logical fallacy page, which will never end. And some people, like Grace, helped contribute to that, and I think some other people in the server did. And basically, some of you contributed without knowing that you contribute, because sometimes when people, like crypto, for example, when people bring up logical fallacies, sometimes they go in there and add them. But anyway, I mean, that would be the same kind of idea. We had like different people assigned to different topics, and then you just work on your topic. So we probably should actually get going at this where we and the Emerald Monkey, he's the one that made this. I gotta credit him there. He made the image there, philological fallacy page where it says the globe is many fallacies. Yeah, I think if we just, and we've learned in the past that, because we all have regular lives and we're not getting compensated for the flat earth work, like sometimes people say they can do something, but they end up not being able to do it, which is totally understandable. But we could even just put a call out there in the Truth Textbook Project, like, do you have an area that you'd like to volunteer to write something up for? But what I've been wanting to do, Napalm, is make an example. That's what I'm supposed to do in my mind. I have tasked myself with that. First, because I think it should have some cohesion. Like if we're making a book, it should be like some kind of format, even if people are doing different chapters. So I got to figure out which thing I want to focus on, and then write a little chapter for it, and then put it out there, and then say, does anyone else want to volunteer? Do another chapter about something else. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. But yeah, like you said, we all, or most of us, have our 9 to 5s. I have my 9 to 9 job, and then
I actually work an 80-hour-a-week job as a tax accountant, and then I do lawn care on the side for about 25 hours a week. So
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I'm a glutton for punishment, but you know.
That's a lot of work.
So you actually have no spare time.
Well, I play soccer twice a week. That's pretty much my spare time. But I do try to manage my schedule to where I have the weekends off. Definitely don't work on Saturdays. But my
you just said that you work 105 hours a week when there's only 168 hours in a week. So that leaves you 63 hours to sleep 7 times, and that's 9 hours a night. So that leaves you 1 hour spare.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if any of you were online last night, but I was talking on the Discord till about 3:30 while I was working. 3:30 in the morning, up again by 8. Worked 10 hours as the tax job. Went and played a soccer game. Came back and then worked another 7 or 8 hours.
Do you have to do this, or do you enjoy doing this?
I mean, the 9 to 5 job is, I guess, a quote unquote have to. The side job is was started. Let's just say it's Plan B. Should Plan A fall through, I've got an income stream already set up and ready to flip to full-time work. Should I need to do that, and it's just a side hustle on the side for a little bit of extra cash. That extra cash helps me help others as well as, take care of not living paycheck to paycheck.
Wow.
How long have you been an auditor for?
How long have I? Oh, I'm not an auditor. I actually prep.
9 to 9.
I prep tax returns. Yeah, my father was an auditor.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So you're involved in the audit process. I assume, because I've never ever met a tax accountant that does 12-hour days.
Are you still young as well?
You mean it's usually more than 12 hours?
No, I know quite a few accountants, and it's only really auditors I know who do such long hours.
Yeah, I mean I work in public accounting. I don't work in industry. So without giving too much away, I work. Yeah, I work.
Yeah, I don't need to give away like your inner leg measurement or anything.
Right.
And I take it you're still pretty young then as well, right?
If you consider early 40s young, yeah.
Holy fuck! No. Then you mid years already. It's not good for you, man. You need to slow down a bit.
Yeah, I really have to be honest with you. I've really pulled back on a lot of the accounting overtime. I've scaled it back considerably over the past year or so. I've realized that the older I get, my time is worth way more than any compensation that any corporation would give me for it. So I've really kind of pulled it back.
I'm just surprised you have to do so many hours if you're a tax accountant doing that many hours in a, I don't know, something in my mind doesn't add up. I don't know what it is.
Well, what you have to realize is there's deadlines, right? So I deal with large corporations and things like that typically file extensions, right? So the normal tax due dates for individuals, we spend that time filing extensions. It takes a while for all these corporations to get their financial statements finalized. So our real work is actually starting up right now to meet September, October deadlines. And those are hard deadlines that can cost companies hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in tax penalties if you don't meet them. So it's, yeah, when you're up with hard deadlines like that can cost a lot of money, that's when it's all hands on deck. So
okay. So you actually do have a similar, role to an auditor, even though you're not doing audit. That's quite interesting.
Right. So typically where we start with the process is after the financial statements have gone through and been audited, we take audited financial statements and then start to
apply, tax strategies and compile the compliance work, which is the tax forms and all that stuff to file the taxes.
Yeah, it's funny. One of my best mates is, well, he's just moved into being a financial controller. He's an auditor for about 4 years, and he said the audit is basically a complete scam. Like he kind of checks it. He goes in there. A lot of it's creative. A lot of it you can ignore if you want, and then you just give it to the partner who doesn't really check it either and just signs it off. This is like the whole thing's completely. It's a complete waste of time. It's just kind of make work scheme to make qualified people earn money doing a job that isn't that necessary.
Yeah, there is some of that to an extent. I mean, my father used to be an auditor for one of the states here, so he worked for the state government as an auditor, auditing insurance companies, and they're really trying to dig in to see if there's any fraud or anything like that. But as far as like auditing companies, being like an outside auditor, you're really just trying to tick and tie and make sure that their numbers add up, because I don't know if you've heard of Enron back in the day, the way that Wolf of Wall Street or whatever movie was made after that, or I can't remember.
No, I had to study it. I'm part qualified myself.
Right.
So there's actually a whole section on Enron.
So I did have, I have toured with our audit division in the past and helped do what's called external confirmations, which is where I'm working for company A, I am company B, and I call company C who works with company A, and I just need to confirm balances, outstanding purchase orders and things like that at a specific date in order to, create the financial statement and say that this account was paid or not paid on this date. And that's where Enron was able to fudge their numbers was through that external confirmation process. They basically had shell companies that were saying, "Oh yeah, we owe them this amount of money," or they have an account with us for this amount of money, but it was all a scam, and it was all done through trying to confirm balances, and nobody caught it.
Yeah, my sister, she's an auditor for the private sector, and when she can work like maybe 4 or 5 hours a day when there's not a lot of projects, but then when they give her a bigger project for a bigger company, that she'll be able to work up 10 to 12 hours a day. And that's basically what she does. She like makes a lot of phone calls. She makes sure that they, did you actually spend this amount? I need to see the receipt. All so yeah. Sounds boring.
Yeah, that's the most rigorous part of auditing, is actually confirming balances, and it's the most pain in the butt to deal with, because I did have to, years ago, actually call people, and they'd be like, "Who are you? I don't owe you any money." I'm like, "No, I'm working for somebody that you do owe money to, and I just want to confirm the balance." Audit, accounting is not a sexy job. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, but my sister's sexy.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm halfway decent looking myself, but it's not a sexy job.
Are you guys bringing sexy back though? Yeah.
No, that's Witsit, bro.
So
I mean, I was expecting a strong no homo after that never arrived.
I'll be honest. I think if you have to say no homo, it's a little sketchy. But to reassure you that my intentions were homosexual, like, that's kind of weird. That was unspoken, bro.
You just like slap it on the table and just what we could do.
That's kind of like, no disrespect, but you're an idiot.
But I said with all due respect.
Yeah. You guys have seen this interview with Buzz Aldrin where he says, I remember we watched the moon landing. No, you thought you did, but you watched an animation, and then at the end he says, "Not a bad lie."
Yeah, and I love how quickly he responds with, "No, you didn't."
Yeah, and at the end he literally says, "You just heard us saying this," and he looked over. He said, "Not a bad lie."
Uh-huh.
Wow. I'm gonna start playing this on the mic in cities.
I'm surprised they still let him out of his house.
It's kind of weird how these guys are like deified, isn't it? Like the almighty, all-seeing Neil Armstrong. You know, it's like you can't. I don't know. It's like if you go up to like random people and be like, "Yeah, Neil Armstrong is just some liar. Buzz Aldrin is just a liar." It's just like it's like an issue for people. They're like, I don't know. They've already decided that he's almighty and you can't question him. You know?
Hey, if
It's a bit
Joe if Joe Biden's any example, we can only hope that Buzz Aldrin starts to get his wishy-washy with his words as he gets older and just starts letting stuff slip.
Yeah, well, you gotta let people keep their high, their buzz about space, right? That's why they call him Buzz, isn't it?
So I'm at the infamous location where Joshua Nowicki took the Chicago skyline picture, right? And so we're gonna go try to make the observation at sunset. Well, we walked out there yesterday. It's like a bit of a walk. There's sand dunes and stuff. And I went down the wrong trail, and we got here right before sunset. So I had to jog back like under a mile, but jog back with the tripod and the P900 in my hand, then come back down the other trail and jog up the sand dunes. It was terrible, bro. Anyway, then we get there and it's just way too cloudy. But so we're walking back and we see some people out there and we're asking, where the best place to see the Chicago skyline is. They're like down there, close to the pier. He's like, we see it all the time. I'm like, really?
Yeah,
Well, you're gonna think
I've been
this
telling
sounds
these people this, Winston. Thank you for confirming that. That it's almost every night. My cousin lives there. Yeah, it's always there. Have you seen it yet?
no,
It's
no,
farther
haven't.
down. It's farther south than you think it would be. Like if you're looking out toward the lake, you like you're tempted to just look straight across, but you have to look like way down. They told you that. They showed you where to look.
Yeah, yep. And
Yeah,
yesterday it was
yeah,
so
yeah.
cloudy you couldn't see anything. But so I was talking to him. I said, okay, well, you're gonna think it sounds crazy, but you're not supposed to be able to see that if on a ball Earth. I was like, so the argument is that it's just a mirage. I was like, does it look like a mirage or does it look like the actual skyline? And they're like, no, it doesn't look like a mirage. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, now you know. And they said they see it all the time. They said you can even see it at night. You can see the lights and everything.
You can see it with your naked eye. It's like it's like kind of hazy kind of rectangles and so on. I'm going to be there in like 2 days. Are you still going to be there? Probably not. I know you're on the move.
Oh, no, that sucks. I have to be in Indianapolis tomorrow for a anti-vax rally they want me to speak at.
Oh, cool. Wow. I'll look forward to hearing that. I'm sure you'll have it on your channel. Wow. You've got like a scheduled appearance. How exciting.
I guess. I mean, I can't really put too much of that detailed conversation on YouTube, so we'll see how it goes.
Oh, you might not put it on there. Are you going to put it on the D Live?
Let me just with it. Godspeed, sir.
Thanks for roboting, Hank. Thanks a lot. You're lucky I wasn't there, because I would have hit you with the friggin' mother load. Refraction! Stopped you in your tracks.
Dude, I would have just thrown one of them in the lake. No, like I said, everyday people don't say that stuff, bro. Like that's not a real depiction of reality. Everyday people that I watched all their brains just like turn on. They're like, oh wait, you're saying that I didn't really see the skyline, but I've seen it hundreds of times. Like they're like, that makes no sense. This guy must be wrong about the math. That's their instinct, right? And so once they found out the math's right, that average people are gonna be like, wow, that doesn't make sense. It's just globe zealots on the internet, man. I did it really casual too. I was like, yeah, I know it sounds crazy. I'm just coming out here to see if it looks like a mirage or not. I don't know. What do you think? Like I didn't just bombard them. So I made it to where they were already really engaged, asking us where we were from and stuff. So I just casually flat smacked them, you know.
A mirage is an extra image or images. So that can't be a mirage if it's just one image.
Yeah, of course, and it's identical to what it looks like. So dumb.
It'd be interesting to know if it looks exactly the same like during the day and at night, and if that's the case, like how do they account for nighttime refraction being the same as daytime refraction?
Well, that's what we're gonna do, right? So that, like, it's pretty known that the best way to see it's at sunset. So we're gonna go out there and get the sunset, and then wait and see if I can get it at night as well, and we can compare and contrast, you know. So I guess if like it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
You might have a problem because the fires from Oregon and stuff are
Yes.
yeah, because it's hazy.
Yep, that's why it was so bad yesterday, and that's what they were telling me. The same people I was talking, they were like, the smokes from the fires are
Yep.
carrying over. Yeah,
Yep.
and it really was, bro. It was you couldn't see anything. It was wild.
It was hazy here in Missouri a little bit. I thought it was my eyes. It rubbed my eyes, and nope.
Yeah, we'll have to have like just some luck. Yeah, that's to clear up. But we've had to set like it's like when I went to the Georgia Guidestones and it was raining and really cloudy, and it was supposed to rain real hard all night. And we're like, no way, we're getting time lapse of the star trails around Polaris through the hole. No way. We pull up, completely clear, stops raining, the whole sky goes completely clear. Just enough period of time for the time lapse. So I kind of, I always leave open the possibility that if we're supposed to get it, it'll happen. You know?
I sent you a message with if you have time to look at it.
About having babies.
No.
No.
Although I'm sure there'll be plenty of ladies lining up for you. Have they been lining up for you on your tour?
No. When females come up to me to talk to me and they flirt with me, and then I tell them there's flat, it kind of deads that.
Oh, that's too bad. Yes. I've had so many children, Whitsit. I've had so many already, but I know that you're just starting out, so I'm sure you have I hope that you are blessed with many children. You got to pass on those genes. Definitely pass those on.
I thought you were messaging me about the best way to have
a very
babies.
nice lady with a very nice lady. Yeah, I think because about the home birth, because somebody else put something in there about. Well, I think it was Shines. I don't know if she's still here, but yeah, that there are. That there are some concerns also about home birth that so there's a whole thing. I don't know, like if you actually find the lady Whitsit that you're settling down with, then I'll give you more details. But let's just say that's pretty much what the anime Gaskin thing is about. It's like the way it came in, you can do exercises and so on that makes it easier to come out. That's all I'm going to say. This is a family show.
Well, the creator didn't make it to where I have to go to a creepy little hospital so they can rip it, cut the cord too fast, smack its ass, and make it cry and traumatize. I just have a fundamental problem believing that makes it. It's like, oh, well, just based on physics, if the baby's coming out of you, why would you lay on your back and throw your legs in the air?
Yes, they just fall out, especially after you've had 6, like I have. The last one, like, literally just kind of fell out. They didn't believe me. I did go to the hospital for the last one. I was hoping it would just kind of randomly fall out and they wouldn't capture me. The people around me, they all are like, you got to go to the hospital. So they threw me in there. But, like, it's already starting to come out. I told them I was in the wheelchair. But that's why I told you the midwife didn't believe I'm in labor. Because if you do these things ahead of time and you have the right mindset, it is not the way it is if you sit there and think, oh, my God, great daddy of the hospital, save me and fill me with drugs. You can do it. It's not a problem. Like you just said, people have been doing it. It's very rare to have complications. But anyway, I'm like holding myself up in this wheelchair they forced me to go in. I'm like, I'm not going to sit on this baby's head. And then they didn't believe me and so they put me in the stupid wheelchair. I'm holding myself up. Didn't believe me. Then we got into the room. The lady's like, oh my gosh, code red. It's really coming out. Like the room was like instantly filled with 25 people. And then the baby just came out. Yeah.
Wow, sounds like some people we should trust. It sounds like they got it all figured out. We should. Bunch of losers.
It's not legit unless the government or some private corporation makes lots of money.
Exactly. It's like, are we gonna be baby truthers here? Like they lied about everything, but But no, when it comes to birth, they're just really looking out for you. They set it up perfect.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why they lie about you. They put lie to your face about virtually everything. Put poison your water and poison your food. It's because they really care about you.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it doesn't hurt. So that it never hurts because when all of your wives complain about that, like, yes, it's terrible and so on. But there are definitely things you can do to not make it as bad. Like the doctors just make it worse. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes, they just mess with it and make it worse. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't have to. Yeah, I think she was talking to. I was about to make that joke too.
I wasn't saying wives. I said one. I wasn't talking to just you. It's I'm saying all the people who have wives.
I was like,
the
are you
wives
like
of these men.
Al Whitsitt, and he's like, gonna have like 4
I am
wives.
not endorsing that plan, Whitsitt. In fact, I am nixing it. You should just have one wife, and she should be enough for you. Just
Well,
find
that's my
one
plan.
that is
That's
enough.
my plan.
Yeah. Find one that can be all the things you need her to be, and then you don't have to have 5 different ones to be all the different things.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can
But a
find
female
her.
can only look one way, though, right? Like she can't have darker skin or different hair.
You've never heard of wigs?
I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter. Just a joke.
Okay, good. Sometimes they can't tell with you.
Yeah. I mean, there is actual scriptural argument, but I'm not gonna get into it. It doesn't really matter. Like
I was going to say, there's also
you lead arena. Let's get polygamy versus monogamy in the arena.
what the scriptures say is that you have your wife and say that she can't bear children anymore. If she gives you her blessing, then it'd be okay to have children with another woman if you want to continue to make children. If she refuses to give you children, if you have the conversation with your first wife in advance and say that orphan or a widow comes across your path and you agree to take her in. The stipulations are always upon agreement with the first wife and just particular scenarios like childbirth and stuff like that. But it is scripturally outlined. But so like people like, let's say Mormonism or stuff like that, they've taken it and run 0 to 100, where it means like, oh, just have 20 wives just because. So, but for me, I don't know. With my experience, one female's plenty. Imagine like 10 females being dramatic, like 10 periods, or whatever. I'm just kidding,
It'd
but
be as dramatic though.
Oh my God, one is plenty.
They'd have competition, so they behave themselves.
Doesn't the scriptures talk about like if your brother passed away, that you're supposed to really take your brother's wife as well? Could be wrong on that.
Well, there's some footballers in the UK that took that a bit too literally.
It's like okay, say your brother dies, you're supposed to take care of his wife.
It doesn't mean you're meant to like take care of business with the wife.
Yeah. Also, everything has changed, right? Like when it says marriage, like it doesn't say like go get a wedding dress and a wedding and now you're married with a certificate. It's like actually what it says is once you choose to lay with a woman, you're supposed to be willing to provide for her for life, and that's effectively your commitment, right? At that point. So just like everything is different. I don't know. It's a rabbit hole.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we all know, like modern day marriage is actually an institution of government. It's not really got much to do with the relationship itself. You're just signing a business contract with another person. That's all it is.
It's a business partnership, 100%.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, isn't it? And if you think like, if you're prepared to enter into a relationship with a woman, and everyone's faithful, and you bear lots of children, everyone's happy, and all the rest, you wouldn't need to have to take half your shit afterwards, and you shouldn't be scared of that because it should already be a bond made in good faith. There shouldn't need to be like these heavy financial penalties for ending it because you shouldn't want to anyway.
We probably wouldn't have near as many abortions as a product of people just running around being promiscuous, having sex with whoever looks at them for a few seconds. Because if there was the underlining understanding that, well, you have to now provide for that woman for life. I'm just saying, like, it's not that doesn't really sound like a terrible thing, like as to how it would have effects on society, right? Like it would be a much more tactical decision. It's like it seems radical now, though. It's just like whenever the Torah says, like if you're gonna go take a wife and take someone else's wife, right? Like you could actually be killed for that. That sounds insane to us, but if you saw a female that was really attractive but married, and you're like, dang, I want to have sex with her, but I would die if I did that. Then a lot less people would cheat. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
He would shoot you for sure, 100%.
I was just saying, like it would change.
Magnum slug in your chest, no problem. No problem. That's me.
Like it's
Back in the biblical time.
the punishments are
Yeah,
there
old-
to
nice
kind of
and old
avoid
school,
them
man.
at all, like avoid them altogether, right? Like the idea being that the punishment never has to be enacted. It's like if you go take a female against her will and rape her, then you die according to the Torah. So you're not gonna go rape someone, even if you are a psychopath that wants to, because you're gonna die.
Would have a lot less.
Yeah, I mean, well, back in the day, I
Yeah.
don't know if it's true nowadays, but back in the day in Saudi Arabia, like a penalty for stealing anything was losing your hand. So,
Yeah.
how many people do you think actually had their hand chopped off
Steal.
for stealing something?
Yeah, it just
no
takes like one person,
many.
dude. It takes one person in the town that doesn't have a hand, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna leave that stack of hundreds right where they're at. I like my
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the theft was non-existent in Saudi. So, yeah.
Yeah, so once again, Torah's right. I'm just saying, it seems extreme to us, but it's because we don't understand how it would actually apply. Like it would just cut out on the depravity altogether. Like I don't know. It kind of removes the individual moral assessment, and it's like even for selfish purposes, someone would do what's right. You see what I'm saying? Like just like you said, like no one stole there. Yeah. It's the biggest red pill. Like we had the perfect structure already for us. That's all I'm saying. We've lost our
Dude,
mind
I'm
now.
agreeing,
like-
man. I fucking agree, dude.
It's not the same in Egypt though. Egypt's a shithole.
Oh, it is, bro. So is fucking. Where you from? England? Yeah, that's a shithole too.
No, I'm from Scotland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's also a shithole.
What? You're not from England?
No, I just wanted to call Scotland a shithole.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I caught that. So crypto. I heard something on the fake news that the 19th was Britain's Freedom Day. Is that true?
Lucky us. Aren't we so lucky?
Is it true?
You know, I feel blessed that the government isn't forcibly stopping people from leaving their house. How lucky!
Yeah, we should celebrate. Hey, Crypto, when I take a balloon and I rub it on my hair and I stick it to the wall, what's that called?
Gravity.
Sorry, when you take a balloon and you stick it to a wall, that's static.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Static.
Say it again. Say it again. It's what?
Static.
Oh, you said it too good that time, bro.
that's
Calm
it.
down. Stop pronouncing the T, bro. We know you don't like it, dude.
Static.
Well,
Is that it? Is that the right one? Did I say it right, Crypto?
Static.
I don't say static. I don't say static. I say static.
Oh, okay, I guess you guys can't agree over there.
Oh shoot.
No, they're just all wrong.
They're all
Okay.
wrong. Okay.
I agree with you on that one. What?
Bottle of water.
Bottle of
I think Americans
say the
seem to
cheese.
think. Yeah, I always say tea. Look, for a country that loves tea, I don't understand why no one likes saying tea. But like Americans seem to have this idea that like we've only got two accents. We've either got like the Queen's English or everyone sounds like Oliver. It's a little bit more varied. Sorry,
Yeah,
to
no,
say.
it's not as funny that way.
So it's
Yeah, I
way, so it's way more than a clusterfuck than we thought. Then.
Yeah. Have you ever heard a Liverpool accent?
Yeah, Liverpool.
Yes.
A
It's
Cockney
like the
accent.
Martin Leash, right? Martin Leash.
Martin Leash.
Martin
And
Leash.
the Americans.
Whoever. Flat Earth
Flat Earth
British. That guy. Yes.
Oh, I don't know him.
I'll agree with
How
you
do you
guys on
not
the
know him?
aluminium.
I don't
He's
really
Welsh.
do YouTube.
He's Welsh.
Oh God.
You're not supposed
The
to. Man.
Americans say Jaguar, where we.
Do you guys have
British-
social media police?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's a real thing. It's like a Twilight Zone. Like I mean, like
Yeah,
like actual police response to social media.
So okay, so let me give an example. Like there was I can't remember what it was. Somewhere in the north, someone made an ironic tweet about Nazis or something, and they had a home visit from the police.
Yeah, that's insanity, bro.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's nonsense. And there was another guy in Scotland. Sorry, Scotland. Is that better? There's a guy in Scotland who taught his dog how to do a Sig Heil salute, like a Roman salute, and he got arrested. The police actually visited his home for racial incitement.
Whoa.
Look it up. What's his name? He's one of these kind of cringy, wants to be against the establishment but also holds all of their views kind of people. But his content's okay. I'm trying to think what his name is. Count Dankula, I think that's his name. But if you just look up Count Dankula arrested for teaching dog how to Nazi salute, something like this, you'll find the story.
Oh man. What a world.
Wow, you guys gotta check out this cartoon. It's ridiculous. They're making them wear masks.
Well, from my
What, in the
experience,
cartoon?
normally when the government tells you that you aren't allowed to talk about or question the official narrative of a certain subject, they're usually lying about it.
Yep. What do you mean usually?
But yeah, pretty much every time, always.
I hope that guy didn't serve any time, right? Because how can they prove that it was a Nazi salute, right? Or who was the victim? I mean, there's lots of ways. Did he serve time for that?
Honestly, I don't know.
You're asking logical questions about the most
don't think so.
illogical procedure that exists. You know,
It-
like
it- I think it's still technically going on, because he even refused to pay the fine. Yeah, I don't know now, but I remember at least like a year ago there was still an issue with the fine which he refused to pay.
Because that's really weird.
On
Because if you
principle,
read
which
Darwin's
is
book,
completely
like
correct.
the title
He has
talks
no
about.
reason. Oh, sorry for cutting you off.
Sorry, bro. If you read, the Darwin's book, the title, it talks about preferred races, and isn't that also inciting? So anybody caught with that book, I mean, that's a slippery slope. They can't be doing that shit.
dude, I do a Nazi salute almost daily in the streets of America, and I say, "All hell, Biden." So
Brilliant.
I guess I'd get arrested.
That's an apt comparison, right?
Yeah, because for intents and purposes, I use the World War II narrative, like just for intents and purposes. Like you're talking to normies, they are not going to handle that red pill normal YouTube really be cool with it, So I just use the Nazis as an example. I'm like, all hell Biden. He said we can breathe oxygen again. Yay.
Right. I'll take your National Socialist and I'll raise you a senile communist.
Not for long. I'm sure they'll change that coming up in the fall here.
Yeah, of course.
What, where you have to cover your air holes again?
Yeah. LA just did a mandate.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, we've had a mandate here, and our mandate literally just lifted about 4 days ago, and people are like, "Oh, it's so nice that you can walk in to a shop without a mask on." And I was like, "I've been doing it for the last year, bro. Where have you been?"
Yo, Lou, are you here? I think Mrs. Musk wants to offer us a formal apology about it not coming back to lockdowns.
No. No. When I saw that,
Hold on, I
I
was actually
started
in the other room.
crying.
What was that? I want to hear that again.
Yeah, but she's about to formally apologize. Go ahead, Mrs.
No,
Musk.
no. Well, okay. I will, but I did say locked down again. I
Okay,
did say
so
that.
you're gonna keep fighting like a Glover. You're gonna fight until the lockdown. I got
I
it.
will halfway apologize.
Oh, okay. And the
You
earth
were
spins.
kind of right.
Isn't that such a woman response? It's like, even when she's completely wrong, it's like, I'll meet you
but
halfway. No, we're not meeting halfway. You're
My
wrong.
argument was, my position was they're not going to do a lockdown again. That was my
Oh, right. Yeah, you argued about that, guys? do though? You're like, no, we weren't gonna put the mask back on. Never.
Well, I didn't think they would do a mandate again.
Okay, well, it hasn't even gotten to autumn yet.
I know. That's why I'm like
Yeah,
so
wait till
stressed out. I'm about to I want to cancel my lease and move to Florida.
I think you need to get out of that state. I'm pretty sure that the person that just won your little beauty contest was a dude.
Yeah. There was about 4 different trannies that won different fucking state beauty contests recently, weren't there? Did you see these?
Yeah. It's officially a clown world.
It's rank. It's disgusting, man.
It's so sad.
No, it's worse. It's worse than Clown World. At least clowns are funny.
Touche.
Oh yeah.
Not really. They're scary. I don't think they're funny.
You've been watching too many movies.
Clowns are weird though. They're kind of weird.
Yeah, they're weird. And like the people
Yeah,
that
I
are
got
clowns
you.
are weird kinds of guys. Like only a weird dude is a clown.
Yeah, it's really. To be honest, if you see a guy like dressed in, you get those funny jackets where they're like 4 different colors and they kind of look like a chessboard, and they've always got like this kind of weird. It's always grey, like old dudes, grey hair, and it just looks like a sort of mad scientist, like Doc Brown character. Those guys are, they're just mentally ill.
You mean like guys that dress up like Santa Claus and let children sit on their lap in the mall?
But no, wait,
Yes.
they don't let
Oh my
them.
God.
It's the parents that let them. Those are the degenerates there. The other guys are just chances.
Well, we need a child to go there, and we need to use a GoPro low key and be like, "What do you want for Christmas?" I want physical measurement of curvature.
Just gets out the taser and goes. Zzz.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's like I want a unicorn. Oh, unicorns don't exist. What else do you want? Physical measurement of curvature. What size unicorn do you want? We're not gonna be able to get you the measurement.
Hey Santa, while you're flying around on your sleigh, have you ever seen the curvature?
Yeah, dude, for real, that'd be hilarious.
Like, do you live on Mount Meru or just around Mount Meru?
Funny though, get like a kid and teach him all the flat earth arguments and then send him to space camp or all these
Wouldn't you have to
need an
teach-
astronaut
wouldn't you
thing
have
or
to-
something and just have them whip it out like second law of thermodynamics.
Yo, I've been saying that for a while, dude. We get like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds to debate adults about the flat
Yes.
Earth.
You guys be
it's
careful
perfect.
what you say. You know how they clip this shit.
Yeah, they can't.
Well, it would be consensual, like us, like someone. Who...
Oh, that's a terrible word to use right now.
I mean, like
Ask.
the parents would already have taught the kids that the Earth is flat.
Surely they would have had to teach the kids how to speak English first, right? I don't remember goats speaking English.
Like
I'm about to say baby goats. Baby goats are speaking now.
What?
Yeah, last time I heard, God shut their mouth from after they got kicked out.
Yeah, I get caught saying kid pretty often, or
Oh
I catch,
my God.
I catch myself saying it. Usually nobody's ever pointed it out, but I said it yesterday, and or might have even said it today. Nobody said
I've got
anything.
I've got an easy fix. Messiah referred to them as little ones. If you have that in your head, you can never get mixed up.
Yeah, little
They're
ones.
little ones. They're just like us, but small.
If you are to lead one of these little ones
And less
astray,
confused by the sound of it.
Just
Yeah.
whenever you see friends and family with children, just say, "How's your kids?" Bah.
yeah, I mean, like the excuse that it's hard. I mean, doesn't really work. It's
because we
true,
can't
but it
have
doesn't
a
work.
conversation without like Gemsy being like, "Oh, don't use the word nice," or "Don't use this word," or "Don't use that word."
Oh, no, but it's just
You know
like it's
what
like
I
saying all around the planet. You know, like I mean, I'm
Okay,
sure a
no,
bunch
that
of us
well,
don't
that's
say that.
different.
Well, okay.
Oh, it's different now. Okay.
It's just like saying planet or
Because
global.
it is because this is a flat Earth server, and we're supposed we're not here talking about children.
Well, on this,
Dude,
I'm not the
did you
baby
bump your
animal
head?
we
server.
raise our children to be sound.
Lou, did you bump your head or something?
I did actually.
Hey, wait, you're taking a mic, right?
Hey, Crypto, you remember when you were talking about the female just has to act like they're not wrong while they're admitting they're wrong simultaneously?
Oh yeah, Musk. Are you still choking on that fact? Is it stuck in your throat?
Crypto dipped out for a minute, I guess.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, must say it with me now. I was wrong.
I did. I already did.
Not so much.
Do it. Elijah, why'd you change your name
I
to
was
your
partially wrong.
Sorry.
I want to know
It's not my
how
phone number,
partial. Like, where were you right? If
It's
you're
not my
only
voice.
partially
Because
wrong,
we
where were
haven't
you
locked
right?
up yet.
Yeah, well, we're gonna fight.
Okay, I'll bring my brass.
Ding, ding, ding.
I have a question. Does the female's memory come automatically default to selective, and is there an ability to change that?
Yes, you are
Hold
correct.
on, let me
Somebody clip that
update.
one. That was perfect.
No,
Let me
I
update
think.
my settings really quick, and I'll get back to
Well,
you.
I have a prayer that helps, Mrs. Musk. I don't know. Do you pray? I don't know. I don't want. I don't
Yes,
want to ask
I
you a personal
do. I
question.
do.
Okay, good. Okay, here's a prayer that I've been saying for a while. It's part of a longer prayer, but it says, "Please help me to remember the things that I should, and not to remember the things that I should not." Because we do. I acknowledge whoever it was that just said that. Like we do tend to hang on to things, don't we, Mrs. Musk, for like all eternity, and bring them up again when
True.
it suits our
Oh man,
purposes.
always, always.
Selective memory.
Everything you're
Yeah, you
saying
guys
is
have selective
remembered.
memory.
Do you
You have
remember? Do you
selective hearing.
remember 3 months and 31 days ago, like which would be 4 months? Do you remember 2 years ago, whenever you said yes when I asked you whether or not I looked fat in this dress? But it's like, do you remember what we were talking about 30
Yeah.
seconds ago?
I hands up, and we don't say anything at the time, but we hold on to it for artillery, yeah, in case we need it
Yes.
later. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
sorry. Am I
yes.
telling you the women's
Yeah,
secret?
oh,
here? I'm
yeah.
sorry.
They like
That
to cultivate the bitterness for a few
That-
years to make it potent.
It's like
That is
wine.
deadly
Gets
stuff.
better the longer
That's
you
like
hold on.
that's like the Doomsday Book or something with these women.
Yeah, but y'all like fester on
make
it
one
and make
little
it bigger than
mistake.
it actually was.
Make one little mistake, and that thing from 10 years ago will just pop right back out.
Bro, it's like, all right, babe, I can tell you're pissed. Let's talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. 3 weeks later, brings it up. Just perfect day, brings it up. I thought you didn't want to talk about it.
It's not time. It's not time yet.
Yes,
Has to be the
it
right
has to
time.
simmer.
Because she didn't finish
To
the
simmer.
sentence. She doesn't want to talk about it now. She wants to wait.
This is the second time today, like a Bill Burr stand-up would be perfect for this conversation. Like, you guys, if you're not familiar with him, he does quite a bit about.
Yeah.
He's funny as hell. But but he talks about like no reason to hit a woman. I mean, I'm not saying do it, but come on, there's plenty of reasons, and like, you know, stuff like that. You know,
You don't do it, but there's plenty of reasons.
yeah. No, how did that apply to this one though? The thing about bringing stuff up later, like they're really good at, they're opportunists. They make sure that they save that argument for a time that's opportune for them. That's why they hold on to it for so long.
For diversion. It's usually always diversion, yeah.
That's why we're such great
They seek the
debaters.
headship that doesn't belong to them.
It's like, why is this kitchen not clean? Do you remember 3 weeks ago when you liked that girl's picture?
Uh-oh.
But why did you like her picture?
Yo, I've had a female. I've actually had an ex mad at me. I've actually had an ex mad at me that a female liked my picture.
Well, an ex.
Yeah.
Tell her to keep walking.
And of course, that's your fault. You know.
It was
that's-
my fault, bro. It was my fault.
Like that.
What'd you
back
do
in
to
the day when
encourage
it's-
that?
Back in the
What'd
day,
you do to
I
encourage
played-
that attention? What were you wearing?
Oh, shoot.
Back in the day, playing PlayStation, I had there was a handful of
Suggestive
like,
tank top, right?
I
there was
saw
a
you
few
doing-
females on my friends list of my PlayStation
Or wife
network.
beater, like, okay.
And then there was this one dude that went by the name of Bunny. My girlfriend at the time, like she would, while I was at work, she would go on my PlayStation and she would delete any name on my friends list that she thought was a female. And like I had to re-add them like 4 or 5 times. I just kept on re-adding them. But then she kept on deleting this one dude in my clan, the bunny, because she thought that he was a girl. Like you gotta whatever.
you got
Get
bunny
the fuck
as
out
the
of my
dude.
PlayStation.
But yo, this is the funny part, right? Like when a female posts a pic. Okay, so like you're in a relationship. Say a girl posts a pic with you in it. Dude, you're not gonna like it. Then she posts another picture with just her in it. 300 likes, right? That's okay. But if they look through the likes on your picture and there's one female, like they're mad. I don't know. I'm just trying to
Who's
understand.
Tina?
No,
Who's Tina,
that's
Austin?
not true. That's
You
not
know,
true.
you know Jessica, don't you? When did you
Don't
have
tell
sex
me
with
you don't.
Jessica? It's
She liked
crazy.
your photo.
It's because you're
Yeah.
picking the wrong women, mate. I hope
Yeah,
you've
I'll
learned
give you
by
that.
now.
Yeah. I'll give you that. Yeah, I would say she's the wrong woman. She destroyed my windshield.
Yeah, have you ever read Titus 2, right? The only requisite for them is that they're submissive. First to Christ, then to their husbands.
Dude, my wife's like the opposite of
If
that.
they don't come under that, my friend, walk on. Run.
Are you still single, Elijah?
Obviously.
Yeah, I thought so.
You know, I'm younger than you, so I don't know what that's about.
Uh-oh. Shots fired, dude. You just got clapped back on.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
How old are
That,
you?
that was
Elijah?
that was an RPG. Like he just fired back with an RPG, but you didn't get it. It's like holy shit, dude.
All I said was he was younger than me.
Yeah, and if you're still single, then your point is moot.
Well, I'm single by choice.
So is he.
So am I. Funny one, yeah.
Hello. Wakies.
Sounds like a love connection to me.
I guess she's only half right. on
10
this.
points.
Yeah, she's only half wrong, Lou. She's only half wrong.
Yeah.
Interesting. The word submissive just triggers females now.
It
Can't even say that word.
does.
I didn't say it. Titus said it. Go and read the
Why'd
book.
you get
Do you want me to
triggered?
post the citation?
How dare you read a book?
I don't think there's anything wrong with what Elijah said. It's good to find a woman that's on a spiritual path. That way she won't break your windshield, you know what I'm saying? It's like it helps. But they are impossible to find when at the proper age. Like, yeah, I find them in their 40s, mid 40s, but you know, I'm not in my mid 40s, so it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks for me being young, and it's like trying to find a woman that's young on a spiritual path. I have zero fucking luck so far. It's not my fault because I'm on a spiritual path. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not on me.
Well, yeah, I mean, like it's if females can't submit to like the creator, then I don't really see much hope to get them to.
I walk away.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what you want, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just trying to have fun, I get it. But I don't know. I'm at the point in my life, like, fun equals trouble equals loss of money. I have big goals. Like, I don't want anyone to fucking derail me. Like, fuck off.
But
So, a woman only on a spiritual
seen-
path. Anything else, fuck off.
Have you seen the
Period.
requirements for a man, though?
Oh yeah,
and it's in Titus as well, right? I can paraphrase it in this. There's one guy who puts it in like the 4 P's: priest, prophet, provider, protector. If you can't do that, then you're a joker, and you need to fix that one first.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
Yeah,
not.
and that's the
so
irony
fine.
of the.
Well, I mean, I don't mean it in terms of being derogatory to anyone who isn't, but like the same way they have to meet their requirements from their perspective, females.
Well, this is the irony of the whole thing, right? Like, so it goes creator, Messiah, man, woman, child. So, like, the man answers to the creator. That comes with the most responsibility. He has to answer to the creator on behalf of the family, right? He's the one that actually holds the responsibility. So that's a lot
Do you
more
know what
weight.
it says? Do you know what it says? It says love.
God will hold
It
your
says
feet
love
to the
your
fire.
wives. It says love your wives as Christ loved the world, washing them with the word, with the water of the word, or something like that. It's in Titus. Let me just try and pull some of the stuff because it's an important thing for anyone. Because especially with all the truther thing in movies in the right way. No, not everyone's going to be the same way me and say Witzer would, but at least the logic is there. If you have to put yourself in the right place first, right? But bear with me, because I want to actually pull the citation instead of just paraphrasing.
All right. But I'm not Christian, so I don't have to take it word for word. I hope you understand that. So that's why I said
Yeah,
a woman on a spiritual path. I didn't say a woman that's submissive to Christ. There's a big difference.
Well, she has to, at minimum, be submissive to her husband, right?
Well, like submissive.
Can we
We're
define
gonna
that
actually have
word?
to define that.
Can we
Yeah.
define
Oh,
that?
yeah.
'Cause
There we
I
go.
keep hearing this
Yes,
word,
I can define
and
it.
I
I'm
think that
pulling the
some of you
citation. Bear
guys,
with me. Bear with
think
me.
it has like your own
Okay.
meaning, like unlimited
No,
sandwiches.
that's why I did. That's
Yes,
why I said
yes.
it the way
Unlimited
I said it, right?
sandwiches is part of it.
Get the fuck
No, that's
out
why I
of
said
That's
the way.
good. That,
Listen, this is why I said it the way I said it.
So that's a requirement. Like you must cook. I was just fucking with you.
No, this is why I said it the way I said it. First unto Christ, then unto the husband. Because if you're not husband material, why would she submit to you?
Yeah, of course. The responsibility once again is on the man. That's the irony of it.
Exactly. So, guys, don't be talking about the S word until you guys, make sure that you're,
All right. We're gonna say the word. We're not gonna say the
Don't
S
even
word.
say that word.
We're not children.
The miss, emphasis on the miss. Did you not hear that I covered all the ground, right?
Do you think the word miss is in there by coincidence? It's submissive.
I'm editing her name because she's pretending like she's.
I'll pay good money to watch Mrs. Musk and Witsit fight.
Let's do it.
That's just all kinds of illegal. What's wrong with you?
Well, no, debate. I'm saying debating. I'm not going to fight with it.
Oh, debate. Yeah, I mean that would be funny, I suppose.
You'd lose. Just kidding.
Oh man, you let's head side bets.
No, I mean a real fight.
Whoa.
No, oh my god.
I'm just kidding.
I would lose a fake nail and I would cry.
Yo, get rid of the fake nails.
Yeah, that's weapons of mass destruction.
You never know when you need them.
Oh man, see, okay. Once again, I had an ex. She was psycho, and she would.
How many exes do you need?
Isn't this like a straw
Take it
man?
easy.
Is this like a straw man fallacy?
No. She would dig her nails in
Red
my.
herring? Is this a red herring fallacy?
No. You just said you might need them. You might need them for what?
Okay.
For what do you need them?
I
Okay,
wanna hear
here's
this,
one
man.
thing. Here's
I
one
wanna-
thing.
I wanna hear this story
Somebody
about
who's not
your
me,
ex, dude. Hold on.
Okay, she would get mad and she would like just dig her nails into my neck, bro, and then rip them, like pull them down my neck. Is that what you? What else do you need them for?
Well, okay, so is this a red herring? Is this a red herring, guys?
What did you
It's a
do?
red herring. Right? Right?
No, it's not
You're
a red
like
herring.
making
It's
a
literally
false-
irrelevant.
I'm not her
Yes.
though.
It's non sequitur.
Okay, thank you.
It's not.
Whatever.
It's not a non
fallacy-
sequitur. It's not a non
Yeah,
sequitur.
This is how you can
It's a
debate
straw
me.
man. It's a straw man. Okay,
Okay,
that's what
there
you
we
would
go.
say.
It is. It is. It
There
is.
you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
You would say
So
that
you-
I'm misrepresenting your use case. So now you need to clarify what is your use case for the fake nails that you might need them in case you need them. That has a violent undertone.
I might have to
Yeah, I'm
scratch
gonna-
my back.
Infinite regress fallacy.
Yo, by the way, I was a bit off with one of my references, but I'm gonna post it now. But it's together with Ephesians and Titus. I'm just gonna put the whole thing there. But either way, read Ephesians, read Titus. That'll make the point. I'm not gonna do your work for you. You're all grown up.
You gotta read it,
But
man.
carry
So
on.
the
Sorry, I
abbreviation
interrupted, but
for
I just wanted to
Titus.
clarify that I got the book a bit off with my reference. Carry on.
A pretty consistent theme throughout the whole thing. It's very simple, Creator, man, woman, child. The man has the responsibility of answering to the creator on behalf of the family. This is why when I have people jump in my chats and they're like crying about being single, I'm like, but are you a gamma though? I'm like, I think you maybe you're a gamma. Like if females don't feel inclined to follow your lead, that is very possibly your fault. I mean, yeah, we do have like rebellious females in Babylon everywhere, but you're not supposed to force them to follow you. They're supposed to want to, and that responsibility is on the man to be strong enough so that they feel inclined to do that. That's kind of the whole thing, right? So like it's this misrepresentation when actually there's way more responsibility on the man in the entire scenario.
Question.
What do you mean by follow? Can you
Yeah,
clarify
like they
that
just they just instinctively want to follow their lead. They make the big decisions regarding like safety or security, you know, whatever it is. Like they trust their decision making to provide, and they instinctively want to follow their lead where they go. They feel inclined to follow where they lead, right? In general.
Okay.
What the hell is a gamma?
Way below beta, yeah, and you just keep going. Gamma.
Oh, I thought that was omega.
Gamma's funny because it has this like we kind of have defined
Kinda
it
sounds
as
like gay.
applicable to now. It's just like it's a dude that has an inflated feeling of importance, and in order to get the approval of the group, will act subversively and lie to do that, right? So although the group doesn't look at the gamma as a leader, he will convince himself he is in fact the leader of the group. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's
there's
like
just one thing
everybody,
I'd
man.
add, because I think there's developed a kind of offshoot from like the kind of gammas you point out, Witsit, in this kind of arena, this kind of area. But the original gammas, they require intelligence to a high degree. Unfortunately, the kind of ones that we tend to label in that way, they don't have the intelligence anywhere near to meet the requirement.
Not anymore.
Touche. I mean, I'm not big on the whole alphabet hierarchy anyway. I just think it's honestly, I just think it's funny. Yeah, I love saying it.
If anyone is that interested, like to that level of where this actually rooted from, I know it's from multiple places, but if you look up Vox Day, the social sexual hierarchy, I believe he titled it. That will get you the gist of where this stuff comes from.
Yeah.
So what is a
so like,
sigma?
technically speaking, gammas
I'm
actually
down
have.
for that, honestly. I'm down.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so because someone asked for the citation, so if you want to know where at least from where I understand it, that's where it came from how I understand it.
Yeah, technically he's making a good point, right? If you get
Power
technical,
trip. You feel me?
the gamma has to have at least intelligence and some potential to be a leader, but they throw that away via subversion and dishonesty, right? So like they have intelligence, they misapply, right? Like that, like not everyone actually makes the mandatory minimum to even act like a gamma. If you get technical, and I call like all the betas gammas because I just think it's funny. Like I just think gamma male is funny because people get triggered.
That's what I thought you were saying. I didn't think it was that fucking technical, like with what Elijah brought up. I was like, oh, okay. I thought you were saying gammas. I was like, yeah, another word for like sub beta male. Yeah.
Yeah, like
What's
I
the
use it a
omega?
lot.
What's the omega male? Is there one of those?
Okay, yeah, there is, and I think in the context that Vox puts in, an omega is basically someone who's just like super low on the hierarchy, and you know,
I think like
Actually, omega is outside of it. Like he's not. He's antisocial.
Yeah, he's just like he's you know, someone you'd have pity on. But again, it's been a while. That one's like one of the rarer kinds. But by the way, a beta in this context is not actually a bad thing. So there's
says the
because
beta.
there's well, no, if you go and look at what it's about, because for instance, if you're a man of Christ, you'd be beta to Christ, right? Nothing wrong with submitting to an authority worthy of submitting to.
Well, no, that's
But
like
this
that's
is
like
where-
yeah,
this
that's
is where the-
bravo.
this is
It's
where
like Vox Day calls that bravo, right? Like so you are
you're right.
Yeah, bravo. So you're
And this is-
talented,
this
but
is-
you acknowledge that there is someone that you feel inclined to lead, and then you're like a really
Yeah.
strong, loyal, like
Because-
right hand man, basically.
Because not everyone can be a general, not everyone can be a CEO. But yeah, that's where the nuance and the switch comes in to like within the culture, because you got the bravos, like how he says it, but then you got the you're just a cuck, so you're beta. So that's where there's like little bits of you have to know the details. But I'm just saying because I enjoy this stuff and I just like riffing on it. So carry on.
Oh yeah, I think it's we would all be bravos to Christ if you do it right. You know, like you have to acknowledge that that's the leader.
Yeah, thank you for that correction, by the way. Yeah, it's bravo is the right one.
But from what I'm reading about the Omega males, they're the ones who gave up and just opted out.
Yeah, nihilism.
Yeah, because they, you know, they don't shower. They don't. They're just like, yeah, I'm done, and they just kind of, what's the word? They get super myopic on whatever their own.
I think the word is disgusting.
They can kind of get out of it. It's the gammas are lost, unless they're willing to accept that they're full of lies. But the omegas have a chance. The gammas, for the most part, it's like, okay, well, have fun with that.
Yeah, they've made a conscious decision to be subversive as opposed to just not caring. Like omegas just don't care. Like basically nihilism.
But how did we get onto this and not?
I think you're mixing up.
Not to completely shake down.
Who wants to
Musk
talk about
for
Jesus?
the
Let's
lap-
go. Let's
lap
talk
thing.
about Jesus. Also, happy birthday,
Musk
Drace.
did. That's why. No worries.
It's your birthday, Drace.
Oh, Drace, happy
birthday, bro.
Yeah, it's
I
my
didn't
birthday
know
right
that.
now.
Cool. Happy birthday.
birthday, man. Happy birthday.
Okay, as it applies to Yeshua, like everyone wanted to follow him. Like wherever he went, people followed. They listened. They followed his instructions. They wanted to follow him. Gamma would be a guy who acted as if they were in the position of Yeshua, but the people themselves did not want to follow him. Right.
So, what is a Sigma male?
I mean,
Oh,
he
he
mixed
walks
up
his own path.
Omega with Sigma. Like a
I'll
Sigma
leave it
doesn't
there.
want to be part of the hierarchy, and yeah. Like
Sigma equals stress equals force divided by area.
Anyway.
I think honestly, it's not like black and white. I think people have characteristics that transcend different labels, you know. But
All
that's
you
my
have to
feeling.
do, if you're caught breaking the rules of the hotel, just buy the hotel. It's that easy. It's so Sigma.
Like most people have been a gamma before, right? Like have done something gamma-esque. Like, okay, say you're walking down the street and you see like this really attractive female and the dude she's with is super lame. You're like, why did that dude get the girl? Like, see, when I see that, I'm honestly like, I see you, bro. That's honestly how I feel. I'm like impressed. I'm happy for that guy. But a lot of guys are like, why don't I get a pretty girl? I'm cooler than that guy. That's like a gamma thing. And we've probably all had moments in our life where while growing up, while you've had a gamma tendency. So like, it's
I
not
don't
black
know.
and white. It transcends.
I'm kind of indifferent to that. I don't really feel one way or the other. I'm just like, oh, cool. She's pretty. I don't even look at the guy.
Well, I do notice that like females date below their, their league, but I never look at it from the perspective of like, why don't I get the pretty girl? Like that's
But they only marry up though. They marry across the dominance hierarchy and up. They never marry across and down. It's extremely rare. Not never. It is rare. But they marry across and up. But yes, they'll do that and they'll date a guy that's below them in the dominance hierarchy for whatever.
Egotistical purposes and like a fill-in period.
Sure is. Yeah. Younger, so they'll go for the millionaire to raise their children or whatnot for a secure life, because he's the most high on the social dominance hierarchy. Like Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot, and but at the same time she'll be fucking that the pool boy.
Peterson's a waste
All
man.
right. What's up?
Peterson is a waste man. He's a liar by his own standards.
Don't say that in front of Logaran.
He's also what?
You're not shit talk him in front of Logaran.
He's a drug addict.
Or Logres.
Yeah, it's okay.
I could give a monkey's what you think of him.
I get it.
By his own words and by his own deeds, he's a liar.
He's also tweeted over sexualizing his own daughter.
And he pretends like he's a believer. He pretends like he's a believer. It's like, excuse me, pull the other one. Everything you're saying is Gnostic and nonsense.
Yeah, when people ask him pointed questions about the scriptures, he runs away.
Oh, okay. Well,
Professional double speaker.
The psychology stuff, that's not his anyways. Like Carl Jung and stuff like that. So it's most of the stuff he says is not his. Like about psychology.
Right.
Like women marrying across and up. Like you see this shit every day, dude. Like it's
yeah, you don't need someone like him to tell you that. That's just obvious.
No, but the way the words he used, like this, I used his words, so I don't want to plagiarize. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't make it.
Like if you need Jordan Peterson to know to clean your room, like, come on, bro.
Right.
That's kind of your problem. He's not
But
profound.
just for context, though, I think it was Agenda 21 that he was involved with. So he's like communistic to the nth degree.
Yeah, he literally helped write part of it.
Yeah. So just like whoever has not heard of that before, consider that in your opinion of the individual. Because
I don't care
waste
about the individual himself. Really, just taking the info. Like Einstein married his cousin. Like I could give a fuck. His shit is trash, except the photoelectric effect. So it's like
I think the cousin thing is the least of that guy's problem. Man.
Like it's like I don't. It's not my problem. But yeah, we're just talking about the social dominance hierarchy, and I like those words. So I used them. So I'm not trying to like sound smart. That's why I said I got it from him, because those are his words. I heard it from him, which are not his words, anyways. But yeah. What the fuck you guys were saying? What was it?
Oh shit! The Earth is flat.
They were saying marry a flat Earth wife, and have plenty of children.
Yep, exactly. Marry a female that knows where she lives and wants to make babies.
Yeah.
And submit to the creator.
Yeah, I agree.
Because all the horse shit that happened while we were all living in delusion on the globe, that's all got to go in the waste basket now. So.
Yo, and I empathize. I have people talk to me all the time, like I just can't get my wife on board. It's miserable, blah blah blah, like about the Earth, and I empathize. That sucks. Like to find out about the flat Earth post marriage, right? And then some people are lucky enough to have a partner that's open-minded, at least entertains it, isn't like very combative about it, even if they don't agree, at least. But if you are single at this point, you certainly shouldn't marry someone that's like vehemently opposed to flat Earth. That would be miserable. Certainly, if it's something you're passionate about, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, it would just be unwise, right? I wouldn't go so far as to say unequally yoked, because that's a detail. But the whole reason for that part in the scriptures is super important, right? Now, again, not everyone agrees with that. Not everyone believes the same way me and Witsit believe, right? But just the logic of it, like what Witsit's getting at. If you can't walk in agreement at the first meal, then it's not gonna go well, is it?
No. Like I've learned from like even exes, right? Like where I want to talk about substantive things, and I found out about flat Earth dating one female, and she just didn't care. She wasn't like she just didn't care. It's like you want to be equally yoked in many ways, but like you want to marry someone that is actually interested in the conversation. Like you're both going to be genuinely excited to talk about substantive things like this for hours, where both people are excited to talk about it. That's ideal, right? That way you're not like having to force your significant other to listen to you about the Earth or whatever. Like they want to talk about it.
And
that's how you can enjoy your
whole
time together.
And the whole agenda of marriage, unless you're completely confused, is to have children, right? So if you can't agree on that, then how? Like when you're teaching your children the realness, there's just going to be conflict. So it's just fundamentally illogical to pursue something like that. And this is where you have to override feelings, right? So the scriptural reference from that would be take captive every thought.
Yeah, and the heart's the most deceitful.
The heart is the
most deceitful above all things.
Test it well.
I will say that like a child being introduced can save a bunch of marriages that have already taken place, though, right? So, like, say a female is kind of apathetic regarding some of these conversations, but when you have a child and you have to teach them everything, all of a sudden they're kind of forced to care, to examine it.
Boy, is that a gamble, man.
Oh, I know. I'm not suggesting that is advice for post marriage, right? Like I don't.
Right. Okay.
That's who always pays the price, bro, for bad fucking relationships. The children, bro.
Dude, 0% chance I would ever date a female that doesn't know the Earth's flat. 0% chance. I would never do it. Couldn't do it. It'd be miserable.
Never. why not? I mean, perhaps you'll tell her about flat Earth, and she'll be like, "Oh shit, okay." And
that would have to happen before I would even think about dating her.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be the subtle groundwork, right?
Yeah. Like the scriptures and the Earth are big litmus tests. Like some of the females, they'll come up to me and like be flirty, and I bring up the Earth, and then they just like want to leave. And then some of them are like, "Wait, what? I've never heard that," you know. And you can tell that they think it's crazy, but they're open-minded. Yeah, like that's a potential avenue, right? Like you could talk to someone like that, and maybe they come around, they just didn't know, and they're open-minded. But like, I wouldn't suggest you dating them and then trying to change them.
Yeah, good luck with that cogniz in the middle of a relationship.
Oh man. Oh man.
Can you imagine? That is a nightmare. That would
Not
be.
trying to change
Then you
anyone.
gotta
present the
instantly hit them with
information.
with the 10 children, the 12 children, the homeschooling, the homesteading. You gotta do every punch all in one. If they could stand that barrage, then you might have something to work with.
Yeah, I swear. That's why I'm super blunt with females from the jump. Right. I think it's the most effective way. Like, just get it out of the way. Just even if you think they're really pretty and you're like, damn, I want this to work. Stop being lame. Just be blunt. Bring it all up from the jump.
Mm-hmm. So, honey, what you think about water?
Like another thing, right? It's basic
gas for
thing.
sure.
It's basic. Say that. So most of us truthers, we hate movies. Like we don't like to just watch movies all the time. But like, so you don't want to date someone who's the female's idea of a perfect date is like sitting at home watching movies all the time. You want to date one that agrees with you that it'd be cool to go to the beach or to go to the mountains or to go hike or to go see, because you're not gonna ever agree on what to do. You know what I'm saying? Like I see so many, dude. You have no idea how many emails I get of people like expressing their frustration regarding their relationship,
Yeah,
their significant other.
That's why it's so important to be honest and show them how you are instead of just portraying this picture of who you're not. Because if they think you're like this guy who likes watching TV or this guy who likes climbing mountains when you don't, it's not going to work and it's not going to go well.
Yep. So that's why, like, I don't. If it's if flat Earth, I mean, if we agree on everything else, and let's say she doesn't care, because a lot of women don't care. Like, I think my mom wouldn't care either about the shape of the Earth, but so it's like, I get it. Women kind of. There's the alpha. Well, this is where the leader follower sort of thing, right? You were talking about like the biblical sort of or scriptural, spiritual sort of stuff. Yeah, it's like as long as the leader of the family knows about it, it's good. It's like it's fine. I think. Like I can handle it. Like I know I'm not gonna try to change people. I'm not trying to like I don't want to change anybody. Fuck that shit. Like I
want to say
actually don't give a fuck if you change your mind or not. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to say this too, though, right? Like you can't be too dogmatic about it. Like I said, if you're a strong male and you're founded in your relationship with a creator and you're confident and the female feels naturally inclined to follow you, a lot of this stuff will fall in place. They don't have to be perfect when you see them. They don't have to know everything. You know, like they don't have to be as woke as you.
Man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It's a confidence in your convictions, and usually that's what's very attractive to the female to begin with. And once they understand how confident you are in your convictions, they don't necessarily quote unquote submit to it, but they definitely believe, understand, and are willing to take in the information you're giving them and trust your opinion on it.
Right, that is founded in exactly. Well said.
Yeah, I could tell my wife that the Earth is literally a potato, and she'd be like, "Oh, okay." Like she just trusts in my intelligence, and when I have a strong conviction about something, she knows I'm not BSing, and it's not some unfounded belief system.
Yeah, she knows you. It's kind of like with my family. karma, for instance, when I told her, she was like, "Oh, okay."
See, there we go. Cyrus, to the rescue. It's all good. Just tell your woman and make sure you educate yourself first. All right, just educate yourself about it and just be like, hey, have you heard about this? Do you feel fucking motion? Yeah. And all right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my scenario is a little bit more extreme, right? Like, I'm going around the U.S. on a microphone, dude, talking about the fight. Like, so for a female to be with me, they're definitely gonna have to be okay with that conversation. Like, that the Earth's flat. They're gonna have to agree, right? Like,
Can you do that like for how long? How long are you gonna do that? You're gonna keep on doing it? Is that the plan or?
No.
Okay.
But
Well,
like,
I mean, that could be like your thing, right? That could be your channel, like just always fucking traveling sort of things. Like that's dope as fuck, man.
Well, like
You
if
know,
a
and of
female was
course,
down to
like-
do that, I'd be down to do that till we made babies.
Right. Yeah, gotta settle a little bit.
Right.
Take the babies on the road. Fuck it.
I guess you could have an RV. I bet that would be start adding a lot of babies.
Yeah. Like a dope ass fucking like something nice.
You can buy RVs for like $2 million, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not that expensive though. I'm saying like a hundo, something for like 100,000, something like that. That's.
Yeah, I would say you had a bunch of babies to a small RVs.
You could get like 10 decent homesteads for that much.
That's what I'm saying. It's not particularly logical for founding a family, I don't think.
But even just temporarily, like there's
William.
there's homeschooling families who go around, like for a year or whatever, and it's part of their homeschool where they go and actually look at all these places and go to the national parks. In fact, there was a documentary about one of them. Now I can't remember what it was called, but it was pretty good. It was on Netflix actually. I watched a few years back there where the family like just left their house there and they went on the RV for a year and taught their kids on the road, and they actually went and saw all the stuff,
I saw a guy do that, but with a boat. He took his family on a boat, and then they traveled the world.
Yeah, me and my wife have been talking about doing that.
Even better. Ryan, you're gonna go on an RV or on a boat?
RV. It's been talked about for about a year now. We're
Oh, cool. Well, let us know if you do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think the boat would be even better. That would actually be my dream too, because then on the boat you can go to all different countries and everything. I would totally love to do that. Yeah, I'd have to get like a really big boat because I got so many children. But if you were just starting out, it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm a big fisherman, so yeah, I would dig it big time.
Flat Earth sail around Earth.
That would be nice.
I'd go if I'm still alive.
Yo, Witsit. I know it doesn't directly apply per se, but you read the scripture that talks about how the first year of marriage, the husband has to be left alone and all that. You remember that?
Yeah, like you don't even go to war or anything for your entire first year, and then you don't go till you have a child, and your first year you're basically like you're not supposed to be expected to go work for anyone else or to go to war or anything. You're supposed to focus on literally starting to try to make babies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Probably help if you were sober for a year before you got in a relationship too.
I wonder who that's directed at.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same.
Hey, are you talking to me, motherfucker? I'm just kidding.
I'll have you know, I'm perfectly okay. No, but that does actually raise a good point, right? If your level of self-control is lacking, and I'll leave the interpretations ambiguous, then that's another thing that a man should consider before he sets foot over there.
You know what's really cool? Like, just because you like that reminded me, like, ducking the draft is scripturally backed. For example, like, so when it talks about going to war, like within the first year of marriage, a man doesn't go to war, and if you're afraid to go to war, then you don't go. That's just like, if you're afraid to go, then you don't go. So it's like the way they set it up. If you don't agree with the cause of the war, then you don't go. Scripturally speaking, right? So like, if they draft you, it's not dishonorable to not go. I don't agree with the B system's motivation to go murder people. I don't. It's a totally different thing. Of course, you can see that in the context there. Like, it's implied that if you're afraid to go to war, you're a coward. Scripturally speaking, like if there's a justified, righteous war. But that's not kind of
I wish more
non-related.
people would look at it like that.
Yeah. Scriptures are always right, man. Like, it's always a more logical approach to every aspect of life. It's like consistently more logical. It's logos.
Amen.
Well, yeah, just the logic, right? You can't really have someone who's what was the word, afraid? Was it in a battle? That's of no use. So it's that to me, it just shows the loving nature of the Creator. Oh, and just the logic, right?
I used to worry about my sons getting drafted, when they get old enough. But like nowadays, I can't imagine they'd ever really do a draft. Can you imagine with the youth of today? It'd be like, oh my gosh, they'd just be signing themselves up for a bunch of headaches. Plus, they've just bribed, a bunch of the young ones just to join anyway. So I don't know. Seems to me really unlikely they would do that. I don't know.
It would be a massive troll because people would just take the mick, surely. I mean, at this point, it's just a laugh. The whole military thing's just a joke. Well, from at least one perspective, not completely.
They're going to be controlling drones from a gaming console and not even realize what they're doing.
Right.
Well, they've already done that before. People can legitimately have no clue whether they are or are not participating in murder. So consider that, whoever still plays games.
Anders.
And I know it sounds like I'm joking, but it's not as funny as you might think.
Yeah, they're probably developing war technology with everybody playing these games. Obviously.
And they're extracting information, right?
But,
if
yeah,
you
I
have
don't-
like a whole generation, you have a whole generation playing COD 18/7 or whatever, right? Most of the day, whenever they're not working or at school, right? So they're playing this thing day in, day out. You've got data collection of the minds of how actual people who are actually going to have to stand up and defend themselves.
Yes. So I wasn't just talking about the technology. You're right. I'm talking about the tactician part of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not very wise in terms of a generation to just be like, yeah, I'll show you how I'm gonna behave in a battle. It's like, hold on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a cranium? Consider this. Not to say I haven't played games before, but it's definitely something you should consider because everyone and their mother plays these kind of games from all the ages.
It's a lot like in Ender's Game, where they have they're monitored all through their growing up, watching their gaming and listening to everything they do, to see if they would be, a good prospect for, certain position in their military or whatever, and then they've got him trained in simulation where he thinks it's a simulation, but ends up wiping out an entire planet in the book. It's it parallels like all of this pretty well, as sci-fi usually does.
Yeah. How many of these gamers would even know if they just switched the whole thing into real life war and battles and they were playing these games and not even knowing it? They wouldn't even know.
Well, if you told them it was a really exclusive game with special military-grade graphics, only the best players who win this other game get to play it, yeah, you'd get a ton of kids just to kill people and they would never know.
Okay, so we all know how important sound is, right? And I'm a gamer, and I love playing games. I always have. But certain sounds now, like BioShock games, or I don't know, the soundtrack. I heard how they would use like tortured screaming pigs or things like that, and some of the soundtracks I really struggle to have. I have issue listening to.
Yeah, it's desensitization. I can't say that word.
Desensitization, or desensitize you.
Yeah.
Oh, the game that reminds me of back in the day, the game Max Payne, the original one, where there was like a dream sequence, a nightmare sequence where you have to like walk on this bloodline and like make these jumps, and otherwise everything's all dark, and the whole time there's a screaming baby like that was supposed to be his like murdered. He's like reliving this experience where his wife and his kid were murdered, and
That's like Shadow Man.
Yeah, you just have this screaming baby like so many times throughout the game, and it's like it just sends chills down your spine. Like, but yeah, I could see it being this sensitization, whatever. Can't speak.
But who's to say what if they didn't use like actual tortured people, or I don't know. I don't know what they put in those games sometimes.
It wasn't the Max Payne one the same? I mean, I'm assuming you're referring to a particular one, but the whole running theme of it was, in the background there was always like drug addicts like losing their minds, chatting in the background and stuff like
that. I forget the name of the drug that they were taking, but driving them crazy.
Yeah, I never played it like fully, but I witnessed a lot of it. It was a special game.
It was a good
game. So when you
said
that, it just instantly reminded me of that. Yeah.
I watched someone play that.
The graphic nature of it was to a high level with those tactics. That's true.
But there's many similar, right?
Actually, it was like a PS2 game, wasn't it? So.
No, I remember that, but there's similar sequences in other games. Like I'm trying to think, Shadow Man or other games like that, where there was a dream sequence and you're following something where you can fall off and they're screaming and
Even just the tunnel sequence in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, they've been sneaking this kind of stuff in.
I'm sure you guys know about Grand Theft Auto, right? The big one.
There's a whole bunch of things about that game, but are you talking about something specific about it?
Well, just the degeneracy and desensitization,
desensitizes you to, robbing people, robbing their cars, going to strip clubs and having a dance, these kind of things that lead you, basically lead kids the wrong way.
You get a hooker, you have her suck your dick in your car, then you shoot her in your head and take your money back and drive off. That's what you do, okay? Like,
and that's how you win the game.
Yeah.
Who thought that was a good idea? Oh my God! Do you see?
And then listen to this. Then you go into the stock market and you short one of the stocks of the bigger companies, and then you go murder the guy, the CEO, and your stock goes up. I mean, your stock goes down,
and then you become a multi-billionaire.
But Pepe Le Pew's misogyny and Mr. Potato Head's gender is more important for the children.
So in other words, sorry, Drace, go ahead, man.
I'm just gonna add on to that because there's another game called Carmageddon where you get points for hitting pedestrians with your car, and more points if it's an old lady or a child.
Yeah, so they're teaching people how to do exactly what the elites are actually doing, including hitting people with cars, but they get away with it, so there's that.
They need to keep the jails full because, jails make money.
Yeah, now you got me wanting to play some Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, shoot. Wasn't Wolfenstein one of the very first ones that came out?
Yeah, I used to play that back in the day.
You know what?
Played
Listen,
video games.
I couldn't play it because when I played it for like 10 or 15 minutes, I literally got me having lived on a boat for many years. I got motion sickness playing those games. I couldn't play them. Made me sick.
I mean, that's old school. You're talking about like early '90s when internet was just starting to come around.
Yep.
We got a pirated version of Wolfenstein 3D when I was like 12.
Wow. What a world. What a world.
Yep, I am old enough to remember using DOS prompts to go in and play that game. Yep.
Yeah. Me too.
C:/run.
I used to write my own DOS scripts. I knew it pretty well, man. I could take DOS apart, put it back together. It's funny. Windows 3.1.
You know, actually about the Grand Theft Auto thing too, and Grand Theft Auto 5, it's interesting how they keep a ton of stats about how you played the game, and when you beat the game at the end in story mode, like it gives you like almost like a psychological evaluation.
Well, you know that Facebook, through like Instagram and Facebook, they literally count the milliseconds that you are looking at a specific picture and analyze that data and feed you more information based on the things that draw your eyes to attention. Like your phone is literally watching your eyes while you're looking at a picture, and they're taking the data. If you're wearing a Apple Watch or Fitbit or anything like that, it's also collecting your heart rate as you're looking at the picture, how long you're looking at the picture, and how it affects you psychologically. Pretty scary.
So we shouldn't do porno then.
Just make sure your Apple Watch is on your right hand.
Oh, and Matt Landman sells pouches that you can put your phone in, and you can't be tracked, and you can kind of put it in there to go to sleep or whatever, or if you're
Who's
going
Matt?
somewhere.
Who's Matt?
Matt Landman is the guy who did the Frankenskies documentary. He's put out all the information about the chemtrails.
Can you put his link for us in the live stream, please?
Yeah, let me find it. I'll find I'll find that for you.
Thank you.
I might just find his clothing company.
Yeah, I disconnect from my phone. I don't even hardly ever use it. It sits here at home. When I go out, I purposely don't take it. Unless I'm going to take some photos of the sun or something like that, then I turn it off. I get to my location and I turn it on, take the picture, then turn it back off. But I don't know if it does any good. It might not do any good for these new ones where you can't remove the battery. So are you really turning it off? Don't know. Yeah, I've heard of.
Yeah, I've seen also like airplane mode. Your phone actually, it's been tested. Your phone, when you put it into airplane mode, it actually pings the cell towers more often than it did in regular mode.
Oh,
So like you're
great.
supposed to be disconnecting from all radios, and it you think that you're not being tracked anymore, but it actually is doing triangulation on you at a more frequent rate based off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to get away from all these hundreds and hundreds of freaking towers that are around me, man. I hear them at night. They buzz my head, literally. So I probably have to wait till next year before I could even think about getting out of here. So,
And they, what I was saying there also, that goes as with your phone being turned off too, as long as it's got a battery with any power whatsoever in it. Like
Yeah.
if it's not completely dead, yeah, it's still, even when the phone's turned off, it's still pinging the towers too.
Yeah.
How does that work on a ball?
Yeah, good question. Doesn't.
It's the gravity refraction of space-time.
The space-time gravity refraction index.
Gonna move, Sonny. Where will you go if you leave Cali?
Pardon me?
You're gonna get out of Cali?
Yeah, I have to get
Where would
out
you
of here, man.
go?
Shit, I don't even know yet because it's like I can't even rub two sticks together as far as the resources that I'm gonna need. So I have to wait until next year. Some things are gonna change, and it's like it's like I'm stuck here until then. It really feels freaking bad, you know, because I'm like, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
It's just hard to know like what the best state is. I feel like Florida or South Dakota seem pretty good, but
Yeah, but see, the thing is, like, you're gonna have to be used to like, and Florida's one thing. They're gonna have their own issues. But someplace like South Dakota, you are gonna have to be ready to survive brutal freaking storms,
true.
brutal cold, and really, it's a difficult place to function. You know, so I mean, people do it, but I'm thinking more along the lines of somewhere in the Midwest.
Oh. What about Texas? Good, or is Texas all jacked up now?
Well, I don't know. You could ask
Texas is kind of looking like it's going to be your next California. Honestly,
unfortunately,
you got everybody who destroyed California is moving there.
Yeah, to the big
Oh,
city.
great. You ever thought about Oklahoma?
I've heard Oklahoma is pretty good, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great out here.
Isn't there a musical called Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, where the wind comes on
the lane.
My dad used to take me to all these stupid freaking plays, man. I've seen every single one. Please, God, get those musicals out of my head, please.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of cheap property out here right now, man. It's a good place, good time.
Just start concentrating people of like mind in close areas. It seems like a lot of people are like North Carolina, South Carolina area.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm trying to do as well. There's some people in South Dakota. There's some people in Michigan. I'm in Minnesota, and I've got a few people here. But yeah, if you're from Minnesota, go ahead and message me or email jennysparkmn@gmail.com.
Yeah, I just gotta get away from this fucking traffic. I went to the airport to drop off my mother, and like I almost like murdered like 2 people. It was so bad.
LAX is the word.
Dude, this is insane.
So I'm in Florida, and Florida's great, but you know, we're starting to get an influx of all the people from the Northeast that are like done with what their states have been doing recently. The problem is not all of them have realized, you know, why their states were so bad. So they're bringing some of the ideas down here. And yeah, Texas and Florida are fantastic at the moment, but it's only a matter of time before, you know, the ideology gets changed pretty quickly with the influx of people. Luckily, my wife has an opportunity where we might have to relocate or have the possibility of relocating to South Carolina. So that's what I've been looking into. Minimum of 10 acres, figure out what to do from there. Even, you know, open up the possibility of like
anybody who's looking to get out of their state, come live on my property in your RV for a period of time for, low cost, help out, all that kind of stuff.
Be fun.
Yeah,
Like a
New
flat
Hampshire's
earth
like
camp.
that too.
Flat earth campground.
Yeah, it's because if we don't start making communities, I know some people are, but I think it's not enough because when they pull the plug, which I'm fully expecting them, so then think of the internet being gone for a while.
Yeah.
Then what? So
Well,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
still can't imagine it being gone for too long. I could see them pulling something where it goes down for a short period of time, but
yeah, or what if they?
It doesn't have to necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to go down entirely. It just
Right.
needs to be restricted access, and we no longer have access.
Yeah, what if they just block all of us?
Right. No, we've had this conversation before. I
Yeah.
pretty much made the same point as Roger just did.
Yeah.
I think it would just force more people out into the streets, and it would just be worse for them.
Mm-hmm. Probably so. They
I
can't
don't
take
know.
away.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say they can't take away the anesthesize. I can't even say the word.
Anesthesia, the anesthesia.
Yeah, anesthetization. Anesthetization of the populace. They can't. Yeah, they can't stop it completely. You're probably right.
When the world gets to a certain point where it's complete zombie land, like no power, no running water, like part of me is down for the adventure of trying to survive that, and the other part of me is like, just somebody take me out. Just take me out really quick, make it easy.
Yeah.
I don't really want
I think that's more of like just an idea that you mostly get from the movies. I don't think we're gonna really see that, but it's still gonna be bad.
Oh, okay, so y'all are doomsday to a certain extent, not full blown.
To me, it's
no. Like
you can't wipe out 90%.
The world doesn't come to an end. We just
you can't wipe out 90% of the
our future. That's all.
You can't wipe out 90% of the population peacefully.
Yeah,
it's going to get weak.
You can.
It's going to get gnarly.
You can if you get them to do it to themselves, and then oops, they just did it to themselves. We didn't know.
But then the rebellion, the ones
in my
that
opinion,
didn't take the kill shot.
Yeah, in my opinion, they put out the imagery of like, a doomsday event, post-apocalyptic communities, all that kind of stuff. And that's just a fear tactic for you to give your compliance for the system that they're just now starting to implement. It's going to be, you're either with the system or you're not. I don't see it being some huge catastrophic event. It's just people choosing to be part of the system or to not be part of the system. And yeah, you might have to defend yourself against the system, but I feel like it's not going to be the fear tactic that we get shown in movies and TV all the time.
Yeah,
and that's put out there for you to think, oh, well, we haven't gotten to this huge event or this huge battle or this post-apocalyptic world. So whatever we're doing right now is
First, they're not going to give anybody a kill shot. They're going to give you shots for different things, and then oops, there were complications that made 90% of the population infertile, so we get the result we want, but it wasn't our fault. It was your fault.
Yeah, well, like what I've talked about, I talked about this a little bit with Witsit when I met up with him a week and a half ago or whatever. He asked me if I thought, a bunch of people were going to die, from this vax and all that stuff. Honestly, no, I don't think that. I think it's more about controlling the human body, and so they want to get, if they can control basically like a switch, turning on and off genes, and turning on and off your ability to reproduce. I think that's what it's about. And to do that, they need to get this shit into everybody's blood And I think right now, I think they want a generation or two to pass it on, because then if that happens, right now they don't have to push that 100% of everybody gets it. They can just do 50, 60%, and in a generation they got 99%, you know?
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is you have it as a two-step program. You have later on there's going to be something else, and you're going to need a different jab, and oh no, that didn't work so well with the earlier jabs you've been getting, so there were complications now.
I have a question though. That's it's kind of thermodynamic question that has to do with the subject. If you're running an engine that runs off the taxes of these people, and you need these people to work in order for this engine to sustain the heat, right? Why would you kill off 90% of the heat from the engine? Me, if I was running this shit, I want more.
Yeah, but that's the false assumption.
More people.
That's requiring the presupposition they need the people to run the engine. You literally don't.
That's what they're doing right now. So we're in the engine. So we can't say that that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, but if you
So
have you ever heard of
let's
robots?
change the analogy to rowboats. And we used to have people rowing, and now we have motors.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
bro, I'm trying to patent some stuff. I'm an industrialist. Like, I love automation. Like, yeah, sure, but that's so what? You still need people. Like, you know what I'm saying? So 90%, that's kind of too much, man. Maybe.
Well, you don't really need.
You don't know.
They say
Too
so
much.
themselves in the Georgia Guidestones. They say so
Yeah, but they
themselves
never.
in the Georgia Guidestones.
but
They say it themselves.
Look
Can I
around
just
you, man.
maybe hold on.
Yeah.
Let me maybe
Parasites.
point this out real quick. Like, if you have less people, you would require less people working to keep them alive or keep the system working.
Yeah, all I know is when I go to Walmart, I have to check myself out. So Walmart's going to become automated in the next
you know
year.
what I mean, if you have like
Yeah,
if you
I
need
do
to
the
keep
same.
5
I
billion
check
people
myself
alive, or you have 500 million, that's going to require a lot less labor, right?
Especially when you integrate AI. That's
Exactly. Automated systems, centralization. Bam.
Entrepreneur sort of thing. Me, just personally, fuck no. I want more. Increase the fucking numbers because I'm milking them. I want more fucking cows. That's me.
Well, look,
because
this is how
they all
are.
want more.
They
They all want more.
They're eugenicists, dude. Okay, so they literally in their literature they tell you that they want to guide reproduction. They want to decide who's allowed to reproduce. That alone, over the course of a certain amount of generations, will handle the quote unquote population problem. Which the only population problem is that they don't want that many people. They're eugenicists. So like they want to create this new world technological utopia in their eyes, and the everyday person is a hindrance to that. So you would get rid of them, but you would make them do it themselves, and you come up with some way.
Yeah, I got you.
The
Yeah,
numbers-
on
the
TV
numbers are
they over sexualize like television. That way we get more children out of wedlock. That way they can milk more fucking cows. So what I understand, like what the eugenicist like agenda is saying something, but what they're actually doing with the television is totally different. It goes against it.
Well,
it's like I don't know what's going on.
What they've done is they've
water and
what
power and food, and all 7 billion want a house, and they all want to live like the top 1%. And that's when it's becoming inconvenient that we outnumber them, and that they don't want to waste valuable resources that they could profit from on just simply feeding us. And they're sort of reallocating all resources, and humans are a resource to them. And with the
I mean, one of them are. Sorry.
Go for it.
One of them are on record saying, like, about 10 years ago, it's about time for the culling. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? We have to cull the population every once in a while or we lose control. When you talk about the sexualization of TV, what that's done is it's associated sex with, purely a sensation, like a sensual gratification, right? The actual purpose of sex is to make babies. But what they've done is they've said, have sex with everybody, and here's how you can do it. Wear condoms, take birth control, have abortions. They've removed the reproduction from sex. That's the only reason they over-sexualized media, was so that they could remove the real purpose of the sex.
Yeah,
Right,
and they don't care
but
about a couple
the
more
numbers
children
of
in the short term.
children
They don't
So
care
They
about
have no
more
parenting
children in the short
trees.
term
So
because
it's
whatever.
go ahead. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, Drace. You got the mic.
Yeah, they don't care about more children in the short term because of the over sexualization, because they're destroying the family unit in the process. So it
Bingo.
serves a bigger
That's it.
function
That's it.
that way.
And the term for what Whitsett was talking about is called sex-detainment, where sex is entertainment. So you can have sex with the opposite sex. You can try different toys. It's all about entertaining yourself. And they've stripped the reproductive aspect from it.
Yeah, I
And
guess
when
the
you
reason
are
that they've
doing homosexual, then you can't reproduce. You can't co-create if you're two men or two women. You then have to adopt or something. So you cannot, you cease to be part of the creator's creation, creating.
Yep, took the words out of my mouth. I guess that's the reason that they're promoting homosexuality so much, is because they want us to make more babies. I guess the reason that they're telling you that you have 57 genders
No.
now is because they want you to have babies. I guess the reason that they promote birth control so much and abortion so much is because they want us to have babies. I guess the reason that the GMOs that they alter that make you more prone to being sterile is because they want us to have babies as they pump radiation. And if you have an iPad and a female grows up with an iPad in her lap, she'll become sterile, right? They're doing all of this because they want us to have babies. Like, no, they don't. They don't want us to have babies.
You need the future to keep on rolling, but you need children that have no family ties.
They're
So
going to
you
populate
teach
the
them.
future.
So the school teaches them. So mom is not around. So dad is not around. Mom is working. Dad is working. And mistakes happen. Yeah, you wear rubber all your life. Dude, you will have a fucking kid or two. It's not, mistakes happen. And you know that. So that's the statistics. Like, look around you. I agree with everything you said, except that when I go outside in real life, that's not what's happening. That's
They
not
Yeah,
what's
when I go out in real
happening.
life, I saw people murdering babies left and right. That's what I see.
That's true too, man. That's true.
They put
100%.
bleach in tampons, guys. They put bleach in tampons and poison in tampons. Think about it. This shit
Yeah,
is
they don't want us having babies,
it
man. And
is
like,
crazy.
and when you have sex, look, when you have sex a lot, you become for purely like the sensual desire, you become desensitized. Right. So like it's just like a thing that you do. Like
Do you know
I
that from
know.
experience?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, unfortunately. So you become desensitized, like where it's just an act. It's like I just did some push-ups. It's just like that's what sex is. But that's not what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be like that. So it's supposed to be an intimate spiritual connection where you create life, at least with the intention of doing that.
There's like a psychological weapon of just telling someone to do something and also telling them to not do it.
They don't want us having babies, man. If you have a father and a mother and a lot of children, that's the number one threat to the system. And there's like a plethora of reasons why. The most basic though is the instinctive response of survivability, right? So like if you try to come into my house and I have a wife and 3 children, you're not coming into my house, bro. Like you're gonna have to kill me. A dude's much less likely to fight to the death when they're not protecting their wife and children. It's just them at the house. It's much more easy to control a population without the need to protect their family. They're much more docile.
And like Dre said, once the man's removed, then that wife and children are exposed, and then strangers and bad morals can enter the home and change everything because you're no longer there to protect and guide and set the boundaries for your family.
100%.
Do you guys watch Del Bigtree? He's leading the forefront on this genetic modification thing. One of the leading manufacturers. He's been the CEO of every single one of the companies that we've learned to hate. Gavi, all of them. He's come forward and explained the difference between non-specific antibodies and specific antibodies. Non-specific antibodies are very broad. So in your natural immunity, you have non-specific ones, which means whatever enters, your body has the ability to fight it. And what this new modification is basically doing is gearing our bodies to focus predominantly towards a certain classification, which is going to let other classifications enter unnoticed, because the body will now be programmed to look for certain types. So when it's a specific antibody, so it's like saying on a football team, everyone on the team can only tackle the linebacker. If you did that, you'd lose the match because everyone's only looking for the linebacker, and if they throw the ball to anyone else, they're going to cross the line. It's the same concept. And this guy he's basically 40 years in manufacture of these things. He's probably the most pro person for these things that you can find. He's come forward saying we need to cease all of this immediately because the long-term ramifications of a specified antibody or one that's only geared towards one type of intruder will leave the facility vulnerable to other types of intruders.
Yeah, I will say one thing to adjust your analogy because it's great is you don't throw the ball to the linebacker. I'm just saying because he's on defense. But yeah, like just look at the slot receiver. You know, just look at the slot receiver. Then everyone's gonna go try to tackle him. They're just gonna throw the ball the other side.
Exactly. Thank you for the correction.
No worries.
I
Like I don't want to beat a dead horse, but like with the thing, bro. Like I don't think people realize. Okay, so whenever even with something as simple as kissing someone, like if you actually vibe with them and have a connection and you like them, like you genuinely like them and you kiss them, totally different than you're like at a club drunk and you just want to have sex and then you kiss someone, right? Like that's my whole point, right? The reason that the hypersexualization of society was because you're much more likely to conceive with an intimate connection. So that alone is going to remove it. And then they've said, oh, just sensual gratification. So, well, whatever, wear a condom and or if you're not going to, just have her take birth control and trick her body into thinking that they're having cyclical periods when they're not, right? Like they've definitely, everything is about keeping us limited. And that's why they aim the abortion at the minority so much. The African American community makes babies like crazy, right? So what they do is they aim the abortion clinics into the inner cities because that's the population that grows more readily. They don't want the peasants reproducing, man. They want a very small amount of us.
The peasants, man, you said that, you fucking triggered me with that word. That's it, bro. Okay, this is all I'm gonna say. You need sheep to be a shepherd. You cannot be a shepherd without sheep, right? That's it. So that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta have some fucking sheep around.
But check this out. What if you have a million?
You can't. 90% is too much. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, I hear what you're saying. Maybe. I don't know who said the 90%, but like it'd be close to that.
20, 30. Just kind of.
Well, say you have a million sheep.
You know what I'm saying?
But like, say you have a million sheep, but 900,000 of them are dumb, stupid. They don't grow properly. They're just
exactly. For sure. You
just keep 100,000 sheep. Yeah.
I'm industrial. I got weeds in my garden. Yes, it is life, but I want these fucking potatoes, and the weeds are going to take all the nutrients. I will kill the weeds, and I do. So it's fine. So there's this. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't. 90% is too much. Like that doomsday shit. 90%. That they lose everything. The Rothschilds got nothing. Like that, they lose everything.
Hold on a second.
Like you can't do that.
Hold on a second, buddy. Hold on. Just think about this for a second. Wait. Hold on. How's this for a thought?
Rockefeller is going to sell oil to who? Right?
No. Hold on. No. Hold on, buddy.
Yeah, go ahead.
For a second. I got a thought to throw out to you. So what I'm saying here is you might be correct with the technical details that you're speaking of things not functioning properly if they got rid of that many people. I'm not disagreeing with you with that. But what I'm saying as a thought to you is maybe they're doing it anyway. Did that ever occur to you? I mean, they're crazy.
Yeah.
They also don't care about the infrastructure. Like they don't depend on this infrastructure. The slaves do. They exist outside of this infrastructure.
They're gonna need trash men though, and like plumbers, and they still need people to.
Like they tell us, they want to have they want to have an utopia. So they need to get rid of the people who are not on board with their shit. and they need to hoodwink everybody on board.
Yeah, actually, I have a little bit of a different take with that. I think they think that the people that are dumb enough to go get the injection and never find out about where they live and stuff like that, they consider them the lowest of the totem pole, and so I just get rid of them because they don't make the cut, and then trick the other people with a bigger deception, right? And that way, the slaves you do keep, they're at least productive.
Can I make a small
Exactly what I
public
was saying.
service? Can I make a small public service announcement, completely unrelated to what you guys are talking about? It'll be very short.
We're way off, aren't we? Fuck.
Are you know?
Go ahead,
Mine
go
is
ahead,
not all better. Mine is about childbirth because we have Mrs. Muskin here, possibly other women of childbearing age. I gave you bad advice earlier. I was thinking about it, and it was nagging at me. You don't want to pretend you're further along in the pregnancy. You want to pretend you're not as far along because they force you to induce if they think you're overdue. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I know it's unrelated, but it's nagging
Well, how
at
about
my
we
head.
just don't go to the stupid hospital? How about we just don't go to the hospital?
That's what I was thinking because my warning was only for people who are going to participate in the system, but really just don't participate at all. And then you don't have to sit there and try to game their system. You don't have to game their system
But
if you don't participate. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes. So
but
maybe it
don't
is
try to
related
do
to
it
what you're saying.
lying
Yeah,
down.
I love
Like the
I love a
stupidest thing to do.
female, and I made life inside of her, and then I'm gonna watch some stupid little nurse take my baby and start
No.
torturing it. They're gonna get drop
No,
kicked.
you're thinking, but there are okay. I'm gonna
Ariel's the
play
one,
devil's
Mrs. West.
advocate. I'm gonna play devil's advocate, and people can lose their baby at home. And I only know this because one time my best friend made me watch this documentary about these people that wanted to have babies at home. And they had the baby at home, and then like the baby almost died, and it was so dramatic. And then the documentary like literally ended with them going to hospital.
So you've been traumatized, is what you're saying. You've been traumatized.
Well, and personal experience, my aunt died during childbirth because of eclampsia, where you start internally bleeding to death. You bleed to death. Now, that's not the hospital's fault. It was her fault. I mean, not her fault, but it was like her problem. But so that also makes me scared because I'm like, what if
I mean,
that
Kai,
happens?
I can find a documentary about how those people that didn't take vaccines got sick. Would you believe it?
I would feel really bad if my baby were to die because I didn't have a person there, or like I wasn't by a hospital. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm just saying if that happened, I would feel really sad. So I'd be trying to like not have that happen.
I would feel really sad if
I
my
have an
baby was going to
idea.
be perfectly healthy, but they torture them and cut the umbilical cord, resulting in oxygen deprivation at a young age.
Well, it doesn't have to be like all or nothing.
I have an idea on how to avoid that. So how's this for an idea? You have someone that you know and trust who's in the medical field who could assist with this, maybe a gynecologist like Ron Paul, someone like that, who's delivered 3,000 babies. Just have him present and do it not in a hospital. How's that for an idea?
See, what if
anything other than the hospital?
There's
midwives available. It's not a bad idea.
What if I get an RV and I just give birth in the hospital parking lot in the RV with the midwife?
You are very creative, Mrs. Muscat. I totally endorse
That's what
that
I'm gonna
plan.
do.
That is really good. And then you'd
That's
be
something
right
I can get behind.
there.
I'll get behind that.
Wow,
And then
yeah.
I'll just stand in front of the hospital and not let anyone go in there anyway.
Yeah,
We'll
and
figure
you
it
can
out.
even put like a tub in there, and you can give birth in the tub in the RV with your snacks and your midwife, and it shit
Your
hits the fan. Shit hits
Doula.
the fan. You go inside.
Okay.
This is where doula comes into play, right? Like Lou
Yeah,
was
doula,
talking about
yeah.
previously.
Yeah.
I guess for me, I'm just a dude that has never had a baby, but I talked to a bunch of people, and the wives of my homies and females, they say it's better when they had a better experience, a more organic, intimate experience. It was even typically easier, and they got to hold their baby on their chest, which is a crucial moment. The baby sits there and gets all these chemical reactions by laying on the chest of the mother. There's like a
That happens
transition
in
of
the
hormones.
hospital, though.
No, they take the baby immediately and torture it.
Well, that's how they
No.
used to do it, but they have a lot of hospitals have changed. There might be some that still do it that way. I don't know.
So you can also go to them with your birth plan and say this is what's happening, and if you have a problem with, you have to ask for what you want and know that you want those things and learn about what you might want, you know, and
I don't want my baby
including.
washed off. Will they comply to that?
I worry so much,
eventually
Austin,
they're gonna
until
wash
you've
it.
like changed a couple diapers. Start
So
stressing once you've like changed a baby diaper. Okay.
That has nothing to do with torturing babies.
I think
Well,
Austin
just
needs to go
one
with the
thing.
RV plan. I think Austin needs the RV plan.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I can compromise on the RV plan.
It could get ugly up in there with Austin in the hospital room. I don't know. It doesn't seem like
I
it'd be
will
good.
hurt someone. I would hurt someone.
Are we
I'm
going to
not
take
even
this
joking.
all the way though? How many of you guys are anti-circumcision?
No, I'm not anti. I'm anti how they do it. Once
All right,
again,
so
perfect example of why the
if
hospital
you
sucks.
want to learn about this stuff, there's yourwholebaby.org and the Bloodstained Men and Their Friends. I would say never cut a baby. Never cut a baby.
Is that bad? Is that bad to do?
Well, the scriptures
What's
say to do it.
bad?
We're going to disagree, right? The scriptures say to do it, but on the 8th day and in the hospital, they do it immediately and they cut way too much.
I have to go back to what I was doing, but if anyone tries to blame me for wherever this goes, Ariel was the one who linked homeschool to birth, which then made me say people should lie, which I now say, no, you might as well just tell the truth and don't lie. And you guys can talk about circumcision as long as you want. And hopefully I'll see you later for ladies' night.
Let me tell you.
Hey, let me say one more thing. I want you to hear this. So coincidentally, the moment that is the least painful during the growth that would happen is right at 8 days, where they'd feel the least pain. Just coincidentally happens to be on the exact day threshold that the scriptures say to do it. But that's probably just a coincidence, you know.
But you don't believe in hospitals, so are you going to DIY this yourself? Like, what are you going to do?
That's what you're supposed to do.
Wow. Okay.
It's intense. I know. Trust me.
Oh my God. Just let everybody know. Richard's going to chop his son's wee-wee.
I haven't fully thought this one out yet. Okay.
Pair of scissors, or just gonna go in there and just clip.
Yo, and the scriptures, man. Moses refused to do it, bro. And then his wife had to do it, and then threw it down with bloody hands. It's like, look, you made me a wife of blood because you wouldn't do your job. So, like, I don't know. It's intense. I get it.
All right.
Wow.
Dude, a few months ago, I was so anti-circumcision. I'm like, I don't even know what it's like, you know? Like, they just chiseled my hammer, like, against my will. I was really on the page of anti-circumcision not so long ago, but so, like, now I'm not sure, you know? I'm looking into it.
I wish I knew what I know now when I was having kids.
Yeah, no, I wish we all did. Like Jaron just had another child, and he has another child, a son that's much older. But this time they've learned a lot more, and they had the child at home. Rodrigo, another dude who's a panel member on Globebusters, just had a child, and both of the wives like swear by it, right? So like for me, we don't have a great amount of data here. Almost everyone goes to the hospital because it's just like the normal thing to do.
I'm sure, man, dude. Yeah, I look back.
But you can have a natural birth in a hospital too. My wife had a natural birth in a hospital, dude. 15 years ago.
Hospital sounds pretty antithetical to natural, but I hear you. Yeah,
I totally agree. 100% against hospitals, but we had a baby in the hospital, man.
Yo, did you smack my baby? You smack my baby, I'm gonna smack you in the face.
Dude, I flipped out. I flipped out when the baby came out and we cut the cord, and when they grabbed her and they started like smacking her around, dude, they had to hold me back. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was in a shock. I wanted to stop them. You know, the doula grabbed me. She's like, wait, that's a normal procedure. That's how it goes. They gotta wake her up. They gotta clean her off.
Bro, look how traumatic that is, dude. They traumatized you and the baby.
But everything else was cool, dude. Like she went right on my wife's chest, and that's that, bro. She started out.
Okay, so you're gonna say cleaning a baby is traumatizing. Cutting them is horribly traumatizing.
I agree with that too. You talk about circumcision.
But if you do it like the scripture says on the 8th day, they don't feel the pain, though.
I don't know if that's true. Hey,
Yeah.
does the scripture say that there's no chance of death? Because you know what? There's a chance of death with circumcision. So are you going to tell me
I don't know.
if
The
you do it on
scriptures.
the eighth
I'm
day,
gonna say
your baby
that
won't
people
die?
aren't as smart as the creator. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that like the creator probably knows more than people.
Yeah, but the creator didn't write the book, bro.
But are
Yeah,
you gonna
actually,
say
the
that
Torah is verbatim from the creator.
Okay.
But how is that now? Like, think about it though.
Yo,
Like,
so why would the creator
why would he make it flawed? Why would
Yeah.
there need to be altercations?
Exactly. Why would creator put all those nerves at the end of the penis, bro? If he wanted you to cut it.
Yeah, you have to work harder to keep yourself clean down there if you're a man that never had that happen to you.
But it's
That's a
just
result of
the point is you got to work harder.
But
I
so
know.
I mean, so like just wash, bro. Get a
Exactly.
nice
Work
faucet.
harder. That's like literally 10 seconds
I know.
of
Work
in the shower,
harder
get
to
it
wash
ready.
is my point. You got to work harder to wash.
No, you don't.
And you can't, skip out on it. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, look. I get the design makes a lot of sense. You have like a little skull cap when it's cold outside. You know, I get it.
If you don't brush your teeth, you don't have your teeth.
Well, and it feels better for them.
That's what they say. But believe it or not, you're not supposed to have sex just because of that.
I'm not saying that. Okay.
But yeah, you're
I'm
right.
just
You're right.
saying.
That's what they say. That's what they say. I've never seen a controlled study, but I think there's a lot of sensitivity.
They said
Well,
without.
Take my word for it.
Okay.
They said better with or without.
Believe it or not, it doesn't
I
feel
don't
really
know. I don't
bad.
have a
It doesn't
dick.
really feel really
I
bad if
don't
you're
have a dick.
circumcised.
I just know this from girlfriends and stuff.
Oh, how would your girlfriend know?
How would my girlfriends know what?
How it feels to have a penis?
You just look at their face. Yeah.
I'm done.
So my girlfriend's children, her boy had complications, and he had to come back and have another surgery, and I would say you really need to think about it. It's something that I didn't think about until I was about to give birth, and then I'm like, oh God, what would I do? What am I going to do here? And you look into it. All the
I 100% agree. Well, we can agree on this. I 100% agree. You shouldn't let the hospital circumcise your baby. 100%.
Yeah, I wish I had the choice.
Would you let your daughter get a tummy tuck?
No.
Okay.
Well, the
what's the
creator of
difference?
all
What's the
things of the
difference?
most historically
It's
accurate
easier to
compilation
clean-
of
it's
scripts
easier
that
to
ever
clean.
existed say to do that.
It's easier to clean between the fat rolls, if she gets a tummy tuck.
Oh
So
my gosh.
I'm just saying, it's like that's
No,
what's weird.
that's
though.
what I'm saying. The motivation is not hygiene. That's a grabbler trick. And then the grabbler trick is that the baby feels tons of pain right when they come out. The pain threshold is way higher, and they cut it right then. And they cut way too much.
Then? What's the purpose then? If it's not for cleaning.
It shows obedience to the creator. It's symbolic of the reason it happens in the scriptures is symbolic of your circumcision of your heart.
They've shown it's change.
What?
It changes. They've shown it changes your child's brain. It changes their brain.
But what if they just grabbled the language and your circumcision of the heart and it's just because of grabbled language? Like you're circumcising.
It's part
your
of
kids
standing
when
out.
You're not understanding
part
what
of
they're trying to
standing
tell you.
Sorry, Grace.
Sorry. Should women be circumcised? I know that's like a thing, right? In Africa, they do that.
Whoa, I'm not even aware of that.
No, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing at all. You're thinking about Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, they cut off little girls' clits so that they can't feel pleasure. That's a very different thing.
It's the same thing in Africa.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same thing because you can feel plenty of pleasure, bro. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I don't think they should circumcise boys or do that to girls. They shouldn't do either to either.
I agree.
Well, I think it should just be up to the parents, and I don't think you should ever let the hospital do it. And if you're gonna do it, you should have to be a man and do it yourself if you think you're supposed to do it. Whatever,
You're just
bro.
gonna
I'm
get some
sorry about you
chicken-
guys are little babies.
You're gonna get some chicken shears, and you're just gonna.
That's how I feel about eating meat.
Do it yourself on an 8 day of your life.
The sheet metal shears.
I'll kill something and eat
sheet
it.
metal shears.
Oh no, we're gonna get into meat wars. I don't know.
No, let's not.
Flatman Can told me there were 3 new people. I don't know who they are, but if there is anybody here that's new, welcome to the server.
Well, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, please,
I wanted to
Cyrus. I
respond to
interrupted you before, so please do.
Oh,
Say whatever you
don't worry
want.
about it. No, all right. Orion, you were saying, anyways, before this whole circumcision thing, all I was saying is, like, the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, whomever, put a name on them, those guys up there on top of the pyramid, if they're doing this for control, and we know that they're doing it for control purposes and whatever other evil endeavors they have on their agenda, but money and the system and the grid is not, they don't rely on that, right? But they're doing it for their own pleasure. So if you got nothing to control, you got no mice in a fucking jar to play with, it's not fun. So they got to keep a certain amount of mice in the fucking, playground.
Unless the tables have turned and what you're saying used to be true, and now the case is they're fighting for survival because they're being exposed. Because I've been handing out flyers, and I'm pretty much the reason why Alex Jones went from being moderately popular to really popular. I'm the guy who handed out thousands upon thousands of flyers in 2016, and I knew it was going to start a fight. And look, it started a fight, and I found out that same year that the Earth was flat. I wish I gave more attention to that. But the point is, politics care about you, whether or not you care about politics.
Yeah, I got the politics of these 2 fists that I have, and yep, whomever wants to challenge, sure, challenge accepted. That's all I'll say to that.
Yeah, but that's just it. That's just it. Those 2 fists that you have, those 2 fists that you have. Wait, hold on. So those 2 fists that you have are only 2 fists. The whole point is you have to wake people up. You have to get to that critical mass. Like I said to you guys, you've proven that the Earth is flat.
You don't need we. I don't know. I don't care. Like, I don't believe in the we. I believe in the I. So, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, like, this could play out very differently if we can just, I don't know, be better at advertising ourselves, advertising the truth.
That's what we're doing right here, man. Aren't we? We're being,
I just feel like there's something we're missing. I feel like there's got to be some simple trick to that we're missing.
No,
I don't know. Maybe I'll just go stuff flyers in mailboxes again.
Like it. I like the grocery store. I don't mind it. I also want to live off grid too, but this is convenient. I love internet. I don't mind gasoline either because my car needs it. But I hate Rockefeller, but I don't mind gasoline. I still like to have gasoline. So yeah, we all live on the system, man. Wake up. Welcome to the club. If you wanted 90% of us dead, we would have been fucking dead. Like, it's not. Yeah, we can bring it back to flat Earth if you guys would like. Mary Mom? Sorry, I
what if I was
rumpus the shit out of you? So
yeah, someone Jesus Christ never existed.
Rumping back my rumpus.
Oh,
Seems like that's.
You're right. You're right. Jesus Christ never existed. You're right. There was no one named Jesus Christ ever. His name was Yeshua HaMashiach. He's the most historically accurate figure in the history of mankind. He 100% existed. It's beyond ignorant to say he didn't.
I said that?
No, I just saw it in the live stream. It's like, if you want to say he wasn't the Messiah, cool, bro. But don't say it didn't exist. It just sounds dumb. It's like a glober telling me that the Earth's curve, I just don't see it, but he promised me that the geometric horizon's there or something. Like, that's it. To me, it's that ridiculous. Like, what? Jeez Louise.
Are you a flat earther, KJ? I guess quiet.
Yeah, that's why, like, the most powerful people in the world, they wrote an entire Talmudic interpretation about a certain person that they dared not say his name, and they changed his name to may his name and remembrance be blotted out. It's so that the remembrance of no one be blotted out, and, seems legit.
Yeah, and all the Freemasons go by the same scripture.
And they orchestrated the biggest domestic false flag in modern history based on his birth date. And they lied about his name and lied about his birthday and lied about what age he was whenever he died and lied about everything about him because he didn't actually exist. That's why they had to lie about it.
To the guy who has a car and needs gas, what if I told you that there's unlimited oil in the earth being replenished, not from dinosaurs, and they're charging you as if it was a shortage every day to everybody?
Do we have any new people here that haven't been traumatized enough from our previous conversations?
I think we did. Maybe they ran away. I'm not sure.
Honestly, if they can't take the heat, get out the kitchen, you know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Once you come to the realization of flat Earth, you also have to talk about circumcision. It's just mandatory.
How did I leave 15 or 20 minutes and miss out on the traumatization? What happened? What did I miss?
No, dude.
Oh, you missed the
You missed a lot.
circumcision debate, Lunatic. You don't want you want Gus to go back to it?
No, it's not.
Baby talk that was not brought up by me.
Oh, man.
Yes, Lunatic, you weren't here when Mrs. Mux started talking about childbirth. I'm just kidding. No, it was me. It was my fault.
Like every time I come in here, people are talking about kids. Like I shit you not. And I'm the blame.
Oh, Mrs. Mux came up with a great idea, Lunatic. You did miss it, which is the RV labor bus that you drive to the hospital. So it's like the best of both worlds. You're kind of having it in your home, but if something goes wrong, you just like kind of, carried into the hospital there. I thought it was a great idea. I don't know why I've never heard anybody say that before. Everybody goes into these fancy birthing centers. I considered driving to Tennessee to have my last baby because they have a great birthing center down there. And look at that. I could have just bought or rented an RV, Mrs. Musk. I love it.
You just want to have
like,
your baby while bumping down the road? Like,
No,
that makes it easier.
In the hospital. Okay, like let me paint this picture for you. So you have your RV and it's in the hospital parking lot. You can get some dope lights, like if your baby's a girl, you can have pink lights. If it's a boy, play some music, eat some snacks, chill with your midwife, play some cards.
And just sit in the parking lot of a gigantic death building.
Yeah, you just pull into a Walmart parking lot and give birth.
I'd like to answer Jay Doherty's question to what do they do with the foreskin? Well, Moyle retired after 40 years of doing brisks and providing his services. So he'll go to a leather maker and ask him to make what he can with them. And when he returns in about a week or so, the leather maker will put a nice wallet on the table, on the counter, and he'll go, "Really? All those foreskins? That's all you could make was a nice wallet?" And the leather maker will say, "Well, if you rub it like this, it turns into a suitcase." Oh, come on. That's a good joke, man.
That was a good one, man.
You were gonna say that
Whatever. You guys think you're so cool in this live stream?
Dude, I was laughing.
I'm sorry, that joke's been overdone.
I thought you were gonna say they make calamari with it.
I thought you were going to say a joke about the joke.
You guys know what the leftover skin is called?
What?
Schmuck.
Oh, interesting. Are girls okay? I'm not even gonna open up that can of worms.
Say it.
I was gonna say, are girls supposed to eat their placenta?
Okay, you can take that one back.
They say that some people do that, but okay.
That is literally why I censored myself.
Yes, well, so you made her say it, Luna, so you can't complain. But some people do that, but like what we did, the first baby I had at home is we buried it in the garden, and you cannot believe, I think I have a photo of it somewhere, the corn where that placenta was like amazing, like way higher than all the other corn, like made way bigger. Yeah, I mean, like, because it's like a fertilizer, I guess. I mean, it was just outrageous. But yeah, I've heard of people doing that. I don't know. I mean, I haven't done it, but people do that. It's not a thing.
You did indirectly eat it then.
I guess so. Yes, in the form of corn. There you go, Flat Earth Solar. Thank you very much.
That's crazy. I would make it into like little capsules and eat it. I'm weird like that, though.
So we looked into natural birthing when we were going to have our children,
Vitamins.
and all other
Yes.
animals in the animal kingdom eat their placentas afterwards to try and regather some of the energy. It's done by the animal kingdom. Then with the natural birthing thing, they talk about powdering or turning your placenta into a powder form, and then you take it in as like a milkshake, or you sprinkle it on your yogurt, but in some way it recovers a lot of what you've been putting into that for the last 9 months. So it's micro minerals and elements and stuff like
Right. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Flat Earth Solar, because here's another public service announcement, since I guess this is the topic of the day, even though, ladies, I haven't even started. Because we've kind of the theme. If I had to pick a theme for this afternoon, or a main idea, I would say it is like, because we were discussing earlier, like, you learn these things as you go along. And I think Ryan said something like, I wish I'd known these things earlier when I had my children and so on. It's like, we can only go from where we are, right? So like women are discouraged from having their babies earlier, which is, a time when, and they try to, but then they discourage women from having them later. They say, oh no, Down syndrome, blah, blah, blah. You can't have when you're old, which is ridiculous. I had two babies in my 40s, and they're perfectly fine. But I know that's anecdotal, but even you can look scientifically, real people who actually study stuff, like the guy who does the Weston Price, who does the all the tooth stuff, and how to heal your teeth and how to heal yourself with your diet. He also studied Down syndrome, and I don't even think it's only him. It's a nutrition thing and it's a mineral thing, which makes sense because maybe anecdotally you observe that older women who, especially ones who had many children, because they've depleted their body of minerals, and it does take a lot out of you, eventually maybe like their 12th or 13th or 14th child would be Down syndrome. But really, if you look at the statistics, the younger women have Down syndrome children. And I can't remember exactly what the frequency is, but I think it might even be that more. I'll look it up for you to tell you for sure. But it is a myth that it's because of age. It's because of nutrition. And so, and I did want to say that just in general, the people who are coming into these truths should not give up hope that like a lot of these things can be like healed. And we know miraculous healing is possible. I mean, if you get right with God, if you get your body healthy, if you start living, your life on its own terms, on the actual earth where you were born to live, you can fix a lot of these things. Like even if your children are having problems and you are tempted, because I've done the same, to think, oh, this is all my fault because I did this thing. Because like my one son had tons of problems after he went to this private school, which is one reason we went to homeschooling, because he was being bullied and so on. But these problems that he had are like erased. The lady wanted to, like I was talking about the special ed, they always want to like test them, right? Because he was like sitting under his desk, like chewing his pencil, like picking his skin and stuff, like all these weird behaviors. But it's because all these boys would be like incredibly mean to him, and he's like a very gentle soul, you know what I mean? And so, but now he's like, has none of those problems. Did we ever take him to get evaluated by an expert, fixed, labeled as special ed, psychiatrically diagnosed? No, we did not. What did we do? We brought him home. We loved him. We got him away from these toxic people, bunch of rich hoity-toity people who own the town and raise their kids to pick on other kids. And he's perfectly fine. So my point is, don't be discouraged. You can heal yourself and your children if you just, get yourself on the right path and just whatever mistakes you made before, forgive yourself. You didn't know, and now you do. So there you go.
That's why I think that's great. I think that's why it's really good to have like both the boy and the girl go on like a full cleanse before trying to have the kid, if you can. So you're
and
ready.
then make sure you've got that you've got the right minerals, protein, all that. Just get your body in shape for sure. That makes a huge difference on a lot of these things. And even if your child, Ryan and I have talked about this before. If your child has Down syndrome, okay, that's what That's what the Creator gave you. Like he told me. I hope he doesn't mind. I'll let you speak for yourself. I won't speak for you. But people who have these children, they consider them blessings from God, and they don't want them to be eliminated. They don't like it that the doctor is going to tell the lady, kill your kid, if this test says it probably has Down syndrome, because those tests aren't perfect. One, so you could be killing your kid for no reason, and two, who cares? You shouldn't be killing your kid because he has this condition. Because, people with Down syndrome deserve to live. That's all I can say about it. It's ridiculous that they try to convince these women to kill their child because it has Down syndrome. It's ridiculous.
I wouldn't trade my little girl for the world. She's the sweetest thing I'd ever. It's without her, I wouldn't want her any other way. You understand?
Yes, and I didn't want to say that you have a Down syndrome child again. I mean, I knew you said it on the live stream before, but yes, that's what I was talking about, and that is so beautiful. And so that's what I want to say about these women. Like, if you are made, you could still have a baby. You're still having a period. Don't let anybody tell you you're too old to have a child. If you still have a period, you're not too old to have a child. That's just all there is to it. Obviously, that's part of the population control agenda. To try to convince older women not to have children. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and you're supposed to, in my opinion, you're supposed to have sex like you're possibly going to have a child the whole time. You're not supposed to try to control how many you have. That's my opinion.
Oh, exactly. Because isn't Planned Parenthood and that whole thing is like part of the reason we're in the mess we're in today. Yes, sex makes babies, guys. That's what it's for. Sorry if you don't like that. It's the truth.
Thanks, Bill.
What?
Sorry.
All these years I've been doing it wrong.
All the past generations that didn't have contraceptives had to treat it with the respect like Witzer just discussed, that there is a chance that every encounter could lead to a new life, and you couldn't just breed uncontrollably. So there would have to come a time where you're not using sex for entertainment and just doing sex detainment. You're actually, spending time with your partner, and then when you could lead to life. It's special,
I feel like it's easy to talk, though. I feel like when you have 3 screaming and crying babies and then your husband still wants to get his freak on, he's going to think about it. He's going to be like, yeah, I don't think we can another one right now.
If you actually know that there's a creator, then he's in control of if you have a baby. So, if you're not supposed to, you wouldn't have
So
one.
are you, So are you.
He told me to be fruitful and multiply, man. That's
You
what he
can
said.
just go scratch your itch on your own, I guess.
You're supposed to just make babies. You're supposed to have sex like you're making babies. That's what sex is. Well, ask everyone that did it, and they say it's like 1,000 times better.
So should you just wait for only that time of the month where she's most fertile and all that too?
I just think you're just supposed to just have sex like it's possible you have a baby, and let the creator give you a baby or not.
I never used condoms, and I got 3 wonderful daughters. And now we just do the cycle. The woman's gonna ovulate on the 14th day after she started her period.
Yeah, avoid her like the plague on those days.
Yeah.
There's a 4-day window right there, but otherwise you're good.
Yeah, I mean, you could just not have sex then, whatever. I just think when you go to the next level where you're married for a while, have children, and now you're wearing condoms and using birth control and all, that's crazy to me, bro. That's just so not natural.
Well, it's only because you can't. It's only because you literally can't just have kids back to back to back to back to back if you can't. Shit happens. Life happens.
A lot of people use the natural, family planning method. I mean, it has good effect. It has a high level of effect. What do you call it?
Track down your ovulation.
Thank you. If you follow it to the letter, which human nature means that a lot of people don't. So it gets a bad rap. But I know a lot of ladies that use it, and it works perfectly fine.
I just think that they've kind of
temperature, mucus detection, temperature, and so on.
Yes,
they've propagandized us to think it's such a negative thing, right? And every person I know, like, okay, I used to always say like, I will never get married till I'm 30. I feel like I put that on myself at this point. But like, children, what are you talking about? And like that's what everyone our age says. Like, I don't have a child. What? Like, oh man, I got pregnant. Right? It's like all this negativity about it. I just think that's the trick. Every person I know that actually ends up having children, like they say it's the best thing that's ever happened to them in their entire life, and they can't imagine life without it at this point. Right? So it's like, it's just a lie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that, I mean, people are, they want everything to be perfect before it happens, and that's just not the way it works. That's not life.
Like, I think you'll have it when you're supposed to have it, right? Like, I think that's what I think. I think that flat earthers should be the most receptive of this idea, right? Because you have to acknowledge you're the creator for the earth to be geocentric, and how you express it, that's one thing, but there's a creator. So, if you have a child, it might not be in your own time, but maybe it's to save you from doing something stupid if you didn't have a child. Maybe you had to be sat down to be more responsible. Whatever it is, right? Like, it's for a reason. And every person I talk to, man, like people that I knew that were like, I'm never having a child. Oh, their girl got pregnant. They freaked out like it was the worst thing ever. And now they'll like tear up just thinking about the fact they contemplated getting rid of it. Right? Like once they looked into their baby's eyes, they're like, this is like the purpose of life, and it instantly hits you and you understand it. So I just think that's totally the opposite of what we've been engineered to think about it.
100%, bro.
And that's why I think they attack women so hard too, right? Because this is such an empowering thing. Women have the ability to create life. Like that's an incredible thing, but they demonize it as if it's punishment or something, right? As if it's a hindrance. Certainly if you're going to stay home and take care of your children, that's such a hindrance. Like you should go work for another dude in a building without children. Like when the truth is, it's like the most beautiful gift women possess.
It's because it's uncontrollable power.
Yep. And it makes you lethal to the system because now you have something to protect.
Well, it's not about you have something to protect. It's something they can't control.
It's hard. I'm just saying it's harder to take over a population with children, like with families, because before submission to the government comes protection of family, right? Like, but yeah, I agree with you too. Like, definitely, it's so empowering, and it's out of their hands. So they'd rather manipulate you so that you don't utilize that power, which is making life. And, in Enoch it says, like, okay, so the story in Enoch is that, well, like let's just say the metaphysical beings, more metaphysical than the human body, right? Now they went and took women as wives, and so whenever they wrote a petition and like, all right, man, forgive us, he's like, no, like you have Enoch, a human, coming here intercessing on your behalf. I made you guys to intercess on humans' behalf, and you took the one thing that's not for you. You don't need that. I gave man the ability to create children so that they long for nothing, right? Like it's like the thing that's supposed to ultimately fulfill you. It's like a beautiful blessing for you. It's nothing negative. It's so crazy how it's been twisted like that. Like, yeah, babies cry, but they also like crawl in your lap, hug you.
It's not a full walk in the park because your child could have a drug addiction or, I'm not saying like everything you're saying is great. I'm just saying like but it's not always like amazing every day.
Well, nothing worth having is like if you have
like, what
a
if
farm,
your child tells you that your child is like dead ass like transgendered?
I'm like, no, the hell you're not.
But then,
I don't know.
as a parent, you're gonna have to decide what you're gonna do, and that's gonna be painful because, not saying you can't do it, but that's gonna be painful because on one end you're gonna have to accept your kid because it's your kid, but then you also have a standard of how you want your child to be, and that's what's gonna be hard. It's easy, I think. Like, I'm not a mom, but I think it's easy, like when they're toddlers and they love you and they need you, great. But when they get older, that's where it can be difficult.
It has a lot to do with how you raise them. Like a child doesn't
But
grow
not
up.
even just how you raise them, because I know people who were like amazing parents and their children are in jail.
What's amazing parents mean? Does that mean that they punished them when they did something wrong? They
No,
made
like
them be
they were
respectful.
like they grew up like in a Christian family, good values, good school, middle class, like had everything that they could need, and their child still went to jail because
Yeah,
the
there's
child has
more.
their agency and went to jail.
There's
You
more
know?
to the story. We don't know what goes behind those families' doors. But anyway, I was just going to ask any other parents: does this parental guilt ever go away? For the
I don't
mistakes
think so.
made?
I don't think so.
Parental guilt.
What do you mean parental guilt?
Yeah, what do you
for
mean?
for the mistakes made, like in parenting. Like you guys
You
might.
always feel like you could do a better job, I
Yeah,
think.
you
I mean,
always
yeah,
feel it.
yeah.
Yeah, well, living in this fantasy world of the globe and all the mistakes that go along with that, every freaking horrible thing, like just like really, like that's the worst thing ever, And if I spend the rest of my life asking for forgiveness for the mistakes I've made, I just thought I'd throw that out there because, good luck to everybody that's young and is still going to have kids. I think it's the greatest endeavor ever, and I wish y'all the luck, but it's nothing like you think it is.
Well, like, okay,
No,
let's use her
hard
example,
work.
the transgender thing, right? Like, a child doesn't even know what that means. That's not a real thing. That actually doesn't exist. In reality, that's not even real. So for them
But
to think that they're transgender, they have been brainwashed. So if you raise your child where they like it has a lot to do with how you raise it. It's not like there's a silver bullet that's going to make you have a perfect child. There's no such thing. But like I don't
yeah,
see how that would outweigh the benefit of being able to create life,
I didn't say that. I just said
They're working on it.
it's gonna be it's gonna be a challenge, and you might have to be in this weird position that you never thought you would be in, where you're having to deal. Okay, maybe if your kid's gay or whatever, like
That
whatever
doesn't
it is.
exist.
It's not as widespread.
Oh
It's
my
not as
god, dude!
widespread as
Wow,
people often think it
Are
is.
they moral?
you're gonna be cursed with a gay kid then because you're
No, I'm
saying.
not. No, I'm not.
But
That's funny. That's funny. Because when my daughter was before she was born, I was saying a bunch of shit about lesbians and stuff like that and gays. And the mother, yeah, she was like, she didn't like that talk, and she was like, well, what if our kid turns out to be gay, huh? Well, what then? Like,
Well, what if dinosaurs pop up and start existing? Like,
wow.
Yo,
Or what
gay's
if they
not
don't
a
want
real
to be
thing.
religious? Like, what if they don't want to be
Religion
religious?
sucks. I'd be like, you're
Or
smart.
like
Religion sucks.
spiritual? Like,
Well, I'd be like they
But
wouldn't
it's
be like that if they were raised where they witnessed miracles.
no, you think that a child is going to act 100% because of how the parents are, and that's not true because my parents were really good and I was batshit crazy. So
agreed. Now, I've got kids. It doesn't mean that I'm an authority here, but I've been asking myself this question quite a lot. And the way that I can analogize it is that any person can stick a seed into dirt and cause it to germinate. But very few people can get that seed to actually go and bear fruit. And when you allow someone else to raise your child, whether it's the TV or a stranger, then you can encounter things that are completely against your moral code. I also was the black sheep of the family, and I spent most of my time away from the family and therefore had very different beliefs and views to the family. But the siblings that remained close to the family had very close moral ties to what the family agreed with. So
yeah, you nailed it.
It's got to do with how that parent is engaging with the child on a one-on-one basis and forming a moral fabric inside them to which they can then compare other things in their life to. It's when they have absent parents or parents that allow large portions of their day to be governed by the PlayStation or 6 hours of television, or that they go over to their friend every single day, and they're being raised by other people. And then you're going to encounter these complete variations in their personality types and how much shit they see on TV. The transgender thing is only really 1% of our population, not even. Same with the gays and lesbians. But in the media, it's represented as a 50-50, that there's literally a hit or miss. You can be either. But in reality, it's a lot smaller than the media would like us to see. But the children that are being raised by the media think it's then far more prevalent than it actually is, and then engage the idea. So it's like a mind virus.
Yes, dude. They're manipulating children. And like gay's not a okay, gay people don't exist. Just people do gay things. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. But like this is it he just nailed it. That's what it comes down to. I was raised Christian, but like no one ever answered any of my questions. And when I'd ask my parents the questions, they'd be like, "Oh, ask the preacher." I'm like, "But the preacher doesn't answer the questions though." You know? And this is stupid. You guys don't believe in your own book. Oh, well, go with the preacher. Oh, go to Sunday school. Oh, go to the church. Oh, let them teach you. Let them tell you what it is. Go watch this on TV. Right? And so, like, yeah, you from the outside, someone be like, Austin was raised in a good Christian household with morals, and he was so rebellious. No one would answer my questions. I didn't have an intimate, true representation of the Creator and how I have a personal relationship with them. All right, I was in a religion, and I was like, this is stupid, and I broke out of it. And I'm like, you're not going to tell me anything about it. Then I went to a Christian school. I'm like, this sucks. And it's like the argument that there's negativity that comes with it. Yeah, I had to work my ass off to get my full ride for a football scholarship, but then guess what happened? I got a full ride for my football scholarship because I worked my ass off to be able to get it. And so there were times where it sucked and I didn't want to go work out after a 3-hour practice. I didn't want to go wake up on Saturday morning and go. But so not everything worth having is just like perfect, right? Of course not. Like children are going to have to grow and learn, but you have to be there for them intimately and not hand them over to other people and give them an iPad when they're 2 because you don't want to take care of them. Right, because that's when they get brainwashed. If you like Owen Benjamin's children are incredibly profound. If you know, like Owen Benjamin, he has this huge amount of land. He homesteads. They homeschool. They eat organic food. They walk around with their shoes off constantly. They drink clean water. They teach him the scriptures. They teach him the process of life and how to grow things and how to take care of animals. And they're he has a 5-year-old son that's like incredibly profound and understands all of these major overarching principles that adults in America now don't understand. So you give your child such a huge leap in advantage, and it's always up to them in the end as an adult what they do with it. But like you can
But
definitely change it.
That's the farmer analogy. So a good farmer knows how to tend his crop to generate fruit. And people who just put a seed in the ground and get some kind of green thing sticking out think they've accomplished exactly the same as a farmer who tends every aspect of the crop.
I just don't think at the end of the day you can absolutely, like, even if you're amazing, because there are really good parents out there who really try, and their kids just, like, when they become teenagers, something happens and they just don't follow the path. They don't. And that's not the parents' fault. That's the child's agency, you know? They're 17, 18. So all I was saying when I brought that up is that is something that you'll have to experience as a parent. Like, I'm sure my children are going to be extremely rebellious. So
only if they have rebellious friends that they
Well,
make
and
through
yeah,
strangers.
and only if they don't feel like they can talk to you, right? Like if they feel like they have to lie.
I mean, they're individuals though. Like, even if I do everything perfect, I can't stop my child from wanting to do their own thing. Like Amish people. Some people, like, they grow up Amish and they want to leave.
And then a ton of them come back.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm just saying, like, as a parent, like, you'll have to maybe experience that where, like, you've done everything right and your child still is like, no, I want to figure out my own shit. And
If
you'll
you
have
build
to
a house,
be in a
you
hard
might have to
place.
experience a fire. So should I just not build a house because it could set on fire?
No, dude, you're missing exactly what I said. I never said that people shouldn't have kids. If you think I said that, then you missed the whole point. I'm just saying it's harder.
Straw manning. That was a straw man, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
all
it's
I'm saying is,
it's
yeah,
got to
it
do with
is.
constant
you
attention.
are committing fallacies left and
No,
right.
I'm not. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are. I don't know what they are, but you're doing it.
That's your.
Okay, so the
okay. So
Bible.
your argument is for what exactly? Like, just to voice the potential negativity of a child choosing to go their own way when they get older.
No, you were just saying, you were making it sound like having babies is so fucking easy And I was just trying to say that as a parent, there will be things that you have to like hard shit. Like your child does something that you don't like, for example, wants to be gay, and you have to decide as a parent, what the hell are you going to do with that situation?
Well, if he's 18, he can throw hands.
Oh, so you're just going to fight?
No, it was a joke.
Oh my God.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Look, the whole your son might be gay thing is so overused in my opinion. I can guarantee you my son's not going to be gay. My son's not going to be gay.
Well, you can't guarantee that. How you gonna
Okay, you want to
guarantee
bet?
that?
Bet 10 grand right now.
Your kid is probably going to be gay because he was so traumatized because his dad chopped off his tip of his wee wee.
I don't even think I'm going to do that. I don't even think I'm going to do that. So the point.
5 minutes ago.
No,
Bro,
all I was saying is that scripturally it doesn't. All I was saying is there's a difference in the scriptural one and the one they do today. It says do it at 8 days. Coincidentally, here in 2021, you can scientifically prove, just a coincidence, that on that day is the lowest pain threshold where they would feel the least pain. But it also says it says that now that's not required. Okay, I'll cite it. I'll cite it.
Do they survey the babies? Do the babies fill out like a little?
You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Witsit and Musk, get a room or go in the arena.
Yeah,
No,
I think we should. Yeah, we should schedule. Arena. Well, Indio probably wouldn't go for it. Arena night, circumcision or no. I don't. He probably wouldn't. Go
No, I'm not even pro circumcision necessarily, so I don't want to be a part
let's
of that.
rewind the
But
tape. Let's rewind the tape.
No,
If I
all I
may
was
just
saying is that there's a
summarize.
difference in the worldly circumcision. That's all I'm saying. Like they traumatize the baby in numerous ways, including like cutting way too much of their penis off right when they come out the womb. That's all. Like that's not even what it says to do, but it also says you don't have to do that anymore. That was my point. So like,
how much is too much?
I don't know.
Oh my
Honestly,
God.
from my fleshly opinion would be Yanny.
What the fuck?
Okay, all right, we get it. It sounds ridiculous. I get it.
Okay, but in
Solar, you
conclusion
were going
to
to say
that,
something.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks,
I
man.
love what you said earlier, man. Please continue.
In conclusion to what Musk and Witsit were saying, it's kind of like some people will buy a dog and they'll say that they'll never be able to train their dog. And yet when they take it to dog trainers, they're able to train that dog. And the same thing in the Bible, it says you have to bend the vine when it's young. So when it's young, you need to instill those foundation things probably up until about the age of 6. After the age of 6, same thing like with a big tree. I can't go bend the trunk of a tree if it's growing inconveniently towards like my house or a wall. I needed to plan that when it was really young in its infancy, and then put up the right kind of posts to direct that tree where I want it to go. So the same thing with a dog that becomes a bit uncontrollable is usually that you've given it too much leash. And when you shorten the leash, you can regain the control over the animal. So a lot of this has to do with, kind of introspection and looking at how you interact with all creatures, whether it's animal or human, and about that engagement, whether you get the type of response, like how a farmer gets that response from a seed. He gets a 13-foot high sunflower that produces 1,000 seeds on it. And when we try and grow a sunflower seed, we get like a waist-high, scraggly little thing that can't achieve much. And it's really about how much concerted effort goes into the actual flourishing of that seed. And as parents, it's almost sacrificial. The more you put into your child, the better the child's the child's platform or foundation is. But you have to do a lot of self-sacrifice in it. So I'm also a black sheep, so I speak about this from breaking every rule that was ever given to me. And in doing so now with my children, I'm giving them a lot of free will and a lot of critical thinking skills, which makes my job very difficult because they challenge every instruction, which I'm grateful for. I want them to challenge all authority. It must make sense. If it's not logically sound, even from me, it should be challenged. but it requires a lot of finesse and it makes your job more difficult. And as the farmer, you've got to do a lot of additive to the soil. The soil is like the surrounding of the person. So children are little copycats. So when they see a rebellious child, they start mimicking the rebellious behavior. So it's really why the schooling system is such like a death trap for most parents, because you throw your kid in with another 1,500 bad children and expect that your good child is still going to come out good.
And what he's saying is so profound.
Where a lot of parents try to control that inside again. And when the child is being homeschooled, you see a completely different child, like Dandelion was mentioning.
Yeah, what he's saying is so profound, because to raise them properly with training them how to have critical assessment is going to require more responsibility from you, right? More sacrifice from you. And people now, they take the easy way out and they give them an iPad when they're 2. They put them in front of a TV when they're 2. They give them to schools immediately, right? Even pre-K. And they just don't take care of their children. They don't teach them. And in addition, another major problem is the mother and father don't have a unified front. And this happens almost always, where the child has to go to the mom, for example, to try to get away with something that they know the dad's going to say no to, right? And they don't have a unified front. And so then they have this confusion where there's no unified stance on things. And so they bounce back and forth. And almost everyone I know that says they were raised in a good home, they have this paradigm where the mom and the dad are not always on a unified front, right? And that just leaves the child confused. They don't have like an objective standard of what they're allowed to do or what they're supposed to do. And then you throw them out into the world confused, right? And you let the world teach them. It's not that there's any like cheat code that 100% guarantees that your child's going to be a great child, never do anything wrong. Like everyone in the world makes mistakes. And there's no telling what could happen. You could always make the argument, but it's like we can't just like act like all the people that we see in everyday life is a good representation of it, because in today's day and age, it's done exactly the opposite of how it's supposed to be done. Like children are brainwashed by society and thrown into the world, and that parents don't take the responsibility that comes with raising a child, and then they expect to have a perfect child at the end of it. And there's no way. You're setting that child up for failure. I think the argument is simple. You set them up for success, it's much more likely that they succeed. Is it a guarantee that they succeed? No, of course not. There's no such thing, right? But like if you just throw them in with the wolves, like, well, good luck, bro. Like this woman has 100 IQ teaching my child about the earth being a ball in a vacuum, and I expect my child to have critical assessment skills when it grows up, right? Like that doesn't make sense. There's my sermon.
Your upbringing does not define the path you take. That was my only point.
I agree to both sides. Like what Solar said is right on. Like the seed, it's beautiful. It's right on.
Yes.
But like my parents were unified front, and I broke every fucking rule in God's rules, man. So, you know what I'm saying? And my parents sacrificed everything multiple times to save my fucking sorry ass.
Did you go to public school at a young age? Did you go to a schooling system?
No shit. Of course.
All right, so did I, right? And so that's why I was rebellious.
I know, man.
I was rebellious because
I'm with you. I'm with you.
because of my
But like I also agree that like I'll do my best for my children, but I also understand that once the fucking hormones kick in, I lost control, and I know that. I'll do my best, but that's it. Now they're developing their own, and I'll do my best to be there, but I can't control it after that. And I know that.
Of course. Well, there's obviously
testosterone fucking starts flowing in the blood. That's it. It's like, oh, you're fucked.
Well, but for me, I still remember. I was like, my parents don't let me do this, but my homie's parents let them do it. I'm at school and I'm like, why do all these parents get to let them go out? Why do I have a 12 o'clock curfew? This is dumb. My friends get to hang out wherever they want to. This is stupid, because I'm looking at everyone else and I'm like, no, my parents are just tripping, right? And so like me being in that environment is what caused me to be rebellious. Me being around all the females that are running around, all the other dudes that are running around with the females, I'm like, okay, that's what I'm gonna do, right? Like without that, I'd be much less likely to do it, I guess.
Oh, but if you were allowed to have sleepovers with the opposite sex at 13, you think you'd be all square and dandy?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. My friends were allowed to do that. I weren't allowed to do that. So I'm like, So my parents are just tripping because all the other parents agree that stuff like this isn't a big deal. So I'm just going to sneak around and do it anyway. And then it creates a paradigm where you lie to your parents because you think you know better than them, right? And they're just tripping. And
Yeah, you
so
can't
then you
control your
lie.
kid. There you go. You just said yes, yes.
Because
Yeah.
I was in a school around depravity and other
Even
parents.
if you lived on an island in the middle of nowhere and you have a daughter, one day she's going to see, maybe a ship will come to your island and she's going to see a boy and she's going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm in
Women
love
and
with a
pirates,
boy.
man.
And then you're going to have to deal with that shit.
She's not just going to run over there and lay on the ground and spread her legs, though. That's the difference.
Hey,
Who knows?
can I
Very, very unlikely, as opposed to someone in
That's
Babylon.
That's the
Can I
thing,
interject
man.
some,
Wait. Hold,
What's
I want
going
to.
on
What's it?
around these parts then?
Wait. So you're gonna raise your kids in captivity, like that? Of course, it's not a solution. Of course. So you're gonna have to integrate them in some sort of society. I would love it for my children, like in a flat Earth society. So like all of us here, we'd have a flat Earth island. But of course, that's utopia. It's not gonna. It's not gonna happen. Oh, you know what I mean? Yeah. Blah blah blah.
I know how it happened.
Hold on. Hold on.
Can I interject
How are you going to integrate your children into society?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think
I really want to know how we're going to do it.
Well, yeah, but like this is
you wouldn't want them to marry anyone from society, would you?
Oh, you're about to get rumpus. The fuck. Let them talk, guys.
Like with scripturally speaking, which is my worldview, right? Like actually back in the day, you would raise up in a community with like-minded worldview, and then the guy, like your son, would be hanging around certain females you think could potentially be a good life mate for them. They'd end up just getting married, right? So there's a totally different paradigm we live in now, where we have this false need to just throw them into the world because we're not being fair with them unless they see everything. At the same time, yeah, they shouldn't just be held in captivity where they see nothing but their siblings always. But yeah, I would definitely never put them in a public or private school, either one of them. They would be homeschooled because like I went to a private college preparatory high school and it was still brainwashed. And so like I would make sure that they have a logical foundation for themselves so that when they do go out into the world as an adult, they at least have like logical foundation. You're going to have to let them make their own decision ultimately, but I wouldn't. I would say it's maybe like sports are kind of beneficial in this sense. That's why I'm not completely anti-sports. Like you say you homeschool your child, but they go play football or whatever, right? So they learn stuff like that, but still you're not going to ever completely protect them. You just want to protect them in their most vulnerable stages when they're first growing up, learning how to process information. And we've been told to just give them over during that time. And it's hard to repair that, right? Like I don't think there's a fix all. No, I don't think that you should make them antisocial and a captive. But like there's like a middle ground here.
That's the problem, man. I know. Where is it? Like I've been trying to work it out, like in my mind, right? It's like, okay, I'll homeschool them and whatnot, but then what? Like how? Once they integrate, they're like, what the fuck is this, man? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, ugh.
Well, in theory, it'd be great to have a gigantic community of like-minded people. Right? Yeah, that would be ideal. That's exactly what I want to do.
Yeah. Because like I'm on the same but from different scriptures, but I'm on the same foundations that you're on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that sort of like setting doesn't work because fuck, man, society's so fucked.
Yeah, but
it costs a lot of money.
There's parts that are being missed here, right?
That's
this
true. Yes.
But listen, just one sec.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Elijah, yeah.
One sec. This is what other scriptures come into play, right? We're specifically commanded. Now, there's multiple reasons for this, but we don't really need to go into the detail. Specifically commanded to not neglect the fellowship of the saints. So in that environment, your young girls, your young sons, your older girls, they're not going to be completely just on their own on the homestead. They're going to be fellowshipping with the saints on the Sabbath. They're going to be going to the feasts and meeting their cousins and their brothers, etc., etc. It's not my phone number, Dark Time. It's something else. Interpret if you can. So back to what I was saying. So when you do that, to kind of address what you were saying, Cyrus, about the not being antisocial, not just having them like completely isolated. You won't have that because even if it's difficult, because obviously today it's difficult. If you're in the places like some of the places in the world with the people that think the way me and Witsit think, where are we going to find the kind of fellowship that we need? Okay, yeah, practically it's difficult, But if we make the effort, there is going to be people like that. And then and this is a thing, and I know it might be kind of a bit of a segue to something else that you weren't talking about. But this is something that I think is also important in how we raise children, is that we don't raise children the way people raise them, which is, we're going to put 5-year-olds with 5-year-olds. We're going to put 2-year-olds with 2-year-olds. No. Everyone, the dinner table, for example, everyone and their mother's there. That's how you raise children. So when they see that, when they see the interaction with actual adults, with other families, then there is no room for this antisocial thing. And there is no room for this confusion, because they see how people should behave with each other. But I'll leave it there, because otherwise I could probably talk for 2 hours.
I just want to build on
That's
what
a great
you're
point.
saying, because the kids learn by example, and having good examples, older examples, and you as the example being the parent is far better than the kids learning from the other kids their own age and taking those kids as the example.
Right, and could you repeat that actually?
Like, I felt this way my whole life, because my parents didn't raise me very much. So I felt like I raised myself with my friends, and I learned from my friends. So a lot of kids are raised by their friends, when it should rather be that they're getting the good examples from your parents, your older brothers and sisters, who have already learned this, and so it's easier for you to learn, instead of you're learning bad information and bad behavior from kids who never learned this from their parents.
Right, and if you do the kind of thing, I'm assuming, because I jumped in halfway through, but if you do the kind of things Witsit was talking about, and what I suggested is, you will have a system that you won't have your children in a position where they can have the corruption of the company of those kind of people. I can't remember where it is. Witsit, you might know this one a bit better, but there's a specific scripture that says something to the effect of bad company corrupts. So even if you're like the most pious guy in the world, if you spend your whole time in a flipping drug den or with a bunch of criminals, that's going to affect you. Just fundamentally.
That's what happened to me, man. Because my parents are broke, but they're spiritual. But anyways, I grew up in the ghetto, and guess what? It fucks up your life.
Right. And I think maybe many of us can probably speak from experience, even though we didn't want to be like that. Just the fact that we're in those environments, we see like things come out of ourselves. They're like, wow, we don't like this. And if we're able to make decisions, we move ourselves from those situations. So I can speak from experience. Gaming, it's just a waste of time. It brings out such stupidity in you. So things like that, right? So back to the application of how you deal with having well-rounded people or children is, okay, well, let me put them in an environment where they see me working on the land as a good example. So okay, that's what a real man should be like. Me raising them in love, loving my wife, etc. And then I'm interacting with the other guys who believe like me, and they have children, different ages, and the same kind of thing. Even if it's just one other family, right? You're in an environment that's that devoid of fellowship. Just one other family, they will be very well rounded because they have all their brothers and sisters. They're treated like humans as opposed to, subhumans, which is how people treat children nowadays, right? And then they have the example of another family, so they're not limited to just one bloodline or whatever, right? That really, if you do it the kind of way that we're talking about, even in the most isolated environment or just one other family worthy of spending time with, that will actually be sufficient to the point where they get to the age of being married, they have everything they need. And it will probably be someone from that other family that they end up marrying anyway. And I know that's an isolated, hypothetical example, but if you have that and you're able to do that, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it's
I have to purchase that, and it's going to cost me years in the Matrix. That's what it's doing right now. And I'm seeing myself getting older. Correct, I am approaching that, but fuck, like I'm losing critical years that like I want to have children in. Like right now, I want to reach that utopia that we're talking about, but I'm not there yet. You know.
I know, I get it. I would caution you not to think of it like losing critical years, though. Consider it as an investment into the future.
Correct. Yeah, I know. But for me, in my eyes, like,
I mean,
sure, why not?
I think I've personally edited some of my positions more recently, based on some scriptural stuff that was brought to my attention. But in general, as a man, you don't need like the time element. It's like what of it, right? As long as like
I want lots of
as long
children,
as I'm
perhaps, you know,
as long as
whatever.
as long as I'm progressing. But it's the mentality, right? It's the perception of it. It's like, okay, it's going to take me 5 years to get this done. If you look at it as I'm wasting 5 years to get it done, you've completely missed the point. If it takes you 5 years to get it done, when you get it done, you go, look, this is so wonderful. And a good example of this scripturally is look at Jacob. Now Jacob, there's way more to the story, but just look at it. Like, he didn't give a monkey 7 years, and then he get finessed, and then another 7 years. To him, it was like, all right, well, I'm gonna do this thing because he's committed. So it's the perspective, because if you are having to hustle that much, and you're gonna look at it with the wrong perspective, you're gonna suffer unnecessarily. You have to have, Jacob. You have to have that that positive. Not to be cliche, but for real, right? As a man, you have to control that side of how you think about them. Well, as a human, but as a man, because you're supposed to be the head of the house.
I get you. Yeah. Well, like right now, I gotta go make some money, which I'm about to go do. So it's like, yeah, sounds good, but fuck, I gotta integrate into society. You see, it's the real thing. So like with children, it's like, how do I integrate them without them being ballers? It's like, fuck.
Very easily. You just do it with a level head.
Ha! I like that. Nice one.
So along this topic, I think another scripture that's pertinent to the topic that we're discussing here is Proverbs 22:6. Train up a child in the way they should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. And if you notice in that scripture, it doesn't necessarily, it jumps from child to old. And I think in that middle time frame is when, you're having that coming of age, you're experiencing the world, you're going out on your own. And a lot of bad decisions.
The prodigal son, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of bad decisions are made in that time frame. I wouldn't be surprised if all of us here didn't have some sort of rebellious nature. I know I certainly did, probably worse than most of you here. But as you get old, you come back to those things that you were trained up with as a child. I think that's a pretty good pertinent scripture.
And I think that's really great discernment and observation of you to notice that it jumps from a child to being old, as if it's leaving out the part where they stray and then come back,
Yeah, and some of that's interpretation, right? But at least that's what I noticed. It's like you're training up the child, and when you think about it, you've really only got that child. I know in modern day society we say until 18, but years ago, children stopped being children usually around the age of like 14, 15, or even earlier, right when you get in those teenage years and those rebellious years. But the focus is on training up the child in the way he should go, right? And then when they're older, obviously when you're older and you get to the age when you're having children, you're not departing from the ways in which you were trained up in. You're able to perpetuate that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think if you look, I mean, just from the stories that everybody has been telling, along this topic, have most of us not gotten back to the way in which we were initially raised as we were older, right? Reverting back to it and or rediscovering it. That time in between is the time of coming of age, where you can only do so much as a parent. You do your best, give them the proper way, and then they have to be on their own. And then that's when their discernment comes in. Their decisions have to be made. They have to make their mistakes. You'd hope that they would not make mistakes, but we're all fallen, right? We're all not perfect. We've all made those mistakes. And many of us have learned from those, right?
Absolutely.
It's true. When I was young, I thought a lot of things that because my mom tried to raise me a little bit, but she expected the school to do a lot of the job, but it didn't really work out that way. But the things she did teach me later on in life were all things that, like, I still keep to my heart. Like, it's like her work ethic, her how she does things, all stuck with me because she taught that to me personally as a child. But anyway, is there no one who would like to talk about the globe or the Earth?
Yeah, sorry. Apparently, I'm pretty good at killing the conversation.
I think you just nailed it.
I'm driving. I don't want a hot mic, man, but you didn't kill it. I'm about to hop off in a minute here.
Nah, if you listen carefully, everyone's cranium's going click, 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 click.
Yeah.
Say he nailed it too.
I can hear it, yeah.
Well, we've all got 10 minutes before it's that that cauldron hour.
I've got an
How
idea.
about it?
I've got an idea. We're how many minutes from ladies' night? Like 9 minutes or so. Why don't we play a couple chocolate sayings, some whatever, a couple flatter tracks before ladies' night, and then let them take over.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Who's the DJ in the house?
Speak amongst yourself.
Sonny, you're a DJ. Are you at your keyboard?
I was just about to doze off. I was listening and falling asleep, but okay, I heard that. I woke back up.
Yeah, it'll make for a good transition for ladies' night to put on a couple of tracks. Flatman Cancer just.
Let's start out with this one.
Did I say ladies' night? I misspoke. The cauldron hour.
The cauldron.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit. The earth is flat!
That's just that is awesome.
That's how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
What, just instantly lose their minds?
"46 seconds."
NASA lies more than my ex-boyfriend. Oh, baby, break up
Ooh.
with my ball.
Sorry, little hoe, but you ain't living on a globe. Oh, all the things they taught you in the school, you gotta let it go. Like you can talk your shit, but then I'll flat smack you back with my rap. Call up gravity, like where the hell she at? Cause you need Jesus to see this, deceiving since Eden. Yes, calling out the Globers, they ran out of reasons. And 3 questions, we got your ball now gone, and you ain't done no work, but you just say we're wrong. But we know not to be lying and faking. Look what the hell they be saying. Look at the money they taking. They doing it off of Satan. Take a red pill with a shot of Jack. Oh, please don't call me back till you know the earth is really flat.
Aww.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Ashley Kitsip is from Springwood in New South Wales. A nursery hand at Colour Spot. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so we grow like plants and tomatoes and vegetables that you see in like Bunnings or plant nurseries.
Yeah.
So grow them from seed and pot them up and go from there.
Fantastic. Raquel's your mum. Hi, Raquel.
Hi, Eddie.
Good to see you. Now, tell me about this. You got the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
You are passionate about the concept of a flat Earth.
Obviously, yes. I've got a shirt that says it.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, yeah, it has to be.
So tell me about your flat Earth theory.
Oh, it's not really a theory when it's true, but okay. Well,
prove it to me that
prove it to you.
Earth
Okay,
is flat.
where would you like me to start? Like, I need your proof for a ball first.
Okay, well, tell me first of all, what is at the end of the flat Earth?
What's at the end of space? How can you have an answer for one question, not have an answer for another question?
But is the Earth not finite?
Just depends. Like, well, we can't even say that because we can't actually go anywhere below Antarctica or outside of Antarctica because of the Antarctic Treaty. I'd love to, but you can't.
What do you think of space travel that shows the Earth?
I just laugh at it. It's pretty funny. It's the best joke I've ever heard. Actually.
The best joke? You don't believe in space travel?
The car in space and all that. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like if the Earth is truly a globe, 40,075 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers in equatorial circumference, there's no curvature anywhere.
Right.
Like I live on top of the mountains and I can see the city. There's no curvature whatsoever.
I went up the plane. I went to Concorde once, and you could see the curvature there.
Oh, wow, that was great. Yeah. I bet it was.
It was
unbelievable. You saw it?
I did, yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Maybe my cameras are broken. Maybe they're all got fisheye lenses. I don't know.
I don't know, actually. But anyway, I don't know what's going on. Here we go. Ash, which of these words is spelled correctly?
24/7 Flat Out Disco 2020. Shout out to Helio, Crypto, and Indio, and the Chocolate saying. To everyone else on the live stream, it's time to dream. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. The name is Trace, but I have another name. They call me love, wisdom, harmony. I see the fractal symmetry, just as it was meant to be. Our common shared destiny, the unity in you and me. Omnipresent divinity, occulted from humanity, manifesting all of reality. Our work in karmic synchronicity, life a harmonic symphony. Love is sincerity, dare to think differently for this flat earth epiphany. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. They tell us quite merrily it's gravity, incoherently with insincerity. No evidence apparently, just appeals to authority. The fallacy there inherently, just imagine it vividly. All you get is imagery, lacking in validity, contradiction, inconsistency, pure and simple comedy, a globe model parody. That's all they have currently. No proof, no ability, it's the epitome of futility. Boy, you have my sympathy. A fantastical story from a scientific industry, repeatedly lying flippantly, science officially, pseudo actually. It's a religious ministry with scientific mimicry. Truth fears no scrutiny. They tell us, you see into infinity. The method is quite finicky. Science proves nothing sufficiently. A contradiction contingency, quite the travesty. A pseudoscientific blasphemy. The method lost no efficacy. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. Additionally, blind faith voluntarily appeals to the majority. That's how you're held in captivity with no proof of veracity. Through familiarity and publicity, most program themselves religiously. We all serve the fiat currency. Complete lunacy, oh my god, the irony. Can't you see the tyranny? We've given up our liberty for a false sense of security, a self-imposed captivity, wistfully complacent complicitly. Sold our children into slavery, immorally accepted depravity, a docile march invisibly straight into domesticity. Join us in this heresy. The earth is flat, visibly. Life is still a mystery. We who resist cannot be the minority. Join us for all of posterity.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. The earth is flat!
That never
That's
gets
the
old.
perfect ending. That sounded like it was like made to end that song. That was perfect.
Sorry. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying, then I'll play it.
No, that was it. I was done. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We got some crypto coming up, right? We got some crypto coming up. Great. All right. Can't wait. That was great, Drace.
Thank you.
like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like Terra from a Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere. You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
He done such a great job with the music, just the way, just mixing the music, that just the music alone gets me on cryptos.
I know, and he played the guitar on there. Did you know that?
Oh, that's him playing?
In the lead guitar, yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
I thought he do all the music himself and just mix it together?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very talented.
Drace confirms. Crypto made all of it. You're going to play another one, did you say? Are we doing like a formal introduction and then you're going to play it? Did you say there was something else you wanted to play, Truth Prevails?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I like. I hadn't had anything planned. Although if Shines has, because I've not heard her yet. Have all of you heard Shines?
All my music is not Flat Earth related. It was like old stuff from years ago, so it's not really pertinent to the combo tonight. But I did start a whole music section in our ladies chat, so I'm hoping we can start creating some amazing music together.
All right, cool. That I don't even know that it would matter if it wasn't like I don't know. Okay, so I guess we won't play it.
Oh, I was gonna say, if people want to this weekend do talent show, since karaoke is too intimidating for some people. If enough people want to do a talent show this weekend, Flat Earth themed, just let me know.
I think everybody's thinking about it, Kai. They're like,
don't all speak
talent
at
show.
once. I really love that idea. I love like the idea of people like reciting poetry or showing their artwork or photography or whatever, like sculptures. Like who knows what people will bring to the table. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, only if people want to do it though. No pressure.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah. Are you thinking about doing it the same time that you usually do the karaoke or a different time?
I don't know. The wee hours can get a little wild, so maybe not so late. But I don't want it to interfere with any, debating. So,
well, with something like that, it'll probably be slow. People would be apprehensive or shy, or maybe I don't know. So it might work out well doing it on karaoke night. So it like that could feel the karaoke empty space, and then the karaoke could feel, the empty space of the talent. So that they would together. I think maybe it would go good. What do you think? I don't know.
I just want people, like, if you like writing short story, poems, like Shines was saying, if somebody's funny and they have knock jokes, like, I don't know. Sometimes it's just fun to share it with people.
It could start out like that.
It's so cute to see what everyone is capable of doing. Flex on the haters. So, yeah.
And it allows everyone to get to know each other on a more personal, level, and so more about the individual than the persona, and then like it could start out like that, and then if it got kind of full and booming, like if there were a lot of people, you could always separate it up into different nights. So
yeah, we just need brave gentlemen to show their talents and brave ladies. And now you don't have an excuse, because if you don't like singing, you don't have to sing. But everyone has a talent. So even if it's just burping the alphabet, you can still do that on Discord and show us.
Shinji, were you wanting to say something? You're asking about who can talk right now. Are you wanting to say something?
Shinji made an offer in the voice text there earlier. Video editing skills with projects. I would have to scroll up a long way to find it, but I don't know. That's what Shinji was to say something about. If that's go ahead and speak, Shinji.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the rules. Like, that's basically it.
Oh, for Ladies' Night, yeah. Well, I guess Ladies' Night is officially starting, and with the thing about that, Shinji, is when people have questions, and when it comes to, so far as moderating the room and the stream, the ladies are in control. That's all that means. So if there are Globers or whatever that's coming in and have questions, or they want to, have a debate or a conversation, it's the ladies that will engage with them. But I mean, it doesn't mean exclusively that men are not allowed to talk. That's not really, so if there's no conversation going on or anything, I mean, I don't know. It's maybe I should let one of the other ladies take over from here.
Oh, no, I think
I
you
don't
explained
really
it perfectly. There was somebody in both check-ins, but now there's only the Flying Scotsman in VC check-in too, which I know he's been here before. I guess he's come back. I don't know. There was somebody in the other one too. So if anybody has time to go up there, but Benji said, "I'm a video editor. If any of you need some editor for a music video, just hit me up." So, Truth Prevails went up there. I didn't mean she had to leave. Gosh, I hope she didn't interpret it that way.
I actually DM'd Shinji about that, and he sent me some videos, and they're amazing. So definitely looking forward to seeing what we can all collaborate together. It's really cool to see how many people are so talented in here. We have so much to offer.
I'm humbled. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and we haven't actually done an actual introduction, but hopefully if Helio's listening to this later and taking it out as the ladies' night like he does so well. I know he did that last week. I think he's been doing it every week, making a special little episode of the ladies' night. Helio, go back to the 5 o'clock, or maybe even before that, where the songs were starting, because those songs are really nice, if you want them to be in there, which seems like they could be because they're really nice. So anyway, Jim, 66%. I think this is an appropriate question for ladies' night, because I might forget if I do an introduction before looking at it. Is there a flat earth dating site? Yeah, and actually, Lunatic is here. There was a server. I don't know. I think it didn't go well, is my impression. I think it was because there were so few ladies and so many men. I think that's part of it. Lunatic, what's the summary of what happened there?
I don't know. An actual dating site, there might be one, but no, we did attempt to start up a flat earth dating Discord that like Dandelion just said. The ratio is really bad.
I think that's the problem. Yeah, I think that's the problem, especially on Discord. But even in that wider flat earth community, it seems like the ratio is not that great. But
unless you're down for multiple husbands, then it's great. A husband for the day of the week.
That sounds taxing. So yeah, we're here, and it's Friday night, so that means it's ladies' night. And here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0, we've actually, Mrs. Musk, we've had like a pre-ladies' night. I feel like today there was like a bunch of ladies in here talking like a lot of the day, which doesn't always happen.
The men were getting triggered.
I know. So yeah, because we had Jenny was here earlier, which I asked her if she was coming to ladies' night. She said she couldn't make it, but that was the first time I heard her speak. And she takes her debut, at least for me, was getting into a debate with Witsit. Like, yeah, wow, yeah. So it's nice to see more ladies around, because as we've said many times, that we ladies don't have to come just on ladies' night. It's not like you're relegated and only allowed to speak Friday, from 5 to 9 or whatever. You are allowed to speak at other times. So, and maybe we can do something to right this ratio and get more, women turned on to this concept of flat Earth.
Yes, ladies, don't be submissive in the server. Speak your mind.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. There's a long. I told you I was going to take a nap, Mrs. Musk, because they kept dragging me in there in all these conversations. They were so interesting today. Like, that was one of them. Yes. What is the idea of feminine submission? What does that mean? Yeah, we can continue. If there's no Globers around, we can continue any of those conversations, Mrs. Musk, and then Witsit won't be able to argue with you. So
exactly. That's why I'm firing shots now, is because I can't talk back.
Because the source is
I'll
weak.
be polite when it's over. I'll be all sweet again. Don't worry.
So yeah, the Flat Earth Ladies Night, the original idea was Flat Earth Ladies Night. The original idea was multifaceted, which was one, to encourage more ladies to participate in this server in particular, to encourage more ladies to look into the concept of flat Earth in general, and to the ladies of the flat Earth who often have different approach toward discussing the concepts of flat Earth with people, have their chance to speak, usually to the Globers, regarding the irrefutable information that the globe model is a complete failure and our Earth measures flat. So if there's anyone listening on the YouTube, or if there's people in this live stream that have no roles, so you don't have the VC verified role, see that Panto and the XO and Truth Prevails are all there in the check-in. So there you got 3 people who could check you in. Excellent opportunity to check in, and the VC check-in process is just having a short conversation with you to give you the role, so that we make sure that you're capable of just holding a civil conversation, and so on, and basically not a troll. That's all I can say. And so, because we do have a lot of mostly teenager types that just like to come in here and be disruptive, so it's not like a huge interrogation or anything. Just don't be intimidated. It's just how'd you find the server? Do you agree to follow the rules? Maybe what's been your experience before with flat Earth, and so on. Just a few simple questions. No big deal. And then once you have the role, the VC verified, as people who have it know, then you aren't required to speak, but if you wish, you can unmute your microphone and join the conversation at a suitable time. And also, you don't have to wait. I mean, right now I'm doing a little intro, so you have to wait till I'm done with the intro. But in general, we're just talking here, because in between, globe believers coming in, sometimes we just chatter among ourselves. Just feel free to speak up if you think of a question. That's perfectly fine. Although, as we were discussing earlier with Shinji, as Truth Prevails explained, the idea here is for the Flat Earth ladies to answer the questions. But that doesn't mean that no one else can speak, and kind of the veteran Flat Earth guys, they kind of take a back seat, and they do also keep working if they're here. A lot of them do. They don't have to. They can just sit here and enjoy, but many of them do help us by putting in links and information in the live stream voice text, which we always appreciate. So, did I miss anything, Mrs. Musk?
I think you hit it straight on the head.
Good. So yeah, we've got Mrs. Musk, we've got Shines, Truth Prevails is up in the check-in. Let me see who else we've got here. KJ has the ladies' night role. If anyone else wants to chime in and say hello, feel free. I might not see every lady that's in here, so feel free to speak up if I missed you, and then other ladies will trickle in, and it's kind of like a relay. That's how it kind of ends up being. People kind of started out, and then other ladies come in, and then they finish it up, and we have quite a group. We have grown a group here of Flat Earth ladies, and I am very happy about that. It's been going great, so I appreciate everyone who's here for the ladies' night. So, with that said, yeah, does anyone who is new here, so Jim, 66%, you asked about the Flat Earth dating site. Are you a Flat Earther, Jim, 66%? He's still there, Jim Dandy? He's just typing in oh, there, now he's unmuted. Hello there, Jim. You're speaking, we can't hear you, but I do see that you unmuted. So I don't know. You're trying to speak, there could be an issue with your mic. But in that case, you or anyone else can go to settings, voice and video, and you can press a little thing that says, let's check. And then you can see if your voice is working or not. See, Mr. Miskar, see this FE dating site. They all want to know about that. Yeah, I know nothing about that. So you guys will have to sort that out among yourselves in the voice text.
Yeah, my internet's not very good here.
Okay, we can kind of hear you. We heard you you're roboting like a tiny bit. So, if you can't answer me here, you could answer me in the in the text, but I just wondered if you understood that the globe model is a complete mathematical and logical failure.
Oh, I understand that 100%. I've been listening for a while. I've been back by Eddie Bravo. Some other guys went down a rabbit hole, you know.
Oh, you have listened to more, because in my notes section here, I have FE question mark. So I'll get rid of the question mark, beat the question mark, to have it be FE.
Yeah, I don't have
So I
any.
must have heard you talk before I saw something that you said.
Yeah, I've been listening for a while on YouTube, and man, there's some vile people on that chat.
Oh my gosh, Jim. Yes, there is. Yes. But
Wow.
Helio is cracking down. So Jim 66% and anyone else who's listening on YouTube, they are vile, yes. But for a while, like, Helio goes back and forth with his philosophy on it. And if he were here, I'm sure he would, wax poetical with you about why he does the things the way he does. But at one point, he kind of like had no one modding the chat because he wanted to see what would happen. So he was doing like a laissez-faire experiment. And you saw what happened. The like most toxic, vile people ever known to man started dominating the chat all day. Rocket Man, Flurf Annihilator. Sorry, toxic person, if I don't call you out. Those are the top two. Yeah, put those down. Yeah, gold medal, Rocket Man, silver medal, Flurf Annihilator as being the most toxic people in the YouTube chat. Excellent. Well done. If that's what you were going for, you achieved it. Because they not only, let me tell you, Jim, 66%, they'll sit there all day in the YouTube chat and say, flat earthers are this, flat earthers are dumb, flat earthers don't have any evidence, flat earthers are this and that. Flat earth is dying, which is just like so funny. I heard Whitson earlier say he's seeing it in live time. There's way more flat earthers than you guys think there is, because people are afraid to say it because of the social shaming, like what's put on by Rocket Man and Flurf Annihilator. But in the real world, there's tons of them. But you go to the YouTube chat and they are trying to, like, their PR is, flat earth is, I can't remember how they say it, like flat earth is dying. Like, yeah, sure it is. You wish. You know it's growing. And your presence in the YouTube chat all day and night, Rocket Man, just shows how much it's growing. You're so scared of it. You got to hang out there in the YouTube chat, but you're afraid to come in here and debate a girl about it. I gave him an engraved invitation to come in here and debate me one-on-one. I told him I would mute everyone else in the server, and then in the live stream, and he said, I don't want to debate, I just want to discuss. I said, okay, we'll have a discussion then, no problem. But they like to just claim, oh, they'll mute us, they'll do this, they'll talk over. It's like, yeah, why don't you just come in here and put your money where your mouth is? You don't get to hang out in the chat of the YouTube channel that exists because of this server and refuse to come in here and give us your evidence. Why don't they come in and give us their evidence? Because they don't have any. So, anywho, if there do happen to be any people in the YouTube chat who have evidence of curvature or rotation, by all means, come in and present it for us. We're waiting. We would love to see the scientifically verified evidence of either of these things that people just believe, and they're sure that someone somehow for sure figured this out, right? That's what I thought, because I was a person, who went to school for a heck of a long time to be able to tell other people we live on a globe. And I was sure that for sure I wasn't like just passing that on with them. Somebody must have checked this sometime, right? So then when I was forced to go check, found out nobody checked it. In fact, not only didn't they check it, they took the original errors and they compounded them and just made them worse and worse and worse. And they have no math to back them up, no geometry, no science. And how could they have science? Because you can't observe the globe and you have to make a natural observation to have science. All they have is stuff in their heads and propaganda. So, of course, the YouTube chat people you mentioned are cowards. So don't any of you in there ever listen to any of them or believe them or make you feel bad about yourself or doubt, whatever. You don't have to go around like Whitsett and tell the whole world if you don't want. Whitsett is a very brave person. He's not the only one who does that. People who are willing to do that is amazing. You are amazing. I'm sorry. But you can know this to be true. You can look into it for yourself, and it will help you in your life and dealing with your family and just dealing with reality and making decisions in general. Not everyone has to be an evangelizer. That's a bad word to use because it's not a belief. Not everyone has to be a Witsit, all right? But we're glad we have these leaders that are willing to go out there and just tell them at the NBA Finals, shouting to the crowd, in Milwaukee, that the earth is flat, and that is totally cool. But because the tide is changing, and people who get on the train now, you guys will be like, head of the game, especially these young people. It's like, just to look into it, see what you find out. Don't be afraid to look into it.
You guys know your stuff. I like listening to you and I think it's Truth Prevails, and there's some other ladies. You guys know your stuff. I mean, I'm just new at this and trying to learn, So.
This is a good place to learn. I totally agree. Yes, I have learned a ton here. I've learned, about, so much, and I keep learning. That's the thing. None of us can know everything. Like, there's always more to learn. I mean, that's the exciting thing. Yeah. So yeah, we've got some other, I don't know what's going on with Flying Scotsman. I thought he was already here, but then I saw he was in the check-in getting checked in. Now he's VC verified again. I don't know what that's about. Are you there, Flying Scotsman? Do you want to tell us your story here?
Hello. Oh yeah, I'm back.
So did you quit? Did you get banned? What happened?
Yeah, I think I got temporarily banned or something. Yeah.
And then now you're back in, so your second chance.
Yeah. Thank you.
So have you been thinking about flat Earth while you're gone?
Yeah, a bit. I haven't really found any new evidence to back up my own claim, so I don't really have anything to add for now.
Oh my gosh, did you ladies hear that? He hasn't found any evidence to back up his claims about the globe, right?
Yeah, I mean nothing new that I haven't already said. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if I ever talked to you. You seem familiar, and you talked to some of the other ladies about the globe.
Maybe a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Actually,
what was the evidence you gave us? What did you tell us?
I'm not sure. Actually, I think maybe those other pictures.
Did you come home without bringing any bacon? Did you come back home and not bring any bacon?
Oh, I have found something more.
Okay.
I'm curious. Okay, why do you think a helium balloon goes up? What do you think causes that?
Yo, hello.
What do you think? What do you think causes that? What do you think causes that? Because you think that there's a downward force.
Yeah, I think it's the weight of the air being pulled downwards by gravity causing it to go up. And
hello, can you guys hear me?
Who's talking right now?
Clash Boomer just joined the server. Welcome to the server. So Mrs. Musk is talking to Fine Scatsman, and I bet that she will check with you in a few minutes to see if you have any questions since you're new to the server as soon as they are, done with what they're talking about, right, Mrs. Musk?
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, just remember, you guys are all black niggers.
Oh, wow.
Oh, how boring. Now I have to ban him. My gosh, why do they do this?
Can we get more original, please?
I know.
Don't ban him, just shove him in detention.
So you think the air is getting pulled underneath the balloon, and that's why the balloon is going
up?
Yeah,
the pressure. And I have a video to show of.
Okay, let's see this video.
Yeah, it's a GIF. And
okay, let's see the GIF.
I can't, but I don't have the embed perms. If someone can repost that link, then you can see it.
You want us to post your GIF of helium balloon?
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you.
Do my best.
Yeah, so here in the car, why is the helium balloon going forward when he accelerates forward?
Why is the balloon going forward when he drives forward?
Yeah. And
because it's not going backwards.
Yeah, and see the pendulum goes backwards, but the helium
is
balloon
the balloon attached to the car?
Yeah, it's attached to the floor.
Yeah. Okay. So it's attached to the floor of a moving car.
Yeah, but see how the balloon.
So when I hold a balloon, and I'm walking with a balloon, is it going to go in the same direction that I'm walking because it's attached to me? Yeah, it's going to follow me.
Okay. Yeah. So see the pendulum swinging backwards as he's accelerating. See the tiny little weight hanging from the roof next to the balloon on the left.
All right, what are you trying to point? Like what are you trying to show us through this?
I'm trying to show that basically as he accelerates, all the air in the car is moving backwards, and because the helium balloon is less dense, it's going forwards. Which seems
what if it's just because the car is moving? It's
actually because of the density. It is actually because of the density. I can prove that.
Yeah, so why?
Yes, we're going to get into that. But I was just trying to show with his example that... Okay, so wait. Okay, so if the balloon wasn't attached to the car, if it was just floating, what do you think would happen?
The balloon would go backwards. The balloon would go backwards because
I figure still go forwards.
Well, it kind of matters because it would go forwards. No, it would go forwards because the momentum preservation of the balloon would get overridden by the density. The buoyancy is much stronger here.
Yeah, so do you agree it's the acceleration causing that? The acceleration.
Well, so this is the problem, though. If you're trying to compare this to the Earth, then anything that leaves the inertial reference frame of the Earth should still spin in the direction that the Earth is spinning. But that's not true at all.
Yeah, and it's not even analogous to the Earth because it's like the car is enclosed anyway. They try to claim that the air is moving with the Earth without being contained is what they're claiming. So it's not even analogous to the Earth.
Well, they're just like there's two separate issues. So one thing you're asking, why does the helium balloon go up? And then the second question you're asking is, why is the helium balloon moving forward when it's attached to an object that's also moving forward?
No, I mean forward relative to the car. You can see how the string's on an angle that leans forward while the pendulum leans backward.
If the kid wasn't in a seatbelt and the guy stopped really hard on the brakes, the kid's going to fly forward.
Yes, and the balloon would go backwards.
Because it's in an object that's moving.
Yeah, so why would the balloon go the opposite way as a kid?
He's proving density.
Yeah, so
because all the air's like it just I'm like thinking like I'm trying to figure out what your point is with this, like what you're trying to establish with it, because it doesn't make any sense. It's like it's like it only establishes what we're claiming, like our side. It doesn't help the globe if that's what you're so.
Yeah, it actually kind of.
Yeah, so you said the kid would fly forward if he slammed on the brakes, and also the balloon would go backwards.
Show me a video of that. Show me a video of a balloon unattached in the car. The guy stands on the brake and the helium balloon is going to go.
It wouldn't work because it'd be touching against roof. But if you timed it right, it would act the same as it does when it's on the string.
The balloon will go backwards because the more dense air in the car is going forward, which is pushing the balloon backward.
Ding, ding, ding.
Is that like a gradient in the car caused by the acceleration? I mean, what is a gradient?
No, it's just the more dense air is going forward, so the balloon seeks equilibrium, and the more dense air is pushed forward from the stopping quickly, and then so the balloon will go back because the more dense air is going forward. So same as if you went around a curve, instead of the balloon going out towards the curve, it would actually go in because the more dense air would be pushed outward due to centrifugal force, which would push the balloon inward.
If the car was turning to the side.
Yes, if it was going through a curve.
Okay, if he was turning the car to the right, he would be leaning to the left, and the balloon would lean to the right.
Yes, and if you accelerated really fast, the more dense air would be pushed back from the force of acceleration, which would push the balloon forward instead of backward.
Yeah. So do you agree it's the acceleration causing the air to be denser and heavier on the one side, which pushes the balloon forward? Yes. So if you take that car and pretend it's facing the sky, the air being accelerated down from gravity propels the balloon up in the same way as what's happening in the car.
Say that again?
Yes, so the acceleration.
He's saying that gravity is pulling all the air down, and that's what's causing the balloon to be pushed up.
Yeah.
Gravity's not force.
The buoyancy exists because of gravity.
Okay, show me where gravity is show me where gravity is affecting air at all. It's like air moves in all directions. It moves in all vectors, and then this is someone else. I don't have the. Go ahead, Kai. Anyone.
Oh, I was just saying his analogy is such shit. I'm so sorry, because with this balloon, what you're saying is that the balloon is going to go in a certain direction if it's attached to the car versus if it's not attached to the car. This is not demonstrable on Earth. The second an object leaves the inertial reference frame, it can go either direction. It doesn't have to go one direction. Like clouds. Clouds are not attached to the Earth. They're in the moving atmosphere, and they can go in any
whatever
direction.
the weather and
So
wind.
if there was really acceleration, if we were really spinning, we would see this happen. Where if you let a balloon go in the air, then they should all go one direction backwards. Or if they're attached, they should go one. I'm just saying your analogy does not relate to the Earth whatsoever, because that's not.
Sorry.
No, it's just such a weird one too.
Yeah, it's just his imagination. He's using his imagination to try to come up with these hypothetical assumptions of how it could be happening in order to make it work, and with no evidence for any of it.
There's so many confounding variables within this car. It's not analogous, and I still don't understand his point of how this in any way, shape, or form helps the boat.
It
doesn't at all.
It doesn't. Not with some kind of validation that. Well, first we need curvature anyway, and they don't have that. So even this, like, it's kind of without curvature. I don't even see any of it would be real. And then there's no, like, you'd have to demonstrate that there is a force acting upon the gas molecules, because we don't observe that happening anywhere.
Can I have a say in this?
You're gonna say gravity and buoyancy?
No, not that.
I ain't doing it is new, but I think I ain't doing it might be. Are you a flat earther? I ain't doing it or no?
No.
And you'll have to mute your mic when you're not talking because you're echoing real bad.
It's probably because of the translation.
Go ahead. What do you want to say anyway? That's fine. Just go ahead.
I was just saying that, some flat earthers just gave me an experiment saying that show me how water stays on a rotating ball. Yeah, you know of this?
So we're we're going off. We're switching topics now.
No. This is the thing.
Wait a minute. I ain't doing it. I don't know. Like, I feel like you need to be introduced to flat Earth basics because Mr. What's his name? The Scotsman is kind of a veteran here. So I don't know, Mrs. Musk, whatever you want to do. If you still want to finish it with the Flying Scotsman and then move on to I ain't doing it, whatever you want to do.
Oh no, we can move on. I was just saying if we're going to talk about if we're just going to move. I mean, if it's related to gravity, then that's fine.
Yeah, it is.
But I guess in this case, we were kind of talking about axial rotation and gravity. But yeah, whatever you guys want to do.
But you say, or I heard someone say gravity's not a force or something. But do we all agree if we drop a pencil, it will accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters a second squared?
It will just fall.
It's it does that because it does that because you pick it up and move it out of its place of equilibrium is what we see an effect. Like you are calling that effect that we're seeing gravity without any validation or.
Well, so what if you move the pencil sideways on the table? If you let go, would it go sideways the other way, or does it go down? I disagree with your explanation.
Same equilibrium.
Moving it sideways is still keeping it in the same area of equilibrium. So I don't know what you.
Yeah, but why does it go straight perpendicular down to the floor?
Because you took it out of equilibrium.
You're wondering why.
Okay, if I have a pencil, I sit it on the table and leave it there for 2 years without touching it. I then flick it sideways off the table. It will then start curving. It will go sideways and curve down and land on the ground. Why is that?
Okay, Flying Scotsman.
What angle did you hit it at? Like you're hitting it at an angle, so it's falling at an angle. You're hitting it. You're applying a force to it yourself.
I could hit it
like
any
a door.
direction.
When I open up a door, okay, I'm opening up the door sideways, and then when I let it go, it closes sideways. It doesn't close down. It closes sideways because I've just applied a force to it, opening it up. It's just seeking its state of rest again.
Okay, let's get into this, Flying Scotsman. If you're going to say that something is the cause of the effect that you're seeing, how would you determine that?
Well, I drop a pencil loads of times and
no, how would you test
directions.
It? How would you test it?
By dropping loads of pencils and observing which directions they go.
Well, you're still just observing the effect. You're just observing the effect over and over and over.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, listen, you're not coming to the conclusion of what's the cause. So how would you test to determine what is the cause of this effect that you're observing? Yeah. You would have to identify, right? So whatever you're going to claim that is the effect, the cause of this effect, you're going to have to identify what that is. You're going to have to isolate it. You're going to have to be able to manipulate it to see if it changes, how it affects, how this effect changes, right? So show me where anyone has ever, or where you can identify this thing called gravity, manipulate it, and determine that it is the cause of the effect that you're seeing. Because I can show you some other things, right? I can show you some other variables that have been manipulated, identified, isolated, and manipulated, and it does affect, like change this effect that you're seeing. It does change where an object finds its equilibrium. Okay, but none of those are gravity. So if you're claiming gravity is the cause of this effect that you're seeing, then let's see some demonstration of this.
Yeah, I'm not saying I know how gravity works. I'm just saying there's some kind of force.
You're saying that it is something, but you have to identify this thing you're saying exists.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we've just named the phenomena gravity, or we've named what we. I disagree with Einstein's thing saying it's curvy space time. Like, I don't understand that, and I'm not saying it's not true or anything. It's just whether it's mass affects mass or whatever, we don't know. But do we all agree there is something that causes objects to go down at 9?
There's many different variables that will change where an object finds its equilibrium. There's several different ones that I'm aware of, but none of those are gravity. And what I'm saying is, if you're claiming that gravity is a thing, no one has ever identified gravity and presented it to us and said, look, right, we tested, we isolated it, right, here's what it is. This is what it is. No one's ever done that.
Can I ask the man a question?
So can you do that?
Well, I mean, we have measured gravity. We drop objects and we measure that they accelerate at 9.8 meters.
No, you've measured the different changes of this effect, but you haven't measured the cause. You haven't identified the cause.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah, we observed the pencil going down.
We've got two new people. I'm just going to say, I mean, we got Oscar and I ain't doing it, so I just want to make sure that we find, because they're the new people that just got checked in. So, Flying Scotsman. You ladies can keep talking to him. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, I asked you if you brought evidence of curvature and rotation, and now you brought us a balloon. And now, we're talking about gravity. It's like neither one of those things are neither. I just want to clarify, just for the record, Your Honor, neither a helium balloon in a car nor arguing about a pencil and gravity is scientific evidence of either curvature or rotation, which was the original question I asked him approximately 20 minutes ago. So just for the record, just wanted to say that. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
But yeah, that's good.
I think. Know? Oh, sorry.
Well, if you want to continue, I was just going to say maybe what we could do is move on to the other ones while giving Flying Scotsman some time to maybe gather some of this evidence and bring something.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the balloon.
Could I ask him a question real quick?
Yeah.
Are you a lady?
Oscar? I think that's that's somebody else. Oh no, who was just saying that? Oscar?
Scratch.
Oh, Oscar is okay. Oscar just has his mic on and it just keeps lighting up. That's what's going on. Okay, thank you for muting, Oscar. So we do want to welcome you. Scrat. Oh, Scrat is flat. Okay, you're a VEC verified. Tell me what you want to ask him, then we'll decide if we want him to answer or not.
Yes, it's ladies' night. So
Einstein. He said he didn't believe Einstein's version of gravity. I was just wondering if he trusts Richard Feynman's judgment, because Richard Feynman.
Okay, we'll put that on the table. Yeah, we'll put that on the table. I don't want to hear Flying Scotsman pontificate about gravity anymore myself. I mean, we can go back to that, and if he has any evidence of curvature or rotation that he finds in the meantime, you guys can talk to him about it, after ladies' night all night long if you want. Talk to him about, all the fine details of all that stuff. But I just first, for sure, before we go on Flying Scotsman, because he is not really a new person. He's been banned. Oh, which I was going to, while you ladies were talking, go and research who banned him and so on. And he's returned to us, so he's on his second chance. I'm just going to go ahead right now and give him the second chance roll. Flying Scotsman, welcome back to the server. But the people who are here new, I feel like, don't you think, ladies, we should find out what's up with those people, and then maybe go back to Flying Scotsman, and find out if he's found any of that proof, scientific, verifiable, testable, and repeatable evidence of either curvature or rotation. So yeah, Oscar, welcome to the server. You were we heard some static kind of coming from your mic, but we didn't actually hear you speak. I don't know if you were trying to speak. Are you there, Oscar? Oh, you were up there with Panto for a while on the check-in.
Yeah,
Hello.
I'm here. I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't realize that my mic was on when I entered the room. So my apologies.
Oh yeah, it wasn't a problem. No, it wasn't a problem. I just thought you were the one talking when Scrat and Flat was talking. I thought that was you. It was not disturbing or anything. It was just a little air sound. It was nothing big. So yeah. So how did you find the server?
David Weiss posted a video with Witsit Gets It, and on one of it, I think on that video there were. Or on the website, I can't remember. There was a link to the server. So
yes, Witsit puts the link to our Discord in all of his videos, which we really appreciate because he gets a lot of views and has a lot of followers. So we do really appreciate Witsit doing that. Which Witsit video did David Weiss put out?
It was basically Witsit just kind of riffing for a half an hour on the most basic points of the kind of the 101 of flat Earth, and he just for a whole 30 minutes he's just talking about point after point after point after point, and just has all these references, and it was something that he released recently. I'll look for the link and post it in the chat in the text.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'd like to see it. I didn't realize that David Weiss put up one of Witsit videos.
It was awesome. It was inspiring.
So, are you a person who understands that the globe model is a complete logical and mathematical failure?
Yeah, and I liked how Witsit brought up the very crux of how I came to realize that it was a false model. And that was the 8 inches per mile squared formula. And anybody that tries to look for this as a reality does not find it. And I'm like, oh my God, that means that the whole model is a sham because everything else falls apart. Just from that one thing. And he kind of says that. He says that in the video, essentially. Not in those words, but that was the that was the the moment where I was like, oh my God, yeah, if I'm being intellectually honest, the fact that this 8 inches per mile squared isn't a reality, you know, you can't get around that. Or at least not for me. I couldn't get around that. And it just kind of, it just grew from there, and I just started watching more videos but I just recently came across Witsit, and that was from the Dave Weiss videos that he's put up recently.
Cool. Yeah, I think that that's important that you brought up. Yeah, the direct measurement. Yeah, because that that information is not easily available. Like here in the Discord server, we talk about it, all day, all night long. But out there in the real world, you've got people like the real world, I should say, the physical world, whatever you want to call it, the non-Discord world. Discord is real, right? We're here. But anyway, in the non-Discord world, you've got more people, I think, like the Flying Scotsman, making more progress with their obfuscation, and their distractions and their ad hominems about flat earthers and so on. All of that just to obscure, like, okay, you guys claim you got a globe here. We, did the math. Even Google, you Google what's the curvature of the Earth. It says the curvature of the Earth means that increases at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That Google tells us that. That's not us telling you that. That's you guys telling us that. And then we calculate, okay, well, that means I shouldn't see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan like Sonny just put up there in the voice text. I mean, it's very simple. It's just people try to make it way more complicated than it is. So that's cool. We're glad you're here. Welcome to the server.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and it's pretty amazing how they use math to construct this false reality. Because, I mean, and I bring that up because there's this inherent trust in math and mathematics and, arithmetic, right? But, it just depends on the model. So, their model is false.
Yeah, and their math. I mean, you can use math to disprove their model. I mean, that's the thing that's the catch-22 is that yes, they can take this presupposition of the radius 3,959 miles, and they can do all kind of fancy calculations and say, oh, look at this, it all works out within this presuppositional model. But anyone who is even has a tiny bit of common sense, who sees, no, you never measured that. There's no way to determine that, you have not accurately or scientifically determined that radius. You have not measured the radius, and you're just making claims. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Well, we hope you stick around. I want to welcome I Ain't Doing It. I Ain't Doing It. Welcome to the server. I know you wanted to say something about a water ball earlier, so you've got some ideas there about, you already have some ideas about flat Earth, so you must have had some exposure to the topic before, even though I think you just joined our server. So how did you find the server?
You mean IR is not doing it?
Yeah.
So triggers me, man. I can't stand that.
Truth Prevails doesn't like the word ain't. Is that what
Because you're essentially saying IR is not doing it.
I don't know. Martoth, I think you are hot miking possibly, Martoth, even though we hardly ever hear from you. So we'd like to hear it from you, even if you're just rummaging around the room there, but maybe you don't know that you're unmuted, Martoth. So yeah, did you check I Ain't Doing It in Truth Prevails?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And he really, I don't know too much about the background about how he came into it. So maybe he could share that and introduce himself if he feels like it. If he doesn't, then he can continue to, discuss like where he started to and while we were up there. Cause I kind of, told him to wait and bring it down here. So he does have something on his mind.
Mic check. Anybody hear me?
Yep. You're coming in.
Coming in clear. Hi guys. Took me a while to get it running again.
Who is that? Now I'm confused. Who is that? Oh, is that Damsel Medic talking?
It's Damsel. Hi guys.
Hello. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, glad you're here. Howdy.
Yeah, I was listening. Flying Scotsman. How did he actually get the pin in the air first to drop it? He imparted energy.
Yeah, so
I was
what if I
listening.
pull the pen sideways off a bookshelf instead of up? Why
Would
would
it
it
have
fall
fallen if
sideways?
it was on the ground, or did you have to move it? You imparted energy.
Yeah, but I could move it in any direction, but it
Yeah,
always
you
goes
could.
down,
Yeah,
not
you
sideways or
could.
something. Yeah.
I just think it's interesting that you don't see that's part of the issue.
Well,
That
that's
you're
just
doing the work.
Exactly.
energy.
You're doing the work. You're imparting energy, kinetic energies in there.
Yeah, but
How
why
do you
does
know?
energy
We know that.
How do you know it's not you? And
That's
that
what I'm
it's
saying.
gravity?
You
Yeah, like
imparted
exactly.
the energy. You created a kinetic energy by putting it up on something. Even if you knock it off,
So
put it in a
what is up?
direction.
What is up? Why does
That's
up exist?
you putting in energy, which means things will go back to equilibrium. You changed it.
I could move the pencil
That's right.
sideways
You
to a
did.
different table, and
You
it doesn't.
did. Yeah.
It doesn't jump back to
And
the
then
original table.
You
so
did.
So then it seeks its equilibrium. So the question goes back to why do objects seek their equilibrium?
What do you mean
Can you
equilibrium?
answer that? Can you answer that for us?
Okay, say I take the pencil, I
Uh-huh.
grab it, and I put it on the couch. It won't jump back to the table. It will now sit on the couch.
Yes, why? So why do objects seek equilibrium? Can you answer that for us?
Define equilibrium in the context of the
What you
pencil.
just said. You just said it's at rest now. It's at rest. So why does the pencil
So
seek
why doesn't it
equilibrium?
hover in midair when I let go? I didn't push the pencil down. I just let go, but the pencil suddenly goes straight down
Where
instead
it
of hovering midair.
yes, it seeks its equilibrium.
No,
Equilibrium
it
with the
doesn't return
density.
to the table. It goes
The
straight
density
down.
of the medium. You are totally leaving out what is actually there in front of you.
It
What
would
is
work
going
in
on?
vacuum too.
You're dealing with mediums. You're dealing with density. You're dealing with things that have to seek those equilibriums. You imparted an energy, even if you just set it up high. You did that. Now it has the potential to fall if you hit it off the side.
Fall where? Why is
Because
it going down?
again, it has to seek its equilibrium within the medium.
Yeah, but why down? Why doesn't it fly up to the roof instead?
Because it's not lighter. It's not as less dense.
Relative to
It
what?
seeks its to the density of all the mediums that you are dealing with, whether it be air, ground, water, whatever.
Yeah,
Gas.
but what's that got to do with the direction that it falls?
That is what you are doing. Haven't you ever done an equilibrium test where you put layers
like
of different
oil,
mediums in a vessel of some sort and watch them separate out? That is why it does that. It's their density. Relative density makes all the difference.
Yeah, but why is there a direction?
Why? It just does. Because that's what is in the natural world. Density and mediums play a role, and you're going to seek equilibrium.
But
I think Scotsman, I think Scotsman got a point, because you say that the density is the cause of this, but the density is like, what is it causing? What is it tending it to do?
It's
Are
causing
you saying
It causes the behavior you're observing.
if density can cause just what is it called? Let me.
What just happened?
You do realize that this has been something that's been observed forever. This is figured out by science a long time ago. You're just trying to import something extra that doesn't even need to actually be there because you still have.
A few minutes ago, someone told me, someone in this VC said that when a pencil drops, it falls down, and you say, what's causing that? Yeah, and he said that again.
You imparted energy and you let it go.
Yeah, but
you raised it out of its equilibrium by imparting energy, and there you are.
Yeah, but there are experiments where they could create a vacuum, and when an object was in the vacuum, the object would still fall down. I have some.
You've changed the medium again. It's still a medium. They don't ever have 100% vacuum.
They don't have 100%.
You reduced it, yeah, but you have not a perfect vacuum.
Ladies, would you mind if I ask this individual a question?
Nope, you got to put it in the chat because it's ladies' night. Sorry, Elijah.
Okay, so if it was a vacuum, what would happen? Would happen to the pencil if it was a complete vacuum? What do you think would happen?
It's going to
Things
fall
will
down.
still seek equilibrium. It doesn't change the fact that that's going to happen.
Yeah, but what would happen if it was a vacuum?
It would be the same, no different. You still have the same issues going on.
No. Just imagine a place.
I can imagine all kinds of things.
No. Nothing exists. Only that pen.
Nothing exists, and I have no pen.
Only
It's
that pen.
echoing so
Only
bad.
that pen.
Can you fix
See,
it?
you're not dealing with reality or matter or the laws that we do know that are immutable and they happen all the time. Even in a vacuum, things do fall.
I'm not
Because
doing
you're
it.
still dealing with matter. You're still
gonna
dealing with density.
listen,
You're still
hold
dealing
on.
with mediums.
I ain't
There
doing
is
it. You're gonna listen. You're gonna have to mute your mic when you're not talking. You've got a horrible echo. So when you stop talking, and you know someone's going to respond, mute your mic. Just
Okay, sorry.
please.
Yeah, we're hearing voices.
Mine bad? Is mine bad? Doing it the same?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yes.
Good. All right.
Well, the thing is, when it is in a vacuum, there is nothing to compare its density with. So what would happen?
Yes, it's less dense.
You
just
have
all you've done
a
is
density. You have a pen. Is it not still got a density in the pen?
It's got a density, but comparing
That's
to what?
right. And you changed the medium it's flowing through. That's all you did.
Is that
Change the medium.
Is that
But-
pen in a magical floating existence of nothing? Because that nothingness, once the pen is in there, there's something. The only nature abhors a vacuum. I mean, the only vacuums we see are these contained vacuums. So
They're not perfect either.
Yeah, it's just we're in la la land. This is the weeds.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I can imagine because it doesn't even ever happen. You don't have any examples of a perfect vacuum. But even if I did, what I still would say, it's the laws that we already see, even in a reduced.
Well, and what's so funny is all you've done in the vacuum is just dramatically reduce the air inside. So the reason the pencil is falling down in your bedroom is because the pencil is more dense than the room air. So then you now put the pencil in a place where there's even less air and less air pressure. Of course, the pencil's still going to fall down because it's still more dense than the medium. Duh.
But why down?
Why
down?
Why not
Because they
sideways?
seek equilibrium. But does everything go down? Does everything go down?
Yes, so that would
Does everything go down?
Motion is relative. Motion is relative. What if it could go up? Why didn't it go up?
It's still the same causes, you guys. You got relative density seeking equilibrium. Once again, some things like gases are going to go up because of the way it works. They're less dense. They're moving atoms.
No.
So
if I
there's
would
a
go,
helium balloon. No, bro, listen. Okay, if we take a helium balloon and you put just the right amount of helium and your own breath, you can get the helium balloon to literally float in midair and just stay there. It doesn't go up.
Yeah.
It doesn't go down. It just stays there perfectly in midair. Why is it doing that? Why does it do that?
Because the same way they float.
We got homeboy flying Scotsman trying to say that the air underneath is getting pulled down, and that's why things are going up. And then we got I ain't doing it saying that things, why are things going down? Why the direction of down? Well, in this case, the object has seek equilibrium in midair. It's completely stationary. Same with clouds.
Yeah.
Clouds, why do clouds stop where they do? And they just stop where they are.
Yeah.
It's because they want to seek equilibrium because of their density. When the clouds get heavier, because there's more water in them, then rain, precipitation happens.
Fog,
okay?
Any of those things. You get all kinds of conditions.
But when it really is, the direction is simply just based on where the object is seeking its equilibrium. That's it. you change the medium, the direction will change because the object is now out of equilibrium and it just wants to seek balance again. But that's why you see the change in direction, because you've changed the medium. And so ice cubes fall down when they're in room air. They'll fall down in a vacuum chamber, but you put it in water, it goes up. It just wants to seek its equilibrium. Why objects seek equilibrium? That you'll have to send a direct message to God and get that answered. We don't know why objects want to be in perfect balance, but that's why you see objects move. Either one, they've had a force applied to them, or two, the medium has changed.
Yeah, so a pencil would reach equilibrium as it hits the floor because the force of whatever causing it to go down is not strong enough to make
So
it.
it's just weird. It's just weird to me how you guys will pick out all these different like incidents of these different effects where, and you're explaining how these other variables are being manipulated and that these changes of the effect happen, but you, and then you want to point to gravity. If you're going to claim that that's the effect, the cause of the effect, you're going to have to demonstrate that being the thing that you manipulate. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Each one of these examples that you guys are using just demonstrates these other variables that are being manipulated. Where is gravity being manipulated to be the cause?
You asked me if I believe everything goes down relative to it, and my answer is yes, I do believe that, including
Well, you're wrong.
helium balloons.
That's not the
goes
truth.
up?
Gases
Okay, and
always
that was
fill
exactly
the
my point
container.
with the car.
Always.
There is no force pushing the balloon forward other than the air being pulled back by acceleration. So if you turn that sideways,
You cannot attribute that to anything other than we don't even have a good example from what I understand. I haven't looked at your little video, but either way, you haven't demonstrated gravity from that effect. You've demonstrated again the density and the motion of bodies and reference frames. That's what you've demonstrated. You didn't prove your gravity at all.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So my claim is that a helium balloon goes up because gravity is pulling the air above it down.
Well, you're wrong.
More down. And my video of the balloon in the car proves that.
No, it doesn't prove that at all.
Yes, there is no force pushing the balloon forward. It's only the air being
The
pulled
motion
back.
of the car would be pushing it forward. You have mediums going on that are in motion.
No, you can see the string is on the angle.
Did you isolate the variable of gravity and manipulate that in your video?
Yeah, thank you. There's a GIF. So see the string on angle and the pendulum goes the opposite direction.
Because if you didn't do that, then it doesn't prove gravity. Well, what did you manipulate?
Okay.
This is my point. It's like you're not seeing it. It's that simple.
Air in the car. This is not a vacuum. You can't even tell me what exactly is acting all on this thing. Do you know if the inside air, not the helium, but the air outside the balloon, how is it moving?
Oh, so what experiment would you want me to do that could prove or disprove my claim?
Again, you're going to have to manipulate the variable that you're trying to prove is the cause. And you can't do that because gravity is unmanipulated by anybody. You can't do it. You're assuming something is doing something when you can't even tell if it is because you can't manipulate it.
It is actually manipulable because Einstein said it. Acceleration can cause gravity. He said it,
No,
proved it.
You don't understand how to set up an experiment then to find out and isolate what is actually a cause of something.
Einstein tried to.
I don't care about Einstein right now. Can you set up an experiment where you can manipulate the variable of gravity?
It depends on what you think gravity is.
No, it doesn't. Give me a hypothesis of how you could set up an experiment and manipulate gravity.
Yeah. If you're on an elevator, as Einstein said, if you're on an elevator and the elevator moves up, you feel a force towards the down, don't you?
That's because you're in motion, but again, you have not isolated gravity. Again, I asked you for a hypothesis to do an experiment that you could isolate gravity as one of the variables. As a dependent variable.
Oh God, most
You can't. You
but
you can't. You want to go to these things that don't even explain what's happening.
no.
Don't.
The
They can be
elevator.
explained by motion. They can be explained by density. They're seeking equilibrium, and you're not isolating anything near to prove gravity.
Can you manipulate space-time? Space or time, the bending and warping of it.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah, just change an object's position. It was
You're changing the object. Like this
Just
spinning and warping of space-time, you can't do it. It's never been validated. It's like at this point, it just seems redundant to me to just keep going around in circles like this because you're making a claim of something you've not provided any evidence for. So I don't even see, like we've showed you and we've explained other variables, okay, that you can that has been proven to be the cause of things changing their place of equilibrium. None of those have been gravity. So until you can demonstrate this, whether you want to consider it mass attractive mass, or whether you want to, consider it bending and warping of space-time, you're going to have to demonstrate it. It's that simple. There's no. It's just like I don't know what else to say.
Your balloon is not an experiment at all. You have not isolated anything there to tell me what is going on, other than you've got forward motion. Some kind of displacement is probably happening with the air, but we don't know because you didn't isolate it. It's not isolated. You attached it to the floor of the car that is a moving reference frame. I mean, you just got all kinds of problems. You cannot say that's gravity. You don't got proof there. That is not even an experiment. That is a observation of an effect with a lot of factors involved that you have not accounted for as causing this reaction. And yet you're calling it proof of gravity. It is not. That is not an experiment that has got any way to tell me that that is absolutely gravity. Because there's a lot of things that are going on right there I can see that I know could cause exactly what you're seeing. You might want to go look at dynamics and equilibrium and relative density and motion, but you have not isolated gravity in this, and there is no way for you to call it proof of gravity. There's nothing there.
Yes, so my argument is that the acceleration going backwards
again
is causing the balloon to go
backwards. Not because you're not taking into account all these other factors and eliminating them all down to you can actually attest it that it is gravity causing this. That is the problem. You don't understand. You don't understand science.
Just tell us what individual problems are causing this problem.
Stop. You are making up an assumption based on some ridiculous thing that you're trying to call a proof, and it's not. It is absolutely not. Don't try to make something proof that isn't.
What would we need to isolate?
You will have to come up with the hypothesis. I am not here to make your experiment work.
Gravity.
You figure it out. You make up a hypothesis and you make up the variables and figure out how you're going to manipulate gravity.
I never mentioned gravity in regards to the car.
You don't have to completely.
No, you do. If you know, you do.
You don't have to.
Yes, you do.
No.
Yeah.
Listen here. Yeah, my argument was
okay,
this.
I'm gonna call a little time out here, so I ain't doing it. You can gather your thoughts and you can respond to Damsel Medic after we have a small break here where the ladies of the Flat Earth are going to sing happy birthday to our very own Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony. It's his birthday today. So who's with me to sing happy birthday?
If you start.
Are you on, Damsel? Okay, all right, let's go. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Irene.
Happy birthday to you.
Sorry, guys, my happy birthday, Grace.
More.
It's hard to do it all together, isn't it? But it worked out. He got the idea, I bet. He gave us a heart there. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure we did that in case he had to go or anything.
Many
So
more,
I hope you had a
Drace.
great birthday. Yep, and many more. All right. Who are we talking to? I ain't doing it. He's got a response to you, Damsel, I think. All right, go ahead. I ain't doing
but
it.
we won't accept anything but an actual experiment that has to follow the scientific method. If you cannot do that, you don't get to claim proof. You don't get
But
it.
the thing is,
You don't get it.
we don't
It's
have to
matter.
isolate everything. We don't have to.
Yes, you do. It's called opinion and a story.
No.
Until
Here's
you
the thing.
don't do
Here's the
that.
thing.
Do that.
Not everything is relevant.
No,
If
not
someone
no.
here slaps me
Sorry.
and some other dude on the other side of the planet, no. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Just listen to me.
I'm not going to listen
If
to you.
someone here,
It's a relative when you can do an experiment.
now that's
Actually know a cause.
now you are in denial. Now I thought hear my opinion. What kind
No,
of
I don't want an opinion. I want a
that-
hypothesis and an experiment. If you can't do that, you cannot call something proof and not tell me that it's relative again, because that's just ridiculous. Because then I can make up anything. I can make up anything.
What?
It could be
You can-
unicorn farts causing gravity. It could be unicorn dust causing the effect of the balloon doing whatever it was doing. See, you don't have proof if you don't do a proper scientific experiment. You just can't.
As I said, not everything is relevant. Some things are, but not everything. If someone here slaps me in the face and some other dude on the other side of the planet sings, I don't know, James Arthur, you slapping me will hurt me. That will not change whether he is not singing or not singing. You have to count in some specific. Like I said, they experiment with the elevator. What can cause it to, dysfunction?
What
the
is
gravity from the Earth
experiment?
or anything.
Experiment. Fire.
Einstein said that an object accelerating backwards can cause gravity. That's what he said.
He said something.
What can
He
make
doesn't prove anything. I could say unicorns did it. That doesn't prove anything. So you can say whatever you like about how somebody said something. Einstein said something like that, or he wrote an equation, and it looks like it could be that works. But again, unless you do an experiment and actually can make a hypothesis, you got nothing. You got no proof. It's your claim. That's all it is. It's a belief. You've made a belief. You believe Einstein's right. That's nice.
No, I've experienced it. I've experienced what he said.
No, you didn't experience in space time. You haven't experienced space time.
Have you ridden an elevator?
I can't even understand what you just said.
Have you ridden an elevator?
Do you think maybe I would have ridden in an elevator just like you? That doesn't make space time.
Look, if you're claiming space time, bring us a demonstration of manipulating this. It's that simple. Is there anyone else in here that's got a question? I mean, I want to make sure that we don't just like go on.
Come back, but I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You either get in a hypothesis, you get your variables, and you figure out an experiment, or forget it. It's just not real. It's a story. You're telling me a story.
The things that we discuss, we can demonstrate. If you're going to discuss it, you need to demonstrate it. It's that simple. All of these hypotheticals and going on to the other variables and claiming, I mean, you're debunking yourself when you do that. It's like you're busting your own argument because you're admitting that you are manipulating these other variables, right? While you're trying to claim it as a demonstration for gravity when you're not manipulating the gravity. So you need to bring us a demonstration of gravity being manipulated, right? Because the things that we discuss, we can demonstrate. So you need to do the same thing. If you can't demonstrate it, then there's no validity to what you're saying. Okay. And I just want to make sure that if someone else has a question, that they have a chance to ask too. So if anyone else wants to speak up and ask a question, please do so.
And we could say hi to Mitchell. I saw you asked Mitchell in the voice text if he was what his view was on the Earth, and he said level and non-moving. So welcome to the server, Mitchell. That's what we like to hear. Definitely is level and non-moving, and no globers tonight have shown any scientific, verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of curvature or rotation. They got a lot of stories. They got a lot of nonsense and whatever. I guess in their own mind, they think they're making an argument. I don't know, what kind of argument they think they're making. But if you lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed and it was spinning around, I think you should be able to give us scientific, verifiable, repeatable, testable evidence of curvature and rotation. And no one's ever done that anywhere. So welcome to the server, Mitchell. I don't know if you can unmute and say hi or not, but
yeah, welcome. I haven't heard you speak either, so you may have been in here for a while. I've not even checked, but yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, we've got Chaos, a globe skeptic. I don't know if we talked to Chaos before. I don't know if I have.
Yeah, he's spoken quite a bit. He's been in here for a minute. I'm not sure where he stands now. I am curious to know, like, if he's come to any new conclusions since he's been in here.
Oh, we have a question from the chat. Who am I supposed to ask this? He believes his feet are older than his head. It's what Einstein said with his relativity theory. I don't know. Okay, Mitchell is saying, thanks for having me. Okay, so I don't know who I'm supposed to ask that to, but that's the question from the chat. I guess I'm supposed to ask that to I Ain't Doing It. But I think it'd be better to go through the 3 points with I Ain't Doing It since he's new, unless we have somebody else with questions. Who wants to go through the 3 points with I Ain't Doing It? Anybody? There, I Ain't Doing It. Hello?
Yeah, I'm just searching for.
Okay, so okay, you're searching for proof. Are you searching? Oh, okay, you're searching for curvature or rotation. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, not like that, but
Anywho, we're going to go through the 3 points with you if you want to stick around. So, and then you can get the 3 points participant role, and then you won't have to go through the 3 points again. So the first question, I Ain't Doing It. It's something we just do with new people in the server, just to get an idea of where your head's at. This method of questioning was developed by our friend Miggy. So the first question, I Ain't Doing It, is at what time in history was curvature scientifically measured, demonstrated, and proven? Curvature of the Earth.
Scientifically, I don't think there have ever been.
He doesn't think they have evidence. You heard it here, ladies. He said, I don't think they have evidence. Excellent. All right, we're on to question number 2. They don't. You're absolutely right. All right, 1 out of 3 so far. These aren't supposed to be necessarily right or wrong, but you got that one right. They don't have any evidence of curvature of the Earth. Absolutely true. Number 2, at what time in history was rotation in regards to our Earth where we live scientifically verified, demonstrated, and proven?
Wait, I didn't get the question.
Okay, at what time? So we are told we're spinning, right? Told we're spinning, and then that's what causes the day and night cycle, even though day and night cycle is perfectly fine on a flat Earth, works perfectly well with the sun moving across the sky and leaving your field of vision just as it appears due to perspective. No problem with sun on a flat Earth. Your wild model where it spins around while the Earth is moving and it's all these things are traveling and moving. There's all kind of rotation and moving they say is happening. When and who verified that our Earth is spinning?
None.
We hear you.
Did you say?
None, because there is no one on moon for 24/7, I guess.
No one's ever verified it, right? You think they'd have to be on the moon to verify it? So do you? So yeah, that's interesting. I mean, do you think they went to the moon in 1969, 1972?
Yeah.
Do you think they went there? Why didn't they verify it for us then?
Do you think you could go up there and stay for 24/7 and 1969? Do you think you could go there and stay there for that long time?
They said they stayed up there for a week. Yeah, definitely. That's the fairy tale that in your model, they said that. Yeah, I don't know if it was the 69 one or the 72, but I know somebody on this server told me that. I was shocked when I first heard that, and I looked it up, and I saw that's their claim, that they hung around there for a week. Yeah, they said that. But anywho, so
Yeah,
you're saying
golf.
nobody did. Nobody
They
did.
played golf on the moon.
Oh yeah, that's right. Truth or fail. Okay, so your answer for number 2 is nobody proved that we are spinning. Absolutely, very good. You're doing so well. How are you doing it? Wow, I'm impressed. All right, so you got both of those right. I mean, that is verifiably and easy to see that it's true. They have not. So they do have a right answer, even though I said they didn't. But I guess it's more like we accept if you believe the fairy tale, but apparently you don't. You know that it's never been shown. You just believe anyway. You have a lot of faith. Wow. This guy's very religious. Wow. He knows there's no proof and he still believes. Huh. All right. So question number 3, how does our atmosphere, which is a pressurized atmosphere, exist next to the vacuum or near vacuum of space, whatever their latest fairy tale is, without the gas, since we observe that gas moves from areas of high pressure to areas of low pressure and also expands to fill any container which it is in. How is our atmosphere existing next to this near vacuum of space without dispersing into this alleged empty space?
Well, as you know, no, I don't think you don't even believe it. So,
no, he's answering. Okay.
If Earth was spherical, and it had this so-called fairy tale gravity that you call, then the air around it should just go towards the center, not towards the outside. And vacuums don't suck air.
I didn't say that.
Vacuum cleaner to empty
Oh
space.
my gosh, I ain't doing it. You better not try to pull that with me. I never said any vacuum sucked anything.
Yeah.
You think just because I'm a lady, I'm thinking about a vacuum cleaner? I'm not. I never said it would suck. I said the gas would go from an area of high pressure to an area of low pressure or expand to fill its container, because that's what gas does. And that's what we see it do everywhere on the earth. So how is natural law and the second law of thermodynamics being violated by the fantasy realm of outer space? It's not what you just said. It's not, oh, she's a lady. She thinks she's up there vacuuming stuff. I know what a vacuum is. So cut with the attitude. Give me an answer to the question.
So if the vacuum ain't sucking the air, then what's the use of air going outwards of the earth?
Are you going back to sucking? What did you just say? Say that again slower.
If vacuum don't pull things from what's it called, high density air, if vacuum don't pull things from high density air, then the
no
air
vacuum up there. Who's got the vacuum cleaner meme for this guy? Did we invent that meme for him? Yeah.
Nope, nobody has invented.
Why are you even talking about the sucking? You're the only one who brought up the sucking.
No. Osmosis has proved that high density goes towards low density. But if vacuum don't have anything in it, from your perspective, the air should just go to the vacuum. But it is not going.
Oh, Blaze gave me a Mrs. Doubtfire. That cheered me right up. I like that one. Yeah, let's put Mrs. Doubtfire out there in space to vacuum up the atmosphere. Good idea. I'm sorry. If anyone else wants to talk to him about whatever it is he's saying, go ahead. I gave him the role. You got the 3 points. I ain't doing it. You got the 3 points participant role, and I do appreciate you participating in this exercise. Oh, okay. You can keep going on about that. So you're telling me what is your explanation for why the gas that is in our atmosphere does not leave, and we have a pressurized system here in the atmosphere? Can you just give me a short answer of what your explanation is?
Well, I was asking you that why isn't this just vacuum doesn't have anything in it? Then from our experiments on osmosis, we should know that the that air should go from high density towards low density. Then why isn't it going there? My question is, this is my question to you.
Liquid going through a membrane? What?
Wait.
How does that have to do with the gas? What are you talking about? You think it's going through a membrane? You think there's a container in the earth?
I think
gonna
he's
say,
asking you the
this
same
is
question
so-
you're asking.
Tendency. It has tendency. Osmosis is happening because they have tendency to go from high density towards low density.
What I hear is that he's
Tendency.
asking you the same question you're asking him.
Yeah, I mean, osmosis can occur across a membrane with gases, but so you're claiming that we live in a contained system, and there's some kind of membrane there in between our atmosphere and outer space. I ain't doing it.
The membrane here is not. What is it called?
You're going to
The
speak
membrane
of
is not-
if you must have a membrane. You have a barrier.
It's
So
not
is that
necessary
what
here.
are you saying?
You want some help translating?
Yeah, I need some help. Really.
Yeah, it's
I'm
very
not really
simple.
good
There is
in
no
English.
globe. There is no vacuum. Move on.
Fuck it.
Yeah, you finished 3 points, so you can't answer the third question. Is what you're saying? I mean, you that's fine for you to say, like, I don't know the reason. I mean, if you're asking me to tell you, I'll tell you it's because the medium of of outer space doesn't exist the way they tell us. There is no near vacuum out there. It hasn't been scientifically verified. There's absolutely no reason to believe that it's there at all. So if you want to say you can't answer it and you want me to answer it, there's the answer. It isn't held there inside of a vacuum because there's no vacuum. There's no near vacuum either. And there's no Hoover vacuum. And there's no Mrs. Doubtfire vacuum. We wouldn't be able to breathe. All right, but I guess he's gone. Is that what you guys are saying? All right, well, at least I gave him his role before he left.
Mr. Vacuum. Or
That's
osmosis.
what I
Figure out
I should have changed his name. Like, yeah, Truth Prevails doesn't like the ain't in there. We should have changed it to something vacuum related.
Gosh. Yeah, he actually reminds me of, like, I think he sounds like someone who's been in here before.
Yeah,
And
I think
it's
so.
just the way he goes into it, and he doesn't want to stick like a storyteller. And his voice, it just started ringing a bell. And if he is the person, then that's pretty much all he does. Like, try to tell stories to explain what he's trying to say. Never addressing anything that you say. I may be wrong.
Now I wish I hadn't given him the role because I think we should just go through the 3 points with him every time he comes in because I was kind of entertained by that.
Yeah, I was. I really enjoyed listening. Yeah.
Because he admitted it's never been proven.
I was actually going to suggest. I was actually going to suggest not giving him the role just so they would torture him like he was torturing us.
I know. That's why I usually give them the role so that somebody knows, like, okay, this person's been around. They've heard a little bit, so they don't, like, go through the same stuff again. But that guy deserves to go through the 3 points like 20 more times. Because he's a great demonstration of how the Globers got nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for demonstrating that to us. I ain't whatever you are.
Lucky vacuum.
Ain't got no manners.
Oh my gosh. Stop, guys. It's killing me.
Who else do we have here? Truth Prevails.
Well, I'm talking to Martoth right now because there's someone that he banned or put in detention that's talking to Django, and he's wanting out so that he can come in to talk to Ladies Night. And I'm so I guess Martoth, it's up to you. You put him there.
Let him out. Yeah, let him out. I've gone in there incognito before and given a free pass. You can get out if you come and talk to the ladies. And we've gotten takers a couple times. Usually, even though they're whining about being in here, they won't take the offer. But if he got somebody, then yeah, bring him in.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why he was put in there. So it could be for something serious. So I'm asking Martoth.
There's someone else too called Space Pizza. I don't know if he's in the server.
Yeah, I'll just bring him in here. And we'll see how it goes. Looks like there's a ton of people in VC check-in too, so a couple anyway.
Guess we'll roll with it, huh?
Yeah, I'm just slow, okay?
You're not slow. Just being careful.
Well, the command, the unmute command's not working. So, Dandelion, you or Martoth, one will have to do it, I guess.
Who is it we're trying to unmute?
It's in the VC check-in. I tagged him in there trying to unmute him, so you can just.
I already fixed it.
All right, cool.
Thank you, Marta.
Is anyone talking?
No, I'm kind of distracted right now.
I'm resting, Mrs. Buck. I usually keep myself to a 1 rant per day, minimum, like maximum. I think I'm up to like 4 or 5 today.
Oh, did I miss another one? Oh man, I just had to jump off and now I'm back.
Yeah, so I'm just resting here. So if you want to talk to anybody, or you could give Truth Prevails a summary of our conversations earlier today. I bet she would have been really interested in some of those conversations. We had some juicy conversations earlier, Truth Prevails, with the guys.
I was listening to him. Yeah, about the childbirth and hospitals versus home. And I was thinking, I wished I could have jumped in here then, because everyone seemed really interested and as if they're held back by the lack of knowledge or the fear that something, like you said, Kai, the fear that something could go wrong, and then you feel guilty. Well, what's his name? Shoot, I know is Chris and Kelly. Okay, cool. And I serve the one I am. They have had every one of their children at home. So they would be someone that you could talk to see. I mean, they've got the experience, right? Because they've had, I don't know how many children they have, but they've had all of them at home, right? Not in the hospital. And so they could probably give some advice or some tips or some useful information for, those who want to do it that way, but are afraid of what could happen or don't have the knowledge of what to do. So I wanted
you got a birthing channel in your survival server there, don't you? Have a channel about birth? Yeah, which is
because you guys had a lot of information, and it was a good suggestion. So it's like anyone looking for the info could find it there. If they've got something they want to share, they can drop it there. I'll put the link in the. Django's working on bringing that guy in here too. So.
Okay, good. What's his name, or we don't know?
Yeah, those guys are ready to come in. They're both in Cogdis. I'm not sure why they're in there. One of them's a mod from Chatterbox. He's quite a nice, smart guy. I'm not sure how he got put in there, but there's a guy called Pacini and another guy called Space Pizza.
No. Yeah, I remember that name.
Yeah, you guys know him.
Yeah,
he wants to come in and talk to you.
Bring him in.
Sorry?
Okay.
Bring him in.
All right.
Oh,
they already have VC verified, so
do you
they
remember
just need to pop in here.
Yeah, that name rings a bell. Pacini, it rings a fucking bell. Get in here.
Yeah.
Well, it's ladies' night, so I'll shut up. Sorry about that.
Someone working on unmuting them, or am I supposed to do it? You said Martoth is doing it?
Yeah, they both have VC verified. They just need to hop in here. So.
Well, they don't get that's part of their contract. They don't get out of jail early on parole unless they come to the live stream to talk to the ladies. How do we spell it? Let's tag them. At what? P? How do we spell it? P?
I've got it.
Otherwise, I'm putting them back in there if they don't come in here. This is the early release program. Yeah, they need to come in here.
This is recap.
Yeah. I also have Goat Jesus, number 0232, who's VC verified. So while we're trying to find those other guys, we could welcome him. Goat Jesus. Are you there, Goat?
And while you're waiting on him to respond, I'm just going to tell everyone that if you're interested in the information that's been left there, or want to share it, I'm posting it in the live stream. So just grab it. You're welcome to join. Go ahead.
What's the name of the other guy besides Pacini? What's the second one? The one that's coming out of Cogdis.
It's Space Pizza, I think.
Okay, Space Pizza. One of them
Yeah,
is a mod on
his name's
the
Emmett.
one of
We're
them is a
talking
mod on
frozen
the
pizza
Chatterbox.
or oven cooked.
In the server Chatterbox, they've named the Flat Earth room Space Pizza or Galactic Pizza or something. I think that's why his
Oh,
name's
that's
that.
very annoying.
God.
Why did they do that? Gosh, it's not
It's because they spend every waking moment in there, so they can't handle calling it Flat Earth room, because then they would have to accept that they spend half their life in a Flat Earth room. So they had to change it to Space Pizza.
Okay, so it's like a code name. I see.
Have you guys been over there? It's bad.
I went there
Yeah, it's
when they
pretty
had
bad.
the event, which I don't know, it was probably over a month ago now. We had an event with Corvo, and it's a podcast. Indio made it into a podcast. I'll put the link in the voice text, because that one I thought went fairly well, But I've heard you guys have had these other ones I haven't heard. Like, I know Crit was there. Have you been over there, Mrs. Musk?
Yes, we did a debate with Cyrus, me, Battle Mod, and I think Carl was over there. It was so bad. Halfway through, their mod was like, "Oh yeah, the other side doesn't need citations," and then we left. We're like, "Okay, bye."
That's too bad. That's too bad. I thought Corvo was a fair mod. He modded the thing that we went to. I thought he did a good job, but he can't be there all the time, probably.
Oh no, this is like riding on eggshells.
Oh
Which
yeah.
which server are you guys talking about?
Chatterbox.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I mean, I'll go again whenever. If you guys want to go, shit, I'll go.
Trigger them.
Shit, why not? Why
These
not?
are
We'll
not
do
written.
a party. We have to call it a party. Yeah. It starts with an R word. So we can do a little party over there, gathering.
Spontaneous gathering.
That's it. Spontaneous gathering. You got it.
I think Martov said they were trying to do another event over there. So Cyrus and Mrs. Musk, you should to Martov about that. He knows something about that. Oh, Spotify never embeds
what's up?
the link. Martov has said that Chatterbox has reached out to us to do another event.
Okay. Well, sure. I'll go again whenever
They miss
you guys want to do it.
I guess so.
Wow.
Yeah.
We made a splash.
Yes, we have impressed.
Not to butt in, but I posted in the mod chat too. Ryan, one of their admins, asked about doing another event probably next weekend sometime. So
cool.
I haven't been into the Chatterbox yet. I was after I heard about the Chatterbox and I joined it. It's like I've not really the ones that have came over here from there. When I heard them, it's like when I heard them speak, I'm like, nah, I don't want to go over there. It's like, but I shouldn't be that way, right? Because all of them aren't the same. Everyone's not the same. But I was kind of like judging everyone else, by the actions and behaviors of the ones that have came in here from there. I think there was one though that came in from the Chatterbox that seemed to be pretty genuine and.
I just saw somebody here that came in that I wanted to welcome, but now I did put the link to the Chatterbox Discord podcast there. It's Leo. That's who I was going to see. Yeah, he has VC Vera board, popcorn, and Coliseum seating. So maybe he's been here, or I just haven't talked to him before. So if you're able to say hi to us, Leo, please do say hello. If not, then we understand. Like I said before, people don't have to wait to call down. Who was it that just said hello?
It was me you were talking about, Miguel.
Oh, hi, Miguel. I was actually talking to Leo, but I'm glad you said hello. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Sorry for interrupt you.
No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, good to talk to you.
Okay. See you.
You.
Bye.
Yeah, I think truth prevails that I think even though our main purpose here with Ladies Night, as in the server in general, is to explain and show the evidence that the globe is model is a complete fantasy, a logical and mathematical failure that has zero basis in reality and only exists on your television or computer screen, and is basically a religion, as our little friend I Ain't Whatever vacuum lover demonstrated. They can't actually explain their model because it doesn't make any sense, and they can't actually stand up to any kind of not even like heavy criticism. Like, you ladies were being perfectly civil with both of those two, and they just like can't make a coherent argument to save their lives, and they can't prove curvature or rotation. So, like, in terms of the question that's always on the table, which we did discuss earlier today, like, why is the ratio of women to men in flat earth so skewed? I think that and that is one of the things I think was our original vision was Ladies Night, is to have it, kind of maybe be like more of a kind of a social event, which it's been, and we do like go through the arguments with people, but like I think some of the things that we've talked about today, especially in our pre-Ladies Night show, were about, oh my gosh, Flying Scotsman is asking me a question. I'll get to your question there. Observer height 9,000 feet he's talking about Canigoo, I guess, because Canigoo is the picture in the podcast. Flying Scotsman wants to talk about Canigoo. Noted. I'll just finish my thought and then we'll discuss Canigoo with you if that's what you want to do. So anywho, that's, I think the things we were discussing are like real empowerment of women. Like, if you want to talk about empowerment of women, how about having babies is a cool thing that's, Mrs. Musk might get after me about this, but you should, I'm sorry, but you should not go, I think they hold down women by telling them like, oh yeah, you're just here to be our sex toys and it has nothing to do with reproduction. And if by the way, you make a mistake with taking this hormone pill that tricks your body into thinking it's pregnant all the time, is also linked to higher cancer rates, along with abortion linked to higher breast cancer rates and so on, then if you don't fix everything for me so it's sanitized and there's no child involved, and you take this horrible pill that messes with your emotions and hormones, and then I'm going to criticize you for being an emotional wreck when you've been taking this pill for 10 years, make you think you're pregnant for 10 years and no baby ever comes, so I can just run around and do whatever the hell I want. If you don't do that, it's real inconvenient for me. So go rip that baby out of your womb and stick it down in the sink, so that you can, have a higher possibility of suicide, depression, and so on. That's real empowering for women, isn't it? No, it's not, in case you didn't catch my sarcastic tone. So, Earth is, many people call it Mother Earth. It is a, very...
The womb.
Yeah, a womb. That's right. The womb, yeah, of Earth. It's down to Earth. We can be down to Earth, and that's fine. These guys want to have a sanitized existence in their robotic little Star Trek fantasy with their sex toy robots and whatever. Go ahead. Leave us out of it. If you want some real women and you want to get down and dirty in the actual Earth, which sometimes results in babies, and not make us take drugs that are bad for us or have elective surgery that rips our, unique creation of DNA that will never been seen before, will be seen again out of our bodies,
and fractures
put us at
your
risk
spirit.
of all these diseases, then go find somebody else. We're not interested in that stuff anymore. So I do think that Flat Earth could attract women if they're interested in finding out what real woman empowerment's about. If they just want the sanitized Twitter version, just go your own way then. Go your own way, and the boys will love you. Yep. If you're willing to just have sex with them all day long, all night long, with, guarantee, no consequences, guys. Oh, I promise I'm on the pill. I'm here. I'm just, tricking my body into thinking it's pregnant, all for your pleasure. And I'll also kill my child for you if that's what you want. Then have at it. That's not making you happy. Don't try to lie to me and say that it is, because I know it's not, unless you're mentally ill. Right? Gosh, I'm sorry. Rant number 6.
Thank you
Who
for
needs to be
California
sorry?
Nightmare says that Mary Mom's scaring away our food. I'm sorry, California Nightmare. Oh no, now Indio's here too. Oh, but he's giving me flames, so it's okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I did get kind of
No,
carried
don't
away.
be sorry. It was look that was much needed. It's like people need to hear that because honestly, it's not. Don't be sorry for that. It's like I enjoyed it.
True. It's so true, and like, it's crazy because there was a time where I was that brainwashed, and then when you learn about flat Earth, it makes you really reassess things. So everything you're saying is true, Mary Mom. I mean, Dandelion.
I'm glad you agree. Yeah, I'm glad
Because
you
it
agree.
does more than that. It fractures your spirit too. So I mean, it's like they're damaged for life after that. And I mean, it's the family. It's the foundation of everything. Tear down the family, and the people lose power individually and as collectively. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Oh shit, we got Pacini in the chat. I mean, in the.
We got him. All right, cool. You gonna talk to him, Mrs. Musk?
I don't know if I'm the best candidate.
You talked to him before. Is that why?
Hi, Pacini.
I've never talked to him.
Hi there. I understand some people wanted to talk to me.
Yes.
Right. It's nice.
What brings you here in our neck of the woods?
I was called.
You were summoned?
Here. I was summoned. Yes, exactly. Yeah, some people were calling me Quad and Django were inviting me to come here. I said I wasn't able to, but then they got rid of the ban and everything. And so here I am.
Yeah, this is your second chance, so or maybe third. I don't know. With you, it could be your third.
So I believe you can call it a second chance. Although for the first time around, what happened was that I presented a measurement, right? An accelerometer, just measuring not only the body, the forces acting on the body, but also field forces. And so a person, I'm not going to say who was, but this person just doubted the measurement itself, and I just tried to explain why it was right. Then this person proceeded to repeatedly call me a liar, and even doubt the principle of action and reaction. So we got a little, I honestly say, I will say that very little heated. There wasn't any how can I say, any insult exactly, but still that resulted in a ban. Yeah.
Okay, whatever that was all about. Let's just get down to let's just pretend you never were here before, and please present to us your scientific, verifiable, repeatable, testable evidence of curvature or rotation, Pacini.
I don't have any. I didn't conduct any measurement of curvature. Do you have any measurement of a long distance? We can go for bodies of water if we want. Do you have any measurement that confirms that over long distances it is flat?
Yes.
Every measurement performed. Every one of them.
Right. Can you
I'm giving
give
you a
me an
link in the.
example?
So can you see the live stream voice text there, Pacini, at 54 minutes after the hour, where
Yeah, I
the
believe
observation. So
yes.
yeah, you click up. Can you click on that link for me? So if you scroll
this last
down,
one, right.
if you scroll down, every single one of those observations is impossible on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles, and it's not even close. So, you know, the radius, of course, as we know, has been disproven. That's the positive claim of the globe model that has never been measured. That's just a theoretical number that they came up with. So we took that number. And according to the mainstream globe model, when we're testing this model, you know, which predicts a rate of curvature of 8 inches per mile square, which is the mainstream claim. If you Google what is the curvature of the Earth, Google will tell you approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So we take that number and we test it in reality, and that's what every one of these observations that are Indio put together are impossible on a global dimensions claimed. And then you can, a lot of those links go to like other information about each observation, but it gives you there the distance, the observer height, the target height, the globe predicted horizon distance, and the globe predicted hidden by horizon. So, I mean, there's a whole list for you. It only takes one verifiable, testable, repeatable example to show you that this globe model fails to predict reality, since it's nothing but a mathematical construct, and you've never experienced a globe, you've never observed a globe. We only have TV screens and computer screens showing us the globe, but even on NASA's website, very own website, it tells you that they created the blue marble image on a computer to match people's expectations.
Yeah, I understand. Just so you know, I understand. I'm sort of aware of you know, with the whole concept of flat Earth. So yeah, I'm kind of up to speed on this. Now I understand that there is
You
such
are?
a
So
thing
how
as
can you
in this
explain to
table
me,
that I'm looking at,
one,
observer height,
two,
target
three,
height.
4, 5, or any of those
So these were things that, and this is something that I was in an argument. Sorry, what?
Sorry, I talked over you. I thought you were
sorry,
done. No,
what?
I'm sorry. I think, I don't know, we've got some kind of delay going on. You keep going. You said that you're somewhat familiar with the arguments. And so I asked you if you could explain any of those observations to me and how we can see them. One of them I've seen myself, which would be the observation of the city of Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. I've seen that on more than one occasion. So can you explain to me why, when we're given this radius with this predicted curvature in the mainstream model, are we able to see all these observations? He gone? Oh no, he's back. There you go. He must have been having audio problems.
Yeah, I'm having, for some reason, I'm having connection problems. It was cutting off. But I hope you can hear it now. It seems you can hear it.
Yes,
Right, so
I'm disappointed you didn't hear my question, but I'll repeat it for you.
no,
Can you explain? You said you're familiar, so therefore, since we're still on the topic of the link I showed you that I asked you to open, I
Yeah.
have a question about it. Since you said you're so familiar with the flat Earth arguments,
I don't
how is it?
claim to
Okay, well,
be
can you
know-it-all.
let me finish the question, please? And then if you can't
Sure,
answer,
sure.
that's fine. You can just say I can't answer. Each one of these observations is impossible on a globe of the dimensions claim. I've seen one of them myself more than one time, and that would be seeing the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan at a distance of over 50 miles. The entire skyline should be hidden. So can you explain to me, when we're given the mainstream model, that we should see this curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, see it increasing at that rate? How are these observations possible? It only takes one observation to falsify a model, and we're being generous to even call that a model, since it's based on nothing but imagination. But let's be generous and call it a model. Let's even be really generous and call it a mathematical model, even though it's really just a number they plucked out of the air and then just created a fairy tale world around that you have to believe in on faith, and it has no scientific evidence to back it up whatsoever. I'm being generous to say we're even going to condescend to test your fake model in reality. And when we do it, we find observation after observation that are impossible if we were on a globe of dimensions claimed. So how do you explain that, Pacini?
But the short answer for that would be refraction, as I am sure that you saw it coming, right? You have A more
Can't get
dense
away with
layer
that. You can't get
has
it. Hold on. Okay, so then you're going to have to explain to us how refraction could, in those cases, act in a different way than refraction has ever been seen to act in the atmosphere of the Earth and magically appear. So you're telling me that I just saw a mirage of Chicago, even though I myself know that refraction doesn't work that way, as well as Rob Skiba going out of his way. Hey, again, we're doing this for you. We shouldn't even have to if you had a logical brain in your body. He actually went to all the trouble, good for Rob Skiba, to get a boat and drive from Michigan to Chicago, keeping the skyline in the camera sight the whole time. And it was there the whole time. So, I mean, that's fine. Go ahead. Tell me about your refraction. Explain. Draw me a diagram, Pacini. How does that work?
right. So as we know, the most dense layers of air are in the bottom of the atmosphere, and as you go higher up, it gets less dense. This is proportional also to the light speed in each of these layers. As it turns out, when you have a slower light speed down and a higher speed up, the wavefront tends to bend downwards. So what it means is, as if think of as if you're in a sphere and you throw a ball and kind of, well, I think Miguel Souza is no, I don't think, well, it's essentially that what Miguel Souza just posted in the voice text. So the image literally makes a curve around the Earth, and you can see a little bit of that image that was supposed to be concealed. So my whole point, and also is something that I was talking about with Django yesterday, was essentially the fact that these long distance, purely optical observations are not entirely reliable. Because of that, we cannot be certain unless we have, say, every 500 meters or every kilometer, a measurement of density of the medium in function of height. Then we can at least tell more or less how the medium is refracting, and then we can be sure of something. Otherwise,
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you right there because I can tell you're one of those guys. Okay, that's fine. We know. We understand. And I'm sure there's all kind of guys here salivating just to get to tear apart everything you just said. So I'm just going to, I actually have to go before too long, but these other ladies will hang around. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to talk to you about this for as long as you wish. And then I'm sure there'll be other people who will be willing to love to talk to you about this magical refraction world that you live in, which is much different than the actual world and how the world actually works. Can you see what Martov posted at 2 minutes after the hour? Can you see that image? That's actually a still shot from a Dr. John D video, which I'd be happy to provide you with the link to the entire video so you can watch the entire explanation and then hopefully come back to it with a substantive response. I'll read it for you. For light to travel around a curve from point A to point B, the light would have to continually refract in a downward direction. For the light to keep refracting in a downward direction, it would be necessary for atmosphere to keep becoming denser, as shown in the diagram below. 1, the least dense air, to 5, the most dense air. The yellow and black dots indicate light moving from less dense atmosphere to more dense atmosphere and refracting in downward direction. The black dotted line indicates the direction the light would have to continue to take if refraction had not occurred. The atmosphere is not layered in such vertical sections, so light cannot travel in this manner. Response to that, Pacini?
Yeah, I was focusing on the one that came next. So okay, let me just take a look at this.
You do understand, though, if you claim your fraction, how are you getting your radius?
I'm not. I said it before. I'm not going to claim any specific radius or any specific dimension
You
itself.
understand that if you don't claim the radius they give you for the globe, none of the other things in the universe that they claim work, because everything's based off that radius.
Yes. Actually, if gravity, for instance, is not a thing, then many things would be wrong. But then, as
Not
you know,
many. You
there's
couldn't go to space if you don't know the radius. You can't send a rocket into orbit if you don't have the proper radius.
Yes, of course. That's why essentially the entire world of engineering wouldn't work. Essentially, you want to be able to properly designed boats, if you
No, that has
are
nothing to do
starting
with the
off from
radius on that.
the old principle. Yes, but I think you just said that that implication would mean, that would imply that the entire theory of physics that we have for us is maybe not entirely, but
No, not
mostly
physics. I'm not
false.
talking about known physics. I'm talking about your idea of being able to send something around a sphere of a certain size requires so much energy. In other words, gasoline or rocket power, or whatever you're going to use. You have a certain measurement. You cannot accomplish it if it is not the size you said, because you won't build the rocket correctly. So if you don't have R, you don't got space travel.
Sure, but I'm not saying that I know how to do space travel or out of what.
I'm telling you, if you don't have R, when you climbed a refraction, you lost your R, because R is based on a physical horizon. That's what your
That's
model
sure.
claims. And you just
I
threw it
understand
out that window. So welcome to flat Earth.
I'm just saying that it curves. I'm not saying at which rate it curves. But
Doesn't
I'm
matter.
saying it
You
curves.
climbed a
It
refraction.
it's not going to perfectly follow the same radius, a concentric arc. It's just going to curve. But I'm not saying it will perfectly curve as that diagram is describing. In fact, refraction usually works in not so acute angles as that is trying to depict. Otherwise, you would be able to see the entire world, of course, and that's of course not the
No,
case.
you wouldn't see the entire world because you have a misunderstanding of
Yes,
light.
I know the air gets thicker. I understand.
You don't have eternal view. But once you claimed refraction, you got rid of your physical horizon. So you have no R. You have no radius for your sphere.
I just
That's what
gotta
I'm trying
ask
to
you
say.
one. I gotta ask you one more question.
Earth, brother.
Pacini. So I'm not even claiming the Rob Skiba video is proof, because obviously that's just a video that some guy did. I know videos can be faked. I mean, I know for sure that because I understand, how light actually works and the real world where we live, and I'm not stuck on your fantasy globe model. I mean, I think it's, I think that video is real, that he went across there and kept it in his sights. What if you yourself, Pacini, if I put you in a boat and I made you, and I know how to do this, I've done it before, found the skyline, I gave you my Nikon P1000 camera, I had you sitting there, I'd even Clockwork Orange, I'll just in fact, cause you're Pacini, I'll just make your eyes propped open the whole time, staring at the camera screen, at the skyline the entire time, and you saw it then, and then you kept seeing it the whole time, and then you got there and there was a city there. I'm telling you, people did this. Like, are you even accepting the possibility that you're wrong? I mean, that's basically what I'm telling you. Like, here we got these observations, very meticulously determined. You don't understand how refraction works. You haven't drawn me the diagram. If you need to take a break and go draw me the diagram of how Chicago is magically appearing there, despite that you don't know how light works, you don't know how refraction works, and you can't explain it. If you want to go study that some more and come back and tell us, then go ahead. Otherwise, you don't got refraction. So you need to either concede that point or tell me you're going to go research it further and explain how that is going to work. So are you going to concede the point that you don't have an explanation for why we can see too far?
I just told you that refraction won't work as that diagram from Martoth suggests, exactly like that. It will have a certain angle, but it's not as steep as that.
So I just told you, diagram it for me and go explain
And you
to me how it
assume
works.
that I simply don't know things. I am not saying that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, let's put that on the table then, because you can't explain it. You can't explain refraction.
Just did.
No, you didn't.
You have a medium with a certain light speed and another one with a different light speed. The wavefront converges to the medium of slower light speed.
Did you even hear what she read?
Yes.
It totally contradicts what you're saying.
You are suggesting that from 5 to 4, 3 to 1, it gets lighter. I'm sorry, more denser, less dense, right? That's not exactly what I meant. It's not in that direction. I'm talking in the height direction.
You're gonna have
in
to
a
draw a
vertical
diagram.
direction.
That's why I keep asking. So stop talking about that. That's not useful. You have nothing. So that's fine. You don't have time to go draw a diagram. We'll talk about something else. Put that on the table. But I would like you to answer my boat question, because we get people coming in here all the time saying, what if I took you up in a spaceship and showed you the globe? There's my question for Pacini. What if I took you on a boat across Lake Michigan and you saw the skyline the whole way from Michigan to Chicago? What would you think then?
Yes, I would say, just as I told you, that can be an optical phenomena.
How can
I
it be
cannot simply
a phenomenon?
we're
You start at
Not
the
an optical
city.
phenomenon. You're making excuses.
Is a lie. If you were right there at the boat dock, and you're at the base of the city, and you keep your eyes on it as the boat pulls away, and you still see it from 60 miles away, where did that optical effect suddenly happen that you missed? You are seeing the real city the whole entire time. You started at the city and you kept going away from it. So that's not explaining anything. You're suddenly saying at some moment in time, at some distance, some magical place, again, kind of like space, a magical space, that something changes optically that you suddenly don't see the real city. You're seeing a mirage.
Exactly. If your model were correct, yeah, then at some point it'd have to like disappear or do something weird. No, you're seeing it and then you're going there and I'm making you still got the clockwork orange toothpicks propping your eyes open. I'm going to get you out of the boat. I'm going to walk you over to a building and make you touch it. And so at what time did that suddenly become a mirage if I'm walking you up there and you're touching the building?
As you go farther from the source, the effect starts to build up. As you get closer, the effect becomes less apparent. That's how it works, essentially.
What you're telling me is a mirage clear up to the point that you touch it.
Just said.
You're just saying that you can have a mirage right in front of you, so you never see, even if you put your hand up in front of you.
I'm saying from far.
An optical illusion. As you go away, of course, that is going to definitely be more of a mirage. Yeah, no, that's not how things work. And you can go test this for yourself. That's the funny part, is you're making all this explanation that's just not making sense, because again, it doesn't make sense in the real world. And you can go test this for yourself. I've actually experienced it on land, not over a body of water. I experienced it from a mountain.
How does refraction works?
We started at the I could see it all the way home for 200 miles. It wasn't.
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me if you know it better. Then please enlighten me. How does refraction work?
Again, it's not that. That is not what you're needing to prove here. What you're needing to prove here is why there's no curve, a physical curve blocking it, and your radius is not there because of your claim of refraction now. Do you understand? If you claim refraction, your horizon is never physical, and you can't get a measurement of a radius, and your whole ball goes bye-bye?
You're asking her to explain your argument for you.
No, I already provided an explanation, but it wasn't accepted.
Oh, your explanation is wrong.
That's why I'm asked. Okay, so refraction, first of all, does it exist or not? In your opinion? Does refraction exist in the real world or not?
Exists.
You understand that you've lost your ball by claiming refraction, so we can argue refraction all day long. But you can go take these measurements and go do these things for yourself instead of just trying to keep your globe belief. But if you don't have R because you have a variable horizon that keeps shifting because of your claim to refraction now, which again, welcome to flat Earth. That's exactly what we say happens. But you're claiming now that it's so important how you explain the refraction, but you've just given up R. You have no sphere now. You gave it up.
I didn't claim any R. I didn't claim any R.
Once you claim refraction, you're telling me the horizon is no longer physical. It's always optical. So that means you can never get a consistent measurement, because we have pictures of horizons far enough away that would make your ball something like 200,000 miles around. It's crazy. There's pictures that make this an impossible ball. It's just nuts. But you're trying to explain it because you think refraction saves your ball. It doesn't. It actually destroys it. That's why we say welcome to flat Earth when you start claiming refraction. Because now you're admitting there is no physical horizon to measure for R. It's gone. You just threw it out the window.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to say.
We're trying to say welcome to Flat Earth. That makes you a flat
I say
earther.
it in the beginning when I was when I'm not interrupted, I can try to formulate the thought. And I tried to say in the beginning that optical observations of the horizon are not valid because of that reason. Unless you find a manner to isolate that effect or to take it into account, then you can use optical measurements. Otherwise, if you cannot isolate, then you cannot go further.
You have a flat Earth then.
Sorry, what?
You have a flat Earth then. Your globe requires a physical horizon, 3959 mile radius that you just threw out the window, and you're trying to argue for your optical whatever you want to call it. Either way, you just threw away your main argument for why it's a sphere. You're done.
Are you looking in the live stream voice text?
It wasn't
They've
even my
hold
main
on.
argument.
Are you listening? Are you looking in the live stream voice text? Because they're posting where someone has taken all of those things into account, and the FE core laser test does the same thing. So these people actually hold on. These people actually took this into account. And if you're not claiming refraction, then you need to come up with another explanation or demonstration for why we see the horizon too far. And if you're not claiming refraction, then it's not relevant to the conversation anymore. You said you weren't claiming it, so what is your explanation? If you are claiming it, then you need to define which type of refraction is extending your horizon further than what it is expected to be.
Right. So let's go over something. Well, since you mentioned the FE core experiment, let's go over to the channel PDF storage and have a look
Answer
at
the
the FE
question.
core. No, you mentioned the FE core experiment, right? So let's go through
That's one of the experiments that is mentioned. We're not going to go through it with you. It was a measurement that was done. An actual
The reason why I was going to bring it up is because that experiment, when all things considered are taken into consideration, you are going to actually conclude that the Earth is concave. Not even convex, not even flat, but actually concave.
We are not going with you on a concave jaunt, okay?
Yes,
You've
because
come in here
that's
with the
what
globe
FE core
claim.
suggests.
You're
That's what
coming in
FE
here with
core
something we're
suggests.
not talking about. You're jumping everywhere. You are globe claim is what we're dealing with.
Let's talk to the space pizza guy. If you want to write something in the voice text while we're talking, I'd like to, welcome Space Pizza back to the regular server. If you want to type something, Pacini, about your claim about the laser test into the voice text, go ahead. But we're not going to listen to a bunch of nonsense about that. The laser hit the target at a distance it shouldn't have hit if the globe was a ball with the radius of 3,959 miles. So whatever other kind of nonsense you're talking about, what they're trying to claim is ridiculous, or that it showed something is ridiculous. It was set out to show that the laser shouldn't have hit the target if we were on a globe of these dimensions, and indeed the laser did hit the target. So whatever thing you're trying to side claim about it is your trip, nothing to do with what they were trying to do and what they succeeded in doing. So anything else you're going to say is distracting. Welcome to the server, Space Pizza. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Good.
I mean, it's pretty easy when you just don't let
What's so Space
room for
Pizza?
people to speak, right?
Pacini,
But, okay.
oh my gosh, don't even get me started.
We will ban you again. Don't even do it.
Started.
That's
We
funny.
let you out of here to talk to us. You've been talking to us for what, like a half hour or something, and now
No,
you're like,
you've been
oh, they
talking,
didn't
I've
let
been
us
listening.
speak. Oh, Pacini. Oh, somebody go back in time. How much time Pacini spoke in the percentage-wise out of everybody else? You talk a ton. So don't give me this not letting you speak nonsense. That
We
is
let you run
really
on.
disappointing.
It's
That is
funny how he says
very
that while he's
disappointing.
speaking. It's
I know. They try that because they think we're going to get out the violins or something, or like feel bad. You're the one coming in here with your claims that you can't back up, and I just want to talk to your
You
friend
called
here,
me.
and you're trying to stop
I
me.
didn't even want to come. You called me here.
Thanks for coming, Pacini.
I
Thanks
didn't
for
even come here to make any
playing. Thanks for
claim.
playing. Now,
Yeah,
question number
yeah.
2, Space Pizza.
If
Goodbye.
If Pacini wants to say something, I would want to hear.
Okay,
Are
all
you
I want to do is say hi to you,
Instead of-
Space Pizza. Why is this becoming World War III? I'm sorry. Let's de-escalate. Welcome to the server, Space Pizza. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, so do you have Any kind of scientific, verifiable, testable, or repeatable evidence of curvature or rotation in regards to the Earth where we live?
I would not want to go down those avenues, you know. But,
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
yeah.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Concern trolling is against. Okay. Well, I trust the scientific community, but aside from that, I haven't done any measurements by myself.
Okay, so what makes you
It's not an
trust the
appeal to
science?
authority
Okay, what makes you
because it's
trust
not an
the
argument.
science?
But
Okay, so are you aware that in the mainstream scientific world there are many people, not just flat earthers, who think that the entire field of astrophysics is highly questionable and not even scientific because it's mostly based on numbers and mathematics and theoretical stuff that they don't actually use the scientific method. For example, the whole theory of dark matter. There's many normal mainstream scientists who reject a lot of what they conclude. So and we can show you some of them if you want to see them. Like Pierre-Marie Robitaille is one who's debunked Professor Dave's debunking videos because he has, some theories about the sun that fall outside of the mainstream dogma, which is basically a religious dogma. So they have, as I just said, on NASA.gov website, they admit, oh, thank you. Martoth put up the Sky Scholar Pierre-Marie Robitaille debunking Professor Dave. Perfect, at 21 minutes after the hour. So you might want to bookmark that and look at that later. So there are many scientists who don't get their scientific information from the mainstream evening news, who question a lot of these claims that are being made by these so-called space scientists or astrophysicists. So you're saying that you do trust astrophysicists and you think they accurately describe the reality where we live?
yeah, I'm not qualified to.
You're not qualified to know if you can test something for a measurement of
No.
curve. You don't think you're
You kinda
qualified
cut
to
me off a little bit.
evaluate somebody telling you if they're telling you something that's true or not? You're only qualified to believe.
I'm not as qualified as those who present these as scientific facts.
Who
So.
gave you that idea?
You go out in the world, you experience it as flat and stationary. You've never seen a curve anywhere. You've never felt motion or experienced it. And, if you were willing to actually go and test some of these things for yourself, as we've shown you, many people have on the actual world where we live, and we're questioning what they're telling us, you're basically just farming that out to somebody else. You're letting someone else do your experiencing, your thinking for you. And you're letting them say, you live in this fantasy science fiction realm that's out there. You can't see it, but, trust us,
I mean, as we often.
less than 600 people even claim to have been to this fantasy realm of outer space. And a way smaller number even, claim to have seen the whole Earth from space. Only those few astronauts that claim to have gone to the moon. Come on, a PhD scientist when I was a child a family friend explained to me how it was completely scientifically impossible for us to go to the moon. So let's just even start there. Do you think we went to the moon in 1969, Space Pizza?
Yeah, I haven't seen any reason to.
Have you even looked? Have you even thought about it or looked? Or are you just one of these people that have gone along and love the space stuff, the story, the religion so much that you have never looked and you're just a religious zealot that doesn't ever check to see if his faith is actually based on anything real?
Yeah,
I
go
mean,
look, kiddo.
That's the question.
Yeah,
because you've
go
given
look.
responsibility over to everyone else. That's what you've done. You basically said, I'm a religious zealot. I trust people in authority that wear a high priest, PhD, white coat, stethoscope, whatever. Whoever people I consider higher qualified than me to know my world and where I live and what my responsibility is here. Is that what you're doing? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you've said so far is I trust everyone else to tell me stuff and I have to believe it, which makes you a religious person. That makes you a
we
religious.
often, as we often do, you can't see atoms, right? But we
No, I'm
we
asking
do
about
accept.
atoms. I'm asking about things you witness. Do you feel the Earth spinning? Do you see
I
the
don't
curve on the
feel
horizon?
the Earth spinning, but
Do you feel a curve on the horizon?
do I feel a curve?
Yeah, no, see a curve. Excuse me.
No.
Have you ever experienced anything that they've told you?
I wasn't told that I can experience it, but
Again, you just gave your responsibility for your own senses away to somebody else. I wasn't told I could sense it. So I can't use my eyes. I can't use the God-given balance system and orientation system that's in my head that tells me where I'm at in space all the time, every moment. I can't trust even my own gut feeling. I can't think and think logically. I have to trust somebody else. That's what you're saying.
Not exactly.
No, that's what you're saying. That really is what you're saying. You're saying, I'm not qualified to know my own senses. I'm not qualified to go do anything to look
I never
and
said
see.
that.
Yeah, you did. You
No, I
said
said
it.
I'm not as
People.
qualified as those who say these things. Who
In other words, you're giving your responsibility away. You're giving it to somebody else.
Yeah, I let chemists do chemistry. You know,
It doesn't
and
mean
tell.
you can know if chemistry is right or not. It doesn't mean you can't go learn it.
Well, yeah, I
You
could,
can have
but
different levels of trust, yes, but there are some things like they're telling you you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour if you're at the equator. They tell you, again, that there is a curve, but you can't see it even though you live on this earth. You've heard people say that they've been able to measure further than they should be able to, see further than they should be able to, and yet you still want to believe these people.
Yeah. So I guess we could just get into like the actual arguments and stuff instead of like.
But you just said you don't know any of them because you defer to everybody else.
I do know. I was just here to ask some questions. And I was going to talk about gravity a little bit.
Okay, so you want to talk about gravity that hasn't been proved either.
Yeah, I want to talk about gravity.
Which kind?
Yeah, which one?
Okay. I guess Newtonian, because it's more
Okay,
practical.
it's 100 and some years out of date. Are you sure you really want to go there?
It's yard sale theory.
It's been superseded.
Yeah, I do want to go there.
Why?
Because it would disprove the flat Earth.
Oh, really? Yes. You think it'll disprove the flat Earth? Okay.
If gravity.
Well, Einstein.
If your best Newtonian physics proof.
But Einstein disproved Newtonian, so what you're using isn't even relevant.
Wait,
yeah,
do you think
you know,
he
let's
did?
put all
wasn't even green.
Do you think
But
Einstein was right?
If you have the citations, please post them with me. I'm going to post some citations, academic ones, of course.
Do you think Einstein was right, though?
No.
Okay, so why are you?
I'm not arguing for the globe model.
So you're shoving words in my mouth that I.
No, I'm not arguing for the
I haven't
globe
said
model, but
anything.
because you're going to argue for the globe model, you need to be up to date on your own pseudoscience.
Oh, so I need to believe something that you want me to believe.
Do
for
you
this
think
conversation.
do you think that you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Yeah. So you need to be on par.
We're talking about gravity.
That's part of your belief. Without gravity, you do not have your globe. You do understand that. You are claiming the whole model if you claim gravity. You can't just throw piecemeal. Oh, I only believe in this part of it. I only believe in that part of it.
You
told me. I believe Newtonian, even though that's been superseded because
we're going to back up what we're saying.
Do you understand? It didn't work. The equations didn't work. That's why they had to supersede it. That's why.
Yeah, but you don't think he was right. So why are you?
If I think it's right, you're vying for the globe here. This is your model. You either accept it in whole or you get rid of it.
The reason we ask some questions when people come in here is to make sure you understand what you're even arguing for. Because that's half the battle with these globers is, unfortunately, you don't actually know what you're even arguing for.
I
Because
mean, do you
according
want to
to
hear what I have to say
mainstream,
about gravity, or
If you're
are we
gonna
just
talk
gonna?
well, we
Newtonian,
do, but
it's a
if we're going to
proof.
talk about Newtonian, it's kind of wasteful because here, let's read some of the things I posted. These are from QE. We'll start with Britannica.com/science/relativity/curve space-time and geometric gravitation. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecific action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity.
Okay,
Even
good.
Wikipedia says Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in earliest 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. So even something as basic as Wikipedia knows
But you
that
don't believe
it's
that.
no longer
Doesn't matter what we believe. You keep saying believe. We know certain things. It
So it
doesn't
seems
matter
like
that we don't agree with
when we're talking
to like
about if we're
you're
going
trying
to
to prove me wrong by using something you don't agree with.
hold up. If we're going
You
to enter
agree
into
to
a
it.
debate, if we're going to enter into a debate about gravity, okay, we need to make sure you understand what gravity is, which it's not mass attracting mass.
It's not
It is
Newtonian,
bending and
so you got
warping of
nothing.
space-time. That's what it is, whether you like it or not. If you want to argue about mass attracting mass, then you need to argue with Wikipedia and Britannica, because that's not what it is.
Okay, but
So we
you
can't
don't.
even
You
have
don't
a
even.
debate about it if you don't even know what it is.
What
The Earth is flat.
to understand.
Oh yeah.
Understand.
What the hell?
Listen very carefully. It is not about our beliefs. It's about your stance. You come in here claiming a globe. It has a certain model. It is specific. You must go off of that because they already proved that the Newtonian didn't work. Didn't work. So that's why it was superseded by Einstein. So whether you like it or not, if you believe in a globe and space and all the universe the way it's described, that's your model and that's the way you have to argue it. You can't just pick and choose what you like about it or not or disagree with because guess what? Your model says it is Einsteinian. So you either give up the globe or you don't. You go either with where we're going with this stuff or you give up your model because that's what your model is. You can't claim the globe and say, well, I only believe in the Newtonian part and the rest of it, I don't know. You can't do that. It was superseded because it didn't work. So you can't stand here and say, well, I'm going to prove you guys wrong because
Wait, but
Newtonian works.
You don't even think space exists. So why would it be disproven?
Do you not understand what we're saying?
We don't think the vacuum of space exists. The fact that outer space is a
As
vacuum.
described.
Yeah. So do you think Newtonian gravity has been falsified?
Again, we're not going to argue with you on Newtonian because that's not your model.
If it was
true, it
if it wouldn't have been superseded, my dude. If it was true, it wouldn't have been superseded.
Newton himself said not to ascribe gravity to him. He
Obviously,
said it is inconceivable. He said, this is Newton. He
Listen
said
to this quote.
it is inconceivable that an innate brute matter should, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate on and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do. If gravitation is the sense of Epicurus, whatever that word is, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desire to not to describe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another. Is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to the certain laws, but whether this be an agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. So he said it was an absurdity. Not
You're
to
He's not.
ascribe
He's not
absurdity.
denouncing.
Do you
He's not
understand?
denouncing gravity though.
Yes,
He's just
he's
saying.
denouncing gravity, but you're using him to prove your whatever your gravity is. And you can't use him because he just told you it's absurd what he is proving. Doesn't say
He was appealing to an agent
no.
which had to
No.
act on
Again,
his
you're
masses.
here to argue for your globe model with its current understanding of gravity. If you can't do that, then you're going back to Newton, which has already been proven to be inaccurate to this model. They threw it away.
Yeah.
You
It's
can't.
like trying to say The Price is Right is the best show today because of Drew Carey, but you're arguing for Bob Barker, who's the old host. So
You have nothing to stand
it
on.
has nothing to do with your
Except like
argument.
you don't even think Bob
It
Barker.
doesn't matter about my beliefs, our beliefs, whose beliefs. It's not about that. You have a model that you have to claim because that's what you believe. You've told us already. I believe in outer space. I believe in a globe. I believe blah, blah, blah. Guess what? That means you're restrained to the model as currently presented
No,
and
I mean,
understood. No, you don't
you're just
have the right
just
to go back.
ascribing things to me.
No, it is ascribed to you because you claim the globe. Instantly, that makes you responsible for then the current theories that are ascribed to it. Period. You don't get to weasel out. It's
Yeah,
nice
so
try,
could
but
I
it's
could I
weaseling
get to
out.
like, my argument now?
No, it's really
Well,
you're
let's
weaseling
just
out.
see. Let's just see where he was gonna go. But you can understand, though, even if we let you go down the path, like we're gonna come to the same point.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, but go
So
ahead.
would you?
Go ahead with what you're thinking.
Yeah. So I was just gonna ask you, do you think things accelerate towards the ground? Do you observe
Be
that?
more specific. Be more specific.
So you don't observe things accelerating towards the ground?
Like a pen.
I mean, like, is this a
Being dropped?
helium balloon fall?
Like, can you be
No, I'm not talking about
to
helium
the
balloons.
ground?
I'm
Well,
just talking about
hey, sorry, but if you're going to
talking
claim
about anything. Just
that's
do
what I'm
things
saying.
accelerate.
If you
towards-
claim everything falls to the ground at a certain rate, how do you describe then a helium balloon or
we can talk
steam?
about helium balloons, but I'm just asking
Oh,
if things
it's all part of it. You can't separate that. Again, if you're going to say everything accelerates to the ground at a certain rate, then it has to be everything.
Objects in free fall accelerate towards the ground.
Do helium balloons?
Yes.
Do
you already said fall, so you're implying that they're going down because they're falling. So yeah, things in free fall might go down.
Hold on. Let me find a video for you.
I don't need a video. I need you to describe what you are trying to say because you just said it doesn't matter what we're talking about, but everything falls. So does gas fall?
Does gas fall? Yes, gas falls.
Gas
Yes,
falls?
it does.
Really? You might want to go look up the law, gas laws. You might really want to do that.
Yeah, what the heck is entropy?
You don't think you don't think gases are pulled towards the ground?
No.
No,
Because there's
not
no
at all.
proof of that. You don't understand gas. So that's the problem. You're arguing something you don't understand very well.
So when are you going to start? When are you going to start like showing something to validate or demonstrate any of these claims that you're making? Can you demonstrate mass attracting mass? Can you demonstrate gases being pulled down and
No,
being affected by something in any direction?
Why is your
All
smoke
I'm-
detector
all
on
I'm-
your ceiling then, my dude? Why is your smoke detector on your ceiling if gases are being pulled down?
I'm saying
Why
gases
did he say
can
helium
be pulled
balloon
down.
falls? No. Okay, what is the standard
free
behavior
fall.
of the gas of the state of gas? What is the standard behavior of gases?
They fill their container. Yeah.
What else do they do? They don't just fill it.
I don't. I mean,
They
How do
move
gases
What are you
behave?
talking about? You're
directions,
saying
all
what do gases
directions,
do?
up, down, sideways, every direction known.
She's asking you, how do
Just
gases
like what do
behave?
gases do? Yes,
Yeah.
they do
How
that.
do gas molecules behave?
Yeah, they do that, but they can go down.
They can go down, boom, boom. Are you sure?
Yes, they. Okay.
When do they do that?
Can you
Well,
demonstrate this?
your density thing. They do that. There's an
I didn't
obvious
say that
pressure
doesn't happen with
gradient.
equilibrium and all that sort of stuff, but gases in particular, what's their normal state? What do they do?
What do they do? They fill the container. They go all different directions, but they can.
Booyah.
Some of them do go down, then obviously, but
Yeah.
most
they're
of
not
them are
all
going all
direction
directions. They're all going all directions.
would all have to be pulled in one vector, which is down. If
You can't
gravity
have
was
just
the same.
some. You can't say, well, I've got some of them going down when other ones are going up, sideways, backwards, forwards, all over the place. That's the problem. You're saying all because the gravity has to affect everything.
If you have a force acting on something which goes in every direction, and
Then demonstrate the force.
okay, demonstrating the force is just do things accelerate down. If they do, there's a force acting on them.
They don't
That's
they
just
don't
how motion. That's just how motion works.
Yeah, if you move it out of its place of equilibrium, it is going to seek its equilibrium again, and it depends on like the differential of where you move it from and where you move it to. The relationship between the two, that's going to determine the speed at which it does it. So if you're claiming there's a force involved in any of this, then you're going to need to demonstrate it.
Well, I do claim there's a
Manipulate
force because I
that
claim
force.
things accelerate down.
You're just
No,
claiming.
not
You're not
everything does. You're saying everything is
No, just
affected by the
things.
downward. Just things. Then what things? What things?
I mean, you're saying helium balloons go up, therefore things don't accelerate down at all. Like
I
that
didn't
doesn't
say
make
that
sense.
don't go down.
things are
I didn't
going
say. I'd say things can go up and down. There's two vectors, both up and down, with kinetic theories.
Okay.
So you've got a
But
problem
you
because
still-
you're
you still have to
claiming
say-
that something is getting more strong and pulling down closer it is to the mass because you like Newtonian. So the closer it is even supposed to be even stronger. So how is anything escaping that?
Yeah, there's three
Especially with
questions.
gas.
There's three questions to ask yourself when you see something going, quote unquote, down. Question number one: did I myself apply a force to the object and remove it from equilibrium? Question number two: did the object's density change? And then question number three: did the medium that the object in, did that change? Those are the three questions you have to ask yourself. That relates to everything that you observe.
So are you saying the force is like proportional to density?
You're saying I see things go down. Therefore it must be
Okay.
gravity. And I'm saying there's three
Well,
questions to
I'm
ask
saying-
yourself though. There's three questions to ask yourself though before you just go to this magical universal force that's supposedly making these things go down. Is you have to ask yourself those three questions. Because that is also going to be the reason why, like a pen. Or
Yeah,
no,
like
let's actually do a
outside.
vase. Let's do a vase. Okay, you have a vase.
Uh-huh.
Well, it goes down to the ground when you let it go. Well, one, you picked up the vase. Now you've applied force. You've removed it from its equilibrium. Two, let's say it was a magical vase. It wasn't going to fall down, but you've added sand to the vase. So now you've changed the density. So now it's more dense, and now it's going to fall down. Or before you dropped it in water, now you move it in your room, and you're going to drop it in air. You've changed the medium. So now it's going to go down. See, those three questions completely control the outcome and the direction
So
that
like
the object will seek its
I
equilibrium.
know Pacini brought this up in another server once, but just an experiment you can do where you have 2 buckets of water and you have 2 buckets of water and one is 1 liter, right? And the other is 2 liters, and you've doubled the mass, you've doubled the volume, right? It's the same density, but they're not going to be equal, on the scale, right?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the force is not proportional to density. It's not because of how dense it is. It's because of how much mass there is.
Huh? What?
Do
What are you
not
trying to?
understand?
I don't understand what your example is. I guess you need to draw it
Let
out or
me.
something, because right now it's not
There
making
was
any
a
sense.
a missing point. There was a missing point. Let me clarify what it is about. So
Okay.
think about a broomstick. Okay. Think about
Who's
one of
talking?
those.
Who's talking?
Pacini.
Pacini, you don't get to interrupt.
No, he can clarify whatever.
Well, the guy
No.
referred. The guy referred to something Pacini had said, and Pacini's in the room. So, if he needs to clarify more concisely what it is that he did say, since he was, go ahead.
Can I go ahead? All right. So the idea is actually very simple. You can think of one of those old scales that you balance weights on one side, so you get the weight of the other side. So just like that, think about like that sort of equilibrium. Think you have a broomstick, and then you get each of these buckets of water, each one on each side, right? So at one side you have the 1 liter bucket, and the other side you have the 2 liter bucket. They're all made from the same material. They're all filled with water with different volumes. Now you hang the broomstick by the middle, and of course the side with 2 liters of water goes down. But if it was all about density, then they would be in equilibrium. They wouldn't tilt. Do you agree with me?
What are you talking about? If you don't have the equilibrium between the stick, that's where your problem is. You just influenced that. So you're not proving anything about the density there. You just moved the center point of your balance.
No, I'm
What are you
holding it right
talking
in the
about?
middle.
Yeah, I hear you. You were in the middle, and if they were both equally filled, they should balance, right? And you're trying to say, well, if I move that center point off to one side, one drops, right?
No, that's not what I meant. I'm
What are you
saying that
saying?
one bucket has the double of water the other one has, but I'm holding the broomstick right in the middle. They should be influenced equally, right? Because they have equal densities.
Did you
correct?
Again, if one side has more, though, no, again, they're not.
Someone get
What are you
Pacini.
talking about?
This is so confusing. Let's just.
I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what you're trying to prove.
Let's skip the foreplay and
Hey,
let's
guys.
just go straight into this, because you're saying that you've established causation. So you're saying that gravity causes things to accelerate downwards. Okay. You just
my
have to
point
show
with
the
this
experiment. I'm not
is-
done, Pacini. Not done. Sorry. You just have to show us the experiment that established the causation. Because we understand that correlation does not equal causation, right? We can see two things happening. We can see stuff falling down. I snap my fingers, something falls down. It must be because I snap my fingers. No, we'd have to do an experiment following the scientific method to establish causation. So that's all we need. Whether it's mass attracting mass or bending and warping in space-time, just show us the experiment that was done that actually established causation. So let's just get straight to it. If you don't have that, then we can't talk about gravity. We can't.
Right. So we
Right.
can
I
observe
think you
that-
think weight is something that's not a conception. I think that's where you were going with this. That you think
weight
that's
is
what
a
you're
force.
doing. It's a conception.
Weight is a
No.
force definition.
You are making a totally incorrect trying to figure out this density thing, and it involves not only your motion, but you also are involving trying to change the volume with the amount. And you think you know what weight
exactly.
is affected by
Because
gravity. Describe weight for
point
me.
is-
How about you give me a definition of weight?
Okay, weight is by definition, textbook definition, is the mass of whatever it is the body that has that property times gravity. That's the textbook definition of what weight is.
You don't
Weight
have
is a force.
you don't have proof for gravity, first of all.
Exactly.
So
Who cares
weight-
about these formulas with gravity in them? We just need you to actually
I'm talking about
establish that gravity is real. No, Pacini.
Okay.
I don't care about your formulas. Just show us the scientific experiment that followed the scientific method that established that gravity is the causation of the downward acceleration. Just show us that. That's all we need.
All right. So let's start with two different people, right? Say a very tall person, a very bulky person,
No.
and a very light person.
I want the actual paper. I want the actual a citation for this.
Yeah,
Right,
this
so
time
the
you have to provide the citation, so you better go to Google it because you're going to have to actually back up where you're going.
If this is legit, right? They actually established causation. You should have no problem pulling this up. It should be well documented. We just all need to see that. We don't want a story of how it could have been done. We want it actually documented what was done.
Right. So, as for the theory, you can refer yourself to the Principia from Newton, and then later on,
Newton
the general
again.
theory of relativity, the general theory of relativity of Einstein. For the theory, as for experiments on gravity, you can also consult Cavendish, which is the most popular one, and anything else really that came after in astrophysics also
Cavendish
helps
has
us
nothing
to
to do.
understand.
Cavendish is about.
You understand that Cavendish doesn't
Relative
work.
density. Relative density, yes.
Cavendish is about how. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but Cavendish was about Earth's density, right?
Yes.
That
yes,
was the
the relative
theory,
density of Earth.
but not gravity.
It had nothing to do with gravity. So
Yes,
again,
let me
I'm
ask you a
asking for
question.
established. No. I'm
It's
asking
also
you.
not an experiment because they weren't able to rule anything out because, again, it wasn't fulfilling what an experiment requires.
Yep.
Right.
So we need
Think
to
about
we
this.
need established causation. Okay. That means the independent variable had to be gravity because you're manipulating the independent variable and establishing that the independent variable causes or has an effect on the dependent variable.
Right. So
That's what we
we,
need.
as for gravity, we know that the forces generated are going to be proportional to the mass, right? So we can easily check that by measuring bodies in scales and seeing that the force that they generate, say on the deflection of springs, the deflection of load cells, and the actuation of piezoelectric materials, it is proportional to the mass.
Once again,
You're
your
gonna say it's not
formula
force.
has not proven gravity because you have not been able to isolate gravity. Certainly, I can make a scale, but that doesn't
I'm
require
isolating the
gravity.
mass. I'm isolating the
Again,
mass.
a body's okay. So, what is weight? I'm going to ask you again. What's the definition of weight?
Weight, by definition, is a force. Is the force that the gravitational field casts upon a body, a mass. That's the definition of weight. Now, mass is an inherent property of inertia of a body. So, I have to ask: are you going to trust Google, or are you going to trust the actual physics textbooks that actually deal with the topic properly? Because I'm seeing here in the voice
the
text.
textbooks that you still haven't actually answered what I asked for. You are
Right.
aware of that, right? We need
Yeah, I was trying
the
to,
time.
but
No, you brought up Cavendish, which is completely unrelated.
Newtonian.
Right.
We
So
need the paper. We need the experiment that actually proved gravity is causing the bending and warping of space-time. We need that. Until then, you just have a story. I don't care what formulas you have that have G in them. We need to know that G is actually a thing. So what has been done to establish that this is actually happening?
So when we look up in the sky and we take into consideration the orbits that we observe of the planets near us, except for Mercury, Newtonian gravity works well, and from deduction,
It's been superseded. You cannot
okay,
use it.
If I cannot finish a point because I'm trying to build a train of thought.
No,
right?
the formulas for
Not actually
Newtonian.
an experiment,
It's
though.
done.
If I cannot finish a
Gravitational
train of thought,
lensing.
then I'm not going to build any train of thought at all.
You do not know how to prove that gravity actually causes weight because you cannot construct a hypothesis for an experiment that must be able to isolate gravity. You have not shown anybody
again.
who's done that, and you cannot make an experiment that does that.
So
You
I'll
are
try again. I'll
asserting
try
the
to go through this
consequence.
again.
Do you understand?
You're
You're
simply-
arguing in a fallacy. You're asserting the
You're simply-
consequence. You're assuming
simply
that it's gravity
overtalking.
that causes weight, but you don't know that. You have not proven gravity. You keep claiming it. You keep saying Newtonian and Cavendish, but guess what? Those were superseded. So even your own model does not use that.
He might
So you
not
can't
know.
use that.
I think he doesn't really
Seconds on
understand
well,
what is required for a scientific experiment. Okay.
Yeah,
What
why
Okay,
don't you
you-
tell us what
Yes,
is required?
Tell us the 3 things that are required for a scientific experiment.
yes, you need a hypothesis, an independent variable, a dependent variable. You need to test them. Yes, so on and so forth. Right.
So give me a
Um,
hypothesis for gravity.
A hypothesis for gravity is that indeed masses are bending in space and time, and this in turn
What's your independent
generates
variable?
masses.
What's your
In turn,
independent
it's
variable?
space and time
And how are you going to manipulate that?
with masses.
You just told me your independent variable was space and time, but now you're telling me you're going to manipulate masses.
No. You asked me how I would manipulate space and time, and I said with masses.
You know, Cavendish failed.
Okay,
and was
so how are
superseded.
you manipulating space and time? How are you bending 5 minutes?
That's what I'm
show us
figuring out
that?
too.
You don't bend bending. When they say bending, they're trying to conceive a mathematical concept of the theory behind. It's about the
Sorry,
derivative.
but this is a physical observable experiment because again, you're talking natural science. An experiment requires an observable and then a manipulating of the variables. And you are not doing that because what you're doing is you're saying, oh, I can come up with an equation that make it seem that it works, but you didn't do anything.
Exactly. So for the independent variable, you would have to manipulate it. Here's the problem with gravitational lensing. When you're looking at these quote unquote lights in these planets, lights in the sky, whatever they are, and you're seeing some anomalies happen based on where the sun is and eclipses, you're just observing. You're not actually manipulating anything. You're not physically manipulating these things. So
Well, I
can't
can
even
actually
conduct-
take my anyway.
No,
I can actually take my equation and change the variables. Say, for instance, now I'm going to
I don't care
consider
about your equation. I don't care about your equation. You have to
Okay,
manipulate the independent variable.
right.
Which means physically
cannot finish a
manipulate it.
train of
If you
thought,
say right, then that's the end of it. Because if you can't manipulate it, you cannot isolate it. And you cannot claim a cause and effect based on not manipulating it by just doing a little bit of math. Math
Looking
doesn't
at the
manipulate
planets-
anything.
Looking at the planets is not manipulating anything. You're just making a correlative observation. That's it. You're just looking at stuff. You're not actually physically manipulating it. That's required. For example, if you want to do an experiment on water and how it affects plant growth, okay, you would manipulate the amount of water you're giving to the plants. Manipulation is key, and that's also how you have the control variables. Okay? So with gravitational lensing, they're just looking at stuff.
They're making a bunch of assumptions because they're not even sure what's all out there. They're assuming a behavior is happening because of their ideas of what they think this place is. But it has no base in reality other than their imagination. That's all it is. It could be happening because of what they say, but they have not been able to prove that. Do you understand? There has to be proof. You can't just say, well, I think this is why things happen, or see things because I think this is what's going on if you can't experiment on it and manipulate it. You have no idea what you're doing with this experiment. You're just making an observation.
I'm just going to say I was trying to build. I tried several times to build a train of thought. I was interrupted many times. I'm not going to try again, right? But have a good luck, guys, on your pursuit of
You were
science.
not interrupted. Don't be disingenuous. You were allowed to spew everything you needed to make your claims, but we stopped you again because
So
they
you
were
stopped me.
inaccurate. Yeah, stopped you when you were trying to make
I
a
didn't even
claim.
listen to the whole
Stop.
thought.
You are still making claims. We stopped you whenever it was appropriate to tell you you got to come back and actually fulfill the need there for an experiment. You can't just keep claiming you're doing something and spout off for 15 minutes off and on about what you're going to prove when you haven't proven anything.
Yep. And there is no scientific experiment that's ever been done to actually establish causation, that the bending and warping of space-time causes this downward acceleration. It's never been done. So until then, it's just an explanation of why things are going down. But again, with the 3 questions I brought up before, with when you're seeing things going down, you have to ask yourself those 3 questions of, did I apply force to the object? Did the density of the object change? Or did the medium change? Okay? Because until then, you just have a great story. And gravity is like, the heliocentric model is so reliant on gravity. Everything is working because of this force. The supposed, it's not even a force, but this supposed bending and warping of space-time. But they've never even confirmed that that's the case. So we shouldn't even be really challenged by globe earthers, because the burden of proof is on you.
Especially when it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah,
with gas
should go in that,
behavior.
yeah.
That's your problem, is your gravity doesn't solve that issue. It's totally
I'm
bogus.
sorry, how come it violates the second law?
Again, gravity doesn't hold gases in a shape. It just doesn't.
Right.
Gases
Okay, and
don't
what the
contain a
second law
shape
is
without a
about?
container.
What is the second law about? It's about irreversibility of energy, right?
Yes, high pressure going to
Entropy.
low pressure.
Okay, so tell me what about it would somehow not only make energy reversible, but say has in fluids viscous gains.
We're not talking
How
about
would-
fluids. We're talking about gases.
Yeah,
Don't
we're
you try to go to fluids. There's a
Gas is
total
fluid,
different
you didn't
behavior.
We're told that the Earth is in a vacuum, okay? And that we have uncontained gas pressure, keyword uncontained, open atmosphere next to the vacuum of space, okay? But what we know with the
Yes.
second law is that high pressure will always go to low pressure. And we also know that gas pressure requires containment. In the definition itself, it is the gas molecules colliding against the walls of its container to form the pressure. Okay? So that's why we know that the vacuum of space can't exist, because we can observe and demonstrate and repeat how gases behave. But all of a sudden, with the claim of the Earth, they're suddenly not behaving how we see, observe, and demonstrate them to behave.
And you guys use the excuse gravity.
Yep.
But it doesn't work. Violates that law. Boom, you're done. And air is not behaving like a liquid. Behaves as a gas.
Yeah. Weed in my car and I roll the windows down. What happens to the gas, Cheney?
The gas undergoes several things when you're driving your car and you pull the windows down. There is such a thing as the interaction of this relatively still mass of gas that it's inside and the gas that is on the outside. There are vortices that are created because of that. What exactly do you want to talk about?
I'm saying if just your car is full of smoke and you roll the windows down, the gas is going to go outside. It's going to fill the available space.
Yes.
The high pressure is going to go to low pressure. This is demonstrated all the time. And what
Yes, I
happened
agree.
was I removed the physical barrier, aka my windows, remove the physical barrier, and when the gas pressure is uncontained, it will fill the available space. Same with the tire. You have gas pressure in your tire. You remove the container. There's a pump. There's a hole. The air in the tire is going to go outside of the tire. It's going to fill the lower pressure in the available space. Okay. So in order for this, so we can see time and time again, we can show several examples of what gas does, how it behaves, uncontained, and what what it does with entropy. But in order for the claim that the heliocentric model makes to be true, you would have to demonstrate to us gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressures having, or gas having a shape without a container. I mean, it's so ridiculous. It's hilarious. You guys don't look at your basic laws and observe them and go, yep, that's a law. That's why it's a law. It only, though, happens in your mystical world of the globe.
So the gas has a mass, correct? And this mass, as you know, that I'm going to tell you, is being accelerated towards the Earth. There is such a thing as the gradient that we observe.
We need you to talk about gas pressure without a container. Can you give us an example?
Earth itself,
not
Jupiter, Saturn.
You can use bodies out in space, again, a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics, violates all known gas laws. And
how come it violates the second law?
You can't prove here on Earth. You cannot prove Saturn, Jupiter, or anything but lights moving in the sky. You can't.
Okay, but how come it violates the second law exactly?
Same reason Earth does. Same reason. We just gave you the whole reason.
How are we supposed to have Jupiter, a ball of gas,
contained,
in
all
the
of them.
vacuum of space? How are we going to have Jupiter, a ball of gas, uncontained in the vacuum of space, if we can't even demonstrate that? We need to demonstrate that here on Earth, because everything that we show here on Earth contradicts that claim.
Well, it may not make sense to you, but the point is that...
No, don't try that. Don't try to say it doesn't make sense that we're stupid. We're not stupid. We're quoting you the actual laws and behaviors of gas, and you are not proving that those have been
that's not a complete definition. That's what I'm telling you. That's not a complete definition.
Of gas
Is in
pressure?
fact, that's not a complete definition.
Oh, provide a definition. I'll do it too. Let's do it together. Okay? 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what else you're going. What you're exactly going to say, but
Provide
it tends
citation
to
of
go
gas
from
pressure.
it tends to go from high pressure to low pressure, but
it does.
It also has mass, and this mass is affected by the forces of gravity.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
You have gases that go up. So where is this change that's happening?
Yes, because the pressure of the underlying gas is higher than the mass of the gas itself, the weight of the gas itself.
Again,
and that's why it goes
You're
up.
saying it's because of the force of gravity. And at the same time, all flat earthers say that it's not gravity, it's density. So you just exposed yourself.
Sorry, what?
He's right.
Yep.
I didn't hear really. I didn't hear.
You said that it's because of forces of gravity, right? And all of the flat earthers say that gravity is the thing, that it's density instead of gravity. So you just actually exposed yourself.
I know, right? Yeah, just.
Oh, Truth, you're hot, Mike.
Yeah. No.
Not exactly. I mean, I said it's all based on proportional to mass, but density does come into play when we think about buoyancy. And buoyancy, by textbook definition, if you want to look up, it's in function of gravity itself. It's in function of the mass of the displaced volume. When you think about a solid, for instance, a solid within, you guys like to talk about the anvil in Mercury, right? So the mass of Mercury displaced. So let's put it this way, with huge air quotes.
Why are we talking about solids when we're talking about gas pressure without a container?
You can't get.
What are we doing? I'm sorry. I'm getting so bored. Like, I'm being rude, but I'm getting really bored. I just need you to provide a definition of gas pressure, please and thank you. I posted one. Okay. Gas pressure. Chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Can you please provide a definition? Please provide a definition of gas pressure without a container. That's
the definition for pressure. Yes, I agree with that definition of pressure.
Okay, so it says it on the walls of its container. Okay, Can gravity be a container?
Not necessarily only walls of containers, okay? If you have, for instance, a barometer, the barometer will have a small surface area that is using to measure the pressure. That's not exactly a container, but it's
I'm not talking about measuring gas pressure. I'm talking about creating gas pressure.
Yeah, but he's still measuring the gas pressure. He doesn't even understand that a barometer is measuring pressure. Therefore,
container. In a container.
Once again, the gas molecules will hit the measurement surface, and will, by the principle of actuation of that barometer, a specific barometer, will be able to measure that.
We're not talking
It's
about
not only
measuring.
on
We're talking about creating different things.
It's not only
you know
about
the
the
difference? You know the
container.
difference between measuring and creating? Yes or no?
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I mean,
Okay, thank you.
I did a whole
So
major
it
measuring
says
thing.
a
So
container is required for the creation of gas pressure.
Measure gas without a container. You are violating so many laws. It's just hilarious.
So, for example, tire. Let's go back to the tire. We can measure the PSI in the tire. We can measure. It's like a good tire. You want like 30 parts per whatever. I forget the thing.
PSI.
Yeah, PSI. Yep. But when there's a hole in the tire, what happens to the gas pressure?
it evens out with
It's
the
gone.
outside pressure. Yes.
It's gone. There's no more gas pressure. And then obviously you can still have the PSI read. It's going to be like 0 when it's completely empty. Okay?
Yeah, not exactly 0, right? It would be an atmosphere level. So
Whatever it's going to be. Whatever
It doesn't have any weight pressing it out. Yeah, sure. But we're talking about a car tire or something like that. So yeah.
So when the
it just depends on the situation. You
when
know
the
that.
container's been punctured, okay, no more gas pressure.
yes, but sure, I agree. But at the same time, this gas would expand in all directions evenly, correct? So why come do we have a gradient in our atmosphere?
You're switching the argument to a gradient when you have a dynamic system compared to just a container, because you're thinking now, oh, well, I'll give them a container now. I'll give them a container for just a minute and say, okay, now
It's undeniable. We have a gradient in our atmosphere.
Of course, we have a gradient because we
you
have gas
have a
pressure.
gradient because, you have pressure first. So you just give us the container. You just gave that to us. Do you realize that?
He doesn't.
And now
I'm going with your flow.
say,
I'm going with your flow.
absolutely. Here on Earth, you're in a dynamic system. You have a gradient. Where is gas created on the Earth?
I'm not making any claims of how it's created.
It doesn't
but
matter. You need to understand this. If you're going to claim the gradient, then you need to know where gas is created.
How come I'm not making any claims of the history of Earth, how it was created, and how the gas got here in the first place?
Pressure, and how do we get a gradient? So you just assumed that you gave us a container. You just did it. You said, "How did they have a gradient? How do they have a gradient?" Do you not understand that you gave that to us? You gave a container and say, you can't have
your container.
Not a container.
Right.
Can't
have your container. Now explain to me why there's a gradient in the first place.
There's a gradient because it's a dynamic system, including the movement of the sun, the production of gases, and the multiple cycles that run this world, such as the carbon dioxide cycle. Oh, I don't know. What
Are you a
can I
flat
come up
earther,
with?
or do you believe in
Yeah.
a globe Earth?
He's a glober. Gases are coming from the ocean. Gases are being released from the ocean. They're coming from deep within the earth. Methane gas is coming from there. Trees, obviously.
Plants, the biocycles.
Yep. And as you get further away from that source, obviously there's going to be a gradient. But in order to have gas pressure, period, to begin with, all of this must be within a container.
But you gave
Okay,
it.
let's
Because if it was uncontained, all the air that we had here would fill the available space.
And he gave us that. He did numerous times.
Let me ask you one thing. So there's.
You've been defeated. You have totally conceded that there has to be containment. We've heard this. Like, whether you've understood it or not, everyone else has. So if there is containment, then on your model, what is that containment? If there's no container, then what's containing
I was
it?
going to ask a question first. Can I ask a question first? So Musk,
Of course you can.
You're not
remember,
running, but once you do, we're not running away from that. We're going to go right back to that. Okay. What? What's your question? Unless he's muted, and then we just.
I didn't mute.
yeah, I don't know why that happened. Anyway, the question I was going to make is, so think about, say, the first 100 meters here in the atmosphere, here on the surface, right? And then the next 100 meters. So we know that the first 100 meters have a higher pressure, right? And the upper ones have a lower one. That means that it creates a force by the definition of pressure, right? So wasn't it supposed to, the gases below, weren't they supposed to go up?
They do go up.
Well, but then that would even out the pressures then. Don't you agree with me? Eventually,
No, again, you're
gas
not
cycles.
considering the dynamic cycles. You're not
Yes,
considering
there's
where
gas
it's being
cycles.
produced. You're not even disseminating how things have this
But that's the point. The
size that
gradient-
we are talking about. You're not considering any of these
very
things.
constant. The gradient is very constant. It never changes. It was supposed
Boom, he left.
He left.
Did he leave?
Did he get banned or muted?
Or he wanted to get that question out and not answer my question. He was like, let me get this question out and then dip out.
Kid's voice puts me to sleep, guys. Like, I'm so tired right now.
That guy.
Ugh.
But he
Yeah,
did
it's
give
been
us
a
a
long time
container
since I heard
finally.
this.
So how does the below side of the Earth look like the other side?
You want us to speculate? Because we don't do that here.
What? Oh, I just want an answer.
How can I answer you? I can't go any further than I know that the Russians have gone. Miles about deep. Drilling.
Oh, that's about good enough.
Go look up the deep borehole. Find out what they found. It was really interesting. Wasn't what they expected. Wasn't what they predicted.
Dudes just have stories. It gets so boring. Hear the same shit
Funny
every
how
week.
he conceded to the container so many times without even realizing it.
I
He
know.
doesn't know the conundrums with weight and mass. He doesn't. I understand why he has been banned prior. Like it's like talking to a brick wall.
Why he hasn't gone to look to see why anything he's saying doesn't hold up. He hasn't gone to check why what we've said and go verify what we said and see how it works with his idea of what's going on. Because then he would have a better argument. But he doesn't even know. He doesn't know.
I find it funny that there's so many natural laws, like especially the second law of thermodynamics. It's amazing. Can't have gas pressure without containment. Well, why can't up and down vectors be a natural law? That is what is. What is. There is an up and down. It is simple as that. There's other things that come into play with it, but that is what it is. It should be a natural law. It's so simple, and people want to make it so hard.
Everything just falls because of gravity. But yeah.
But
it
helium
doesn't.
balloons.
I mean, we still have an up, but it's still an up and down vector, right? That's the natural law, up and down.
Up and
right?
down.
And everything else is orientation. But up and down is a natural law. That is what is. And everybody is fine with other what is, but not this one. But then again, Globers can't get a lot of other natural laws. I think they seem to stumble on them quite frequently.
Yeah, it's also like Why do they keep coming in here if they don't want to look into it at all or actually look at their own model or anything? Like, I don't get the guys that keep coming back that never actually look at anything. What's the thought behind that? How's that going to help them in any way? They always just sound like idiots.
Yeah, I understand the newcomers, but the ones that keep coming back with the same arguments over and over, yeah, that's the ones that are like, okay, guys, what's wrong with you? Would you just at least go look and try to come up with a new argument or a new angle on it or something? Or more evidence. Something.
Or at least like know the basics of what you're trying to claim. Like at least know something about it.
Did he provide any citation?
Not a one. Not a one.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, they can't even attempt to really debate. This is exactly what happened last time. Oh, sorry.
That kind of annoys me always when they're all just like, I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing but say nothing but keep talking. And I'm like, why are you here? It's annoying.
Yeah, he was there when me, Battlemon, and Cyrus were debating, and we had this same problem. We wanted them to provide a definition of gas pressure, and they would not do it. Wouldn't provide citation. Just did it again.
Maybe at that point they already like subconsciously know that they have no ground to stand on, but they're just like so invested in it that they're like being willfully ignorant, and that's why it strikes such a discord. Because it's like, why are you acting so unnaturally? It's because he's lying to himself.
It has to either be willful, like they know what they're doing, or that they are just so lost that they're so confounded.
So have you guys ever talked to like some people who actually know about this shit?
Something.
To an actual scientist and
There's actual professors that will come in here, and I prefer talking to them, honestly.
I do too.
Like Matthew
Because I
Learns,
bet,
as much
like-
as I can't stand him, I would prefer talking to him. They actually know their model. Because that's half the problem, is people want to come in here and they want to argue for Newtonian gravity, and they don't even understand that it's completely out of date. Or they want to ask like, oh, how the heck do seasons work on the flat Earth? And they don't even know how seasons work. Or eclipses or anything like that.
Or
They
they
don't know how it works on their globe.
Yeah, or they like flip flop between where like one time they'll be like, oh, it's so small, it's like this, and then you're like, oh, here's proof it's not that small, and they're like, oh yeah, that's because it's too big to be seen, and you're like, but earlier you said literally the opposite, and you're like, that's because it's white, and you're like, okay, but that doesn't work, and it's like, that's because it's black, and you're like, okay, twice you've contradicted yourself, and they won't even acknowledge it, and then they start gaslighting. Those are the worst.
Are you a flat earther?
me.
Yes.
Not really.
Oh, not really?
No.
Oh, shit.
Time to answer 3 questions.
You're about to be a flat earther.
Okay, go on.
Who wants to do the 3 questions?
Well, I've got to take a break for a minute. I got to let the dog out. So somebody else has to take it.
Karma, you want to do them?
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
That's
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. That's what's it. That lady he met. That was so classic. That was awesome.
I hope that goes viral.
It should go viral. Oh shit. Did you see her look on her face too? It's awesome. That's probably one of the best ones he's ever gotten, the clip wise. And then she just runs. She runs off to yell at everybody. It's
I know.
That's awesome.
I just love this one.
It was awesome.
Somebody pointed out the other day right away. It's like Chicken Little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, it made me laugh so hard the first time I saw it. Ah.
Well, and how does the sky fall if it's just a atmosphere? Unless it's contained. Dun dun
Yeah,
dun.
there you go. I'm gonna take my break. I'll be back in a few guys. But yeah, somebody give him the questions. I'll be listening.
You want to do it, Karma? I am so brain dead.
What, me?
Yeah.
It's okay. First of all, super late. Second of all, I've been making like birthday cakes and I did a bunch of shit today. So no, you do it.
Oh, okay, Shines. Get it, girl.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am coming in. My
Okay. Nice internet.
Yeah, the mic is not working.
Oh wait, now I can't hear you.
The server opening really bad.
So 3 questions or?
Oh, is Shines there? Is she there?
I'm here, but it's roboting. Yeah.
Oh. Not anymore.
Work though there for.
I'm in and out. We'll see what happens. I guess.
Okay.
Sorry.
YOLO.
YOLO. Was somebody?
Was there one question?
What was the question?
Robots
Was it supposed
whatever
to be
you
a
should
question?
start.
What?
Yeah, my ears are getting cancer right now.
Wait. Okay, she's roboting.
I think she started roboting again.
Yeah, I don't know if her internet is messing up
Okay.
or what it is, but okay. So I'll tell you what her first question is, and maybe she can come back and finish it. So her first question was: has anyone ever measured curvature?
Well, I don't know. I'm 17. I'm in high school. I don't know how I'm supposed to know that.
Yeah, it's just a question of like, do you know of anybody who's
mean,
done that or not?
probably.
It's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
getting a frame of what you know. You don't have to know. It's okay not to know. Like I didn't know of anybody having measured it ever. But
Okay,
do you
so
believe that someone has done it though?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you at least believe someone's done it, but you don't know of anybody doing it. So that's first base is covered.
Yeah.
Second one would be, for instance, Earth spin. Do you know of it ever being measured and how, for instance?
I know it has been measured. I don't know how. I mean, I
Oh.
don't study space shit, scientist shit in university, so.
Oh, do you know if anybody specifically who has done it, or do you just believe that someone has done it? You've been told that it's been done, you know.
I just believe, honestly.
Yeah, honesty is what we love. Thank you very much for that. Not everybody does that, so I super appreciate it. And the third question would be outer space as a vacuum adjacent to a high pressure of Earth, and when it was validated as possible medium to travel to, or and how?
Wait, say again?
It's basically the vacuum of space being right next to our atmosphere, that being a medium we can go to and stuff like that, how it was validated as possible, that kind of stuff.
So what's the question? If it's possible, or?
It's basically how can high pressure be right next to low pressure without a container, because that violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's also in the voice text, if you want to look at it, we have from NASA the definitions of this.
So how can high pressure be next to low pressure?
Yes, like, do you know of any proof that that is possible, because it violates natural law?
I mean, I don't have any proof. I don't think everyone is proof of low pressure / high pressure next to each other. There's probably some random shit in the atmosphere that does that.
Well, that's just to go over. You don't know, but you believe it somehow works because that's what we were told, right?
Kind of.
Yeah, fair enough. So to go over it, basically, hang on, sorry, my brother keeps talking to Okay, sorry, I'm back. It's his birthday, so I will totally forgive him any interruptions. So basically, I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that, so like at this moment, this is all just belief because we were taught this when we were young and we were told this. So Earth curve, Earth spin, and the medium of outer space are not actually knowledge, it's belief. So it's good to keep in mind when we go over these things that there actually isn't any proof for it so far. But yeah, somebody else please take over because I am not meant to be talking to people.
I mean, I don't have any proof, but 100% like scientist does. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a random person.
Oh, dude, I totally get you, man. I used to trust in what I was told just blindly like that before as well. It's just the fun thing is once you start actually looking into it and you see all the evidence that people here have that I'm way too tired to go into myself because it's really late in Iceland. But yeah, we have a lot of proof that disproves and debunks the globe. But sorry, I'm never good at English when I'm tired.
Wait. I live in the Netherlands. It's even later, 2:30.
Oh, you live in the Netherlands?
So, yes.
We have a flat earther here who lives there. Roger.
Yeah, I've spoken to him. I think in the VC check-in.
Cool. Oh, cool. I think he says there's some places in the Netherlands that you can go do long distance observations.
Yeah, at IJsselmeer.
What did you think of that when he told you about that?
I don't know if it's true. I really don't know.
What if you go and look? Do you want to know? Do you want to know if the Earth is flat? Like, would you want to know?
I don't really care. I have like more things to do. So.
Then why are you here?
Because I'm just curious how you guys think, and why you guys think the Earth is flat instead of round. Because the 99% of the population think that the Earth is a sphere, and there's only like 1% that thinks the Earth is flat.
You know how many people in the population are like morbidly obese? It's because just because the majority of the population is a certain way doesn't mean that it's right.
That's only in America.
No, not just in America. But my point is that just because the majority is doing something doesn't mean it's right. The majority of people are in major credit card debt all over. So,
I mean, wasn't slavery proven by majority at one point? Does that mean slavery is right? Not a good standard to go by.
Yep. Can't do that. So what we can do, though, is we can look at two things. We can look at evidence for the globe and evidence for the flat Earth. The more you look into the globe, you realize that they don't actually have evidence. They just have reaffirmed their belief. So there was a guy in here earlier talking about gravity, but they've never actually done a scientific experiment to prove gravity and how it affects the downward acceleration of objects. Never prove that. They just do gravitational lensing, which is just an observation. But for an experiment, that requires manipulating the independent variable. And they've never done that. And same with Earth curvature. They've never measured Earth curvature. And when they supposedly claim they've done it, they just reaffirm their belief again and they were I can't speak. Presupposing a ball or presupposing the distance of the sun, just making a lot of assumptions not based in any reality. Same with axial rotation. There's no measurement of axial rotation. So when you're looking at evidence for the globe, there is none. And then there's evidence that, I guess, there is evidence for the flat Earth. We have long distance observations. But also the lack of globe evidence supports the flat Earth, which we don't really have a positive claim. We just have, like, if they're saying the Earth is spinning, we're just saying, well, you've never proven that it's spinning, so therefore it's not spinning. So that's kind of, I guess, how flat earthers think. He said you wanted to know what we think, what we believe. We don't really have any beliefs. We just have learned. We first learned the heliocentric model, and they found flaws within the model and contradictions. And then we also found that there's no evidence for any of it. So that's why we're here.
So, if the Earth is flat, yeah, what are other planets also flat then?
No, because you're still thinking that the Earth is in outer space. But what you would think is outer space. You're thinking that the Earth is floating in this black abyss with all these spinning fiery balls there. That whole world that you understand is made up. It violates natural law. It violates the science. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. So that place that you think that the Earth is in, it doesn't exist. So when we look up at the sky, of course we see lights in the sky. We don't really know.
Also,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I just want to say, also saying the other planets in the sky is begging the question when you're talking about the twinkly lights up there. He'd need to establish that this is a planet first before he starts saying that it's the other planets. That implies that this is a planet, which it's not.
Okay. So, because I also believe that, or I think that all the rockets that went into space or whatever it is, fake. Is that fake or is it just? What is it? Because you can literally see the rockets going into space or going into orbit at least.
I'd love to literally see a rocket go into space because, as far as I've seen, they always just curve and then land in the ocean.
Yeah, so you just see. So there's two perspectives, right? There's the people on the ground, and then there's videos.
The satellites go in orbit, and of course the rockets go back.
No, so there's two perspectives. There's the people actually there, and then there's videos of it. But so for the people that are standing on the ground, let's take them first. They see the rocket take off, but they have a limit to how far they can see. So they see the rocket take off. That's it. That's all you see. You don't actually see it go into space. You just see it take off. Not saying it's not going to space, but people that are on land just see it take off. That's it. Okay, the videos of it, well, they never have one consecutive shot. They show it take off from the ground, and then they switch camera angles like clockwork every single time. And then you'll just... What?
So do you actually think America spends 18 billion on NASA for nothing? Just to scam.
Where did you get for nothing from?
Because they're spending 18 billion on NASA, and you're saying the sphere Earth is not real, that it's flat.
Okay, just because they would spend money on a lot, just because somebody would invest a lot of money into a lie doesn't mean that the lie is therefore not valid anymore.
Also,
So why
there's
would you even
CGI
lie
looks
to
cheap
everyone
as
then?
huh?
Why would you lie to everyone then?
Why would the government betray the people? Why would a government betray their people? Is that what you're asking? Because we have no historical record of that whatsoever. None. We have no historical record of governments betraying their people time and time again and spending a lot of money to do so.
And even officially admitting they did it time and time again.
Yeah. Even right now, with
Every
the little
country in the
flu
goddamn world.
season going around, the dramatic flu season, we're not going to get into that, but that's also why would they spend a lot of money to lie about space? Look at how much money they're spending to pull the BS that they're doing now. Okay, just because you don't understand the value of the lie doesn't mean that the lie is not being done.
I don't understand it. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but honestly, the reason is, like, I get why you want to understand the reason. But before you even ask why are they lying, you should determine if they are lying and look at the evidence presented on both sides and establish if they're lying. Because you haven't even done that yet. You have a belief that the earth is a globe, okay? But what you need to do right now as someone new to the flat earth is you need to sift through the evidence of both sides, globe and flat, and make a decision, are they lying? And then you can speculate, why would they lie? We will never know why they would lie because we would actually have to be the party that's lying. We're not the liars. We're just finding out about the lie. So that's what I would do right now. I know you want to understand the why, but none of us here are going to actually know for sure. We have speculations, but we're not the liars.
Yeah, there's an old man getting mad at me right now in the chat.
Well, be respectful to your elders.
He's mad at me because I have a different opinion or like different way of thinking. Oh, he just called me a fucker. Thank you, man.
There's lots of videos below here.
Okay,
A to
because I
Z.
called him an old man, he called me a fucker.
Okay, well, we don't need to worry about that right now.
I will give you play-by-play Madden. You don't look. Don't start no shit, and there won't be none. You call me old
man,
man. What? You want me to
Yeah.
call you a whippersnapper or son or something like that? If I'm an old man, shouldn't I be calling you son?
Well, sorry, man. It was not my.
Anybody
I
ever
didn't know I
told you
would,
when you're
I didn't know
at
you
the
were gonna
zoo,
be
don't
mad.
stick your hand in the cage trying to pet the animals?
Exactly, man.
Yeah, you might get bit.
What?
Ladies, do we want to let the guys join in? I'm gonna head out. We can keep going.
I just had to be my normal
Oh
self.
no,
Damn
I'm
it.
like
No,
so
it's Friday
tired and
night and
so
I ain't got no
sad.
woman at home, damn it. You all got to keep talking if we got to be on the real about it. And listen, and half these Globers don't either, so see, we're pimping you for members too, so it works out like that. Most of these Globers never get to talk to a woman. Where would we be without you all?
Aww.
Right? I mean, you know, our membership goes up every week. They're like, oh, them flat earthers got chicks we can talk to.
We needed you earlier for the debate. We had the battle of the sexes debate earlier.
Oh, Christ. Battle of the sexes, what over equality
we can
or
keep going.
feminism or
Oh
what?
God. You guys want to get me triggered again so I have the energy.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Sounds like a War of the
Okay.
Roses.
This is a strange event where I just want to listen.
See, I'm not trying to battle other sexes. I got other things in mind.
Thanks, Battlemod.
I mean,
So I've got another question.
Questioning
Yeah?
in the military.
I just
I
love
have
them
got another
women. So
question.
Keeping it
men aren't.
PG.
They're not. Yeah, they're not gonna get any backing from me. The men are fucked.
So I've seen loads of theories that the edge of the Earth is just an ice wall.
What edge? You
But
mean
the
there's
edge
an
of the Earth.
edge?
Yeah, I've seen that of
Does it like?
people of your
Does it
community.
like? Listen, does it cut off there? I mean, you're saying we're gonna fall off the edge of some Earth? What flat earther told you there's an edge? Or is
Those
that
are the
supposed to?
retarded YouTube
Is
videos of
that
the Flat
supposed to
Earth
be a
community.
barrier from outer lands, or is it an edge?
So is Earth infinite? Just doesn't
No,
it
I
end?
asked you a question. You can't ask me a question when I ask you a question.
I just asked you a question first,
What
and you know
flat
the answer.
earther told you there was an edge? That's a rebuttal to your question.
I
Who
don't
said there
remember,
was an
man.
edge? Well, then you're
Like
strong
fucking
manning us. None of us said there was an edge. Like I would believe that's just the edge of the realm, not the earth.
Are you going to
or-
let him answer? Every time he starts to answer, you keep talking.
Oh, what are you saying? You
Yeah.
don't want to hang out no more? You guys forgot who I am, huh?
It's all good, man. Give a freebie, bro.
I mean, if you got to ask that question, you're pretty dumb. No, I didn't want to hear his answer.
What?
I wanted an answer to my fucking question.
Okay. Tell it again. Say it again.
Who said there's an edge to the earth and not an edge to the realm? Most flat
I don't
earthers
remember. It
don't
was
believe.
somewhere on
Well-
YouTube from the Flat Earth kids said that we're like a ice wall at the end of the
Okay,
Earth.
well, maybe
Or
you should go back to that video and ask that question on that video, because most of us don't say there's a end to the earth or an edge. That this is
So-
just the realm we live in, and that would be the edge of the circumference of the sun. Most of us believe there's more land. Personally,
And-
that'd just be the edge of the map, in my opinion, or the known lands.
has it ever been discovered?
Well, it would be known then, wouldn't it?
I know that's kind of in the statement of known lands. But here's the thing.
Why should it not discover then?
Here's the thing. The answer would be yes. Other lands have been mapped and cartographed and recorded. Other lands have been. Yes.
Also, should we do an official outro for Ladies' Night then?
Eamon, I said no, man. I'll shut up.
Do we have many ladies left? Who's left?
I'm still here, damsel.
Well, I'm not talking much, so you want to be main on this or what?
Is ladies
Are you
night
are you stepping
over,
out?
or
I'm just hanging on the side. I'm not very confident in speaking English. Can I be seized?
We can go for a few more minutes, I guess. Is anybody else? Then we can end it.
I'll back you up, but don't count on me being here 100%.
Okay.
You ladies sound all tuckered out.
Everybody's tuckered out tonight.
It's been a long day.
Yeah. Full moon tonight.
Maybe that's why.
I think it's the buck moon, if I remember right. Maybe not. The look.
Maybe that's why all the ladies are tired and the men are full of energy.
Maybe.
I keep getting distracted. I keep getting phone calls and people DMing me, telling me that people are imitating me and other platforms. It seems like, I don't know, this happens during Ladies' Night. I've not
Really?
even been following the conversation. So
Somebody's imitating you?
obviously,
Oh, man.
yeah.
I hope they are not doing a very good job, so it's pretty.
Yeah, I don't really care, honestly, because no one can imitate me.
I don't think so.
I am
Yeah.
weird enough that I don't have to worry about that. No one can imitate me.
Let's just call you very unique. Not weird.
Yeah.
It's unique.
So you gals been having a good day tonight so far?
far.
Yeah, I've enjoyed listening to. I've enjoyed it, especially, Dandelion. She's not been able to come in here a lot lately, and I really enjoyed, listening to her, and I've enjoyed listening to all of you, really.
Dandelion did bring the fire earlier. Loved when she dragged him back to
Yeah.
topic when he tried to weasel out of it.
It's like you can tell that moment. It's like her entire attitude and everything. It's just like when they do that, it's you can tell that. I don't know what they do. It's
You can tell she's the kind of mom that you don't get away with no bullshit.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
not no.
I mean, I just
not playing.
imagine seeing them sitting there and like being real assertive and overbearing, and then when they say that, it's and she's and that switch gets flipped. It's like you can just see them. You can just see them sitting back in the corner and hunkering down and starting to be quiet and listening to her.
Can I make a suggestion for Ladies Night and for the ending, because I never know where to end it, because let's just do 3 hours. Can we just because
Well,
the precious metals thing goes 2 hours, right? And they're
Right.
usually like, all right, 2 hours, boom, boom, we're going to end it. Can we do that? I mean, that would help me out a lot.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right, cool. So we'll go 3 hours on Ladies Night, 2 hours precious metal. Dude, once we hit, from 4 to 7 Central Time, boom. And then, because you all know that the guys are chomping at the bit to get back in, and it's fine. It's fine. And there's a good crowd of people. We've had almost 60 people watching tonight. It's been a great thing. So yeah, I mean, let's try to do that. We're almost 4 hours. Now, if it's going to be extended an extra hour, just let me know that's going to end at the top of the hour. Just let me know, because I'm not listening the entire time, and then I'll upload the video afterwards. So anyway,
I think it's fine.
Yeah, sure.
You can end it
Sounds
now.
good.
If you
Let's
guys-
hang around.
I don't have a
You
problem.
guys want to do an outro? That's what I'm saying. I mean, just like try to you start at the top of the hour, end it at the top of the third or fourth hour. Doesn't matter to me. It's just for me to make a good video. I just need to know when it's going to start and when it's going to stop.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's good protocol.
So we'll end at the end of the hour here, I guess. It's about 9 minutes away.
Sure. So,
That sound all right?
I recommend. Yeah, a lot of ladies have been involved. And if you're talking to someone new that wants to make a last point, or the ladies want to make a summation of the entire night or whatever. I'm just saying, for me, it's like I can't listen to the whole time, for 4 hours because I'm doing other stuff. So I just want to know when to be. I listen off and on. So okay.
You don't listen to every single word we say. What a shock! Seriously, Bray,
I'm
don't
so
even worry.
disappointed in you, Julio.
No, it's all good. I want to make it. I want to make a really good video.
Don't worry, man.
That's what I was gonna say.
You got a
Look,
life. You know that. You don't live on the
I don't know if everybody
It's
thinks
all
that I
good.
just sit here
Listen.
and just sit on 24/7 all day.
You know damn well I'm listening to every word. You ain't got to sweat, Helio. You got one fan.
Well, I mean, just message me on Discord. A lot of times, like during Ladies' Night, I'm just like I'm doing something else, but I'm paying attention to the messages. So if one of the ladies is like, "Hey, we're about to end this," just message me, and then I'll listen in, and if you guys want to make an outro, boom, it's all good. It's a smooth outro. And I won't have to jump in to say it.
It's always a good idea. I'll make it go, like you said, smoother.
Yeah, it could be 3 or 4 hours. I mean, you guys pick it out. It's like usually top of the hour would be the best time to. It's like, hey, we're, just like I said, the gold and silver.
Yeah, that just gives you a ideal when to come and check, huh?
Right. At least at the top of the hour, I'm going to start listening, and,
I'm with
and
you.
then I'll be able to hear, hey, oh, cool. This has been a great conversation. You know, ladies, any last statements before we end this at the top of the hour? It doesn't matter if it's at 7 or 8, you know, Central Time. Just give me a clue. You know, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Not a problem.
He so opened the door with
So
the
should we
clue
do that right
comment,
now?
didn't he? I'll give
Or
you a clue.
we could also play a song first.
Hey, and also, I mean, we have like 5 minutes left. You can play an outro song too, and we can do that. Or you know, have the ladies make their last statement and play an outro song, and then I'll stop the recording, and then I can upload it later. Be another ladies' night video.
Sounds good. Like that idea. Ending on a music note. Good.
What song are you gonna play, Battlemon? Well, hold on, ladies. Do you have any final statements? I don't know why I'm doing this. Ladies are supposed to be doing this. No, but we're planning for, you know, to make it better in the future. So I understand where it's going to end. You know? Top of the hour is best time. So
I'm sorry, did drunken karaoke start? Did you ask me to sing?
I thought that was Saturday night.
I think that's coming up, isn't it?
I'm joking. I don't care. Whenever. I was just joking.
Well,
yeah, so we should just go. Thank you, all the ladies who participated and everybody who talked to us tonight. And thanks to all the gentlemen in the chat for being great support and adding great points to it. And special thanks to Dandelion for being a bit of a ass kicker earlier and all the other ladies. Hope everybody enjoyed Ladies' Night. Going to be ending it soon. And I don't know what else to say. Is that good enough?
Yeah, she scolded them like little kids and put them in the corner. that's exactly in my mind what happened.
That's right. And I said we call it takikut on tappeth, which means to put somebody on the rock. So I've just been imagining him sitting like in Dogesa on a rug this whole time. And that's forever how I will imagine this.
Dogesa, that's on the rock.
Yeah, like in Japanese when you sit in your legs, you know.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you. I thought you said an Icelandic word there. I didn't know what it meant.
I did say some Icelandic because takan og tappið is 3 Icelandic words.
Yeah, and happy birthday shout out to Drace.
Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Dre.
We love you, bro.
Have an excellent one.
That explains a lot, Drace. But happy birthday. I didn't know when your birthday was.
Well, on that point, shouldn't we do an outro with a Dre song?
That's a good idea.
I love that idea.
Let's see. Which one should I play?
He has
I want to
one.
make a. I didn't hear all of the conversations and the arguments tonight, but the ones that I did hear, they were repeating. And I just want to point out how it's weird. Okay, it's weird to me, but I just want to point out how they always take these observations and variables that, you know, support the arguments that we're making. They take those very things and attribute them fallaciously to their own. I mean, they use them as if they're, you know, going to prove or validate their claim, and then they don't make any. I mean, it's just weird to me. It's like density, buoyancy, and all of these things that they use these variables that none of which are even involved in their claim to try to verify their claim, try to validate their claim. It's just weird.
Yeah, well, they really try to complicate it more than it actually is. They attribute it to gravity, which, you know, then you get into the gravity argument. And you guys did that well tonight, I thought. Anyway, my favorite Dre song is the Skexy thing. Love that.
Well, then play it. Play it.
I don't. Send me the
Got
link.
it.
Is it? Somebody send me the link and then we'll play it. And it'll be done.
Hey, where's that at, Elijah?
I'm trying to look through the Groovy Bot thing. There's so many songs in there. I'm trying to find it.
Is that an electric bike?
You know, Drace has it.
Dre's posted in there, bro. Because I
That's
don't know.
a nice view.
Drace has it. DJ
Tell me when
Will.
you want me to play it.
Hey, are you ladies done?
Think we are.
Shout out to the ladies. It's been a great ladies' night. This is the best.
Dun,
Here's
dun,
Trace. Happy fucking
dun,
birthday, bro.
Thank you.
You say it's your birthday.
Now here's some of his good music for his birthday. Happy birthday.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
So what do you guys think of the donut Earth?
I think it gets banned
No.
here.
We got you.
Nobody talk until this song is
Don't
done.
believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin.
But I
The
want to tell him I'm going to ban him, yo.
programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing
Don't
thin.
get
No
banned,
curve
man.
for us
Last
spin. The
warning.
globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
Shit, take that, Globers. Thank you, ladies. That was freaking awesome.
Yeah, that
I
was
love that song.
that's kind of cool, Drace. That's the first time I heard that. I like that.
Really, I told you that's
Wrapped
my
around
favorite
the-
Dre song, bro.
Yeah, wrapped around the dark crystal with with the dope head grinning there. You got a little gangster. I like that. You know me, I got to cuss and slap bitches and all that, or I ain't rapping.
Bitches.
Somebody
Right.
got to get their back
Hey,
broke and their neck
I
choked.
don't know why we're ending the ladies' night show, but hey, so thanks, ladies. This is insane. But
Well, I am thoroughly enjoying this, so no complaints here.
all right, cool. This shit is funny. But anyway, don't you guys love that song? Drake's did a great
Rick B?
job.
Like
happy freaking birthday, Grace. Man, it's great. Love it.
You got bot muted, huh?
Anyway, we'll see you guys. Everyone, we'll see everyone next week for Ladies Night again. I'm stopping the stream and the recording now, and I'll upload it later.
Thank you very much for your services.
So we're offline now, so you can say whatever the fuck you want. Well, we're still live. We're probably still live streaming on Roger's stream, but you know.
Thanks, ladies. Great job tonight, all of you. Excellent job as usual.
Trying to stay with it. Some of these guys, they go round and round and round, and it's just like, oh my gosh, my head is.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep up with this.
I don't want to speak Icelandic, and then I start chopping up
That's why I identify as a militant male flat earther.
I identify as unvaccinated.
Well, you can put Michigander in there too if you want, bro.
All right, so you got Michigander, militant flat earth, male flat earther, and then someone says, I identify as a unvaccinated male. Is that what you said?
Oh, well, they get bitch slapped. Hold on, let me get a rap.
All natural.
I identify as vaccinated.
How many labels are we doing? Like, we're gonna have to eventually. We're gonna have to put a shitload of labels on us. You know, we're gonna have to figure this shit out eventually.
Hey,
yeah, but it's gonna sound great once you have it once you have it completely right and you memorize it. You're gonna be like, I'm a blah 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 blah. Like my job title is like, oh, I work as a frístundaleiðbeinandi.
I could give two shits less if you get vaxxed.
Hey, you there was a time when it'd be like, I'm a male and I have a wife and I have kids and I'm a farmer.
Yeah.
It's like, what's wrong with that? I mean, is there something wrong with being a farmer?
Are you white?
As a married person that has children that are male and female, what's wrong with me? You know, it's like, who
You're
the
a
fuck
white
told you something's wrong with
male.
that? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of weird.
They'll tell you. It'll start with white, heterosexual, and male. Zer.
This is at the point where you're just like, you're not respective of our dude. I'm just saying, hey, bro, well, we're not live streaming. I have a penis. I was born as a male. I know who women are. They have a vagina. Where did the disconnect begin? You know, it's just weird to me. You know, why?
Thanks,
Would you
Captain
identify
Obvious.
as something else? Yeah, sure, but at the same time,
you could always
all right,
so
then go to like, I'm a farmer, I grow crops.
I can tell you where the disconnect is, bro.
Right,
but they told me to keep it PG.
I mean, Roger, if you don't want us to talk about this on your channel, we won't. You know, he's probably not. He's probably got it going on while he's sleeping. So I won't take advantage of it because, you know, we try to hold back on that.
I'd say somebody couldn't get it up. Somebody couldn't get it up, so they identified as a female. That's what
I like the answer where they come and go, are you the human that identifies as Dallas Corbin? No, I am a meat popsicle.
Identify as John F. Kennedy. I mean, why the fuck am I wrong about that?
I identify
I'm John F. Kennedy, man.
Yeah.
You know, there was a case of a 50-something-year-old man identifying as a 6-year-old girl, and some family let him actually sleep in bed with their 6-year-old girl, and he dressed up in
Oh,
similar
hell
clothes to him.
no. I would whoop the parents. The parents would get whooped. The pedophile would get whooped.
That's how I felt at the time, man.
And it's like this: if I gotta respect your beliefs, well, just know you gotta respect mine. Or
And
if
your
it's
belief
not a
is
if it's not a two-way street, then I'm just gonna throw out the
Yes.
social contract and say, "Fuck it, we're running by my beliefs because I'm an alpha male."
Yeah, go ahead and fucking hate me.
Right.
I'm not going to agree with you. I mean, and this is what we do on a daily basis. Like all the people in the YouTube chat, people that come in here, and it's like, why do you think? I mean, do you think that we don't know what they say about the heliocentric model? Of course, we're familiar with all the information.
Yeah.
Of course, we know what they say about rockets going into space with fucking Jeff Bezos and all those fucking idiots. And the Virgin Galactic guy, what's his name?
Yeah.
Whatever. Just like, look,
Bozo
we went to
Branson.
space.
Yeah.
Branson. We went to space about the same time, and freaking a
Low
couple
Earth
years ago.
orbit.
So
have you ever been in
Musk.
have you ever been in an elevator?
Low Earth orbit in an airplane.
Dude.
We went to space.
I've been arguing with people the past couple of days in the YouTube chat. And it's like, why don't you believe them? Or they're just like, look, we showed you twice. Bezos and frickin' Branson went to space in the past week. It's just like, no, they didn't. You frickin' idiot.
Low Earth orbit.
Well, even if they actually went there, they were using the same technology with the vomit comet. They went up high,
exactly,
and started falling, and then started floating around the capsule.
Exactly.
Whatever. I mean, just give me a freaking break. I mean, these freaking idiots, man.
Yeah, the guy earlier was trying to tell us that elevators proved space-time.
Oh my God! Listen, space.
When he told me that,
and-
I was like, he's a Brenda, and I literally
I
laughed.
wanted to say this earlier, but space and time are both concepts you cannot demonstrate, you cannot manipulate any space or any time. To say you can is to say I can bend or warp a concept. I can have a concept as my independent variable and call it my cause.
Yeah.
You know how asinine that is?
I do. Yes, of course.
That's the case. Well, then I just give my concept.
I mean, rockets
if
can't
I-
prove any of that at all. They just
I have
prove that
another
they shot
question.
something in the sky, and then
Oh
it
my
came
God,
back
he's
down.
got another question. He got another question. He's a Goldberg.
No, see, the most amazing thing is then after you ask them a question like that.
Oh
like,
my God,
how
my
long-
friend.
Yeah, then they go like, imagine, wait a minute. Then they're like, imagine you have a broomstick. I was like, what the fuck? A broomstick.
Oh, yeah,
I know.
And then you got a
That's
bucket of
mo-
water on one side. And like,
Listen,
what?
once you get it moving, it's not going to be density that fucking anything balances out. It's going to be momentum. He's an idiot. It's a law of motion. It's got
Okay.
nothing to do with density.
Retarded.
Okay, I have got a question
When they're
about.
that level of stupid, I sometimes just don't want to talk to them.
Rick V.
Somebody said they have a question. We're taking the
Oh
piss
my
out of
God,
all
my
that shit.
friend.
Someone has a
let's
question.
answer that question. How are
Let's
you,
answer
my
that
friend?
question.
Would you like to
Yeah,
answer your question?
Okay, so what do you guys think of the Blue Origin from Jeff Bezos thingy that happened a couple days ago?
I don't think about it.
Oh, we just. I think we
I'm pretty
just
sure we
answered
just
that
covered
one.
that. I mean, that's
Yeah.
it's just propaganda.
pretty
It's just
damn sure.
it's shaped like a dick, and everybody's making fun of it. Have you seen people making fun of that rocket on YouTube and
Yeah,
Facebook
but
and
that
stuff?
doesn't make it fake.
Oh, it certainly does.
Yeah, it doesn't make it real either. That's
Okay,
the
so
problem.
I'm gonna meme it now. I'm gonna say
I would like to know how you're going to scientifically, empirically verify it for me before you
Well,
get into all that huff puff bullshit about assertion.
Okay, so I need to get my calculations now.
Calculations, quantifications.
Where are you going to get your
are not-
calculations from, Jeff Bezos?
Listen, they're not verifications. I asked you to empirically verify that it's the truth. Apparently, you do not understand what that means.
No.
But
Like,
So
of course, you know what
neither
verify is.
Bezos nor Branson went high enough to leave Earth's atmosphere. So
Oh my
Okay,
God,
in their
empirically,
model,
my
so
friend.
it's
Empirically,
Okay, so
my friend.
prove to me that it didn't happen.
I don't have to listen. A negative
Listen.
claim doesn't. Hold on,
Yeah.
You
guys.
have to listen.
No, go
When
ahead,
you make
Mike.
a
You're about to
positive,
say the same
you
thing.
made a positive claim. The burden of proof is yours. When I say that's not true, I don't. The burden of proof isn't mine. That's a negative claim. I've made no positive claim. I had nothing to prove. I'm challenging you to prove your positive claim, and you're trying to play the burden role reversal on me.
And
Get
more
out of here with
than
that
likely, hold on.
fallacious.
More than likely, Michael, his positive proof would be just to show us some news footage.
Oh my God, you can prove it wrong. Therefore, it's
Prove
true.
it. Prove it that it didn't happen. Then.
Listen.
Not want to do that.
So
Who has
you
to prove it?
agree you
The guy who
can't
says he
prove it
doesn't
did
have sex
happen?
with the guy who says he has a
No,
unicorn.
no. Let's
Because
play
you
his
guys
logic.
sit here all day and getting your calculations right. And I'm
Listen.
just
So
joining
what
and
you're
asking what you
saying?
guys think.
No, Oh my God, your calculations! I already said quantifications are not verifications. Okay. And so what you've said to me. What you've said to me is no, Battlemod. I cannot verify it empirically for you. So now I'm just going to ridicule
I
you.
saw it on the news. It's true. That's your
All
that's your
that
positive
bullshit
proof.
you're going to spit, it's meaningless, dude. You
What are
can't
you going to calculate?
empirically quantify. You cannot empirically prove your premise. It's that simple. So your premise isn't a valid proof of anything. We don't need to go to you can disprove it. I'm not the one saying it's real. I made a negative claim. I don't have a burden of proof.
Yeah, they
Address
showed
that,
it on
or
TV.
don't speak.
It's like you can watch South Park on TV, and that's real. Actually, they see more truth on South Park than anything with has
Yeah,
to
I
do
ain't
with
got
rockets
time for
going
that
to
bullshit.
space.
It's either tonight. The motto is address what I'm saying, or I'll leave you where you're laying. So if you can't address the premises asserted, then don't even get in the conversation because we're tired of that bullshit from children and
Exactly,
adults.
Mike.
You got fucking adults that make assertions, but they don't want the burden of proof. Well, assertions made not backed by proofs can be hand waved without proof too. This is law of logic. What the fuck?
See, they think
I
that
back
we
you
have
1,000%, Mike. Back you 1,000% on that all night. Yep.
Yeah, and it's like,
I know you
why
do.
do you, they think that we have
Leave
some
them
type
at
of
the door. Wait, I don't.
they
I'm not
think we
fucking-
have some
I'm not
type of
fucking-
motivation to call them out as liars. Like we're going to benefit from that. I mean, this is the weirdest thing. You know, they're just like, why
you
would they?
the shit out of him, Helio?
That's me again, right,
that's
Elijah? Go ahead,
technically-
brother.
No,
Sorry, brother.
No. That actually, you started talking first. I I was rumpusing because
you're just quiet.
I was rumpusing. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
I didn't expect you to
I-
come in. I thought it was me and Mike. Go ahead. No, I want to hear your point. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just agree with Mike. I leave them wherever the fuck they listen. Look, if I'm saying, yo, there's a pot of gold on the corner of 5th and 6th. If that's what I'm saying, and you're not trying to engage that, and you're like, but what about the Luckies down the block? But what about?
Yeah.
Listen,
No.
I'm not.
I got a
I
question.
like that. Go ahead.
Do I got to get my pot of gold hand over fist on this corner? That's all I want to know, bro.
So I'm just saying, like real quick, like you said, like people act like, they're coming here asking us questions, but the only questions that I can answer is to the information that I've discovered, and I've discovered that there is no evidence. And if you're here to force feed me your religion, well then, no, thank you, I'm good.
Yeah, Elijah.
Yeah.
They actually ask us to disprove the globe, and we do on a constant basis. But then sometimes they'll come in and say, "Prove the flat," And it's just like, well, the flat is right in front of your face. All of us experience it the same way. And it was like, well, how do you know that? Because, then they'll bring some dumpy ass freaking globe earth proofs that don't prove a GD thing. I'm trying not to be very rude, but anyway, it's just like they don't really have anything. They're just believers.
I tell
Go
you.
ahead.
You said GD. I was going to say, what's that got to do with gangster disciples? But you goddamn thing.
It might as well be. I'm trying to be a little more flavorful, I guess.
Like,
more
damn, Helio repping his set. Shit.
Helio, you must be one of those people. You must be one of those people who think people lie, right? You must be one of those people.
Well, to be honest,
people lie to people. Yeah.
Why would anyone lie? Why would they lie?
That's just ridiculous.
But talking about, like all of that stuff is ridiculous, right?
Well, it's like
but the point is, we entertain it instead of like you know what they remind me of? Jehovah's Witnesses, but instead of simply closing the peephole or closing the door. Like, oh, this is what this is. Close.
See, here's what it is, Elijah. Here's what it is, Elijah.
I was almost done.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead, because I want to make a point. Go ahead.
Yeah, and instead of just closing the door on them, like we're letting them in, we're offering them coffee, and we're asking them how their day's going.
No, sure.
That's
first rule of Fight Club.
Here's what they're when they ask some of these questions that they do and say that we're trying to have we have the burden of proof, to prove that they're at this
Make no mistake.
No, they're
this
putting
is a war.
They're putting a hard standard like a wall there and say, unless you prove that everything they told me was a lie, I won't believe you. And we're all standing here saying, don't fucking believe me. We're breaking down the wall.
Because here's the thing.
Little faith.
You can't prove empirically, scientifically, all that they told you. That's the thing. That's
but they don't grasp it. Yeah, exactly.
Listen,
just need a little bit of faith.
That's actually what I'm trying to relay here.
Mustard seed faith.
Is you're asking for the burden of proof on my theory, and my theory is that you have no proof for your positive claims. You have no empirical demonstrations. I have to believe. I have to have faith in you or your people who use the system I can use myself. It's called the scientific method.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys, I'm about to restart the live stream again. Just let everybody know I'm going to start the live stream.
The scientists.
That's a verse in my bar. Really I'm promoting my rap. That's just one verse in the rap.
I mean, these people worked really hard and have gone to school and have paid their dues. They've contributed to society in so many.
How could they be wrong? How could they be wrong?
Why would you
look at the diploma up on the wall?
That's not even really true.
Do you have?
But that's not even. But that's not even really true. Like,
I mean, rockets.
I guess when you say paying.
I'm just saying, that's what they say.
No, I was trying to get it out so I could hear you. Respond to what I'm saying. Your fallacy, I'm not playing. And if you try to use that shit, I'll leave you where you're laying.
Ooh.
That was already a bar before I said it. I pulled that shit out the bar.
Like checkmate. Sounds like a rook left checkmate. Poof. Ooh, down the corner.
We already have all of the simulators, emulators, or whatever you would call it in movies. So movies aren't just scripts, okay? They are things that have to make sense, right? In order for someone to say that was a good fucking movie. Anybody like psychological thrillers, right? It has to make sense.
I just finished one. I just finished one that was excellent. Stephen King, but I love Stephen King.
So there has to be logic behind it. And what I'm saying is, when they write out these very complex relationships, characters, turn them into like this big story. The point that I'm trying to make is every story or every movie that we've watched that had anything like, let's just think about any of your favorite like DC comic shows or any show where there's a villain and there's heroes. You understand that it ebbs and flows. You know, it tips in the favor of the good guys, it tips in the favor of the bad guys, it goes back and forth. And you're sitting there thinking, oh my God, why'd you make that move? What are you doing? Oh, like you're the outsider. You're like, damn, I would have done this if this would have happened. And this. But the point is, none of us are in control of everything. In fact, we're only in control of what we can do. And at the best, we can manipulate our surroundings to where we influence others. That's all we can do. But on the grand scheme, what I'm trying to say
is real talk. That's real talk.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is like when the bad guys get away because of some political jargon or whatever, like that's a logical that like that can actually happen in real life. Right? Like
it does. Yeah, it actually comes from real life, bro. Yeah, it actually comes from real life. Yeah, it does. Yeah, movies. Like when you see it in the movies, that means that they're preparing you for it, right?
What I'm trying to say is movies show us how we can never really be in control because we're not in control of the communication. Because ultimately, when things go wrong or when things happen, it's because they don't have a third person watching the movie as it's happening. Everyone's doing their own thing for the greater good of or their greater purpose.
But bro,
and things are the environment is reacting or shifting or shaping behind these actions. But it's not like we have a puppet master that we can see. That's what I'm saying. Like all this shit happens and it's like.
But the government builds the network for the information, especially the internet, newspapers before the internet. Like if we didn't have the internet and we stumbled upon this information, say at the library or our parents taught us, right? Like we could still only reach a certain amount of people and it would kind of feel like the same way, right? Like, but I think having the information, like, because they built the network for us to access all this information, I think it's all to control or direct us, you know what I mean, rather than you know what I mean, especially movies, because movies are never in like real life, you know what I mean. It's always like a parable or a moral of the story type of, you know, storytelling, like Troy. You get what I'm saying? Like I think it's 100% propaganda, mind control, movies, especially movies, you know, film and where it came from, the camera, the magic and the marvel, like when you think about capturing the actual light, you know what I mean? Like it's modern day see scrying mirrors, see the, you know, when you look into a reflective surface and you see information, you get information from the ether, from the network, from the air, from the, you know, the thing we're in. Sorry, Elijah. I think I derailed you. Go ahead.
Is that someone trying to talk?
Oh, did I kill the chat? I'm high, guys. My bad. Shit. Simulation is practice, and practice is simulation. You know, when you practice anything, you're simulating stuff, and you're learning. You know, muscle memory, right? Same thing as data collection. Like that's simulation. You know, when you practice stuff like the guitar, you're simulating.
Hey, Bong, do you hear that?
Shit, dude. It's so fucking quiet. All right, I'm gonna smoke.
You hear that, Bong?
Bark!
Fuck, bro. I thought I was replying to Elijah, man. What the hell?
Something old and new you're keying in, dude. Can you mute? Are you there?
But yeah, I hear you, Bong.
Thanks, dude.
It's hard to where sometimes it's easy to paint a picture and you build. That's what some people call it. They call it building when you communicate. You build, and I can only assume it's because you're building upon not something in reality, but a simulation. And because you don't have the mind of another, through words is the only thing that keys us in on whether or not the other person is simulating the same thing that we're simulating. And sometimes it's hard to do that. Sometimes, sometimes it's hard.
Well, I think that's why we need two witnesses. Like if I see something and you see it, right? We both observe it, then we know this is real.
No.
Oh yeah.
That's what I mean. That's
Oh, you mean
exactly what I meant.
interpreting the
That's
movie?
exactly what I meant. But let me make that an example. I was talking to illustrate a point, and it wasn't captured. Not to say that what you said wasn't valuable, but I could no longer build because you didn't put a layer of bricks on top of the bricks that I put, right? So you said something that's kind of related, but not really to the thing that I was trying to paint a picture. You know what I mean? And that happens like often. It's unfortunate. Not here. I'm saying in general, like in real life, like because I'm going through something right now.
I thought you were
personally,
talking about like predictive, like with the movie, how the movie.
Yeah, no, there is no. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to ideas and how to make things new, that like there is nothing that exists, right? Like that reality, whatever reality that you're simulating, or like it doesn't exist, which is why it's important to listen to the person trying to relay the thing that's in their mind when it's not something that's actually tangible. Because sometimes we're relaying thoughts. Sometimes we're not talking about that mountain over there. There's nothing else to be said other than look at that over there. Information received. But when it comes to complex thoughts and communicating feelings and commands, this is something different. This is something that we as a society, not the flat earthers, I'm talking about us as humans. This is something that we either could work on or are poor at doing because of whoever is in power. I don't know if the reason that we're bad at this is because of the indoctrination of the TV. I think it
public
is.
education, TV. I think it's by design.
I got to rap about that too.
I think it's the modern day equivalent to Babel. What you're saying, Elijah?
Yeah, Babel. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why motherfuckers be like, can you define how you use that word when it already has a colloquial definition? And they think it doesn't. It has a wide range of meaning. No, words are defined by use, in context, colloquially. So language is specific and sentences can be coherent and cohesive. I can't stand that. Can you define that crap? I'll define something for you, ignorance.
I hate when people say, words are who came up with that word. Words don't like because they're missing the whole point. It's like, no, I'm communicating to you either something I saw, something I'm feeling, or something that I'm imagining in my mind. Those are your three options.
Are you
like
frustrated?
to say that who made up that word? Well, it was. Let's say that word didn't exist, but I still needed to communicate to you what I was communicating. Let's say I need to communicate to you, hey, you're walking to your devastation, to your death.
No.
And you need not to go beyond
Do you want
5
some Burger King?
You need not to go beyond 5 steps, because if you take that 6th step, it'll be off a ledge. And they say, well, where'd you get the words death and ledge?
I know. It's like if you say, do you want some Burger King? They don't ask you to define how you use the word burger. You know? Sure, I'll take a burger.
Yeah, right. But when it's like, do you want flat earth with that? What exactly do you
what?
mean by level?
You know, flat.
Well, that's why I like focusing on balls, on spheres, you know, because
shit,
it's so hard to
Bong,
explain.
did you just say you focus on balls?
Sphere, I said spheres.
I'm gonna give you a chance to reword that. Reword that.
Globe.
Here, let's just go back and start over.
The spherosity of the globe, you know, of any ball, I think is like, because, and then there's the lie that it looks flat even though it's a ball. Like, I think that's a total
The
lie.
spherical nature, your mere phallic
No, to say that's
resemblance
so big that it looks flat is a
offends
lie.
the delicate nature of my being.
What do you
that's
mean?
where the disconnect is. Where the
What do you mean?
where you can't communicate to them because
What do you
they
mean by
believe that they can see, right, that on the ball it looks flat.
Can you define how you use that word balls? What do you mean by balls?
Well, that's what I mean, but like he's talking about communicating, right? The reason why, I think that we can't communicate to the ballers is because they believe that a ball can look flat if it's big enough, and that's a lie.
Yeah. What do you mean by curved?
Yeah, well, the reason they want us to define the words is because they want to act like it's a misunderstanding of definition when they're the one trying to add a definition to a word that isn't there.
Where that level is curved.
Yeah, levels curved. That's exactly, you read my mind, Bong. I'm thinking the same thing. What I'm wondering is if while they hold these two dichotomous beliefs in their head at the same time, do they actually like look at it on the horizon and go, yeah, it's flat, all right.
Well,
but
here's
in my
the thing.
head, they think it's curved still. It's so
He
bizarre.
covered the best one, level is curved. So there is no definition that says level is curved. But if we look at things from a hypothetical ellipsoid model type of thinking, then yes, level is curved, but only in that hypothetical model. Not anywhere else in reality is this true. So it's not an argument of definition.
But you can ask them that.
Beliefs.
You can ask them that.
You mean in Star Wars?
They'll say yes.
Yeah, I
In
pointed
Star
this out.
Wars,
So
level is curved,
and they
right?
still act like no, that's a definition. Yeah.
So in movies, right, level is curved in movies with planets in them, like Star Wars, right, or Star Trek. Level is curved in Star Trek, right?
Yeah, and they have to show that like every 30 seconds, like
Shouldn't
because it's so self-evident. You have to show it like every 30 seconds on every media device.
Shouldn't Spock be like that? That is illogical.
Illogical. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
What were they called? The race? Vulcan?
The Vulcan Death Wish. How could you ever forget?
It's a region.
Even Batman cannot withstand
The Vulcan mind meld.
With the hand sign, right? Gang sign.
I just want you guys to know that we need a soundboard of Professor Spock. That way, every time they do a logical fallacy, right, we can go, that is not compute.
We ought to just have something that has the actual logical fallacy, a recording of it.
The original Spock, right?
There's actually a series for that.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, man? There's actually a series on YouTube.
That's cool.
Jose used to post it all the time.
Oh,
So did I. It's a cartoon with Star Trek Spock, man, and it has all the logical fallacies, and he goes through them.
I've seen that.
I'm so upset because
I remember Jose
posting
posting
that up. I was literally gonna bring it up, but Indio for the win. So yeah, exactly what you're asking for exists. So well, somebody needs to get together with Creation Bear and share that video so that he can start uploading the logical fallacies in there. Because we really should. Like like if we were running a program like say Ladies Night, right? There should be a segment in which we announce, okay, this is going to be the logical fallacies hour. This hour is dedicated to um, educating and evidencing and giving examples through the conversation tonight about how exactly these logical fallacies take place. And so whenever within that hour or so or whatever, I mean, this is just an idea, but I'm just thinking like when someone comes in and it's not a shit show, it's not like seven different people talking, and when it's cool and they're going back and forth and someone is saying, hey, no, that's fallacious. Here's why. Insert clip. I think it's good. Y'all rolling? No? No? All right.
What up? I think we should come up with a device that we can mail to Globers and they come into debate. Every time they use a logical fallacy, it shocks them. I'm for that.
They wouldn't be able to speak. Or
That's the idea. You hear like two words and like teeth chattering.
Think there'd be any problem with me playing that Star Trek logical thinking on here? It's only a minute and 58 seconds.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Helio that. It's his channel.
Surely that would be illogical to give us a strike for showing logical thinking.
Just mute the bot for a minute and a half.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you could deafen.
Deafen it? It's already deafened.
No, it's not.
No?
We're not talking about the bots. We're talking about the live streams. You have
Oh,
to
okay.
deafen them.
Oh, I see the live stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't do that.
Hold on, I got it. You said deafened?
Yeah.
All
right.
My live stream.
Yeah, so
Both
we could
live
play
streams. Who
something.
did that?
Yeah.
Right.
Who did that?
You
So
forgot.
we could
Haley?
play something. We forgot to turn it back. That's all. It's
All
only been
right.
a couple of minutes.
All right, we're back. We're back. Go ahead. Continue, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
otherwise, we would probably.
We weren't even talking
We'd
about something controversial. We're just talking about the sun. I don't know why would anybody would deafen.
It was deafened because of Spock. Because of Spock video.
Oh, does it give us a copyright strike?
Don't know.
We weren't taking chances.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right. You can share the link in the chat, but don't play it live.
Okay.
All good. Thanks, India. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, no problem. I heard what you said about the sun. I'm looking at the moon right now, man. I've never seen it look as round as it is. I mean, it looks like perfectly round.
Yeah, that too. I took a couple of pictures.
And I don't mean a sphere. I mean round.
It is kind of round. It's funny you say that because obviously anyone listening, especially Globers, they'll be like, well, it's always round. But for whatever reason, as obvious as that is, I thought the same thing. Shit, that's really round. Why did I think that? As normal as you know what I mean?
It's like a quarter sitting on a table, man. It's like perfectly round. It's weird.
It's 9 o'clock right now where I'm at. The sun isn't setting for another 42 minutes. North Dakota's crazy, man. The more north you go,
later at
back
night.
in June, there was a 16-hour and 30-something minute. Was the June 21st? It's crazy. The sun wasn't going down until like 10:45, 10:50.
Does it look round?
Dude, there's a really cool place I can capture what I saw the past few days.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably capture the same thing.
It looks so round. It looks so round that I thought, wow, that looks like a hole puncher. Like it's just like somebody punched a hole in the sky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like it was machined round. It's weird. Because the moon's supposed to be bumpy and shit, right?
Well, when it formed, when it was forming, as it was spinning around, the particles, they smoothed out as they gathered together from gravity.
That's a cool story.
It's verifiable.
Oh, it is. Did you just really? Did you just say that?
Verifiable.
Can I borrow that time machine? I'm not going to check out the moon, though. I'm going to check out some other things.
The building of the Tower of Babel. That'd be a pretty fascinating thing.
I was thinking about going to get
pretty
Newton
early.
laid for the first time instead of him dying a virgin.
I definitely wouldn't want to be like, yo, I want to travel back to right before we existed because what if God didn't put the atmosphere in yet? Like, you know what I mean?
I'm seriously going to check the weather. I'm seriously considering going out and filming the sunrise tomorrow for I know.
Oh
I
my
need
God,
to
Helio, that's the third time. I'm sorry. You gotta check yourself. I can't. I just can't.
No, it's because I see it every morning and
No, but this is the
give me
third
the
time
story.
you shared the sense of it. This is the third.
Oh, like you never bring up your bullshit all the time about the moon.
On different days.
What the fuck are you
This
talking
is
about,
another
Elijah?
day
God
of
damn.
many days. You brought it up in the same hour.
No, I actually just brought up the red sunset or sunrise today. This is the first time I ever talked about it. So what the hell are you talking about? You talk about all your moon sets and all this kind of shit all the time.
You're right.
I'm not going to argue with you, Elijah.
No,
It
you're
doesn't
right,
matter.
you're right.
Doesn't necessarily matter until I show you my video. Then I won't.
Calm
talk
down,
about it.
Helio. Are you gonna go get a video?
I probably will because it's early tonight. I'll probably fall asleep early. I'm gonna go. It's not a long drive from where I'm at.
My
I know
man, I was
exactly
kidding.
where I have a
I'm not
tripod for my freaking Samsung phone. I'm gonna take a picture.
Okay.
of the
I'm not
red
gonna bust your balls. I'm
sunrise.
not gonna bust your balls, Helio. I gotta log into Call of Duty.
Oh, you're gonna log into Call of Duty and anyway, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I mean, me and Elijah have a little. What I don't give a fuck.
I love you, Helio.
I love you too, brother. Anyway, what were we talking about? This is. I mean, there is some abnormal things happening in the sky with the sun and the moon, and people, people on the globe side are just like, "Well, why are you saying it's abnormal?" Because we have explanations for this, due to this and gravity and blah, 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 blah. Balls spinning around the universe. Okay, where are the balls and where's gravity? Anyway, continue, gentlemen.
Anybody talk about how red the sun is lately?
I did. I talked about that. We'll see. Nobody else said it. I was just saying it. And somebody else was saying something about the red moon.
Right? No, because the moon is never like obviously if you catch it on the next to the horizon, then you're gonna
It's hard
catch it
for me.
looking.
The reason I don't talk about the moon here, Elijah, just
you're
really
a
quick,
conversation tailgater.
No, really quick.
You're
The reason I
tailgating,
can't see the moon
back
is
the
because
hell
I'm
up.
in the forest. At nighttime, I'm at home and I can't see it. I can't see the moon at the horizon. Go ahead.
You make me laugh, bro.
Can you see when you close your eyes?
Does anybody know what cardinal
Did it
direction the
take me
moon is
5
right now?
seconds to say what I was going to say? Continue, Elijah.
Does anybody know what cardinal direction the moon is right now?
East.
I know what they tell me. It is supposed to be, but it's under the horizon where I'm at. So no, it's never under the horizon.
Well, if you're in central United States, it'd be
Beyond.
to the east.
Well, I mean,
Southeast.
well, yeah, I know what
Do
you
you
mean.
want the specific heading?
Wow.
Well, no, the reason I'm asking, I'm looking out, I have a big old tree. I have a window on the east side of my house, but there's a big old tree blocking pretty much all of my view. If it's
Yeah, it's
on
still
the
very low. It's still very low. And
When you say that next time, cue the banjo
I don't.
music. I got a big tree, but I don't.
not
Yeah, it's
familiar
very
with
low
that song.
from my position. Anyways, good to hear you, Gospel Bear.
Yeah, what's up?
Agreed. On my part, yeah. Thanks for coming. Yeah, it's good to hear.
Agreed on my part too.
Yeah, I'm always around. I've been busy getting cut up by doctors.
Ooh,
Hello?
I don't know if there's any details need to be shared about it.
What's up,
them
guys?
doctors,
That's
you don't know
weird.
if they got like a laser.
That
you
could
don't know if
mean
they
a
got
lot
a
of different
scalpel.
things. I
Yeah,
just
it
realized.
could. Just like maybe we
Realized
shouldn't get into
had
Hey, I got a
nothing to do
question.
with transitioning. If anybody was
Before you
worried.
go under the doctor's knife, see if there's
Hold on.
a way to
The only way we're going to talk about that is if he volunteers the information. Let's not go any further. You said it, but do you want us to ask you questions
I
about
had
it?
an intestinal birth defect, and I had an emergency, and I was in the hospital for like a week and a half back in June. And
So
I'm
was the
good. I'm good now.
operation
I'm recovering.
successful?
Yeah, I even had an appendicitis. That actually happens to people.
Oh yeah, that definitely does happen.
But anyway, I'm good
So
now.
you're good to go now.
I just ordered some kefir to boost my immune system permanently. Well, not I've got to keep on taking. So I'm trying to find a natural way to do probiotics. Kefir is probably one of the best ways to go for that. And
buy some colostrum.
Some what?
Also,
Hello?
Let's not go into
Make
the
some
medical
kimchi,
stuff.
ferment some cabbage. You'll
Oh
be
yeah.
all right.
Yep. You got
Yeah,
that.
sure. I mean, you can.
Hello, can somebody answer? I have a question.
Sure.
Ask away.
Who's gonna answer your question?
Now, I kind of do lean towards the flat Earth. This was actually brought up to me by somebody who was questionable about it. Here, where can I post a picture so you guys can see?
Are you VC verified? Because
Send it to Dempsey.
you have to
Send
have
it to
certain
Dempsey.
parts.
DM it to somebody. You're not posting a picture.
Send it to Dempsey.
Oh, Dempsey.
Dempsey.
I
DM
see
it
it.
to me.
Yeah.
He volunteered
So
to tribute.
so basically it goes like this. So you know how like in our model it's what is it? The when a total eclipse happens, it's not the moon going over the sun, but like another celestial body or something else.
What?
Right?
Do you mean a lunar eclipse when something's blocking the moon?
And I don't think it was no when it blocks the sun.
Yeah, no. What you're thinking lunar eclipse, not a solar eclipse, because we already have a geocentrists have had an explanation for solar eclipses since the beginning because it's perfectly logical and kind of evident. You can see what it is. You're probably referring to lunar eclipses because that's the only mysterious event.
Hold on, let's clarify. What do you mean by our model? Who is ours? Who
Like
is
the normal flat Earth model.
Yeah, can you show that to me?
Where the sun and the moon rotate around a flat stationary Earth.
That's not a model. That's just like a what would you call it? A representation.
Concept art.
Can you show me? Can you show me the heliocentric model of the Earth spinning with the sun and the Earth illuminated? Can you show me that?
No, I don't have a picture. Or anything like that.
Well, yeah, because it's impossible because you can't make a screen that big.
Sure. I was just asking.
Yeah, so it'd be 40,000. Like, listen, check it out. To actually visualize the heliocentric model, you would need a screen that's 40,000 pixels wide, and the Earth would be 1 pixel. Yeah,
but
so nobody can show a model of day-night cycle to scale. Period. Nobody.
Yes. So yeah. So the guy basically he showed. So what do you call it when something blocks the sun? What is that called?
My hand, like I hold my hand up and it blocks the sun.
No, like you know when that like moon blocks the sun, and then everything goes dark.
It's never been seen.
That phenomenon is called a solar eclipse.
The moon has never been seen approaching the sun in a solar eclipse.
So, like, what is it that blocks the sun?
That doesn't listen. Asking the question, "What is it?" doesn't. That's just an appeal to incredulity.
Yeah, and this has never been
called
seen
occulting.
in all of human history. No one has ever observed the moon approaching the sun before or leaving the sun after a solar eclipse.
So yeah, I
And there's a
understand that.
reason for that. Why do you think the reason is that they've never seen it?
I'm not sure.
Because it's a new moon. Can't see the moon during a new moon. I've had plenty of Globers come in here and say they've seen the moon, swear up and down on a stack of Bibles that they saw the moon before a solar eclipse. When we know that's impossible.
Why?
Because it's a new moon.
The light's on the other side, bud. It's really simple if you just think about it.
So basically, the question that he asked me, or like, what do you not like? I wouldn't say question, but yeah, a question, but it's also like a statement. Is like when they video, like when the object blocks the sun, whatever it is.
Okay. So I hate to have to do this. Do you have any objective empirical evidence there's an object blocking the sun? Period.
Or whatever it is, whatever's stopping the sun's light.
Whatever it is. Why is it something else? Maybe it's the sun itself.
Yeah, so that's the point. So what he said to me was, when you video it, if you with the camera, if you turn like the what do you call it, composure to a certain to see like whatever this object is, it's actually the exact same details as the moon. Like it's literally the moon. He said.
Yeah, we've heard this claim, this Earthshine claim.
Yeah.
It's actually never been documented. So it's actually happened. There's one solitary photograph National Geographic claims they have made, and that was made in infrared light. They said they took a picture of the moon during a solar eclipse, but this is the only thing, the only actual claim. There's a picture of it. So your friend saying if you turn down your camera, he's just lying to you. If you turn down the exposure of the camera, just told you a big fat lie. Now why did he do that?
Well, he sent me a video as well.
That he took personally.
He said this guy named John Michelson took the video and he showed it.
Well, I'd have to see it.
I can send you the link that he sent me so you can check it out. It's like a 5-minute video where like he took the footage himself. He just recorded it during like whenever that event happened, and then he looked at it and he turned the composure, and it's the exact same like what you would see like, if you could see the moon.
Yeah, it's exposure, and maybe he should send that into astronomy picture of the day or something, because no one's ever captured that.
Well, now it's documented, apparently.
Yeah. Cool story.
So, how do we refute this?
Refute it. There's no evidence of it. There's nothing to refute. I took a picture of Bigfoot yesterday. Refute it. That's what you're coming in here and saying. Literally. If you turn your exposure right, you can capture freaking ghosts. So you go get this picture. That proves it. I mean, that's literally what you're coming in here and saying.
Yeah. Instead of focusing on the primary.
So
Go ahead, man.
Oh, I was going to say this. So why can't the heliocentric model be used to predict eclipses in the first place?
Why can't it predict?
Well, why can't it actually predict eclipse times and locations in the first place? The heliocentric model, globe, Earth, Moon, that.
I thought they did.
Yeah. That's what everybody thinks, but they actually don't.
Guess whose cycles NASA uses to predict eclipses?
Probably the geocentric model?
Yeah, the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans, right? The Saros cycles.
Yeah, exactly. Flat earthers. The first eclipse ever predicted on record was predicted by a flat earther. Wasn't predicted. The gold model didn't even exist. And I'm gonna post a link in the chat. This guy's a PhD mathematician. His YouTube channel is called Stand Up Maths, and he admits the heliocentric model cannot be used to predict eclipses. Admits it. And their reasoning is it's too complex. There's too much shit going on, it's too complex, and they can't use it to predict eclipses. This is what they say, but they send freaking spaceships to outside the solar system. Yeah, shots that are like, a deviation of like, of a 0.00001 degree angle, and you shoot off into something else. But they can't predict, they don't have the numerical power to predict the location of an eclipse with the heliocentric model. That's bullshit. Okay? Bullshit story.
I looked up the supposed Earthshine, and apparently it is documented when it comes to astronomers. Like, I just looked up Earthshine, and it's pretty well known of what it is. So, how do we...
What you're going to find are a lot of articles about it, but you're not going to find images of it. That's what I told you. You are not going to find actual evidence. You're going to have people talking about it. You're going to have articles. Yes, Earthshine this, and they're going to show the same photograph over and over and over again. Supposedly taken by, it was either National Geographic or NASA or something, showing this one image, right?
Well, there's actually multiple.
That was taken in ultraviolet. Listen, dig down, okay? Don't take anything at face value. Dig down. Find out where the image came from. Try and figure out what device it was taken on, and you're going to hit a big dead end. I've researched this 4 years ago.
Yeah, I know who recorded one, and he even talks about like the what do you call it? I think in the video he talks about the camera that he used, and when he did it.
Yeah, didn't you just like mention him just a second ago?
Yeah, that guy. So he's one of the guys that also.
Yeah,
And he actually responds to comments. You can actually like comment on, and he responds. So
there's a lot of fake astronomy photographers, man. There's a guy who freaking took.
Yeah, that looks fake as hell anyway. The first one you sent looks like a cartoon, all right. I guess, we're kind of used to seeing them. Cartoons.
You dig down, they always did something like star stacks or artist renditions, or they took multiple photos and merged them together, or they used some reference image and used some sort of it's a program that's like star stacks that interpolates the pixels. Like there's always something wrong. Always.
So how do we refute this?
It is refuted. I just did.
You're just saying it looks fake, but that's not really refuting.
No, I just told. Listen, prove it's real. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Well, that's what he did. He showed the video and everything. So
yeah,
he showed
okay,
his part.
Cool. What camera? Like you're just talking about the video. Why don't you show it to us, then we can evaluate it ourselves.
All right. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
We just take your word for it.
Who am I talking to? So I can send the video.
Indio and a bunch of other people.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. Is there like a chat I can just put it in? Everybody can like just see the video.
Yeah, don't forget Battle Mod.
Send it to me.
All right.
Send it to me, and I'll post it in the chat.
All right. What's your username?
Indio 007.
Indio. Let me see.
We're gonna teach you how to use Discord.
Yeah, that's okay. We will. Anyway,
you know what Star Stack?
If you could show the video of the moon approaching, this guy would be a Nobel Prize winner.
Oh shit!
If you could show a picture of the moon going in and occulting the sun and then leaving and as it's exiting, that is showing the moon through that whole little progression, he would be famous.
What's their explanation for that?
Listen, he would be the first person in human history to show this. So where's this Nobel Prize? He hasn't collected it yet?
What's their explanation for that?
You tell us.
How would I know?
Well, you're sitting here defending the model, so I assume you must know something.
I'm not defending the model.
Yeah, you are. You're telling us that the moon's occulting the sun, and you even showed us an image of the moon there. When it's never been seen. It's never been seen.
These are the arguments that my friend gave. That's why I'm coming to you guys so you guys can answer this.
Okay. Okay.
I already told you guys that I do believe in the flat Earth.
Yeah, we don't.
You don't believe the Earth is flat?
No, I don't believe it. No, I know it.
No, it's not a belief. It's an observation.
Come on, man. You know what that means. Come on.
You may believe it, but I don't have to believe something that I've seen for myself and can measure myself.
Come on.
And verify.
It's an important difference. I mean, right now you're coming to us with, I guess, some sort of doubt. I mean, why else would you come to us for information? So your ideas about the Earth, they rest in a belief system. And what's more mature than that is actually having an understanding and knowing what the Earth either is or isn't, and that's where we are. So there is a big fundamental difference, and that's why we articulate that point.
To know something is justified true belief.
That's
bullshit.
By demonstration.
Wait a second. Hold on, Mike. That's bullshit.
Right.
That justified true belief bullshit from Plato. That thing was fucking taken out to the woodshed and beat over the head about 200 fucking years ago. The fuck justified true belief? Define belief. That's what I taught.
I got a new dictionary for you, bud.
Yeah, it's the antithesis of knowledge. They're antithetical to each other. You justified fucking numpty.
Wait, so they're the same thing?
No, they're not the same thing. Antithetical. You know what antithetical means? They're
No,
antonyms. Opposites. Get it?
Jump back in here.
Justified true belief. I'll justify your true fucking belief.
Did you really say that?
Yeah, he did.
No way.
Yep.
Yep.
But listen, why'd you come over here and pose to be something you're not?
Yep.
You're straight out of Gem Panda's Goon Squad.
Yeah.
Well, look, man, we're not trying to shame you for your belief.
Yeah,
but
I am
we're
now.
trying to articulate it.
No, I
So-
am now.
Well, I mean, that's
Right.
why I tried to explain it to him like that, but you didn't have to come back and like parse words and change definitions, you know?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
like just try to absorb what I'm telling you instead of fighting it, you know?
He's trying to pose. He's a pretender clown. He's trying to pose. Go ahead.
How do we refute that? Okay, so this is I like you serious? This is your evidence? Some dude manipulating a photo in Photoshop, playing with the levels, and then loading up Stellarium, and then very next image in the very next thing doesn't provide the raw data files, right? And we're just oh, okay, like let's just close shop. Some guy on the internet played with Photoshop, and so he proved the moon is in front of the sun. Got to do better than this. Back to Gem Pandas. Tell Gem Panda why you go back over there that the philosophy of justified belief was refuted within 20 years of its being broached into the world.
How was it refuted?
Oh my goodness, dude. Maybe you should learn more about it.
Just define the terms. You don't need anything fancy.
What's the definition?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like using
Justified
logic.
true
How can you say that you have a justified true belief? I mean, which is not a thing. Yes, we can. There's no definition
Well, you
for
need
that
philosophy.
in logic. That's insane.
Here, allowed or allowed or whatever.
Yes, sir.
I tried to post it, but now I pinged you. That's the dictionary to use. It's going to be the most reliable dictionary you
All right,
could
thank you.
Contradictionary. The contradictionary.
No, Noah Webster is a legend, bro.
Webster's. I could find one definition right now where they contradict themselves.
Noah Webster, the 1828.
The Noah Webster, the 1828. Ooh, I'm getting all fucking misty.
Good.
Get the fuck out of here.
He's an awesome dude.
Yeah.
Emotional
Sure is.
about it. I mean, we're talking about this term. Let's take apart this term. Justified true belief.
Well, that's not
that.
the dictionary definition. That's the problem. That's why I was posting an appropriate dictionary definition from the 1828 Webster's Dictionary.
Gospel. Okay, what's it say? Go ahead. Let gospel do it.
To perceive with certainty, to understand clearly, to have clear and certain perception of truth, fact, or anything that actually exists.
And that's the definition of what?
The word know. That's number one. There's like 12 different possible meanings of the word know, but that's
to
the
know,
primary.
but it's fact. There's facts there, right?
The word fact is in the definition, yes.
Yes, exactly. Yep. How about belief?
Yeah. Belief in the same dictionary, a persuasion of the truth or an assent of mind to the truth of a declaration, proposition, or alleged fact on the ground of evidence distinct from personal knowledge, as the belief of the gospel, belief of a witness. Belief may also be found on internal impressions or arguments and reasons furnished by our own minds, as the belief of our senses. A train of reasoning may result in belief as opposed to knowledge and science.
It even compromises it right in that definition.
I told you the Webster's 1828 is the dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then from there we're going to have to go to justified.
No, you don't have to go anywhere. He just compromised it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
is the young man we were talking to still here?
He's physically,
I'm still here.
Digitally here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's over.
Listen, I'm going to ask you a question. Real simple question. Can a justified true belief be false? It's actually provable that they can be false, and you can still have a justified true belief. Go, move on with your life with that.
Well, I think he's
that's a
definitely right now.
contradiction in terms, isn't it? Well, hold on. Isn't justified true belief a contradiction in terms in itself?
Yes.
Justified true belief.
Okay. So yeah.
Fooling yourself.
If and when he comes
I can use
back,
less words.
we should ask him if he agrees that there's such a thing as an objective truth.
Oh, that'll send him on a whirlwind.
I know,
Yeah.
but he needs it though.
He needs it.
Everyone else needs it too. Everyone that's listening needs this. The tornado of the justified true belief.
Well, like a lot of these kids these days, they see everyone arguing with each other like about everything all the time, especially with all the election stuff and science stuff, and everything's fantastical. And so then now, along, like they've moved past the atheist idea. They've moved all the way to this is an emulation, right? Like this is just a simulation. So a lot of people don't believe in an objective truth anymore. Like they've like totally sidestepped all these foundational understandings.
Yeah, don't go off the simulation.
What is there like something I can give to my friend like the best proof for like the flat earth thing? Like what would you guys recommend?
Black Swan.
Yeah, I heard that before about Black Swan. What is this Black Swan?
Where are you at? Who am I talking to?
I'm a loud son.
A loud son. Are you in live stream voice text? Do you guys mind if we go through this? I'll try
Go
to be
for it.
concise as possible.
I don't mind it at all. Please.
Is Indio still here?
Take your time. Man.
Nah, I'd like to do a quick. You're still here though, Indio? I don't get a
Yeah.
chance to talk to you all that much, and you definitely don't answer any fucking PMs.
Hey, but we need to make sure the person you're talking to is watching live stream voice text so that you can go through it properly.
So he said he's in live stream voice text, but I want a message to Indio. Indio, next Saturday, not this Saturday, not tomorrow. Next Saturday on Ballbusters, I'm going to take refraction. I'm going to take it out to the woodshed, right? And I'm going to beat it about the head and shoulder just with a flurry of fucking blows. For the next 2 months, I might go 5 months. Every single time I go live. I just with a flurry of blows, going to deconstruct that friggin' knuckleheaded philosophy of refraction. If you could be there on Ballbusters, I'd like you to be there.
When?
Say again?
When? What time?
Next Saturday. I don't know the date. Somebody get me the date of not tomorrow, but Saturday after it at 2 p.m. You still in Science versus Pseudoscience server, or did you leave?
I left. Righteous
Son of a-
guy got on my nerves.
Yeah,
I guess it'll be
I know.
8 days from now. Is it 8 days from now? That would be the 1st of August, or it wouldn't be the 31st
I'll go back in for the event
of July, because I think July has 30 days. So it'd be 1st of August. Isn't that where we're at? Is that where you're talking about?
I don't know. Maybe I haven't looked at a calendar,
You
but I
said-
want.
You said next
Indio
Saturday.
there.
I think it's 1st of August.
Okay,
I'll
but he
be
gets the idea. It's next fucking Saturday at 2 p.m. U.S. Central.
Oh, maybe there is 31. All right.
7. Would you?
So what is
shut
this Black Swan?
Fucking days. Next Saturday, Indio. Do I need to give you a link to get back? Yeah, but you don't check your PMs.
I
Fucking Julian
I can
calendar.
find my way in there.
You find your way in there, man, and I need you to be there.
Okay, no problem. I'll be there.
Because it's the end of the ball tart spinning space monkeys. Bagat! Refraction.
Yeah, Wit said I
Popcorn, man.
forgot to count one of my knuckles.
I'll bring the lilies, man, and I'll play the taps for it.
Yeah, you play the taps for it, man, because they fell for the trap. And it's just about that time to spring it, because I got them all isolated in the Coliseum. Now I'm gonna break out the Vulcans and just friggin' go ape shit. Okay?
It's a trap.
Yep. Refraction. It's over. Okay. Yep. All right. Back to a loud son.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You in live stream voice text?
Yes, I am.
Is Indio still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I need you to change this. You're not allowed to post two things at the same time.
How do I change that?
I have no idea.
No, listen. You
Neither
should
do I.
say, "Hey, room, I want to post something. Everybody else stop posting." Just ask everyone to stop posting so that you
Hey.
can make your point.
Hey, room, stop. But why can't India just make me a special and allow me to post two different things?
It's too hard. It's just like no, that would.
Oh,
be
Dre's
come on, bro.
I'm sorry, Dre's got me covered. Thanks,
Dre's
Dre's.
okay,
Appreciate it, man.
good.
Okay, so are you at 34 minutes after the hour? Allowed, son?
What do you mean by that?
34 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text down at the bottom down here. You have two slides. One.
Yeah, I'm at the very bottom. I can see the pictures that were just posted.
Okay, so I'm going with the white slide first.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Are you familiar with deductive logic, modus tollens argument? It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal if you're not. I just wanted to ask.
I don't know. It depends how you put it.
Modus tollens. It doesn't depend on how I put it. It's modus tollens. It's how it is.
Probably not.
Okay. So see if you could follow this. If P,
Okay.
then Q, not Q, therefore not P. The modus tollens is a formal deductive logical argument. So when it says form or formal, it means it has form. So it's a if P, it makes sure that you have your P's and Q's together. So
Okay.
if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. Not Q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a moment. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Now,
that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. Okay, now to the next slide. It has bye-bye ball and it has two oil rigs on it.
Okay.
That's just my piece of flair at the top, man. That's all. So what I did was I took the video, the live video, and I screenshotted just one shot from it. And all I did was color contrast a little bit so I could bring the horizon out just a tad bit more. That's all I did to this photo. Okay.
Okay.
What we got here is we got an observer at 1 foot observer height. Now, this isn't in contention. We have the live video. BMLSB 69 took it. And like I said, there's no question about it. In fact, he was below that. However, we'll go 1 foot. No problem. The max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with said radius of 3959 miles is 1.22 miles. Under no circumstances can that horizon be further, because that's as much as the geometric constraints allow. So as we can see on the oil or with the oil platforms, we're just using them to demarcate distance. So we got platform Hillhouse on the right at 6.21 miles, and then platform Habitat at 9.41 miles. And we're taking a look out here and we're trying to figure out where the horizon is. Do you see where the horizon is in this photo?
Very far on the back.
Can we safely say that it's 10 miles away?
I don't know. But yeah, definitely far though.
Yeah, it's 10 miles. I don't need any more, even though it's much further. We're just beating a dead horse after 10 miles. The problem is the horizon is 10 times further than it should be geometrically on a sphere Earth. How can that be?
I don't know.
That's the number one flat Earth proof right there. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
You know what's really strange to me during that part of the discussion? What part of don't post anything else while QE is actually talking about this didn't anyone understand? Just wonder.
I think they're just trying to help out the cause, man.
I know they are, but dude, that was a request from the mods and the admins. Don't post anything.
It goes with the conversation.
I know, but at the same time, it's just like the original argument was based on that original Black Swan image and then move forward after that.
Why
It's
is it
like,
called the Black
here's-
Swan?
Go ahead, QE. Explain to him why it's called the Black Swan.
Yeah, I went with the Black Swan because I took Karl Popper's idea, and his shining example of the problem of induction is all swans are white, and all I have to do is show one black swan to destroy the entire theory, speculation, whatever claim. That's why I took it. So it only takes one, right? That's why I took it. Yep.
So
good.
I do have a question about that, about
Sure.
this picture.
Mhm.
So like, I know like you have to take into account like the observer height, but what
Yes.
about the object that you're observing? Because that's pretty tall too.
No, the object I'm observing is the horizon.
Oh, okay. So you're all right. All right, never mind. I thought we were observing like the.
All right,
that
check
makes
this out. Check this
That
out.
makes sense.
I mean, even though upon request everyone was told not to post this video, if you scroll up a little bit, this video of that BLMSB 69 made. This is the original video where the image was taken from. It's
Yeah, you can check it out. It's about from 145. If you got the original video, 145 to about 215. That'll be enough.
Yeah, just watch the whole video. He took a video of the oil rigs, and then he walked down to the shore, put the camera right at the level of the water, about 1 foot off the water, and that's where the Black Swan image was taken from.
So what is the opposing views explanation for this?
Refraction.
I don't understand. How's that? What does that even mean?
That's okay. You don't.
Oh,
need
you're gonna have to ask them because they don't have any really good explanations for it.
Yeah, they
wait,
just say
refraction is like the bending of light.
they just say refraction, but they don't know what it is.
That somehow extends the distance to horizon 10 times its geometric possible value.
They claim refraction. How do you disprove that it's not refraction?
How do I disprove it? I don't have
You
to
don't have
disprove
to.
a fucking fairy
Why?
tale. They have.
I mean, like, how do you like ensure like
It's a negative claim. If you
No,
say
I'm-
it's refraction, then the positive proof is on you.
Yeah,
No,
we're
I'm
back to
saying-
logic. I mean, you can't prove a negative. I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying like how would you say, hey, it can't be refraction because of this?
Yeah. Okay. I can do that.
Can
If
be
you
a
say-
condition.
Hold on a second, Mike. I can deal with it, and it's a fair question to somebody that he's not a
That's-
bad guy. I can
yeah,
tell
that's
you.
new to the topic. Go ahead.
He's gonna want to show his friend, and he's gonna want to have all the answers for his friend. That's what.
Yeah, he's not a bad guy. I already evaluated that. You could tell by his voice. The problem is when they say refraction, and I'm not going to go through my whole presentation because that's for next Saturday. So, but you can easily debunk that because when they say refraction, they're invoking terrestrial refraction, and to invoke that, two necessary antecedents must exist. Number one, you must have a curved atmosphere. But the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms because atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's one fucking problem. The next problem is they have to know the radius of the Earth. So that's the two that jump out of the gate. I'm not going to go any further because I don't want to give away all my stuff for Saturday.
But also, I'll say something. They're going to have to know what they think the horizon is and where it is, right? So
No, just refraction, but that should be good
I
because the
know.
atmosphere doesn't curve. You can't curve gases, man.
yeah, we know that. Yeah, of course.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's typical gas behavior. If somebody says that they observed curved gases, they'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally.
How long you been a flat earther for?
Me?
Yeah.
About 5.5 years.
What does mean? Hey, you know what? You know what's really interesting is a lot of people think that flat earthers have been. I don't know what they think when they come in here. That we've always believed that the Earth is flat, and we're just coming in here promoting this idea. We've been doing this all our lives. No, all of us used to think the Earth was the globe. So it's not like we've been promoting this idea for all of our lives.
Bottom line with refraction, even if I gave them I think there's 5 paradoxes when I get done with it. Even if I gave all that to them and they used their incorrect definitions, even if I gave everything to them, there is no possible way that you could take the horizon and jettison 10 times further than it should be. Not even in their own paradoxical definition.
Well, paradoxical meaning math?
No, that's their paradoxes. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 paradoxes.
How did they even come up with that number anyway? 24,000.
24,901?
Oh, hey, why don't you go back and ask the Globers how they came up with that number?
Good luck.
That's a great question, though.
Yeah, it is a good question. Go ask them how they came up with that number.
What did they say?
No, well, I mean, I can tell you. I mean, like, we know the answers, but yeah.
They tell you that some dude stuck sticks in the ground and looked at shadows a long time ago.
Hey, Witsit.
Yeah.
Time out, Witsit. I got Witsit here.
They went to outer space.
Wait a second, son. I got Witsit here, and he doesn't check his Skype, so I'm gonna have to talk to him right here, man. Just 2 seconds, man.
They went to outer space.
Sonny, shut the fuck up. Thanks. Witsit. Saturday. Yeah. Next Saturday, Ballbusters, man. I want you there.
I got you, bro.
Not this Saturday, but the next Saturday. You and India, I need you there.
Will do.
And one last thing, Helioskeptic, there's a little special for you. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You'll know when it happens. There's a special for you in the signature Numpty clip next Monday with M. Scott Beach. Just want you to know.
Oh, sweet, man. Yeah, I'm often a dipshit, and when it comes to these conversations, because you guys are badass, and I'm just kind of like hosting a lot of like. But thanks, man. Thanks for.
Yeah, there's something for you in there. You'll know when it happens. If you don't, you're gonna know. One last thing with Sonny. I meant shut the fuck up in the nicest possible way.
I know you did, and you know what? I was about to write it into text. I'm like, I should do that every now and then just so I can hear that.
Well, but I kind of felt it coming. I was looking for it. It was like, Sonny, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, Sonny, man.
I thought you were taking a private moment. I thought this.
Now the whole thing just kind of like we just ruined the whole thing. Me and you, Sonny, have ruined the whole thing. What was about to happen?
Oh boy.
Me and Sonny are dipshits.
So, like, bro, it's this simple, man. Just tell your friend if that's really the case, right? You're trying to tell your friend about flat Earth, and he's being kind of combative. Just be like, all right, look, here's the deal, man. The whole entire black swan, like, what it's challenging is the radius. You're just gonna make up a mathematical fairy tale claiming that gas does something it literally can't and curves around with a certain rate, presupposing that radius that is being challenged, and actually even like messing with it. Making up numbers. It's insanity.
You guys have like there's this guy like who had a Dropbox for a lot of stuff. You guys have like some type of like domain with a whole bunch of like flat Earth information, pictures and stuff like that.
Right below you.
What?
All those. There's a bunch of different areas with evidence below you.
We have multiple channels at the bottom of the server. You can find all the information you need down there.
Oh wow, okay. I didn't even see
Also,
that.
I just posted something.
when you said below me, I'm like, what? I didn't know what you mean by that.
Oh, below means inside the server. Below means there's plenty of information.
He was like looking under his chair, like, where? I don't see anything.
Alphabetical order. We have plenty of flat Earth information.
Oh, I have a question
here inside the server.
I got a question for you. about this refraction thing, lifting up the horizon. Can you tell me what battle there was where like they couldn't see the enemy because the enemy was beyond the horizon, and then suddenly they got lifted up, and then they saw where the enemy was and attacked them? Like, how do they shoot at shit?
What
How
the
do
heck?
subs shoot at things? Well, I'm just saying, man. Like, shouldn't refraction like reveal like hidden enemy troops that are like hiding on the other side of hills?
Yes.
Picks them up into view, right?
Yes. Yes, you got it. So their fairy tale refraction would render all the militaries of the world obsolete.
Yeah, deer wouldn't be able to hide now, would they?
Shit, them deer know about refraction. That's how they avoid gunshots.
Oh no! Them motherfuckers will sneak just beyond your sight, and they never
Sneaky
get
ass deer just
Yeah,
running
they'll
through
crawl
the
on the ground.
Imagine how much of a headache that would be, right? Like you're looking out, it gets clear outside, you can see your enemies you shoot, but you still just miss them because that's not really them.
Bambi's just floating in the clouds, looming up there above the trees, dancing around. And you're like, boom, boom, boom.
Because when it's the world, there is no refraction. Do you know that?
I
Because
think that's what the ridicule was meant for.
when you start the world, you cannot have those refractions.
All right, so it's locally flat, right? It's locally flat, basically. Is that what we're talking about? It's everywhere that everyone experiences Earth, it's locally flat.
I'm just saying it must suck to be a sniper, man. Like, what, dude? I can see them. I have them lined up. But wait, you need to dip down and count for the curvature. This is a mirage.
Well, if you missed the first shot, you're fucked. You better hope your ass is refracted when they're looking too.
Do you guys know who the Flat Earth WS is on Instagram?
Flat Earth WS, who's that?
They try to debunk Flat Earth.
Yeah.
So
we've seen that corny website.
So entire patrols should be killed as their ass is
You
refracted.
guys should make like
over
debunk
us.
photos on their photos.
Helio, if it's flat everywhere, how is that locally?
Hey, you guys talk to someone else. I don't want to talk. I'm just laughing at the bullshit. You guys are better clowns than me, or making fun of the bullshit globe than me.
Hey,
You know, go
I
ahead.
got a parody for you, man. Do Michael Bolton's "When a Man Loves a Woman," but make it "When a Man Loves a Globe."
When a man loves a globe, can't keep his mind on nothing else.
Yeah.
I'll sit on YouTube and just bullshit everybody just to make shit look fine.
Every
Hey, who was the guy that gave me the black
He'll
swan?
give up all of his comfort.
Just because he just wants to hang out on the YouTube channel and just make an ass of himself.
If that's the way the globe said it ought to be.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I'll
Okay.
shut up. You guys have
Now,
fun.
now speak aloud, son.
Who was the guy that revealed to me the black swan?
Reveal. Interesting choice of words.
Quantum
his name?
eraser. Quantum eraser.
Quantum eraser.
Yeah, is the black swan the argument?
You can just call him Dad.
Or is it the example?
Oh shit!
He was
He
hit by
called you daddy.
I'm sorry.
Big daddy. Who do you call daddy with it?
Don't make this guy.
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Okay. The Earth is flat.
The way she goes, oh shit.
That's epic.
Shit, I used to live in the ghetto, man. I mean, I can see that happening.
Yeah, he ain't getting laid that night either. No, you can't get down. The Earth is flat, man. What the fuck are we gonna do?
Alright, I'm gonna go, guys. Thanks for your help. I'm gonna go. Yeah, thanks. See you guys.
Yeah, all right, bro. Just remember before you leave, right? Like you can see mountains from hundreds of miles away, and they gotta be blocked by miles of Earth curve. Ask them how it happens. It's impossible. Be like, bro, stop making this weird. You know, like they lied about the Earth. Don't make this weird.
All right. Damn.
All right.
Yeah, the globe Earth is the weird thing. It's like, how can water bend? You know, bodies of water, like massive bodies of water bend.
Is it
That's the
kind of
weird
funny how
idea.
I am gonna go watch Interstellar?
Wits it over there lying to him, just a
Hey,
tip.
go watch Interstellar, and then you'll understand how they can fake the world.
Just a moment,
about
baby.
globe
Come on.
Earth.
Yeah, I've seen that. You know how like at the beginning of every like movie they start off with like the universal globe.
Oh yeah, always.
Oh,
It's everywhere,
not.
bro.
It's not though. Yeah, I mean that's
Listen,
all
hey,
Hollywood.
hey, wait a minute, a loud son. Since you're going to watch Interstellar, watch how they joke about the moon landings on that.
All right, I'll keep an ear.
Yeah.
Oh, also about the moon landing. I remember I watched this video, and the guy he was like a video director, and he said, you know, because he believes the moon landings are real. He said it would have been harder back then to fake the moon landings than to actually go to the moon.
That's
Like,
dumb.
Many people have said that it'd be like it would cost more to fake it than it would.
Yeah, that's the
be to
argument. That it
actually
would
make
be-
it happen.
Let
I
me
mean,
get
it's
in on
like-
that.
This is when they broke their
We can,
paradigm, right?
this
Come
section.
on, man. Anyway, go ahead. We all had opinion at the
so
same
what's the
time.
response to that?
Okay, if the person with the best microphone said it or whatever. Yes, of course. You know they will say that. You know,
Okay.
it would cost more to fake it than it would actually cost to go there. Anyway,
That's what it is, right? It said it costs more specifically, and that's
No, he
dumb
said
as
that
hell.
that he didn't. They didn't even have the technology to make it to do that.
Yeah, they didn't have a studio. Did you
Yeah.
know
Wait,
that
did
in
they?
1968, the year before the supposed moon landing, Space Odyssey was a movie that came out about a moon landing and won Film of the Year.
Really?
Yeah, the year before.
You gotta send me that.
It's called 2001: A Space Odyssey, and it actually features a lot of the same technology that we suspect they faked the moon landing with. And the director is actually seen with people involved with supposedly making the moon landing happen. So you can just connect the dots, I guess.
Yeah, there's also Buzz Aldrin and 2001: Space Odyssey. That's 1968, the year before the supposed moon landing. The year before, because they brainwashed the whole world with propaganda, like to be subconsciously ready for
I
this.
thought it was
movie and
released in 2001.
No,
You said 2001. That's when the movie was released.
That's the name of the film.
It's about like the future setting of 2001.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it was released in 2001. I wasn't following.
No. This is it's a movie. When did it come out? In the 80s?
68.
68. Right.
Yeah, the year
It was
before.
Stanley Kubrick, right?
And that was a year before.
Yes.
Interesting.
Right.
And there was also
They're
a guy
preparing the
there was a-
mind of the citizens.
There's also a guy like right before it, right before the moon landing, also that came out and said, "There's no way we're going to the moon. We can't even communicate with each other in our own building." They couldn't get to low Earth orbit. He hung a limit on it, and then he exploded while he was checking wires on NASA's facilities. There's also the year right before it. Then they replaced him and miraculously went, and the very next year. And then you also have Buzz right here, just saying like, "No, you were just watching the animation." It was a pretty good lie.
In the same decade, we had Brave New World, and what was the other? What's his name? George something. The other guy.
Go check out when David Bowie's Space Oddity was released.
Does proving that the moon landings were fake prove that the Earth was flat, though?
Well, no, but it proves that they literally that's when they first claimed that they saw a picture and took a picture of a ball Earth from space, right? That's when they definitively proved it in theory, and they literally didn't. So like they told a major lie claiming to prove that the Earth is a ball that wasn't real, So that's a pretty big deal, and they don't claim they can even go back to this day. Well, of course they don't. Of course they can't go back. They didn't go in the first place, bro. That's why they can't go back.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, just because they faked the moon landing, that doesn't necessarily prove, quote unquote Earth is flat. But I mean, there are a lot of people that, you know, before the flat Earth thing that we have now, there were a lot of people that already knew that they didn't go to the moon. They don't
Maybe
need
it
the
proves
moon
that
landing to be
can't go to the
fake for the Earth to be flat. I mean, they're not the same thing. Anyway, go ahead.
No, but I mean, well, okay, I already knew the moon landing was faked, but I thought it was so we could beat Russia in the Cold War.
Yeah,
and all
me
that
too. Yeah.
So then I found out that supposedly that's where you had the real picture, like this infamous Earthrise picture and all this nonsense from space. And I'm like, what? And I'm trying to find other ones, and you can't. And they're admittedly just images and artist renditions and computer generated, like all the way up into the 21st century. Admittedly cartoons, and you have to go all the way back to these Apollo missions to supposedly see a real picture. And I knew that they were fake. So immediately, it's not that it proves it; it just is a major red flag, right? Like you step back and you're like, wow, there's we don't have real pictures, and supposedly when they did take the quote unquote real picture, it was fake. Like they faked that, right? Like that's the reason it's relevant, and you can't trust anything that governmental agency ever says again about space.
Back to what he said there initially too about you know, harder to fake it than to actually go. Like anybody who says that, have you ever actually watched the moon landing footage? It's not like it's not like it's spectacular, like and convincing. It's it doesn't look hard to fake.
Yeah, I heard something on TikTok that maybe they were trying to fake it to like something about the ocean, like they were going in the ocean or something.
You're what you're getting mixed up is that people. I mean, we watch. You know, I guess some of the rocket launches are faked, but the ones that people actually watch the rockets go up and off into the distance, it's suspected that they just go off into the ocean. I mean, because what we see on the ground is we see a recording, and then there's a cuts. They cut the scene, and then suddenly they're in space. So like the rocket goes up. There's a splice in the scene, and then you see space footage. So there's really there's a disconnect there. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, I knew that. I was saying like the reason why they're faking it because they want to keep our eyes up there, but like they're doing something in the ocean. Like they're exploring the
I
ocean.
would say that's very speculative, but I actually wouldn't be surprised at all. They find all
Wouldn't be
kinds of cities
surprised.
down there, like off the coast of Cuba. They found like these clearly not naturally formed different structures, right? And like cities and carvings of animals, and way too deep, based on all the pseudoscience of geology and billions of years and ice caps melting and all these fairy tales they come up with. What's underneath the ocean actually refutes that. It shows that their timeline's wrong, and so they suppress these things. So I do think they are obsessed with the ocean, and they know what the Earth really is, and there's a container, and you can't go beyond it. And so we have a major portion of what's right around us still unexplored, and it's hyperlogical to think that they would focus their attention there. It would be the only thing efficient regarding exploration. That and whatever other land there could be that we don't know about, right? That would be the primary focus. And they just told you to look into the sky, drew a circle around you called the Antarctic Treaty the year after NASA was founded, and said, like, look in space.
Do you guys all believe in a firmament?
No. It's unverifiable. That would be more of a faith thing, but we do know that there's containment. Otherwise, there wouldn't be pressure, and that's pretty obvious. You can't have the gas
That's
without
what
a
you would call the
container.
firmament. Like that's the container.
I don't know. I actually don't know. Some people who are more biblical, who follow a different, they go a little bit further. Some people are like, I'm not a believer in anything. I'm okay with saying I don't know for sure with anything. Some people, they're okay with having a faith system or, being religious. I'm not. And maybe they follow that, because the truth follows real science. And if there's containment and that follows their religion, then yeah, they might say there's a firmament. I don't know. I just know
I'd say it's certainly a viable option.
Yeah, it's viable. It's possible.
It's pretty viable. I mean, we can show a lot of phenomena we see using, like, trying to replicate an idea of that, but it's just speculation. It's limited speculation, like you said. In theory, if something were to come down, say a container were to come down, the containment actually touches down, like a physical touchdown. Like we wouldn't know that. You can't go out there to verify if that's even the case. It doesn't necessarily have to be like what everyone thinks is a dome or had to come to the ground. Like we just simply don't know. There's tons of information that leads you to believe that you can only go so high, and then bam, you're cut off. Like what exactly is the characteristics of what cuts you off? Like no one can verify. They've kept that a secret. I mean, there are also declassified military documents that talk about a firmament and how there was an approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament, and that it was proven accurate. So that's not like empirical evidence either. That's still just the word of the military, but it's pretty interesting. They came up with some way, assuming a firmament, to approximate how bright it would be at certain locations, at certain times, etc. And their method was consistently proven accurate. But I don't know. That's interesting.
So as far as flat Earth, yeah, man, like we can measure that. A lot of people get stuck in the weeds with the science of just like proving that there's a flat, the flatness of the Earth and that it's not curving. They say, oh well, we don't have to prove it's flat. You just have to prove it's a globe. Like you could do that all day, but if the Earth is flat, then there clearly has to be historically accurate. So you need to be able to go back in time and literally pick apart, like, oh, they did this, they did this, they did this, and you can literally create a timeline that shows that they clearly knew what they were doing when they fucking lied to us about X, Y, and Z, and then they give us this excuse, and then it just goes on and on and on, and they keep doing the same thing, where they presuppose that there's curvature, and then they give us a model that is it's disingenuous to their findings, to the science. Like they're always trying to skirt around the fact that it's flat, and then they tell us it's a globe, or they do this military operation and then they have to do another one because they don't want people to find out what they found out in the last one. And it's just very historically accurate. You can literally go back and spend days and months like learning this stuff, and you probably should. I mean, history is important before they wipe it.
Wait, what's something that got wiped? You said they wiped it. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, right now there's a big problem with how we're communicating. Like people aren't using books, and everything's digital now, and everything's just being canceled. Like history is literally being erased right now, and they're literally changing definitions. If everyone had a microchip, they wouldn't have to kill you. They just have to turn your chip off. That's basically what they're doing. So if you have an outlet and you're trying to tell people about the truth or tell people about historical fact, they're just going to shut you out. They're going to turn you off, or they're going to delete your stuff if it's too pervasive. So while this server still exists, if I were you, man, I'd go down to that additional information and absorb the shit out of it, because I don't know many other places that have real history like that, or real science like that, with people that can help you along the way.
About the rewriting of history and all that. Look what they were doing, not even a year ago, with tearing down statues all over the place, and historical monuments and shit, just because like they're calling a guy a racist or whatever. This is history. A lot of this stuff, it's being torn down because somebody doesn't like it, and they're rewriting it. They're trying to or erase it, like Riggs was just saying.
And
why is everybody muted? Like nobody else talks, but like you guys.
No, most people. Well,
it's a big room. We take turns.
Yeah, a lot of people do like to listen.
Polite.
People have respect and mute themselves while they're not in a certain conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to talk over everybody, so I let them talk.
I'm driving, so I don't want to hot mic. He think that we are not ready to speak.
Don't worry, you say something really dumb, they'll all jump down your throat at once.
If the guys that are all talking and making sense, there's no reason for us to talk. So that's why I don't.
Yeah, we're ready
We're
to jump
working
on
on that
anyone that
last
says
part.
Basically, what we're trying to say is, don't believe us, man. Just try to figure it out for yourself, and you have plenty of help here. I promise.
I appreciate it.
Always a really good idea to just go try and make long distance observations yourself too, bro. You can low key debunk the globe with your eyes. Like with your naked eyes, you can just see too far when it's clear.
Hey, there's a person named Sunfan that just messaged me. They should definitely enter the chat and get crushed. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. You're getting blocked.
Does Sunfan have some globe proofs he's rigged?
Dude, it's probably just another sock account that tries to DM people who oppose the. I mean, just bring your argument in here, dude. If you're so solid, just bring it in. We got plenty of people you could talk to.
This will be great to hear.
And maybe you can show us pressure without a container.
Dude, I mean, even they try to say that it contains itself, but there's always an external to that other pressure. There's always containment. Always.
Literally always. Maybe they'll come back and bring physical measurement of curvature.
That's
That'd be
just
nice.
how it works, man. You can't.
It's that pesky second law of thermodynamics, Riggs. Can't get around that. Shit.
Well, it's a common sense thing. If you got a female dog, you better get her fixed unless you want puppies. Don't be like, well, how are you going to keep your dog from getting puppies? Oh, you know, the other boy dogs, they won't like her. She's ugly. Right? Nope, that's not going to happen. You're going to have puppies. It's like every time.
I just want to see the physical measurement of curvature.
Yeah, that
Why
would
is
be
that so
nice.
hard to ask? Like what? Like how does that not? How do people not grasp that? If the Earth were a ball, you know what I would absolutely know would have to be here. That the Earth would have to be curving, and you could physically measure it.
Yeah, we've been asking that question for 6 years plus, most of us. Yeah.
The globe just
No,
does it claims too much, and we literally experience nothing. It's just a huge fantasy. The whole thing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, super funny. Someone on Facebook today said,
picture as well. Hello.
"What picture?"
He said he sent like a picture apparently where that you know where you sent me that that photo where he was at the ocean 1 feet above and you can see the horizon and
Black Swan.
Yeah, the black swan. Stefan sent me a picture of like apparently like it's the same location and it's a completely different picture where you want me to quote you what he said?
Well, yeah, they were where there's a hump of water
So
that looks.
flying,
Yeah,
so
welcome
wait
to
a minute.
Flat
I'll
Earth.
even tell you. Wait. I'll even tell you who it is.
I haven't done it before.
Hold on. I'll even tell you who sent it to you. Flying Scotsman.
I mean, we don't claim that it looks the same every day. All we claim is that that visibility is impossible on a globe.
Here, I sent you the same picture he sent me.
Yeah. Are you in live stream?
Wasn't you that time? Okay, I retract.
Message you back and tell him welcome to Flat Earth.
You in live stream? Go to 13 minutes after the hour. Can you read that for us, please? Because I don't even know the photo that you're sending. I'll bet you it's the one I got as B.
Here, go to where?
If you look at people's names, it says time beside it, right? Like there's a time beside the name.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, 13 minutes after the hour. I didn't see the photo that you posted. I was doing something else, but I can guarantee it's B, right?
Right now it's 11:14 where I live.
Just go up to 1113 posts, right? Each post is time stamped. Quantum Eraser 1113.
Oh yeah, he sent me that picture. That
Yeah.
picture right there.
Yeah, of course.
You know what's amazing? You want to know what's amazing? When I come out with
What?
this argument 2 years ago, you see that picture B right there?
Yeah.
That was in my presentation, and it's been in every single presentation that I've made on the Black Swan since the beginning. Did you know that? Can you
I
go
did
ahead
not
and read out loud what this slide says, please?
All right. These two photos are taken with the same camera and camera height 4 days apart. Not only are A and B both black swans, Baltards pay close attention. Your physical sphere edge horizon that blocks buildings and boats has moved. Does your spinning monkey ball inflate and deflate? Wait, so what was his argument that he was trying to use by that photo?
Can you say psst, kablooey too?
Oh, kablooey.
He's trying to act like this other picture would show like Earth curve or something without being man enough to say it. Usually is what they do, and all that shows is that for one, the horizon still it's pretty clearly too far, and it just shows that it's moving around. The horizon's not an actual curved location that's physically there. It just optically moves based on how clear it is.
In other words, the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Correct.
Wait, I have a question about that picture. Why is that, like, on B, the left, is that an oil rig? What is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an oil platform.
Why is the oil rig behind the horizon?
Tide.
What?
Yeah, you have to look at the original. Sorry. Tides, waves. You have to look at the original video, and most of the people who quote this picture B, they're not even aware of what video it comes from. I did the research. I found the video, and you can see exactly he's at the same height as the first picture, but there's like 5-foot waves that day. So if you just look at it yourself, you can figure that out yourself. See the texture on the water on picture B?
Yeah.
It's a big fucking wave coming in right there. Go look at the video yourself.
Wait, you're saying this entire thing is just a giant wave?
Yeah, you can see it in the video.
Just
You can
gotta
see the
go
wa-
look at the video and you can
Somebody
see
send me
it.
the link to the video.
Yeah, I'll send it.
So you're saying this man was trying to deceive me?
I think he just believes it. I think he probably just believes it.
Oh, shit.
You know what's even worse? The person that taught you this probably believed it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
Here, Sunfan said this. He said he is full of shit. He is ignoring refraction of light. Refraction causes the horizon to be seen further away. Here is exactly the same location, same elevation, same camera on a day with different
Is that
refraction.
Fokker? That's got to be Fokker.
It's Sunfan, and he says, "How come if it's
Yeah,
not?"
right. We don't care what he says. Their refraction is dead.
Blah blah.
Their refraction is dead. I already showed. What did I say about refraction? Didn't I teach you about it before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
You said.
What do you need for the refraction that they're talking? Because all they do is
You said curvature. Earth's curvature.
No, I said, yeah. Well, that was the second one. You need to know the radius. As a matter of fact, you know how you got the fairy tale radius? By observing the horizon. But I digress. The first one is the killer. For atmospheric refraction, you need the atmo gas to curve. Do gases curve?
No.
Turn out the light. Party's over.
Oh, that was a really quick concession. Yes, of course, gases don't curve.
So when he says refraction, it's meaningless, utterly meaningless.
Who made this demonstration right here with A and B? Who put that together?
I did.
Why did you put B? Like, what was your point of putting in B in there?
To show what I showed in the photo, that not only that both were black swans, that the crayon munching numpty dipshit baltards are so clueless, they don't realize that B photo compared with A photo crushes their fairy tale religion into incoherent oblivion, because The horizon is moved. So, does their fairy tale ball inflate and deflate? I'm pretty sure I wrote that in the caption below.
Yeah, like is the Earth breathing in and out, dude? Is there a physical sphere edge that's curved that blocks your view like a hump, right? Breathing in and out, moving. No, it's not a physical actual place. It's just the apparent location of the horizon, and it moves. It has to be at a certain physical place on the globe, though. It has to be
Why
physical
does it
curve.
move?
Because it's not a real place, right? Like the sky and the ground aren't literally converging. If you stand at the end of a long hallway, it'll look like the ceiling and the floor converge, right? It's just an optical effect.
Oh.
Yeah. And this phenomena happens over land too. It's just easier to find over water. Like I've seen this a lot. So the idea of a horizon in the globe sense is supposed to be at the same place every time because it's a physical place. We're just demonstrating that it's optical. It's literally optical. And not only that, but our optics allow us just to see further and further and further as our technology increases. So then where the fuck is this curving happening, you know? It's just not.
There's one
Right, if you look at
hold on a second. There's one correction to that. You're close. We're not saying that the horizon in their model has to be at the same place every time. It can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It can be closer, but it can be no more than. Remember the argument.
Yeah, of course. But just like, so yeah, there's a maximum extension to it, but it's a physical location. Like wherever it's at, okay, if I go back to that same place, it can't change there. Why is it changing there, right?
So which
like,
one's the real what do you call it? Horizon observe. Like which
They
one's
both
the real
are.
Hello, can you go to 20 minutes after the hour now?
Horizon is optical. So horizon is just a definition of where you visibly see the ground touch where the sky should be. It's
just
a
go to
visible
Sasha.
thing.
Go to Sasha 20 minutes after the hour, and this is a time lapse. And watch how the horizon constantly moves over the course of one day.
What go to where?
20 minutes after the hour by Sasha.
Okay.
You see it going up and down?
Oh yeah. Ooh,
The Earth's
wow.
not breathing in and out, right? It's just because of the conditions throughout the day.
Oh, that went really high. I gotta save this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's Skunk Bay. You can probably find the footage yourself
Sasha, can
if
you
you
send that
look it
to
up.
me?
Yeah.
But it's not like it's bending like
Where
that
do you guys get
Leonardo
all these?
DiCaprio movie where it's
Where do you guys
going
get all these
concave
photos?
and convex.
A lot of us
Right?
went out
It's
and
not.
made observations, and we researched for the different observations, and we coordinate them.
Wait, so you recorded this one?
No, I didn't.
No.
I'm just saying, like, we go out and make. Okay, there's one group of people that are going out making observations, and then there's another group of people that just think the Earth's a ball, and they don't try to test the Earth. And then there are some people who think there's a ball and don't realize that they've debunked the globe with pictures and stuff, right? Like the longest picture taken, that dude wasn't trying to debunk the globe, he just did. But so we find them, we go do them, replicate them. One side's actually trying to find the truth, the other one's trying to ignore it.
Most are anti-flat earthers.
Why would
wave?
Like, yes, we experience a lot of anti-flat earthers, right? They know in their heart that all of us used to think the Earth was the globe, and now we're challenging the idea, right? And so say, well, here's why they're going to give us all kinds of ideas of why now we're challenging the idea of the globe Earth. Even though we used to all believe that bullshit. It's kind of weird. It's like, why do you spend all of your time trying to convince us when we've discovered that it's obviously not true anymore? It's like they'll just spend hours and hours in the chats and
almost like they're getting paid or something.
Well, it's not about getting paid. No, I mean, some of them maybe, but it's just like there's a challenge to their religion, or their intellect. It's like, I can't believe what they say on the news or in quote unquote science anymore because you flat earthers exist. It's like, hey, you know what would be best for you if you don't believe us? Just get the fuck out of here. We don't fucking want to hear a goddamn thing from you because you're not bringing any relevant arguments to the conversation anymore.
Right.
We're actually, when we're talking about flat earth, we actually want to show people why the earth cannot be what they told us it is. And all you guys that just sit around in our chats all day and shit, you know what? We don't really have anything for you because we know more about the globe than you do. So why are you going to freaking sit around and just try to deter people from us? It's because they just like, look, these flat earthers are dummies. That's pretty much all they have. People that think the earth is flat, they're really dumb. So don't take a look at what there's something else over here. I mean, it's like everybody knows that the earth is a globe. Look over here. This is where the globe earth evidence is. But they don't have any globe earth evidence. When we ask them for the globe earth evidence, they can't bring any. So it's just like, all you freaking globe earth weirdos, fuck off.
Do you know who Professor Dave is?
Yeah, he's a clown. And he's scared. He's scared to debate me. He's talking about in the DMs I had with him, talking about, no, I'm not wasting my time because you can't even enter my video. And I'm like, yeah, I can. I'm just dismantling his point in his most recent video at the time. And he's just like, whatever. You're just trying to get attention. I'm like, because he would get thoroughly embarrassed. He's a goober. Yeah, and that's like the number one thing YouTube props up, right? So a lot of people have seen his videos, and that's about as far as they go. No, hell no.
He's a dumbass.
Who was that? Like, who's that other? Did you guys ever watch that movie Level?
Yes.
Pretty good documentary.
Who was that black guy? What was his name?
Dave Murphy.
Dave Murphy.
Yeah, Dave Murphy. Did you guys ever see his debate against Robert Sungenis?
No, that was Rob Skiba that debated Robert Sungenis.
No, he also debated Robert Sungenis as well.
Oh, did he? I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, actually, he did.
I haven't seen that one.
I feel like Dave Murphy, like he didn't come prepared to debate him, like because he asked him about the Southern Hemisphere, and Dave Murphy was like, "Oh, I don't know much about that, so I can't really talk about it."
Well, yeah, they want
to listen. The Globies don't know shit about the Southern Hemisphere either, so don't worry about that.
Well, there's your Professor Dave right there at 27 minutes after the hour.
Here, I'll check it out right now.
I decapitated his dumbass.
At least Robert admits that the quote globe don't spin.
And he's a geocentrist as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, Allowed Son.
Sungenis actually brings us a lot of really good evidence for us, but where he fails, it really comes down to his philosophy. So it's not that he has any like proof that it's a globe; it's that he wants it to be a globe.
Same way with Ken Hovind.
What do you mean he helped you?
It's because like he put together a film to basically to show that the Earth is not moving.
I saw
and
it.
A lot of that evidence is, supports our claims. Honestly, he's done us more good than bad, but his philosophy is still globe based. So
he proved that the Earth doesn't spin.
Oh well, he didn't prove it, but he definitely put forth a lot of evidence and interviews with specialists and prominent figures to really make them look like clowns.
When it comes to 100% absolute proof, there really is none on either side. There's damn good evidence. One
I
says
got
this
100%
is
proof on my side.
the other measures it flat.
So how do you guys take, what was it, red ring gyro? No, not red ring.
Well, I just say laser ring gyros.
Yeah.
Sagnetic effect. Why do I got to take the failed attempt to prove that it was rotating, reinvented to prove it's rotating. The Sagnac effect.
Yeah, the person that discovered it said it had nothing
Doesn't
to do
measure movement. Yeah.
Yeah,
we
the
don't
fiber
claim that
optic
there wouldn't
and
be
laser
precession.
wing gyroscopes just prove that
Yes,
magnetism, the motion of
interference of light.
Yeah, precession is expected, but you'd also have to demonstrate that it's consistent at all altitudes in all places of the Earth. I mean, it would literally have to be consistent if their claim is it's synonymous with Earth rotation.
Oh yeah.
Well, Bob already demonstrated
What's this
that.
magnet effect?
Why do we need all
Sagnac.
that?
Sagnac effect.
You can explain it to him, but why do we
Sagnac.
need all that? I'm just asking. Why do we need the Sagnac or Aries failure? Why do we need all that? We got Lou.
Well, we don't need it, but it's what they.
That's
that
video that Lou took.
Yeah,
with his drone.
It's what a
Yeah.
ring laser.
I was thinking about that.
It is what a ring laser gyro
You know, with
does.
Ladies' Night tonight, somebody was
Based on-
talking about the movement
Oh
of
my
Earth.
God, man!
My bad.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, Michael. I'll shut up.
What is this video that you just said?
Oh,
He claims that Bob.
don't worry about it now.
Oh,
I'll
about
take it to
Bob.
the woodshed real quick. You just have to wait for it to upload.
Okay, you already got it going. I was about to grab it.
I didn't even know you were here, Lou. I'm
So
always
what
standing
is
up for
the-
you, man.
What is the gyros? The laser.
A loud
gyros-
sun. Just relax for a second and cool your gyro duels. All right, because we're gonna take this rotation and just pummel it in a second.
All right.
Okay, and it's gonna be so easy. You're not gonna believe it, man. You're gonna be shocked.
Can I make
Got
one
about 10
statement?
seconds, man.
Can I make one statement?
No. Yeah.
Are you ready to rumble?
Yeah, look at that. That's exactly what's happening. Thank you, Drace.
That was a question, not a statement.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
In a world.
All right. At 31 minutes after the hour, allowed sun. Do you see quantum erasure, inertial frame, moon and star rotation? Do you see that?
Yes.
I want you to click on that video. We'll click at the same time. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Yep.
All right. What you're looking at here is a stationary drone. This is a 25-minute time lapse. The drone is stationary in an inertial reference frame. The moon and multiple stars, I counted 10 stars, are all moving. You want to sing it with me now?
Okay.
Turn out the light. Even though the lights are on. Do you see the problem?
Wait, what?
You have a stationary drone in the inertial reference frame. That means, according to the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, the sun, moon, and the stars all rotate because the Earth rotates. Well, if you get off that non-inertial spinning reference frame and you hover a drone and you look at the moon and the stars, they shouldn't move. But they do. That means it is the stars and the moon that are rotating and the Earth stationary. It's all over.
Wait, wouldn't they?
Kills.
Wouldn't they just say that you're in the Earth's atmosphere, so you're moving with it anyway?
No, that's the inertial reference frame. They would say that, but they're fucking retards.
So how do you disprove that?
I don't need to disprove it. They're retards. I'm in the inertial reference frame.
Well, what does that mean, inertial reference?
The inertial reference frame, it's not spinning. It's not fucking moving. Inertial. Do you know what inertial means?
Not really.
Well, you got to go look that up.
Inertia means moving.
No, inertial means not moving.
Dude.
Oh, my bad.
Apology not accepted.
All right, fuck it. I'm fucking this up. Go ahead.
So the spinning non-inertial reference frame is the Earth. You get up off the Earth. You're not tethered to the Earth. You're in the inertial reference frame. The same reference frame as the moon and stars are in. according to the heliocentric spinning ball space monkey religion. Listen out here, YouTube, because this crashes into the incoherent oblivion. This 18-minute video, it's all over. I can stop right here and not say another fucking word. And it's a belly laugher. It's done. There's the evidence. It's staring you right in the face.
So you're basically crushing his 18-minute video with an 18-second video?
Yes.
Excellent.
Wait, what 18-minute video?
Yes.
Yes.
You know what's always been funny to me? The reason I didn't get confused, but the moving reference frame is the non-inertial reference frame, right?
In their fairy tale religion,
Yeah, sure.
The non-inertial spinning reference frame
right,
is the Earth.
That's where I got confused. It's all good.
Yep, it's all good. We're good. Yeah, it's over right here.
I know.
Now you have the Black Swan, number one proof. This is another number one proof. Like I said, it implodes the entire heliocentric religion by itself. Then you got the third one, which is really number one. How can you have gas pressure without a container, without bludgeoning? Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, the second law of thermodynamics, and Brownian motion.
Interesting.
Isn't it? All you have to do is show gas pressure without a container.
What are their best shot at doing that?
Hello, son. I have a proposal for you.
Yeah.
Go to his channel and spend 1 month and you will realize everything.
Go to what?
Go to his channel, spend 1 month, and you will realize everything.
Oh, you realize everything by going to one YouTube channel.
That's right.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
but
whose
he needs
YouTube
to spend his channel.
Whose?
Mine.
Who's speaking right now?
His. Yeah.
No, sure.
Someone post a link.
Quantum Eraser channel. This is a shameless plug.
Well, just go to YouTube and in the search bar type in dad.
Dad.
Daddy Flat
Well, I
Earth.
can't because YouTube oppresses Flat Earth content.
You'll find a
if
channel.
you
You'll find a
type in
channel.
Quantum Eraser and then filter by channel, you'll find them easy.
No, you'll be there all day because it's got Quantum Eraser experiments till the cows come home, man.
No,
Hold on.
Somebody send me a link to the channel.
by channel.
Filter by channel, yeah.
Oh, filter by channel. Sorry, I missed that part.
All right. Yeah, you missed that part. So yeah. Filter by channel,
Yeah,
you'll
that's
find
right.
them easy.
Go. All right,
That's all
inertia.
Just put it in the freaking.
I'll give it to him 1 second. Be
I
patient.
gave it to him, man.
There it is.
Wow.
Let everybody put it in now. All of us. Go ahead.
Everybody do it.
Everybody do it.
Everybody put it in. Put as much stuff as you can. Put all quantum stuff up right now.
I love it, son. Don't listen to them. Go to there, go to playlist, and go to science and to the science for the first, and that's it. You don't
There's
need
a
more.
website too, by the way.
Don't forget Globe Terminator, but do not search for ball busters. Don't search for that.
Do you guys have
No,
rebuttal videos on Dave's
Definitely
video,
don't
bro?
search for ball busters either. Yeah.
No, don't look for that.
Don't look
Is
for
there a
ball
rebuttal?
busters. Don't look
there a
for
rebuttal?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Don't look that shit up either. Don't look for any of that.
Where's the rebuttal videos for Professor Dave's videos, the ones they made about flat Earth?
Oh, you'll
first
find
grade
that shit on
classroom
Quantum
somewhere.
Eraser's channel. I ain't gonna lie about that.
I ain't gonna lie about
Do you
that.
have do you guys have a response? I think he made like 6 videos. Do you guys have a response for every video?
Dude,
Fuck
dude,
no.
you don't
He's a
have
ground
to debunk that idiot. He
Right.
debunks himself when he puts his
Yeah.
own videos out.
Dude, he literally says like debunking the flat Earth without using science.
It's like Professor Dave. It's just like anybody that watches that channel is just like I feel for them.
Yeah.
Didn't he have one also where he talks about how we always try to claim fallacy, and he basically wants to ignore that, and it's unfair for us to not allow them to be fallacious.
Yeah, like he says flat earthers will scream fallacies, and he's like, well, they don't know how to use them. And then he just goes on to commit every one of the fallacies.
Yeah, every single one. Every single
It's
one.
awesome.
That's right, but we don't have to debunk his videos. He just debunks himself every time he puts that video.
Well, you used them perfectly, my man.
What fallacy did he commit?
All of them.
It's like begging the question fallacies.
Straw man.
Straw man
Everything.
fallacies.
Red herring.
Appeal to masses, authority.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. One second. Professor Dave is said to be a chemist, right? He doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. This is tantamount to the chairman of the Texas Beef Association not knowing what a fucking ribeye is.
You know what would be funny if we could pull up Professor Dave's top 10. He has like a top 10 video of flat Earth debunk. We can go through one by
Let's
one
go
right
through
now.
one at a time.
Let's see if we can do that. That would be fun.
Hey,
we might get
Yeah,
a strike though if we actually do that.
Turn it into a drinking game. You play Professor Dave. Every time he commits a fallacy, you got to call it out and drink.
Yeah, right.
Shit.
John, but if
let me find his top 10 thing.
If his scheme is that he knows about experiment everything.
Professor Dave doesn't know shit. He's a freaking dipshit.
Can you do part 3? Or part 2? Do part 2.
What's the title of part 2?
You guys send me a link. I don't watch his bullshit.
He said it's destroying flat without using science, part 2, the stars.
Oh, he's gonna talk about the southern star trails.
Hey, what we can do, we can play his videos and do a commentary on it, and we might be able
just
to
debunk it, dude. Okay, every single star in the sky moves east to west. There's a perception. You have clockwise and counterclockwise. Those are perceived directions, right? Those are not actual cardinal directions. All of the stars move east to west.
Yes,
So
we all know that.
There you go.
That's where flat earthers are smarter than globes, right?
Guys,
You're looking one direction toward the north. They go from right to left. When you look south, they go from left to right. Holy shit! How hard was that to figure out?
Guys, I'm ready for the drinking game. You've got to do this. Dave, I just popped a beer, guys. I'm ready.
Somebody post a Professor Dave video. Get it going on.
It's the perfect drinking game. Every time you debunk him,
Yeah,
somebody's got a drink. Every time, every fallacy he commits, I'm taking a drink.
You missed the first part. You ain't gonna make it to the in 10 minutes. You missed the first part where he said that Dave did it with science, and then the next word out of his mouth is with stars. Can you show me one scientific evidence with stars that's an experiment with stars?
Hey everyone, so it's
all right. So I've got the 10 challenges for flat earthers.
What the fuck, Helio?
What, you don't want to do it?
I just asked a question. Fucking relax. Listen to what he said. He said that Dave sponsored a video that said that he debunked the flat earth with science, and the next word out of his mouth was stars. So to have science, you must have experiment. Can you show one experiment with stars? I need the hypothesis, please. With the two parts.
Quickly now.
Yeah, but
just say no. It says without science.
Oh,
the title
without
is
science?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Carry on.
Well, he needs to maybe know this anyway. So just did you get the point?
Is someone gonna live stream?
No, I was just wondering if there's a Professor Dave defender here that wants to say, "Hey, he did use science."
All right, allow Sean. Here's the point here. Okay, you don't look up in the sky at the stars and make up stories and call it science. That's not science.
Huey, can you tell him about Bob and Alice also?
I think he's saying like he's observing the stars going one way and other places.
No. The title is "Destroying the Flat Earth Without Science." He's an intellectual giant. You know,
I know
and
he's trying to make a mockery of you.
yeah, but he's ironically low IQ and can't debate it. So I don't know. I mean, for me, it's
So
just
like what was so he was saying that on the southern hemisphere the stars go in a different direction.
yeah. As soon as I heard you say the word stars, I knew that's what he was
No
saying.
shit. We just explained that.
Yeah,
They
I
all
answered
go
it
the
before
same
you.
direction.
Dude, we all know
Hello?
what his stupid arguments are because they're the same as like the remedial Glovers that Google things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why
just
the
think
YouTube
about
algorithm props him up. He just regurgitates the Google answer.
Hey,
Yeah,
If you look north, the stars and sun and moon go right to left. If you look south, they go left to right. Simple
think about-
explanation.
Yeah, but
There
they're
you go.
all going the same direction. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me kill it quick. So the sun and moon and the stars all go from east to west. What Dave is saying, if he goes to the southern hemisphere, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east.
He's crushing.
Ooh, that's really hard to figure out, isn't it?
Crushing.
Just think about
Allowed
it this way.
sun. Hold on. Allowed sun. Did you catch that?
So naturally the sun rises from east to west, right?
Yep.
And he's saying if
Everywhere.
he's in the south, he's seeing it from west to east.
Yes.
No,
You
but
got
that's
it.
not what he says. He's not saying that. He's going around it.
No, he doesn't realize that's what he has to say, though. That's the
Yeah.
point.
That's what the
he's
implication of
he's
his
trying to
claim
fake
is.
you out. Yeah.
That's what the implication of his claim is, allowed son.
Exactly.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think so.
It does. So you go to the southern hemisphere and the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, really?
No, he's saying no. What you're saying to him makes sense.
Oh, got it. Okay.
The implication, it's implied that they're going the opposite way, and that's dumb. They all go the same way, dude. They all go the same direction.
You're just looking toward the south, so they go from your left to your right. It's really simple to figure out. If
So
you're
what
looking
he's trying
toward
to
the
say,
north,
Allowed Son,
right
so
to
what-
left.
so what he's trying to say, allowed son, is that left to right, forward and backwards, counterclockwise and clockwise aren't actual directions. You follow? They're not cardinal directions. They're subjective directions. You follow that?
I thought it was left and right towards the north. So
Left and right, forwards and backwards, up
Hey,
and down.
Go to Argentina and look north.
Counterclockwise
It's
and
still going to go right to
clockwise.
left.
I don't need any help, Helio. I swear to you, I'm telling you, I don't need any help. So, left to right, forwards and backwards, up and down, counterclockwise and clockwise are subjective directions. They're not objective. All the stars, sun and the moon, save for Polaris, no matter where you are on the earth, all move from east to west. See the problem? You see what he's doing? It's a linguistic fuckwit game. And Dave's the fuckwit. Got it?
Yeah.
It's
Isn't
dumb.
he the one that comes and lurks in here in the lobby and stuff and doesn't says he doesn't debate the shape of the earth? Is that the same one?
Yeah, that's what he said to me in the DM.
Hello,
Dave has been in
hello.
here.
I have a question for you.
Yeah,
Are
he
you
comes in
familiar
here
with
lurky loose, sorry.
Are you familiar with 8-inch per mile square drop?
Oh, you're gonna get him going. That's
when
too
did,
heavy for him, man.
When did Dave join in here? Do you guys talk to him?
No, did you hear me? Do you familiar with the 8-inch per mile square drop?
It's kind of hard hearing your accent. Are you saying 8 inches per mile square?
Yeah,
he's
that's
asking if we're familiar with the 8-inch per mile square drop based on the 24901 circumference. Yes, we're quite familiar with that. What's your question?
Yeah, he's not asking you.
He's not asking you, Helio. Fucking insane.
I also like the touch there, though, Helio, of kind of whispering it at first. That's nice. It's kind of Biden-like.
Disagree.
Hello,
Okay,
yes.
disagree.
Do you know that it's in the math? It's should drop 8-inch per mile square.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Do you remember now the picture Black Swan example?
No.
That with the oil rigs.
Oh yeah, that one.
Okay, let's imagine I'm on oil rigs and you're on the beach. Who has a drop 8 inch per mile square?
You.
Why? Why? Why me?
Are you prejudiced?
It's definitely Friday night.
Huh?
That wasn't the right
Ain't
answer.
that the truth?
Try again.
No, it's
Wait,
Friday.
Hey,
ask the question
Q, he
again.
tried to warn you. It was
No, don't answer the question again. Go rewind the video.
You.
Oh, calm down. This is a bit of a heavy one. Globers can't get it.
Leave him where he's laying, damn it. Did you not hear me earlier?
You are on the beach and you want to make experiment if Earth is curving, and you are looking for the 8 inch per mile
Experiment on
square.
the beach.
But I'm on the oil rigs.
Do we do experiments to look for curvature? Or is that a measurement question? Just wondering.
You got to admit, he's got you there.
Yeah. I can't even defend you. It's not an experiment. Okay, the shape of the Earth isn't a science question. It's not. There is no scientific experiment that determines shape. He's asking you that if the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and you stand on the oil rig, I stand on the beach, for which one of us are going to be down 8 inches per mile squared?
Both.
Nice. Correct.
You got it. That was good.
And what will happen then if I have and you have dropping?
You become a midget.
No, if something is dropping. Do you understand? I don't know how to explain. It will go to
it wouldn't compress the bottom of your feet. It'd cut your image off totally. Because you're
gonna
the
look
bottom
smaller.
half of your ass will be blocked by a hill. You would not look smaller. We're not talking about. Oh my god. Okay, just explain your smaller premise. What kind of demagnification is going on in the atmosphere?
He said you'll be
He's
looking
saying
up.
if you're on a globe looking from one to the other, one of you is not going to be seen. Somebody's got to experience 8 inches per mile curvature. That means if you're 5 foot under the curb and you're 6 foot man, I'm only going to see the top foot of you. You're not going to be compressed. The hell is that shit?
I'm on the oil rig, so I'll probably see you.
Oh my god, is there no end
We're at
to
the
your
same. We're at the
level
same
of
height,
stupidity?
man. We're at the same
would-
height. It's just simple.
Yeah, on
It
the
doesn't
same
even
height.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't
Be
even matter.
lucky we're on the internet. If I could reach you here, I would.
He'd give you a hug, dude.
I mean,
You were one of those
my motherfucking temper is short tonight, damn it.
Oh
Loud Son. Were
I'm
man,
you one of those
tired of
kids?
morons.
drink some hot chocolate.
Loud Son. Were
Listen,
you?
man, I'm not.
Hot chocolate, it's fucking 90 degrees.
Violence is not the answer.
I'm about ready to slap with it.
Dude,
Oh,
I'm very
I'm
close
gonna write
to
a
you,
rap
dude.
about
I'm
it.
in the
Go
state of
ahead.
Michigan, bro.
I'm gonna write a rap about it. I'll be right back.
Hey,
You
Mrs.
better
Drop
be
the Addy.
agile.
Drop the
Oh
Addy. I'm
my
pulling up
God.
some
I
gas.
am
And I'm by
agile.
myself with
I'm
some
slim and muscular.
Mrs.
All right,
I
drop
ain't
the
I
Addy.
scared.
saw you on that
Drop the
level
Addy.
movie.
Oh
Who?
shit.
I don't think so.
I saw her on the level movie. She was one of
Oh,
those
she
girls.
ain't level.
Me?
She's curvy. She
Oh,
ain't
no.
level. She's curvy. Don't lie.
You were on the level movie. I think I saw you.
No.
No.
Wrong.
Oh, you look like one
He
of those
was
girls.
hoping you're the first chick he talked to in a year.
I will be in movies, but I was not in that one.
He was trying to put a face to a voice.
He's trying to put the moves on you. How you doing?
Hey, what
Ask
if it
for
turned
a
out
snap.
How
your
you
wife was a
doing?
globe head?
Is that
I
what
know,
you were,
man.
what were you saying?
Goldberther's got a rap on it.
DMs or not in the chat.
Goldberther's got a rap on a flat earth girl to get some conversation, but we're the ones lacking.
That's true.
Hmm.
All I know is I'm in your state, battle mod, so you're talking real big, bro.
Hey, I got gas money, air, and opportunity, bro. I talk big and I walk quick. I talk big and walk quick.
All right, maybe I'll come over there and help you with your internet connection.
I'm all about purpose. You better drink some of this scotch I got first.
All right, I'm gonna bring you a new laptop.
Bring me a coat hanger. I'll get the internet. I don't buy wire coat hangers. That shit fucks silk up. You know.
Is this the biggest flat Earth Discord on Discord?
Yes.
Yes, you are the lamest motherfucker here. Is that what he asked? Yes, you are. Yes.
My dude is being brutal with this guy.
He's got venom tonight, man. Lots of venom.
My man's came in here talking about he thinks the Earth's flat. He's trying to figure it out. He's new. He wants to know some facts about it. You got him on like, oh, I'm going to eviscerate this kid.
Can I ask you?
I'm sorry, bro, but I pointed the gun at you because you've been listening to the same conversation, but we came to a different end.
Hello, can I ask you one more question?
Yes, sir.
Well, this will be the second.
That implies your faculties are maybe slowed from that marijuana you're smoking, and I might be sober tonight.
How you will measure all these mountains around the world?
What?
You don't.
How he will measure height of the mountains around the world?
How do we? Through survey?
Yeah.
You don't.
Distance from sea level, but you know, in survey we don't calculate sea level from the center of a hypothetical sphere. Just the distance from the level of the water to the height of the mountain, and we do it through triangulation. That's what survey is. See, when you let people finish, you have the answer to the question.
Yeah, but it will be sea level.
Yeah, so it's not a direct measurement. It's a measurement of angles at a distance.
That means
But
all the water is level, right?
At reference, it's sea level. Everywhere.
That was very fastidious, bro.
Oh, shit.
Hey, man, I was only taking jabs. Don't get offended now. Don't play.
Oh, I'm so offended.
I said you could get some of that scotch, damn it. That shit ain't cheap.
I'm about to just delete my name. I'm pissed.
Send you home with a bottle of your own shit. I need space so I can buy a couple more bottles.
Delete your profile.
I'm wrapping it up, bro.
Bring papers.
Okay, we're going to do some legal documentation.
I just posted Professor Dave in the chat if anybody wants to mess with it.
Why don't we let one person go through that, man? That would be kind of fun. Like, let Witsit. Look, he probably doesn't want to do it. Let's.
I'll leave him alone. I'll leave him alone, man. Go ahead.
No, just let somebody do it. You know,
I'm
play
just
one thing from Professor Dave and stop and have one person. You can't have the whole hangout. We got fucking 43 people in here.
Oh, I know. You'll never be heard over a couple of them.
Right. So one person would have to go through each of his claims and debunk that shit. It'd be fun. We don't have to do it because he's an umpty dipshit. I'm just saying if you wanted to.
That's
Or
a
not.
good idea, though.
Would we
Do all of them,
copyright strike?
maybe just the first couple or something. You don't have to do them all. Or
No, Kai brings up a good point. Would that Helio, would that engage the copyright? Just the sound?
Well, it shouldn't. Like, as far as what I know by copyright, as long as you stop every so often, which you would be doing, it would be, for like a debunking video or like, let's say you're doing a movie review or something like that. As long as you stop every so often, you're okay.
I already have the video pulled up. I can pull it up and pause it, after the first claim, and then we can do commentary on it.
All right. Anyway, the first one's about the fairy tale of
Well, that's why he said play one at a time.
That's what I'm saying.
It's brutal, man. Just me. I'm over here at 2x skimming through it, and I just want to pull my ears off.
All right. Well, let's do one at a time.
Okay. He's talking about supposed gravity. He's going through the phenomena of
Hold
downward.
the phone. Hold on. We're gonna have to play it live here.
Oh man,
Let
dude,
Professor Dice
And
play
then I'll pause it. We'll
with.
go after his first claim, and then we'll do commentary on it. And
Okay,
then
okay. I'm gonna go play with traffic. I'll be right back.
Come on, man. It'd be fun. Come on.
It's easier if you have a beer. It
I
really
agree
is.
with Quan, and we shouldn't all be trying to be drunk. It should be one person
Hey,
like Witsit or something.
I was just picking on you, Witsit. Damn it, do the damn thing. Helio, quit trolling me.
I'm not.
So
well,
if you guys want to listen to him
Yes,
talk
you are.
about gravity, that doesn't exist. I mean,
Between me and you, he's feeling beat up.
Wait.
I'm good.
And I don't blame
I
him.
think. Wait. I think we're talking about two different things. Are we talking about two? I thought we were going to go through Professor Dave's 10 points.
Oh, we're always talking about two different things, bro.
Okay.
I just
well,
play,
I
just
just
play them
wanna
if you
all right,
play
check
if
this
you
out.
insist. Can you
Listen,
two
We were
exit?
talking about going through one at a time.
Yeah.
Can you
Or
two exit?
Witsit,
Can you
not
two
us.
exit? It's an 18-minute video, man. Can we like two
Right.
exit or like geez
And can you
Louise, dude.
imagine 10 comments every time on 18? Fuck, we'll be an hour.
Dude, I can. Well, who gives a fuck? I mean, what else are we
One
doing?
person.
Play
What
it
else
at
are we
2x speed, like Witsit just said. Play it double speed.
I was gonna say double the speed. You got it
I
twice as
don't
fast.
think I can play a double speed.
Shit is more efficient when you make one solid specific statement and it doesn't
Okay,
need
so
go
that's a
time.
no. We're not
And
going to do it.
Witsit's pretty good
Okay,
at that.
fine.
I'll respond in double speed.
We know that. That's awesome.
He just sees downward acceleration,
So
which
that's
is the
specificity.
general consensus. No, we don't want to do it.
I got
Yes or
some
no?
bars for you. I'll
Okay.
respond with hyperfacility and specificity and increased intensity.
Okay, so that's a no. I'm just curious. I mean, do you want to hear?
Helio, he sees downward acceleration, and then under the presupposed axiomatic interpretation that force equals acceleration, he's saying that
Well,
in order
let's
to think
hear
downward,
him say it so that we can take it apart. That's
Hell, we've been
do
trying
you
to
want to
do
hear
this
it or
for
not?
10 minutes.
honestly,
we
at this point, we could have already listened to it 12 times.
We were
but-
just going to play it on the bot. We already got the video. We were going to do it one at a time. You know, pause, play, pause, play.
Well, I'm already ready to do that. I don't see anyone. I'm not sure if anyone else is ready.
What's the problem
to do
then?
Hit play,
Wait,
brother.
Hit play on the
Hey
first
everyone,
one
so
and
it's
then
been
pause
almost
it.
exactly 1 year since I published my innocuous little flat earth debunk as part of my astronomy series. That was the one that the Globe Busters foolishly engaged with, and their idiotic insult-filled commentary prompted me to make this little gem that they never recovered from. Then, based on the ridiculous comments I received on that video, I made one more to mock the moronic things that all flat earthers say verbatim, or at least they did until that video made the rounds. And then I put the whole thing down for a while. It was never my intention to make that kind of content, but it was quite satisfying, and I got 10 times the views of my normal content, which was a plus, but I had to move on, lest I be tempted to rebrand myself from a channel with academic intentions to one devoted purely to debunking con men. However, it's been a year, I've made so many tutorials since then, so why not jump back in the muck for a second? This time
This
I'd
is
like to
his
offer some
introduction.
challenges
Let's
to
wait
you
for him to
remaining
finish
few that are
until he gets to
desperately
the first
clinging to
one.
this dying fad.
Yeah, no worries,
to
I'm cutting
derive
my
some
wrist.
semblance of self-worth. Let's call them 10 challenges for flat earthers. These will be some basic things that anyone could do to test the validity of the flat earth hypothesis.
Do not
These are so
interrupt Dave.
mind-numbingly obvious that the fact that you don't do them is an immediate indicator of your complete lack of intellectual integrity. Let's get started and you'll see what I mean. Number 1. Here's the flat earth map that you all seem to agree upon. Anyone with half a brain can immediately tell that this does not correlate with reality, but for those with an even smaller fraction, let's do a few things to prove it. For example, make a scale. You know, a scale? It's that thing on maps that tells you how far away things are from each other. Look at this map. There's a scale. You can pick two cities and determine the approximate distance between them. Then you can drive your car from one to another and verify that it is the correct distance. Now back to your little map. Where's the scale here? Why do you never include one? Is it because it's impossible? Yes, that is exactly why. And if you disagree, here's your challenge. Pick some distance on this map. A centimeter, an inch, whatever. Tell me the distance it corresponds to in reality. Then pick some cities and use your scale to estimate the distances between them. Pick two on the same continent. Pick 2 on different continents. Use it to tell me how wide this inappropriately enormous ocean is. Use it to tell me literally anything about the distances between literally anything. When you can't do it and your numbers do not correlate with reality in the slightest, recall that this map does it just fine, and then admit that your map is stupid. Your complete inability to make any kind of remotely legitimate map single-handedly proves the Earth isn't flat. But let's continue just for fun.
All right, I'm pausing it. What do you guys have to say? What do you guys have to say about what he was saying?
He literally shows
see him
the
posting
cartoon
the
picture
AE
of a-
map, which is a
uh,
global projection. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's stupid. He shows typically. I don't even know what he's showing. Normally, he shows like a cartoon picture. Doesn't matter. There are flat Earth maps with legends and scales applied to the southern hemisphere. Cartesian coordinate systems coming from the central and are inherently disproportionate as you get further away from the center. That's why you have to apply a legend or a scale. There's literally no such thing as a globe map that exists in the history of mankind. So, cool story, bro.
Can I add one more thing?
Oh yeah.
He said the people that the flat earthers will not discuss the hypothesis for their flat earth. There is no hypotheses for a flat earth or a sphere earth, by the way, because those are what is questions. Hypotheses only deal with how, why, cause and effect questions. You're a numpty dipshit, Dave. Fuckwit retard. Thank you.
And no one claims that the AE map is the flat earth. Well, I
Yes,
mean, some people do, but I don't.
No, overall it's a straw man.
Yeah, at
go
least
ahead.
2 fallacies. Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't even accurately represent flat Earth map or like a flat map in general. So it's just
Yeah,
dumb.
the whole argument is a straw man from the beginning.
Yep.
So you guys
Number
wanna
2,
continue?
hopefully it's quicker because
Well-
I'm slicing my wrist as we speak.
I'm saying,
Boys
bro.
makes
I
me
know.
sick.
I would say false
Number
dichotomy.
2, as we all know, the existence of Antarctica poses a huge problem for you. When it is summer in the northern hemisphere, you love to pretend that the sun moves inwards to this tropic, making the days longer here and shorter in the southern hemisphere. And then when it's winter in the north, you like to put the sun at the other tropic, which you think gives you the shorter days up north that you want, but in the south, it's total chaos. You have the sun tracing this enormous trajectory, which would leave everything out here in darkness for most of the day, when in reality, there are long periods of time in Antarctica where the sun never sets. Since your dinky little sun can never illuminate this entire fantasy ice wall at once, this completely obliterates your model, which is why you resort to conspiracy. You simply deny that this midnight sun ever occurs, while claiming that no one can go to Antarctica to verify it for themselves, because the government NASA Jew penguins will kill you. Well, apart from all the commercial cruises, civilians can even apply for jobs there, so you totally could go see it for yourself. But you don't really have to go all the way to Antarctica. Just go to the tip of South America, like this town, where people live. Or don't even go there. Just look up times of sunrise and sunset on the internet. In mid-December, sunrise is earlier than 5 a.m., and sunset is later than 10 p.m. Now take your little model for the seasons and make it show night and day. Then try and make the night and day portions match up with these sunrise and sunset times. Demonstrate the light from the sun illuminating this location for more than 70% of its trajectory. And as you do that, make sure that it does not illuminate Point Barrow, Alaska whatsoever during its entire trajectory, as that town has endless night during this time of the year. That's right, lots of sun over here and zero sun over here. Good luck. If you decide to even try, observe that the light patterns become so nonsensical that not even the most meth-fueled creatives amongst you could vomit enough magnetism jargon to justify it. If you can't make your model show the seasons and night and day at the same time, as I pointed out that you can't almost a year ago, then seriously consider shutting up forever.
Suck my dick.
How many ad
All
hominems
right, so
do you have to have?
that's the second point. Go ahead, everyone, please.
Ad hominem all over the place.
Oh my god, it's so
NASA Jew penguins. That's cool.
That was
well,
funny.
I'd say he's
That
still
was
on
funny.
the original false dichotomy that's our map.
Yeah, just another straw man.
Another straw
Just
man.
it's another straw man. It's a continuation of the first fallacy.
Yeah, again, he doesn't even acknowledge the scale applied to a intrinsic disproportionate nature of a more southern point on a flat Earth map. There are actual videos of 24/7 sun in the sky, just maybe light, which is actually explainable numerous different ways. And it's just literally non sequitur to any of our points that we falsify the globe because we don't claim a definitive model, nor is he applying the scale because he's an idiot.
And you know what's really interesting? I mean, a lot of people will say, "Oh, what Simon Dan or Professor Dave?" You know, and this is the same shit. It's the same convoluted bullshit that they just spout over and over. It's like, I watched Professor Dave. I mean, this is evidence against flat Earth, dude. He's just the first 2 points. We've proven that they're strawmen. Nobody here claims that shit.
Yeah, and I'd
None
like
of
to
us
see that.
ever say that.
Yeah, and I'd like to see that 24-hour sun in Antarctica, please.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that was another thing that he said.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want to go to the third point?
Yeah, I mean he's crushing so far, so we might have to shut it down. But let's try.
Number 3, here's an idea. What if you were to actually make a prediction with your model? Like any prediction. You know, those things that you have to do in science for it to be science.
What?
Pick any celestial object, a planet, a comet, a star. Now pick any time in the future, and using only the flat Earth model and nothing else, tell me where it will be at that time. If you can't do this, and I know you can't, consider admitting that your model is absolutely irrelevant. People who actually understand the geometry of the Earth and the solar system can predict a solar eclipse, specifying the start and end time down to the second and tracing its precise path down to the square mile. Doing that even a single time means the model used to make the prediction has been undeniably verified, and it's done every single time. Anyone who doesn't see the importance of that has no clue how science works.
Suck my dick.
Number 4.
Oh shit! I'm not even ready to pause it. Hold on, I'm gonna pause it. Hold on. Oh shit!
Videos. You all now
Oh
claim primarily to the
man,
classic,
shut
I shouldn't see this
up.
thing argument.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. Yeah,
not
we have to
science,
address
not
that.
actual
This is gonna
science.
last
He's
for a while.
not
Go ahead.
science. He's an idiot. No manipulated or varied independent variable in any way. It's literally the opposite of science. He's a moron. The globe Earth heliocentric model can't even predict eclipses, including solar eclipses. They use a flat Earth geocentric civilization from 2500 BC called the Saros cycle. It's a joke. This guy's a clown.
I can't add anything more. This has nothing to do with science. Badminton has more to do with science than his points. There is no model, straw man. There is no predictive model. That just is non-fucking sequitur. He doesn't know what a scientific model is. Clearly, he's a fuckwit.
Cool. You guys want to move on to the fourth?
Yep.
No.
Man, I already finished my hooter. I'm fucked. I guess I gotta roll another one.
How about we don't listen anymore to Professor Dave? I'll just
Oh,
do it.
come on, Dave.
If I was
Might be
playing the
one more.
drinking game, I'd be drunk already. Shit.
Might be
Dude,
one
he
more.
says these gamma bitch phrases with so much conviction. Like, even if this happens even once, it's undeniably verifying the model. Like, you're such an idiot, dude. You're so dumb.
Says it
Yeah,
with
we-
such
Science, and you guys don't know science.
Listen, let's just do. Hey, Helio, let's just do one more because I'm gonna punch something if I hear that fucker.
All right,
Hey,
one
just
more,
take
one
it as
more,
comedy,
fourth
one
one.
more.
We've
I'm
already
already triggered
shown.
enough, man. I'm sharpening
with
my
the
fucking
first and
sword right
second
now.
points-
Somebody's gonna get it.
Well, with the first and second points, he set up a couple of straw men that none of us in this server claim at all, and millions of people have watched him spout this nonsense. Anyway, let's try the fourth one, and then we'll see.
You love this one because you can lie about heights and distances, do incorrect math, and in general act incredulous without having to actually do any science. Well, every time you whine about this, the objects are always suspiciously close, such that you can fudge the numbers, and they're always over water, so you can lie about refractive effects to people who have no idea how refraction works. So try this one on for size. Show me a picture of something over land that's 1,000 miles away. May I suggest the middle of the country where there's not much in the way? It's a straight shot after all, so what's the problem? Use a telescope. Pull Las Vegas into focus from Dallas, Texas. Isn't that where you have your little meeting? Maybe you should try doing something productive rather than blindly perpetuating the dumbest hoax on the internet.
Suck my dick.
Hey,
Speaking
I
of
think he
things that
called
are
us
moving
liars
away,
at least
you
3
all love
times.
whipping out your Nikons so much.
Yeah.
Oh, he just said you
Yeah,
could see. You
that's
should be
that.
able to
We're
see
done with that
forever.
dipshit, man. Holy shit! This is what millions of people are watching this guy and think he's strawmanning the shit out of us, and they think that that's what flat earthers think. No, but even worse, people that think if the Earth was flat, they could see 1,000 miles or over 1,000 miles from Dallas to Las Vegas. What the fuck is wrong with people? They think they can see that far. What the hell is wrong with people?
With a telescope, though, don't you know?
Yeah,
Oh no, a
'cause,
telescope.
With a
telescope's thousands
telescope.
of light years away.
Oh yeah, well that's
Wait a minute.
that's a different thing. But
Wait a minute.
anyway.
I hate to point this out,
Yeah, we're
Dave.
not gonna go to through the 10. But.
Hold on. I hate to point this out, Dave. Nothing in the way. What about the Rocky Mountains, bozo?
How about the atmosphere?
Yeah, with the atmosphere, or even if there was
Well,
no
that is what limits our sight distance every day. The weatherman tells us that.
not necessarily though. I mean, even if
Yeah,
there's no atmosphere,
you can't see
can
through a
it.
rainstorm. What do you mean, not necessarily?
What I'm saying is that,
dude, I'm ready to rip somebody's head off. This dude already got me triggered. You don't want to go there. Necessarily,
do
it
wanna
is
go
the
there.
atmosphere that restricts your distance of sight.
Is it the only thing that restricts your distance of sight?
Did I say it was?
No.
Now
didn't
you're
say
straw manning me. You
No,
said
no.
not necessarily to my specific point. Now you want to make it about another point. I ain't got time to play bullshit.
Hold on, we got Professor Dave got us triggered and
think I'm fucking playing.
You blame it on Professor Dave.
Kiwi's trying to say that even if, I mean, not Kiwi, so yeah, actually, Kiwi probably agrees with Helio here, but not. He's trying to say that even if the atmosphere wasn't there, you couldn't see it. We get it. Let's move on.
It's too
It's
small to
dumb.
see. It's too small to see from that far away.
Angular resolution.
Yeah.
Professor Dave.
Which doesn't,
Explain
yeah,
it.
but BattleMod said the most important one. It's not even like you can address that. Honestly, there's atmosphere always there. So
Always
Sure, of
there.
course.
That's going to be your first problem.
And if you use a telescope, and every time you zoom in, you actually reduce from side to side. You're zooming in on one thing. You reduce your
The field of view
correct.
reduces.
Your field of view. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but we have Guinness shot record 273 miles. Why we should now to see 1,000 miles? How?
So when people
how-
say why can't I see Mount Everest from South Carolina if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, no, I've heard
Dude,
people say,
what the entire fuck are you talking
I
about?
heard people come in and say because Mount Everest is supposed to be the tallest point that from anywhere on Earth, period, you should be able to see it. That's their argument. Some of them.
Yeah, it's just like why do you?
Ask
It's
them
like, I
how.
was saying,
how ma-
why do you think you could? I mean, tell me why you think you could see it.
ask them how many miles tall is Mount Everest, and then ask them how many miles they're talking about trying to see it.
275. Why we see 275 miles?
Oh, and then after that point, then say, okay, cool. So you know how far away it is. What is the angular size of Mount Everest from where you're standing? And they'll be like,
Why does that matter? I heard that a couple nights ago. They did. They were like, well, what? You should be able to see. We had one guy blow up and we had to take him off the program. It was awful. He couldn't stop. You should see 1,000 miles. I don't understand.
Yeah, like, dude, just, I mean, if you're still there in the conversation, you're just an idiot. I mean, or I don't know. Yeah, you're dumb. I'm sorry. Let's just say brainwashed. You know, so
Very
we're not
I
so
mean, it's like at a certain point, you're just like,
dumb.
Help me help you. You know, like the freaking what was that movie? Freaking with Tom Cruise. It's like, help me, help you. He's like, why can't you see Mount Everest from South Carolina? Help me, help you. The reason is because it's too small in angular size. You can't see it from that far. The Earth is flat, but you wouldn't be able to see it because it's way the fuck over there. That's the reason. It's really easy to understand.
I wonder if this guy actually believes this stuff, though. Like, what do you guys got? I got he definitely doesn't believe it.
He sure puts a lot of, I don't know, angst
I think
in
he's
it. I don't
technically
know.
dishonest, though, because, like, the reason I think, yeah, he pretends to have conviction, but he's just a little gamma.
Yeah, it
Right.
just
So,
seems a little overplayed. So I kind of
yeah,
wonder.
he has no like actual genuine moral compass or logos whatsoever, so he can pretend to be convicted, but he's very tactically dishonest. His first straw man, he's talking about not having a scale. That way he can make up more straw mans about the problems if you don't have a scale. So he's just like he's very dishonest. He's tactically dishonest.
Which makes me think, yeah, he doesn't really believe it. It's really a tactical game more than anything.
He might honestly just be dumb. Like he might be dumb.
Maybe. That's possible.
I'm on Witz's side. Yeah. No, this is purposeful fucking ignorance. He's a dumb.
Well, I don't know, but it's kind of hard to tell.
No, he's a dumb fuck. No, he's a dumb fuck.
So he has over 1 million views on his.
I don't really care
on his video, but I don't really care about the views.
So,
but I'm
so do
just saying,
5-year-olds that open presents on camera, bro.
I still believe in Santa Claus. Fuck you.
Well, same with the girl
Literally.
that only takes facial, takes her selfies. There's a girl, the most famous girl on Twitter or something is taking selfies in a mirror all the time. That's all it is.
There are
That's it.
many channels on YouTube where people just open up random GIFs on camera and they have millions and millions of views. So
They don't do nothing. They don't even speak.
That's genius too, because then they get their viewers to send them gifts that they then open for the channel, getting more viewers who send them more gifts.
That's nuts.
I gotta get in.
it's just get on. We might as well just manipulate society with subversive tactics, build a Federal Reserve Ponzi scheme or something.
Oh, I guess it might as well be, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. Honestly, that's what I think. If you
that's what I think
make
too.
YouTube,
I
you should
think
be
that a
super-
lot. I mean, it's just like it might as well be. I mean, like, look at what's happening to our supposed future or whatever is happening. I mean, we've been involved in this for a very long time, and it's kind of like shit. I mean, we've been trying to reach people. It's like, hey, just let it flow. Let yourself go. Slow and low. That is the tempo.
I mean, I see what he's saying, but I don't know. I just think it's pretty crazy. If say you did have millions of views on something, like, how would you never want to talk about something that should be talked about? I don't know. I guess I can't comprehend it.
Oh, but you Witsit and me and QE and everybody on here that's really spreading truth, we do take hits, but we take hits and freaking move forward anyway.
Yeah, but dude, if I had 2 million subscribers because I started it with something not related to Flat Earth, I would then bombard
them.
it. I'm just saying, how do you have that many and not just like bombard it?
Don't
Like
pay
no one does.
attention to that dude though. It's just
I don't care about that goober, man. I'm talking about in general. There are many Flat Earth or YouTube channels for like famous for no reason. Like Matthew, the dude in here, has over 500,000 just for like some random video, right? That went viral and people just subbed. So like no one with really, really high sub counts are finally like, you know what? I got 2.5 million subs. I'm dropping a Flat Earth video on here. Like no one does it.
Hey, bro, each one reach one. Just like that clip from earlier.
I'm just saying it's sketchy.
Past couple days, you said You
The
were
guys
on
who
the
sing
street. You said
Moonshine.
Earth is flat to this chick, and she said, "What?" And you said Earth is flat. She's like, "Earth is flat." Oh shit! And then she started
Chicken
running
Little.
around the
Chicken
Earth
Little.
is flat. Now, I don't think she
Earth is flat.
necessarily believed it, but
The Earth is
dude, this
flat.
is
The earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The earth is flat.
brilliant, bro. Dude,
The
man,
sky is
I'm
falling.
not embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. You know, it's like I'm the flat earther of everybody that knows me. You know, so I'm not embarrassed. You know,
You see, my point is that you would think that out of all the people with millions of subs unrelated to Flat Earth, someone would find out about it and have the balls to throw it on their channel with tons of subs. That's all I'm saying.
They did. The guys who sang Moonshine. They did.
Why you people don't understand that Professor Dave role is saving world from us?
Wait, who'd you say did?
The guys who sang Moonshine. Have you
Professor
heard that
Dave
song?
role.
No, I haven't seen
No.
that one.
He's
Oh,
only.
You got
He's
it?
only.
Something to put up?
get. What are you? Are you trying to switch subjects, my dude?
What
I
Witch
wanna
is talking about is what Owen Benjamin did. He had a big channel when he came to it, right?
Yeah,
He
sort
had a
of.
total
I mean,
conversion, sort of. Yeah, sort of.
well, he didn't have millions of subs, and yeah, he was pretty big Hollywood comedian, right? That was working his way up, and then he got blackballed for saying that children can't change their gender when they're like 5, and that it's just naked child abuse. And then, after being heavily censored and blackballed from there, he ends up talking about more controversial things, and Lifetime discusses the Earth. So yeah, he's like the one example I can think of, and it's nowhere close to 5 million subs on YouTube or something like it. He was
This
blackballed
guy.
before the Flat Earth.
Yeah, he
This
literally
got
had
5
the
million
awakening
views.
on camera. If you Drace just posted it, he's like, I can't be a flat Earth person. It's great if
Dude,
anybody had
in
seen
that video, the video where he first says it's flat Earth, the first time he says like, I think it's flat. He's reading my PayPal.
Oh yeah,
do
I was
you guys,
there when he went through that whole process. I
Wait,
watched
that's not.
every step of it. It was crazy. It was a
Yeah, I was like
crazy time.
I was always in his chat, and but it's something like the one that I sent that time. I said so because I knew where it hit him because he was talking about the Bible a lot, and I was like, so if well, he says Jesus, so I was like, if Jesus came to the earth, why wouldn't he tell everyone, guys, you're completely wrong about the earth. It's actually a magic spinning ball. That doesn't make any sense. And no Christians ever answered the question. And he read that and he was like, I think it's flat.
Yep, I remember those days. Man, that was quite a time when Flat Earth was so free and going strong. On YouTube, on the algorithms, that was awesome to
Yeah,
watch
during
that.
his awakening was when we had the most content out there, right before the censorship hammer came down.
Yeah, that was
Pretty much.
real big. I remember
exactly,
those
Dave?
days.
Yeah, I was there too.
But to build on Mrs. Musk's point, Caravan Palace Moonshine, the song has they have 1.5 million subs and 6 million views on that Flat Earth song.
Yeah, they were already like a band. And then they made this song, and I didn't even know it was a Flat Earth song until Elijah and Lulu remixed it, and I looked up the original, and the music videos for Flat Earth, it's so cute.
I can't remember when, but I saw this video somewhere and I liked. There was this really big flat earther, YouTuber I was watching, and then like he made a video about the flat Earth, like trying to take it like from like a judge's point of view, like not taking either side. And at the very end, he's like, "So in the end, am I a flat earther?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther." And he had a really high count, but I can't remember what it was.
I think you got a valid point though, Wit, that at some point these guys with huge subs got to have some intellectual honesty and should have a backbone and speak some truth. Just my opinion.
Dude, I'm with you, Dave. Right? I mean, we've been in this game for a while. It's like, hey, you can disagree, but hey, throw us some globe Earth evidence our way every
I
once
just
in a
need to see a
while.
measurement of the ball that they claim. That's all I've been looking for. And
So instead of your religion, just go ahead and throw us some physical evidence of the globe our way, so we're challenged.
Hey,
Because
Helio, there's a VC
they
verified
can't.
in here. This is a sword and upside down aliens in here.
All right,
They want to talk.
Upside down aliens. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Yeah, sure.
This is a sword. Welcome to the server. This is a
Howdy.
sword. How you doing?
Terrible. Been here for a while though.
Terrible.
Did you
Let's
say
see.
terrible?
What shape is the Earth? This is a sword.
I have made a habit of never responding to that question.
Okay, somebody else go.
Yeah, I don't
I'll
want
tell
to
you-
hear
I'll
your
tell you what-
victim bullshit about why.
Hey, and by the way, I just want to throw this in there. Flat is not a shape. Globe is a shape, but flat's not. So what do you have on? This is a sword. Have you talked to anyone about this before?
Yes, and I've also listened to I guess we'll call it a dialogue in here many times.
Excellent. So what do you think so far?
Well, you
about
see,
the topic?
if I give you an answer to that question,
I'm asking you directly. Don't be
he's saying
man.
he's
Listen,
like
we're
Ray
actually just trying to figure
Jr.
out what you're. Hold on. Don't everybody scream at him. Come on, man.
We
I'm
know what the
asking you,
implication
what do you
is.
think
It
so
don't
far?
take a rocket scientist.
I know.
he's
Listen,
saying it,
like
he can only insult us.
Yeah, you can play
Pretend
I
that
love
you're
your
flat.
mom's dick or whatever over the live stream, whatever you can say, whatever, and then we can ban you. Or you can say, "Hey, I'm really curious about the topic. Can you answer questions about this?"
Actually, it sounds like he's already in the topic.
Okay, cool. So, what do you think so far?
He said if he answers that, everybody's going to be insulted pretty much, but he got cut off before he could finish that. But that was the implication.
I don't think I said anything about people being insulted. Although, if you choose to be insulted, I guess I can't stop you.
No, I'm never insulted. I'm never insulted, but
I consider source.
Why don't you just honestly answer the question?
Yeah,
first?
and
Go
what do you
ahead.
think about the? What do you think about the flat Earth topic? This is a sword.
This moron shouldn't be allowed to speak.
Come on, Michael.
You don't have to
Try
let
and
me
ask
speak.
a damn question.
No, I won't.
You're still avoiding the question. I asked you a question. What do you think about the flat Earth topic?
In what sense?
There is no sense. What
Do you like
think?
it? Do you hate
Do you-
it? Is it interesting?
Do we have to
Is it
treat you like a
boring?
little freaking
topic-
3-year-old?
The
do you
topic
think-
itself is interesting.
Hey, can I ask him a question? Hey, so do you agree that when it's clear outside, you can see further?
I don't know. I spend a lot of time inside.
Okay, well, check this out, man. When it's clearer outside, there's less stuff in your way because it's clear. You can see further.
Even out the window.
Right. So on the Earth, whenever it's really clear, you can go out and make observations. And since it's clear outside, you can see further. And on those days that it's clear, we see things way too far away to be on a globe, like the sky in Chicago from 60 miles away, like mountains from 255 miles away, or 273 miles away, or 103 miles away, right? So whenever it's clear outside, we can see further. And on those days, we see things that we know to be exactly there, exactly as they are, but they're supposed to be completely blocked by Earth curvature, sometimes miles of Earth curvature. So when it's clear, you can see what's supposed to be blocked by Earth curvature. How's that work?
How does it work that you can see things when it's clear?
Like how does it work if the Earth's a ball? Like, okay, we see mountains 273 miles away, and based on the globe Earth map, they should have been blocked by something of like 3 miles. So, how do we see the mountains then if they're supposed to be 3 miles of vertical Earth curvature blocking it?
Feel like this is leading towards you expect me to either say Earth is flat or
Can you
it's
just
a ball.
answer a
and you're
question
wrong.
honestly, man? Sorry.
Oh man, look, okay.
The
If
thing
a
is,
pregnant lady takes her hand and rubs it on her stomach to the other end,
Guys, he just exposed to you that there's a list of answers that he has. He's telling you that he's reading from a list. He can give you either answer A or answer B, and he's saying that thinking that that's what you're going to ask. But that's
he's
what his
saying
list says.
what he's saying is it's like you're asking it, expecting me to answer one of these ways. Well, no, what I'm wanting you to do is be able to critically assess what I'm saying to you. So if you have a pregnant lady and she takes her hand and rubs on her stomach and it gets to the other side of her stomach, she can't see her hand anymore, right? Because it's blocked by the physical curve of her belly. The Earth has to do that if it's a ball. Yeah, when it's clear outside, we can see really far, and that's not there. Like at times, it should be like 3 miles of vertical Earth curvature that's blocking your view. But yeah, we can see the mountains without the curve blocking it. So how does that work if the Earth's a ball? How can that possibly happen?
I suppose there are some variables that could be unaccounted for.
Okay, well, your side just been taught to say the word refraction over and over.
What's my side?
Like the globe Earth side.
Why have you decided I'm on that side?
You don't think the Earth's a
What was your question? There was too much chicken sound.
Oh, did we assume your gender?
This is
You can
this
do
is a
whatever you
song.
want.
Can I ask a question?
I cannot stop you.
Are you a Glober or no? Should we not refer to you as a Glober's believer?
Who should I respond to first?
Look, he's just
I don't
like a
know.
gamma, right?
How about
Make up your-
let's
make
choose
up your
battle mod.
mind.
Let's choose battle mod.
Yeah, I just want to know how to refer to you. That's all. I'm not trying to ask another question on top of the one with it. I just want to know if you identify as a Glober or not.
Okay, well, can I give you a somewhat complex answer to that?
Sure.
Okay, so you know how when people come in and they make a lot of assumptions about what your positions on things are, and then everyone gets upset because you say, we don't believe that, stop assuming what we believe about things. You know how you hate that?
So what you're saying is you can't stand on your own belief because people are going to assert something about disagreements? See, we don't get triggered about disagreements. We get triggered about disingenuous statements, false dichotomy, straw mans, lying.
He's just tiptoeing around having to say that he thinks the Earth's a globe. That way he can just play these little tactical diversion semantics.
Oh, I
here and
know.
just like,
I know.
okay,
he's
well,
trying to
well,
waste
Caesar,
your
he's
time.
not,
bro.
well, let him know
I'm
he's not
done.
intellectually kung fuing us. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
sorry, it's not working, bud. So here's
What's
the deal.
interesting about this is that you called me up, and now you're
Bro, man,
acting
just
like
listen.
I
Okay, listen. Okay, fair enough. I
came
didn't even
at you.
realize that. That's fair enough. Okay, touche.
Came
All
at
I'm asking,
me.
just
You
listen,
ain't came at me, bro.
Just answer the question. Do you agree
Touche
that
or trashe? Let's see.
do you agree that if the Earth has a certain radius of 3959 in miles, then it's supposed to curve at a certain rate, and that if